ourselves. Tune in to Mandy and the F-Bomb. It's stories that invite you in to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. You can find us anywhere you get podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a thing.
I'm back with Sharva Ingram, who is the HOT Fair Vice President for Marketing and Sponsor Development. As you said, it is a mouthful, but you've been with the fair now for several years.
I have. So I have been there 8 years, but this is my 9th fair because I started in August of 2013, which is really, it's a crazy time to start this job, but the best, because once you live through it and you can see it, then it helps you kind of get ready for the next year. Even
You
more.
jumped in with both feet, for sure. Well, so what has been your biggest takeaway for the years of the fair that you've been so intimately involved with it?
That's a great question. I really think that for me, it's so impressive the number of volunteers, the people that really
500, right? Or more.
Over 500 volunteers. And then you have that core group that this is not their job. This is just what they do because they love it. They love what we stand for, being that we're trying to give scholarships to kids and promote ag education. And they are there every time we need them. And they're the reason we can do what we do. And so I think that's probably been one of the most impressive things to me. And they're so consistent. There are some names that have been there, well before I came, and they'll probably be well after me. They're just great volunteers.
Well, you have a load of volunteers. You have you mentioned the sweethearts of the rodeo.
They're
And is that what?
Yeah,
the name is now?
the sweethearts. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, originally Dub King started out the Smile Girls, the Heart of Texas Fair Smile Girls, and I think I was maybe the second year he did
Amazing.
that. But as a high school student, and it was so much fun, and I really got just so grounded in the fair, and not that I didn't already, have a great love for the Heart of Texas Fair, but this is the kind of thing. It's important to the area economically as well. What kind of numbers can you share with us?
It is. So what we've known from studies in the past is that it's about a $12 million economic impact just from the fair, people coming and spending their money, obviously, and we're very grateful for that. The event center as a whole, year-round, when we are full force and having horse shows happening almost every weekend and everything else, it's about $47 million of an economic impact. And with the base, we expect that to probably get closer to 60, especially as more youth sports are able to come, and you've got those hotel stays overnight and all that other that comes with them being here for the weekend. So
That's incredible.
So yeah, we think it's a big job, and we don't take it lightly because we know that serving this community is important to us.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, having the facility and for it to be in such pristine shape and so beautiful. And as I mentioned earlier, it was something we've kind of been watching happen and anticipating this year. Let's talk just a little bit more, though, about what you're going to be doing to keep things safe, because I know folks are still kind of concerned about COVID, and I think we're turning in the right direction, number-wise. At least we are as we record this. But are you going to have mask encouragement, or what are you doing about all that?
That's a great question. We have had that from several people. We definitely want anyone and everyone that wants to come to know that they can feel safe on our grounds and that we're doing everything we can do. We're not going to require anybody, but we are encouraging masks if that's what you need to do to feel safe. We're going to have additional hand washing stations, additional hand sanitizer stations out where it's possible, encouraging social distancing. And there's a lot that you can enjoy and stay outside and never have to go in a building if that's important to you. HE Buddy Barnyard is outside under a tent this year. Obviously, all of our food vendors are out there. So the carnival's outside. So there's a lot you can do in this Bud Light music stage that you can see and enjoy and be part of, and still kind of be out in that open air and feel good about everything. So,
of course, the rodeo itself is indoors now. How does that work? I know there's a little bit of a change there where the ticketing is concerned.
It is. So we've gone to 5 nights of rodeo, and it's basically built around the weekends, and it is a ticketed event every night. So in the past, you've been able to outside of the Saturdays, you've been able to use your fair admission ticket to just kind of wander in
and watch
and sit
some
down
rodeo.
and watch a little bit. So that's not the case anymore. You do have to have a ticket. But hopefully we've made it affordable and easy for people. If you have a fair admission ticket and you come to the fair and it's a rodeo night and you're like, man, I want to go see the rodeo, you can visit our box office, and for an additional $10, you're in. You've got a seat. Or if you know that rodeo is part of what you want to do when you come to our fairgrounds, you buy that rodeo ticket and it includes your fair admission, which also includes the concerts, all the attraction shows, so on and so forth. So there's kind of two ways to approach it, just depending on what you want and when you decide what you want.
Yeah. And of course, the Midway, you've got, there are some, how many people do you think, just want to come and ride rides every day?
That's more than you think. That's why we set up an entrance down there. So yeah, for those people, we have what we call a fun pass, where you can buy it for $70. You have admission and a unlimited rides carnival armband all 11 days. So if you were to add that up, if you were to pay those individual prices every day, it's about an 89% savings to just buy it up front for $70. If you come twice, you've made your money back. Yeah. Come 3 times and you're in the black. You're good. You're golden. So if you're an avid carnival rider, you can buy your carnival. If you just want to come one day and ride unlimited rides, you can buy a $25 band online right now. They're $35 when you get to the gate.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question about something you may not want to answer me.
Okay.
I have heard, and I just heard it moments ago, that there's something called Suicide Night.
So, that is what we now call Sneak a Peek. I don't know that, people still refer to it some ways. It hasn't been called that since I have been there, but I do hear it being referred to.
It was news to me.
And it's, I think it got that name because it's, it's the first night the rides are up, right?
Okay, and make sure all those little bolts are tight and real tight.
It's that tester night to come ride all your favorite rides. Although what I will say for our carnival people, to give people some assurance there, I was the mom that was like, we're not doing those, we go to theme parks, love it. But as I've come to work for the fair and rodeo, and I've come to get to know some of these carnival providers, there's a lot of checks and balances that go on for them. They have to do a safety check on every single ride every time they move it. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't go. So I actually, my kids that's the only reason they come. They could care less about the rodeo. They could care less about anything else. I'm not sure they even care that much about seeing me. They just want to ride the rides. And, I feel 100% safe in sending them down there and letting them go.
Good. I just thought that was funny because
that is,
somebody's got to test those rides.
Yep. I think this year it's going to be my family because they were so sad they weren't here last year.
Well, I think the media used to that Thursday night before everything opened. So I think maybe them,
find the favorite.
Because I know I've done that one. So the media were also, unaware testers as well. But it is such a fun thing. And as you mentioned, going online for tickets, and you are trying to encourage folks to do that rather than have box offices everywhere.
Yeah. Well, once you come to the grounds, we will have box offices and ways to get the tickets that you need. But really, I think in this society, with COVID, one of the things that has come out of it is people have learned how to use QR codes and really to buy online and kind of minimize that unnecessary touch, meaning with a ticket and paper and all the transfer there and everything else. And if you buy it online and you download it to your phone, you're the only person really having to manage that till it gets scanned. But again, that touch point is minimal. So it is definitely a savings in the sense of not having to have all that paper. I think it's a savings and a time savings. It makes things easier and go quicker. And so I think you see that a lot of places, but we're definitely trying to get with it, be with the times, be forward thinkers. And so we are trying to drive that online aspect more and more.
And there will also be security at the gate. Folks will be walking through.
They will be wanded and there'll be a bag check. We aren't requiring clear bags, but we are doing bag checks and wanding people.
Yeah, you just want to be certain. Folks want to be sure. Well, it's always delightful to get to talk to you. And
thank you.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about you. I know you went to Baylor.
I did,
yeah.
Yes.
Where are you from around here?
So my dad was career Army. He was a test pilot, which meant we moved more than the average military family. I was in 13 different schools for 12 years of school.
Oh, my goodness.
Sometimes we were there for 2 years, and sometimes we were there for 6 months. One time we were there for 2 weeks. But it's fine. I don't look back and, I loved it. I got to see a lot of places and do a lot of things that I would not have been able to do otherwise. Yeah. We lived in England for 2 years. I went to a British school for a year.
I didn't know that about you. That's wonderful.
So, I got some cool experiences from it, but Texas was home base. So my dad's parents were in Abilene. When you're in the military, you pick one state as your residency state. So no matter where we went, we called ourselves Texans.
Of course, they have the big, was it Dias? That's, what is it?
Dias is
Abilene?
in Abilene, yeah.
Okay.
But my dad was Army, so he was never there. But
Okay.
he was at Fort Hood when I was little.
Okay.
But that's just where his parents ended. They had a used furniture business there. And so my brother and I would spend a month every summer with them. No matter where we lived, they'd fly us to them. And
Sure.
we just always considered ourselves Texans. My parents both went to Hardin-Simmons, but I had an uncle that, even though he went to Hardin-Simmons, he loved Baylor. Like, he thought Baylor was the bee's knees. And so I thought, well, if he loves Baylor so much, then I think
must be great.
I should love Baylor so much. And so when it came time to decide where to go to school, we were actually in Alabama. I was like, well, I want to go to Baylor. And it's the only school I applied to, so thank goodness they let me in. But yeah, so then Waco kind of became home. But that's how I got here.
Yeah. Oh, that's neat. And we're certainly glad you're here. You're doing such a wonderful job for the fair as their spokesperson, and so many great sponsors. I mean, I know you'd like to list them all for everybody right now, but that might not be possible. But yeah, you do get a lot of support from local businesses.
We do. We're very grateful for that. There's definitely like some big ones. I'll give HEB a shout out, and
Sure.
Alan Samuels, and Brazos Masonry and Bar None. Some of those have been with us for a long time, and they're in our top 20. They're very generous givers. They did not back down on us when 2020 happened, and we couldn't fulfill, the full amount of obligation inside of their contracts. And so we're very thankful and grateful for that. That's a lot of what helped us stay afloat. And
Sure.
so it is commitment like that from community partners that help us be successful and continue to march on and meet that mark of giving back to the students. Last year we had to go backwards a little bit, but not a lot. We probably went backwards about $20,000, and we gave out.
Well, that's not much.
In May we gave out 36 scholarships to kids to the tune of 137. Our top scholarship person got a $20,000 scholarship.
Yeah,
and
that's
so,
sizable,
a huge part of how we make money is the Fair and Rodeo. That's our biggest fundraiser, if you will, as a
lot of
nonprofit.
people may not realize that it raises money for scholarships for students. And are they ag students necessarily, or
so it's a combination. We really want to be able to affect everyone in the community. So during our livestock show, it is scholarships like through the calf scramble and all the other things. It is scholarships that are very specifically ag based. But then also in May, we give out scholarships that are academic based. So you may or may not have a tie from the agricultural side. It may just strictly be that you are a great community servant, you've made really great grades, and you've checked all these other boxes. And when we evaluate your application, it puts you kind of towards the top of the pile, and you get a scholarship from us. So we really want to be able to reward all the kids. So those two aspects combined are what allow us to give about $250,000 to $300,000 a year. To date, we're just shy of $3.5 million.
I knew it was millions.
And we just want that. It started, I think, in 1991, and we're just hoping to continue growing. In my time, I'd love to see us get to giving $500,000 a year.
Oh, wow.
So, we just got to double what we're doing. But that's okay.
That's all. But you can do no hill for a climber there. Oh, Sharva, it's so much fun to talk to you and to hear about the fair, which is just, the delightful time of the year in Central Texas. And again, how can folks get tickets and get a list? There's so much stuff.
There's a lot to do. So hotfair.com, we try to simplify it and make it easy there. There's a big button at the top that says tickets. And if you click that, you'll get several options until like the start of the show. We have some deals. We try to make it as affordable as we can for families.
Right.
So
it can get expensive.
Leading up to the day we open the gates, we offer some really extra special deals. But even when the gates open, we have daily promotions and things going on to make it as affordable as possible for all families to come and enjoy and experience. But hotfair.com is how you find all that out.
All right. Well, I will see you at the fair.
Awesome.
So glad to have you. Thank you, Sharva.
Thank you. It's so good to be here.
Central Texas Living is part of the Rogue Media Network family. Be sure to check out their other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate us 5 stars on iTunes and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Living, the podcast.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Listen to the 48 Hours podcast for shocking murder cases, and compelling real-life dramas from one of television's most watched true crime shows. Go behind the scenes of each episode with award-winning CBS News correspondents and producers in Postmortem, a weekly deep dive. Listen to 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts.
This episode is brought to you by Jinx, the superfood-powered dog kibble everyone's been talking about. See the results for yourself and try their 1-month transformation. Within the first few weeks, you'll see how Jinx can help with your dog's energy, mood, and even digestion. And it's all thanks to the high-quality ingredients they use, like organic chicken, Atlantic salmon, and grass-fed beef. Try the 1-month transformation today. Find Jinx in your local Walmart.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Caroline, you should tell them about the newest thing that Bloody Happy Hour is doing.
A Patreon.
It's a Patreon. What is that?
That means you're basically like a VIP member, and you get some perks. You maybe get like merch a little earlier. You get
Exclusive merch.
You could get first dibs on signing up for a live show. You get episodes with no commercials.
You get our video because our video is no longer available on YouTube. It is only on Patreon. And the most important to me is you get videos of our live shows, but also bonus episodes each month. But if you're on a Patreon, you're VIP, you're going to get more.
Because I always have a lot of details I want to go to. I can law-splain. I might read a book.
This is also going to be the exclusive place that Dirty Chat is going to go to. In order to hear the full content, it's going to be Patreon. Where do they go again?
Patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
And I'm Caroline.
And this is your Bloody Happy Hour. Caroline, are you ready for this?
This is your newest guilty pleasure.
It's the bloodiest part of your week.
Did we say something about it also being happy hour?
Show did.
Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody happy hour.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
This is your Bloody Happy Hour Thursday edition.
It's Thursday, we're thirsty, and we need the murder, we need the blood. What's going on?
It's time. I feel like it's been a whole week.
I do too. I do too.
It has. We're going to Idaho today, but I don't think it's time yet. We got a little housekeeping to do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a dog story for all of our dog lovers?
Yeah. It's just a story that I heard about a friend's dog. So I was
What is it?
I'm going to tell you about it. But I don't know if we'd better help before or after the story.
I don't know.
Probably before. Let's just prepare the people.
So, Bloody Happy Hour fans, the show is brought to you by BetterHelp. You know what that means?
That means...
let me find the right page. That means that, you know what? It's 2024. It's a new year. It's time to crush some goals and start therapy, because you know why? Therapy helps you find your strength, and it helps you ditch those ridiculous, extreme New Year's resolutions that you're going to fail at anyway. So don't be a failure at life. Just go to therapy so your therapist can tell you what you're going to flourish in.
Yeah, unless, maybe we've experienced like a bad therapist before.
I have actually.
Yeah, and so, it's this is a great time to, if you're thinking about starting therapy, to give BetterHelp a try. It's online completely. It's convenient, flexible. It can be suited to your schedule. You have to fill out a short questionnaire. You'll get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. I mean, you can't lose with BetterHelp. And it's
so easy. You just go to betterhelp.com/bloody. That's the most important part. And you get a 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/bloody, BLOODY.
You're welcome. So, I have this friend who told me about her dog ate like a Delta 9 like brownie thingy, like cookie, which
Explain.
is like, so there's like, I don't know, it's like
It's
a
a
weed
gummy.
It's like a weed.
THC.
Yeah, there's like traces of THC, but it's like sold in, you could
Yeah.
still get it from the store.
Like here in Texas where...
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
So it was like this maybe the whole thing was like the size of a Snicker bar, and there was maybe a quarter of it that was left.
Ooh.
Well, their dog got onto the table and got the brownie.
Oh, I need to know what's
cookie.
going to happen.
And so the girl wakes up in the morning and the dog is not in the bed with her. And she's like, "Where's my dog?" And she goes and sees the dog on the couch, sweating, had thrown up, was like, "What is happening? What's wrong with you?" Goes outside, finds the wrapper of the cookie completely emptied and eaten. Her dog is stoned. Stoned. The dog cannot pee because the dog falls over. The dog is like high as hell, got the munchies, is like wanting to eat all the food, then like gets these like spurts of energy where he's like sprinting around and doing circle, like just sprinting like crazy.
Oh my goodness. Poor
and
Jax.
the
Is said girl named Caroline?
I don't know. The friend is the what? Tell me all this
You
stuff.
may not
the
want
dog,
to.
It's not me.
I'm calling
It's-
ASPCA.
I'm just telling you about an experience to just prepare, like warn everybody, like, hey, make sure you put your gummies in a safe space or in a safe, I guess, so your dog won't get it and get so stoned. And like the dog's mouth was like hanging open.
Did you have to like look up or call
The
poison?
person,
Did the person have to call poison
the person
control?
reached out to their vet, and the vet was like, as long as he's responsive and does not vomit anymore, it's gonna be okay. And so the dog did not do that. Then the dog like slept the whole day, and then finally went to the bathroom around 4:00 in the afternoon.
Like pooped it out or peed it out?
Peed and pooped, but like as the dog was like eating or drinking water, like he couldn't control, like he would drips, like pee drips was coming out because he couldn't, I don't know, like there was like you can't control your I don't know why, because the vet did say that there could be some urinary incontinence.
Like incontinence.
So dogs get stoned and then they sleep really hard, but the person felt very, very, very bad for the dog because the dog was real dizzy and could not even, on a walk. You take a dog on a walk, it pees on every single thing.
Yeah.
The dog could not even pee because every time it lifted a leg up, it would try to fall over. Who is this? I hope this person does not watch other people's dogs.
I hope. This person is not a dog sitter.
No.
Somebody told me that my dog needs THC gummies, but they sell them at PetSmart or CBD or something.
Well, you know, you could.
There's dog
It's
something.
just, yeah. But this was
for humans,
and this was a very strong.
Oh, so this person's owner is a pro at Delta 9.
No, the person it was given to that person by a friend. They had brought it over there like, oh hey, and then like left it there, and so then that person felt real bad, but. It's all good in the hood, and the dog is fine and thriving, and he's back to
had to have happened in the hood.
He's back to his normal life, and loves everything about life.
I bet he does.
And he's still trying to get up on the counter and get stuff.
Well, and part of it is chocolate too. They can't even have chocolate.
It wasn't chocolate. It was just like a cookie.
Oh, okay.
Like it wasn't like a Snickers like that. But this dog has had plenty of chocolate chip cookies. He's had a payday. He's had protein bars because he steals things from the counter Allegedly, that's what I was told.
Wow.
So
good
there you go.
story.
There's your update on anybody's life.
I'm
That would
sure-
be a friend of mine's life.
Sure, DPS
I'm sure that's DPS
gonna be knocking at your friend's
probably-
door.
Mm-hmm. It's probably aware of it by now, because
Well. Dogs will be mentioned in the story. But it's not as sad as your story.
I was watching a chase just a while ago, and the guy was like tweaking out on whatever, and he threw the dog out of the car. And then he crashed into these other cars. People did not care about him crashing into other cars or how the people were. They were real pissed about the dog. So everybody gets real mad about this dog situation.
Yeah. Well, that one's not sad. This is just, we're going to talk about a dog sitter.
Oh, hell.
Let's go to Idaho.
Idaho, you the hoe, we the hoes.
And let's talk about the Scream murder.
Ooh, wasn't okay.
I know.
Idaho?
In Idaho, and it's not Brian Koberger.
Yeah.
And I just heard of it yesterday, so I decided to do it. So let's go. And we're going to 2006. This is southern Idaho, and the place is called
Provo.
Pocatello.
Oh.
Pocatello, Idaho.
Provo's in Utah. Never mind. Sorry. Geography. They're real close.
Wait, Idaho, Utah. No, Idaho. So I get them all mixed up.
Well, they're right next door, and they're basically the same.
They're
next
all.
door? Yeah.
Okay. We're in September, so it's like beginning of the school year, and a 911 call comes in September 24th. So a police officer gets dispatched to this 911 call, and this is a small town, so he recognizes the address. So he goes, and when he pulls up and goes inside the house, there's a dead teenager. She is a junior at Pocatello High School. Her name is Casey Jo Studdert. Casey Jo Studdert. Heard of it?
Yeah.
And now a word from our sponsors.
This episode is brought to you by Jinx, the superfood-powered dog kibble everyone's been talking about. See the results for yourself and try their 1-month transformation. Within the first few weeks, you'll see how Jinx can help with your dog's energy, mood, and even digestion. And it's all thanks to the high-quality ingredients they use, like organic chicken, Atlantic salmon, and grass-fed beef. Try the 1-month transformation today. Find Jinx in your local Walmart.
Inspired by the life of the savvy and ambitious Colombian businesswoman Griselda Blanco comes a new Netflix original limited series. Griselda tells the story of a devoted mother who, with her lethal blend of charm and relentless savagery, creates one of the most powerful cartels in history. Witness Sofia Vergara's captivating transformation into the godmother of the underworld. Griselda, streaming January 25th, only on Netflix.
She had 2 brothers. She was the middle child. She was very close with her brothers. She was described as a great kid. She got straight A's. She wasn't like us. She didn't party. She didn't drink. She loved to read. She loved music. She lit up a room.
Oh, no. Was she bubbly?
She was probably bubbly.
No.
She was responsible and honest, and so people often hired her to babysit, dog sit, and house sit for them.
Is this my story? Kind of.
No,
Except
because
for that
she-
she just doesn't drink or
And
do
she's
any-
responsible.
She's responsible. Oh, Lord.
So let's talk about what happened to Casey Jo.
Okay.
So on September 22nd, Casey goes to go house sit for her aunt and her uncle. They call her up and they're like, we're going out of town for the weekend. They had 3 cats and 2 dogs. And they live like 20 minutes out of town. And they want her to come and watch the house. They had just bought this house. It was in the middle of nowhere. It was secluded. And they wanted her there for all the dogs.
I'm doing that in February.
Well,
For a week.
you better learn something from this then.
Okay.
So this was a Friday. So after school on Friday, her mom dropped her off, and her boyfriend's name is Matt Beckham. Now, her aunt and uncle and her mom loved Matt Beckham. They had been together. He's just great. He was responsible. They were just a good, responsible high school love couple. And he was coming over there to house sit with her. So they were going to do the things. They were going to watch TV, watch movies, eat snacks. The dogs were there, feed the dogs, do all the things.
Huh.
About 8:30 that evening, 2 other classmates showed up. Tori, a boy, Adamczyk, and Brian Draper.
Okay.
So now there's 4 of them there, and all 4 of them hung out for a little over an hour. They watched Kill Bill Volume 2. They ate snacks, and they took like a little tour of the house because it's just this big country house, and they wanted to see the house. About 9:45, Tori and Brian decided to leave because they said Kill Bill sucks. We're going to go to the movies and watch ours that goes down to the basement. So the dog's sitting at the top of the stairs, barking and growling. So they get kind of freaked out because they're in the middle of nowhere and they're not used to this. And then the lights go off for a couple moments.
Okay.
And then they come back on.
Okay. Is there a storm?
It's not a storm.
Okay.
That happens twice.
Oh, hell no. Did the phone ring?
The phone does not ring yet.
Okay.
Actually, Matt's mom calls him. So boyfriend's mom calls and says, I'm on my way to come and pick you up because it's like a little after 10 o'clock. And he says, okay, but I want to stay. Can I stay here? It's a little scary out here. It's real dark. The electricity's gone out. I don't want Casey to be here by herself.
Yeah.
And she was like, sorry, absolutely not. You're 16 years old. They're both 16. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yeah.
And neither one of them drive. I'm coming to get you.
Mm-hmm.
So she's on her way. Now, when she got there, she says, if Casey wants to come, she can come and stay at our house. Okay?
You can't leave the dogs.
Well,
I mean, you can.
That's what Casey said. Casey was like, I made a commitment to watch the house.
Yeah, you can't leave the other people's dogs.
Yeah, I'm not going to leave the dogs. I should stay. So she did. So it was about 11:15 when Matt left. So Casey's now there by herself. Now Matt's gone, and on the way home, he calls Tori and Brian that left earlier. Those are his friends. He called them up, and because he's like, well, Casey's sitting for the weekend. I'll hang out with them this weekend. So he calls up Tori, and when Tori answers, he's whispering like this.
Oh, why is he whispering?
He's whispering, but he's like, hey, remember I'm in the movies. Oh. So they didn't get to talk very long. They hung up the phone. Oh, yeah. So Matt didn't think anything of it. He also called Casey when he got home because it's high school love, right?
Yeah.
So he also called Casey when he got home. High school love. What do? You talk on the phone. You fall asleep on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
You wake up the next day. You call in the morning. So, but Casey didn't answer the phone. So he was kind of worried about her because they were a little freaked out when they left. But maybe she fell asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the next day was a Saturday, and it was September 23rd. And his mom had plans to run all these errands all day. So she was gone all day. He was calling to check on Casey periodically throughout the day, but he got no answer. So he called friend Tori and said, Tori,
you need a gum?
Could you drive me? Tori, could you drive me to where Casey was last night? I haven't heard from her. And I just want to check on her. Can you drive me out there? And Tori was like, bro, I don't got any gas.
No.
Sorry.
I mean, even though it was cheaper back then, still, No.
Can't
do
take
it.
you. So he decides to call Casey's mom. Shit. He calls Casey's mom, and he calls, and he's like, I'm trying to call Casey, and I can't talk to her. Have you talked to Casey? And Casey's mom is like, mad. No, I've been trying to get a hold of her too. I've called the house phone. I've called the cell phone, and I cannot talk to her. Like, she hasn't answering. So she was mad, like, I need her to answer the phone.
Yeah.
So when you talk to her, tell her to call me.
She's like, lady.
It's like something stabbing me right here.
That happened to me at New Year's, and I had to go into the bathroom, and I started crying. I mean, I like tears started coming out because I had.
The water just came right back up.
Content.
After New Year's, I got sick. I was sick for like 3 days.
You were kind of
New
sick
Year's
like
Eve.
before.
Yeah. So I drank tequila the whole night because my mom was like, do like my dad used to do, who was, no, go, drink tequila, it makes you real warm.
Makes
Make
you
you
warm?
better. Yeah, I mean, it's soothing.
Oh.
So it makes you
that's
feel better.
whiskey.
And I drank whiskey the night before. So I was like, okay, I feel fine. And the next morning, like, I was dead for just like 3 days, and it was over with.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I'm cured. It's gone. So,
okay, Casey's mom.
Casey's mom. I'm thinking about P. Diddy and Cassie.
I'm thinking about Stacy, because Stacy's mom.
It's got it going on. So,
a hot mess.
Boyfriend was worried, mom was worried, but nobody ever went over there to go check on Casey, even though this was out of character for Casey.
Why
and so,
as check on her, that's rude.
I know, but not everybody thinks worst case scenario like we do.
Oh yeah, no.
So, and don't act like you would have went to go check on Casey. You'd have been like, well, she's feeding the dog.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah.
So now, by the time Matt's mom gets home, it's like later in the evening, Saturday, and she's like, I'll drive you out there if you want to. Let's go check on her. I'll take you. But Matt had already had plans for a sleepover. He was going to Tori's house to have a sleepover with Tori and Brian. And so he's like, no, don't worry about it. She's coming home tomorrow. I'll see her tomorrow. I'll talk to her tomorrow because she's staying Friday through Sunday. So, I mean, they're high schoolers. I guess the worry just kind of went away because it's Saturday night and he had plans.
And Tori, like, these are the friends, but Tori is a female.
No, they're both boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Tori and Brian are boys. So, the next day, on schedule, it was Sunday, Casey's aunt and uncle come home, and Casey's 13-year-old cousin, Kelsey. Kelsey walks in the house first, and she sees blood everywhere, and Casey's body on the floor. The house was a wreck. She's the one that calls 911.
Emergency 911?
I need an ambulance out of my house.
Okay, what's going on?
There's a girl dead on my floor. She's missing a finger.
It's real short. There's a dead girl on my floor. She's missing a finger. So she didn't realize at first.
Who is this that called
This
again?
is Kelsey. So remember, she's sitting at her aunt and uncle. So this is her cousin.
Okay.
Her little cousin. But the crime scene was so bad, I don't think it registered to her that she actually discovered her favorite big cousin, Casey, that was dead on her floor.
She didn't know who it was. She
Yeah,
just
I don't
knew-
think it just registered yet.
Yeah.
I think she was just like, there's a dead girl on my floor. So that was her. Casey had been stabbed over 30 times.
Oh, that's the. You know what? The one thing I don't want to be is stabbed.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I can't even handle a paper cut.
No.
Mm-mm.
12 of those were to her heart.
Oh, no. It's personal.
So what are you thinking, like, right now?
I have no idea.
No idea. Who do you think the first suspect is?
Well, the boyfriend.
Boyfriend. So, of course, police question boyfriend Matt. And a word gets around quick. It's small town. And the whole school is blaming Matt. Matt's a killer. Matt's a killer. So Matt and his mom go into the police department, and because he's underage, and so mom's in there while he's getting questioned. And they ask, where was Casey when you last saw her? Well, he tells them the whole story.
Yeah.
Even Matt's mom co-signs on his story.
Yeah.
Says Casey came to the door when I picked him up. She was alive. She waved. She was going to come over, but she was
Dog
dog
sitting and had to
sitting.
keep
Like,
the
she made a
dogs.
commitment.
Yeah.
So, but the police noticed that his demeanor was very robotic. Like there wasn't a lot of emotion, and you just found out your girlfriend
Has been stabbed, brutally stabbed and murdered.
30 times, and you were the last person that saw
And
her.
your reaction is blah?
Blah.
Blah. Mm-mm.
So this seemed a little sus, but they realized that...
Then again, you never know how somebody's going to respond.
No. And they asked him to take a polygraph test, and he agreed.
Well, yeah.
And he passed with flying colors.
Flying colors, just like the Anthonys.
His... yes, just like the Anthonys. And he was no longer considered a suspect at that time.
Okay.
Though they questioned him multiple times.
Yes.
Just
and
to
he
make sure
complied.
his story didn't change. Now, and that was the tactic of this Idaho. And I'm just going to have to applaud Idaho again. This was in 2006. They kicked ass last year with Moscow, with Koberger. When I hear this story, nothing in this story really made me talk shit about Idaho Police Department.
Oh,
So,
that's good.
Get killed in Idaho. If you're going to get killed, get killed in Idaho. So he was no longer a suspect. So if it's not boyfriend, who could have done this is what the popos are thinking. So they remember Matt telling them that the lights kept flickering on and off.
Mm-hmm.
No reports of a power outage. And so they're wondering if someone could have messed with the breakers. So they sent crime scene over there to try to see if there's any fingerprints on the little breaker switches.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Okay. You're doing much better than the Ohio police who don't check vans.
They got fingerprints. Some fingerprints.
Yeah.
And it was a match to a local man that they knew. And this man happened to be close to Casey. It was her mom's boyfriend.
Oh.
So I didn't read anything about dad in the story, Casey's dad, but mom had a close living boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So
why would he be over there?
why would his fingerprints be on the breaker box? Real weird. So they bring him in and they question him, and he actually does electrical work.
Oh, hell no. Damn it.
And he had done some work for them a while back after they, moved in. And that story checked out with the aunt and uncle. They asked, where was he? You got to quit moving that because we heard it the whole last two episodes. Is it in your way? Or get it adjusted and then put it where you want it. Yeah. Remember, it was kept falling last time?
Yes.
So it was like driving you crazy. So
It's
you hear
perfect
it the
now.
whole-
It's
okay.
not. It's
Okay, so they asked him where he was. Where were you at? What was your alibi? Like, because she was killed that Friday night. Where were you at? And so he's like, I was playing poker with the neighbors next door. I was there all night. They checked with the neighbors. his neighbors in town, not the neighbors of aunt and uncle, they co-signed on his alibi. So he was ruled out as a suspect. Okay. So now they're back to like, who could have done this? Questioning Matt again. And Matt comes in and he's like, I forgot to tell you that. Because they were like, was anybody else there?
I forgot to tell you I had my 2 best friends over there.
I forgot to tell you Tori and Brian were there. And they were like,
how did you forget?
Tori and Brian. And he was like, well, I was focused on, I was the last person there. They had left, 2 hours before I did. And they went to the movies. Yeah. So, police.
We're like, oh, we need to get all up on Tori and
they're like, great, we got somebody else to question. Let's get Tori and Brian. They were also at the house. Now, they're underage as well, so they're questioned in 2 different rooms with their parents. And they said that they left the house to go see a movie. And they weren't really thinking much about these kids. But when they asked them what movie they saw, they went blank.
Oh, no. They forgot what movie they saw.
Well,
they
what
just
was it
saw
about? What was it about?
Yeah. Don't know.
They couldn't think of anything. So, but they didn't want to, they were just like.
Seems like a simple question.
Yeah. Asked them some other just like random questions and then they let them go.
Okay.
They said, but don't go anywhere because we'll probably bring you back in for some questioning. And this was their tactic. They questioned the same people multiple times to see if their stories were changing. So when they let them go, they went up to the movie theater. They got the roster of movies that Friday night, times, and every movie that played.
And did they see Tori and Brian on the list?
Well, and then they questioned the ticket takers and the concession stand workers.
Because back in the day,
there
was actually people who took your tickets.
Yeah.
You didn't just.
And think a small town like a movie theater. And it just so happens that their classmate works up there.
Oh.
So their classmate would recognize if Tori and Brian were coming in.
Yeah.
So he interviewed movie theater classmate, and Tori and Brian were nowhere near the movies.
They were not there. They were not seen.
So they brought them back in, and they were like, we actually talked to the movie theaters, and you didn't go.
You weren't there.
You weren't there.
Nope, you weren't.
And Tori was like, I think it was Brian.
We went to the movie theater 30 minutes away.
He was like, oh, well, we didn't want to tell you. I was trying to keep this a secret, but.
We were doing it in the parking lot.
We
didn't make it into the movie.
We were going through vehicles, and they were like, what?
What?
Yeah, we were checking cars that were unlocked, going through parking lots. If cars were unlocked, we were rummaging through the cars looking for things to steal. Okay, so what? Now this is one of them telling this story. This is Brian telling this story, or Tori telling this story. And the police were like, oh, well, what parking lot were you in? And he was like, oh, I don't know. Tori was driving, Brian was driving. I don't know where we were. So he came up with a good answer, but it changed. So in the other room, the other one's telling a whole different story. So they were like, you know what? Let's just clear this up. Y'all are going to take a polygraph test. That's how we ruled out boyfriends. That's how we ruled out mom's boyfriend. Let's take a polygraph test. Parents, do we have your permission? Parents are like, yeah. So they go out, they get the polygraph person, they come back in, and Brian is crying.
Oh no, what happened? Did he get a cough and he got a tear come out, or what?
He's crying and he's real red, and he's just like, I gotta tell y'all something.
Oh, what do you need to tell us, Brian? Aye, Captain.
He says this is all Tori's fault.
Oh no! throwing under the. I keep thinking it's a her throwing his buddy under the bus and running him over.
It was supposed to be a joke. We were supposed to reenact a scary movie, and we were just supposed to scare Casey.
Oh, well, what happened?
But we were not supposed to hurt her.
No.
So they were like, tell me.
Are you even saying?
What are you talking about? So, turns out, when they were there watching the movie, Kill Bill Volume 2, they did their little tour of the house. Brian walked down the stairs to the basement and unlocked the basement door that goes to outside. When they left, they did not leave. They just drove down the road
and watched and waited for
and walked back. And snuck in the basement. They flickered the lights to try to get them to come down to the basement to scare them. And they were going to video it scaring them and everything. It was going to be this big old trick. But they didn't come down to the basement. And they tried to scare them again, and they didn't come down. And then Matt left, and Tori went crazy, went upstairs, and stabbed and killed Casey. He had no idea that that was the plan. It was all Tori. He just stayed down and screamed and cried in fear.
Yeah, he was scared of Tori.
He was scared of Tori. So then the police go back into the other room with Tori, and they're like, Tori, your friend's in there talking. Tell me what really happened. And Tori's like, we were trying to steal shit in cars. Like, give me a lawyer. You don't believe me? Give me a lawyer. So he lawyers up.
You should have done lawyered up about 2 days ago.
When the lawyer finally comes in, he tells the story, but he's blaming it all on Brian. Right? That's how it does. Well, usually when there's two killers. So the story is about the same thing. So it turns out when Matt called them up and they whispered on the phone, they were in the basement. The call was coming from inside the house.
Sounds like a movie I've seen.
Tori showed up with a dagger.
A dagger?
Brian showed up with a hunting knife.
What are they hunting vampires over here or something?
They both had on white masks that had red blood splatter. There's pictures of them.
White face?
It was like white. It was a white mask with red blood coming out of the eyes and out of the mouth.
Oh!
It was like a red Halloween mask. They stabbed her 30 times, 12 of them being to the heart. She fought her ass off, which is why she was missing a finger.
Gosh.
And then they left her body there and fled the scene.
Of course.
Now, they were booked and they were held on bond. But all they have really is Brian's testimony and Tori's testimony, but they're both blaming it on each other. The autopsist said there are 2 separate stab wounds. So that leads me to believe both you motherfuckers were stabbing.
Oh, yeah, like the direction of it was you could tell it was
and
like
it's
2 different knives.
And
angles.
2 different knives.
Yeah.
Like one was more serrated than the other.
Oh, shit. What? They're like...
Taking turns.
What? Okay.
So...
Were they on anything? Did they eat the brownie cookie?
They ate whatever
that my friend's dog ate?
What's so crazy is you won't hear anything about drugs or even about mental health. So Brian led investigators. So Brian's the one that's talking a whole lot. He leads investigators to a place in a canyon right off the road about 20 minutes away from where they killed Casey. And they dig a little bit. And when they pull something out of the ground, it's the mask. It's the gloves, bloody gloves that they had on. 3 knives and a VHS tape.
Oh, hell.
VHS.
To me, that is porn or what's it called? Where it's like dirty porn, like where it's
snuff porn. So police were like, "What is on this tape? Okay, we need it. Is it hitting the thing? Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
We need to see what's on this tape. Now it had all been partially burned, so they sent it off to see if they can recover what was on this tape, and they could. So they all sat down, and they think they're about to watch the murder.
Oh no!
But they're not.
They're watching a sex tape. They're watching was it part of Epstein's files that they found buried? I think it might have been.
Oh, hell.
We're here in his car.
September 22nd.
Time is 9:50. September 22nd, 2006. Unfortunately, we have the grueling task of killing our two friends. And they are right in that house just down the street.
We just talked to them. We were there for an hour. But
we checked out the whole house. We know there's lots of doors. There's lots of places to hide. I unlocked the back doors, so it's all locked. Now we just gotta wait. And yeah, we're really nervous right now, but we're ready.
We're listening to the greatest rock band
We've
ever,
waited for this for a long time.
Pink Floyd, before we commit the ultimate crime of murder.
We waited for this for a long time.
A long time.
We'll stay tuned. Just killed Cassie. We just left her house. This is not a fucking joke.
I'm shaking.
I stabbed her in the throat, and I saw her lifeless body just disappear. Dude, I just killed Cassie. Oh, fuck. That felt like it wasn't real. I mean, it went by so fast.
Shut the fuck up. We gotta get our act straight.
It's okay. Okay, let's buy movie tickets now.
Okay.
Come on.
No.
Goodbye.
Okay.
It's Cassie.
It must be spelled differently.
No, it's Cassie.
Why the hell you think that means Casey?
I don't know.
Oh, hell, April on crack. So this is like it's like the Snapchat murders, because they are filming this on like an actual camcorder.
Yes.
That has camcorder. Okay. And it reminds me of those two high school kids that killed their teacher.
Yes.
And they did the Snapchat stuff. And they completely admitted, like, it's like when you're young, obviously you don't think past what you do, but I mean, who videotapes this and like, oh yeah, we just murdered, like, what?
So
Cassie.
They watched this.
Now we know that her name's Cassie.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Cassie. So they watched this. The first part was before they committed the murder. So when they left and they got back into the car, and then right afterwards they turned on the camcorder. Okay, now this is September 21st, and
Caught, Ryan. If we're going for guns, we're just gonna end it. We're just gonna grab the guns and get out of there, kill everybody, and leave.
We're going to make history. We're gonna make history.
For all you FBI agents watching this, you weren't quick enough.
We were quick enough, and you weren't smart enough. And we're going over today, Nixon's house. We're gonna go snoop around over there and try to see if she's home alone or not. And if she's home alone.
Oh, they're trying to go to another house. Do it again.
So this was the day before the murders.
Oh.
So they tried on September 21st to kill somebody else. So they were going to their house. So they had been planning to commit these murders. but they showed up. They're going to show in a second that they pulled up and they weren't home alone. And so later on, it'll tell us, I guess we got to resort to killing our friends, because they are going to later find out that their friends will be alone later on.
Oh,
so they were going to kill Matt, their good friend, and Cassie. But Matt left. And the only reason why Matt wasn't killed is because his mom made him go home.
Oh, my gosh.
But listen to how they talk about murder, how they justify it. And like they just said, you FBI agents that are watching this, you're too late.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Like they're just very much taunting.
They're Splash! She did.
Don't put your humor into this, Brian.
I'm not putting any humor into it. Yep. People will die. Memories will fade.
Memories will fade. I wonder what movie you got that from, Brian.
Myself. That was for myself.
No wonder it was so lame.
Okay, we're on our way, and I'll let you stay tuned. We're almost there. Dixon's house. It's clear out there in the pasture. We've already snooped around her house a couple times. She's not home, so we're gonna go to the church over there, and we're gonna call a girl and a guy named Cassie and Matt. They're our friends, but we have to make sacrifices. So I feel tonight it is the night, and I feel really weird, inside my stomach and stuff, and I feel like I want to kill somebody. I know that's not normal, but what the hell?
I feel we need to break away from normal life.
How bright is this light?
Because, let's put it this way. Parents, along with their parents, and so on, taught them about God, Jesus, the whole bullshit line. I'm sure you guys believe in God as well. I realized when I was in 7th grade, you don't believe in Santa Claus or vampires or werewolves. They're used to metaphor, not to let, they teach their kids back in the 1800s, I learned this in English class, about telling their kids that you can't go outside or a vampire will get you, just to make their kids stay and do what they want to do. God is basically the same way.
Yep.
Trying to get people to do good, or else, so-called, you go to hell.
And we're obviously going to hell if it's real, but who gives a shit?
Yeah, and why would you
but
say
it's not real? It's not real, because it's so blatantly obvious it's not real, but
people believe it because their parents teach them, and so it's so hard for them to let go of it because they've been taught their whole life.
Yeah, I know.
But the point I'm making is we are also taught that things like killing people and other thing is wrong. The only thing that it's wrong about is because it's breaking the law, and the law is only wrong. The law
natural selection, dude.
Because
natural selection. That's all I gotta say.
There should be no law against killing people. I know it's a wrong thing, but hell, you restrict somebody from it, they're gonna want it more.
Exactly. Goodbye.
Wait, this kid looks like a whole hot mess. Like he's like blinking, like moving around, and
well, he's blinking because the light's
Which
real
one
bright.
is that one?
That is Tori.
That one that was just talking is Tori. And the one that is recording it is
Brian.
Brian. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Man, they have those nasally voices.
Yes.
Like they're just. What? What are these people's
the evilness
coming from? Like they're like, oh, just what? Why do you need to kill your friends? And why are you playing Mozart like that? And I'll let you tell the story because I'm sure you'll tell us everything.
Well, it goes on and it goes on.
Yeah, that's
it's about
like
30 minutes worth of video, but so a little bit in the next couple of minutes here, they say we're going to do just like Scream. I want to be like the movie Scream. And then they talk about their favorite serial killers.
Oh, no.
They compare themselves to Ed, but they said the name wrong. Probably like I say it, Gein.
Ed Gein?
Yeah, Gein. They compare themselves to the Hillside Strangler and to Ted Bundy.
And how are they even remotely like any of them?
I don't. They just want to be famous.
Yeah, they just want to be. Yeah. Okay.
And then they are obsessed with school shooters and the Columbine shooters. So then the police find out that Brian, not the one in this video, the other one, there's a dark-haired one, he actually has a commemorative Columbine shooting dedicated like a website where he does list all the victims. But if you keep looking down at the bottom of the website, it says
what Dylan and what's
there will be more victims soon. Part of this video is them going through their kill list. They have a kill list. It's like a dozen people on there, but they're supposed to end it with the school shooting. So they start off with the stabbing that they wanted to video and make their own scary movie, like Scream.
Oh my God. So they did video the actual...
They didn't video the stabbing, but they wanted to video enough of this so that somebody else makes a scary movie about them.
Oh my gosh. But Scream had already been...
made, yeah. Scream came out in 96, I think. Okay. So they filmed themselves skipping class in the library as they're making their death list of about a dozen people that they wanted to kill and how they wanted it to end in a school shooting. They filmed the morning of the killing, so the 22nd at school. They filmed Cassie at her locker, hanging out with her. So I just like imagined Cassie's mom, her last hours on video that you want to see, but like her killers are videoing her. Gosh. They also find out that they're obsessed with scary movies and serial killers and all this stuff. Now, at the end of the video, it ends at their locker. And in their lockers were like the tall. I don't know what you had. Our lockers were just like somebody had a locker under me. So there's bottom ones and top ones.
It was like junior high was one and high school was the other.
Okay, so theirs was like all the way down. So it was one big long locker.
Yeah.
So when you opened up their locker, there had different pictures of all the different like famous scary movies. So like the Scream posters were in there, like just little cutouts. Friday 13th, Halloween, Evil Dead. And they also had their trench coat hanging up in there and the type of cigarettes that Eric and Dylan had in their trench coat pocket.
Which are the Columbine shooters.
And then the last thing was saying, when y'all make a movie about us, I want you to basically honor my wish and make sure that the actor that plays me, this was Tori saying this, looks just like me.
Oh,
I want the actor.
No, there's no actor
just
that
like
looks
me.
That gross.
And Brian was like, "Yeah, me too. I second that."
Oh, okay. Brian's the follower. Tori's obviously the leader. Okay.
So
or Brian. Wait, which one wears the strap on?
They were tried separately, obviously, for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. They were both tried as adults, and they both got life sentences plus 30 years for the conspiracy charge. The trial, like the...
Did they plead not guilty?
I don't know. I don't know if it ever even said. I'm
Well,
sure
'cause
if they had a full trial.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what's like if they had a full trial.
But I don't know what their. See, I know their lawyers tried to get all the video thrown out, but it didn't work. It was played in court. I know that the jury was not sanctioned, was sequestered.
Oh.
And the trial, it was like a big trial. Now, during that trial, Tori's family, so the crazy looking one that had the most fun doing it, he still maintains his innocence. He says it was all Brian, and his parents believe him. And his mom
Did they not see the video?
His mom even wrote a book about it, and it's called The Guilty Innocent.
Wow, the creativity. You really went above and beyond with your title.
So I watched a documentary. It's called The Last Day. It's a Dateline, so Keith Morrison did it, and it showed them at the end. But even on this, when he talks about what he did, he's smiling.
But she's, after all, the guilty innocent. Where?
Tori's a good kid, and Tori's just a kind person, and we're still a family. He's still every bit as much a part of our family as before.
I remember the first article I read about my case.
He's smiling.
Geez, I mean, they made me sound like this brutal, cold, psychopathic killer.
We were talking about Brian. They were making you just like Brian.
They put us like as the same person.
He still didn't commit this crime.
Yeah,
He's not saying that. He's not saying that.
I'm saying I made some mistakes and I learned from them.
But your mistakes weren't anything you were charged with. They weren't the murder.
These are the parents?
Those are the parents.
The mistakes, so you made a video. They're saying the mistakes are. They're like, oh, you killed the girl, but the mistakes, you should have made a video. But it's fine that you killed her. That's what I heard.
Convictions in the 2006 murder of Cassie Jo Stoddard.
I owe a tremendous debt to Cassie Stoddard, and the only way that I can even start you paying that is to, first of all, tell exactly what happened to her, and do not dishonor her in anything that you do in your life. And I've tried that. It's very hard. But I think that it's all I can do, and I have an obligation. I have to do that, or I'm a monster, I guess.
Later, Brian at least would take some accountability for what he did. At least he was.
I don't believe either one of them. I 100% think both of them have no empathy.
I believe
think
the
he was
last kid
trying
more.
to get. I think he was just trying to think of words to say. But he is the one that has expressed the most sorrowful, whether he feels it or not.
Right.
He actually called Keith Morrison, on the Dateline. He called in, and he said that basically he blames scary movies, and that
okay, bro,
filming it, you feel like there's an audience, and so you feel cheered on, and that you feel like you feel like a sense of fame, and that it's just all the scary movies. So Tori, the real crazy one, has appealed his many times, but it's been dismissed. They are both in the same Idaho State prison together, but they are not friends. They see each other in passing and at cafeteria and lunchtime and stuff, but they are not friends. Now, Cassie's family, of course, lived a nightmare for the rest of their life. The mom ended up dying of cancer. But right after the murder, the high school painted a mural of Cassie on the outside of the building. Their football team wore her initials on their armbands for years. The aunt that the house was, that the murder happened in the house, was so distraught she lost her job. The uncle divorced and left the family.
Oh, no.
And the little cousin that found her attempted suicide.
Oh, God. They ruined so many lives. These stupid and those stupid their parents. I'm pissed at their parents too.
Oh, I know. And their adopted parents. So he's adopted. That one
Unadopt.
Unadopt. That's even easier.
Unadopt. Bye. See ya. Go and adopt somebody else.
They tried to sell that house and they could not sell it.
I bet you would
and
buy it.
It was their like dream home. Like they had just bought it out there on like this land. It's just horrible. Horrible.
I do remember this. I remember the name, at least the last name, obviously. And that I remember like bits and pieces. Like I remember they recorded, but I didn't know the whole like ins and outs of everything. So that was a good story.
I've not heard of that. Soupy sent that to me.
Really?
I was like, another Scream killer? Because I did the Rollins, Daniel Rollins or whatever.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a lot of similarities. It's because that they referenced Scream so much in the video.
I think the Scream was based on that, on Danny Rawlings, right?
Yeah.
Was it Scream based on his murders?
Yes.
And so then they wanted to have, they copied the movie. Yeah.
And they wore the mask and they had the type of knife. And the fact that she was like home alone and they tried to be famous. They wanted movies made behind them, but no. It was really,
that is so just like waste. Like you are a waste.
It's disgusting. And if you watch, because the interrogation is on video too. So Brian is the one that confesses first right before the polygraph. So he's sitting there crying, and his parents are just kind of sitting there with their arms crossed like this. Like the mom is just sitting there with their arms crossed looking at him. And I don't know what the perfect reaction is, but I would have, like, probably had a heart attack.
I would think so. Or I'd be
died. Or jumped across, like, I don't know, but I don't think that I would have just
you would at least screamed?
Crossed.
Like, be like, what? You know, like.
And the dad was just, like, rubbing his elbow or something like that. It's just so weird.
Well, obviously, these parents have taught them about nothing because they talked about how. Did they talk about the parents were religious? They weren't religious.
They were saying that
people learned religion from their parents.
And their parents and their parents. So it sounded like he said that his parents told him about like Tooth Fairy and Santa and God and everything. But generations of people lie to you about these things. So he's comparing the Tooth Fairy fairy tale to God and heaven. It's just, it's the worst.
You have no chance. You can go and be with the Nepophilia, and you can just live your worst life with those demon giants. Good. Well, great story. That was good. That was a good one.
Real evil.
Yeah.
Real evil. And then that young, that's what gets me. It's like, what? And then I can watch those scary movies all day long.
I mean,
so what's the difference?
I've never had the urge after I've watched a scary movie or talked about 130 true crime episodes that I'm going to like, oh, I think, you know what?
It's time.
I think it's time. Yeah. I'm going to go stab somebody.
And then what gets me is like, how do you find a friend?
About it.
Yeah, you videotape, but then how do you find a friend just as psycho on the same level that's willing to do it? Like your Snapchat people that killed the teacher.
Yeah.
Like how do...
It's got to be something with their brains and their friends and their talk. I don't know how teenage boys are, and apparently I don't
This
wanna find out.
story and your story, the
Yeah.
Snapchat. Okay, so there's a movie with Sandra Bullock called Murder by Numbers.
Oh.
You need to watch it. It's
Does
a
she talk
longer
about
movie.
adrenochrome and eating children.
This is before she was a whatever she is, a baby blood drinker. But and then Ryan Gosling is in it. But she's a
I mean, I'm sold on those two. Sandra Bullock's hot. Ryan Gosling's hot. Let's go. Yeah.
But Ryan Gosling is a killer, but he has a friend that he goes to school with that's a killer.
I would be okay
and
with
they
a hot killer.
plan to kill a teacher.
What is it called?
Murder by Numbers.
Murder by Numbers?
But they know they are obsessed with serial killers, so they know they have it perfectly planned out. The forensic, the detail, they even set up somebody else to go down for the killing. Sandra Bullock is the investigator. It's a little bit older. It's like early 2000s. Sandra Bullock is the investigator that comes in and peeps them out and finds the truth. But I'm gonna watch it tonight. I'm gonna make my nephew watch it.
Okay, I'll watch it too.
But it is so good. But it reminded me of this because it's just like two friends that just are obsessed with murder and decide to commit one on their own.
2002 is when it happened.
Yeah.
Or when it came out.
It's so good. Watch it and report back on Thursday.
It's on Prime Video.
Okay.
You gotta rent it?
Even if you have Prime Video? Is that the only place it is?
I don't know.
Y'all go watch Murder by Numbers.
Psychological thriller.
Yes.
I love a psychological thriller.
Now it's long, Caroline.
But I
it's
can
like
get
2
into
hours.
I can Fatal, everybody needs to go watch Fatal Attraction.
The old one? Like the original?
Is there a new one? No. Yeah, the
Was
old
it
one.
redone?
No.
Oh.
I just was
okay.
thinking about the movies like that.
Yeah. Okay, that is it. I don't know how long that was, but
that
there
was
you
great.
go. There you go.
Disclaimer, we need to do a disclaimer at the beginning of the episode that the name is wrong.
Sorry, I know. Sorry. I think I've screwed it up enough times to where it went back and forth.
I know.
I hate it. I hate it. But isn't that how Casey Turner spells it?
No.
Cassie?
Mm-mm.
How'd she spell it?
Casey.
Oh. I don't know how I was saying Cass. I don't know. I'm confusing myself. Sorry, stuttered family. All right. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Don't forget to
stay aware,
stay alive,
and always be DTF, and
Bye,
make sure that your dogs don't eat the chocolate weed brownies. Thanks.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany. And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure. You can find us on Instagram at @bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those two also.
And we are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it.
It's
because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything. Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
Hey, I'm Katie.
And I'm Summer. And this is Monsters in the Attic. So we thought we'd bring people on.
Yeah, it's very real. And we're fortunate to have a lot of friends who have a lot of monsters. And we can't wait to share them with you.
I love that we're so fortunate that we have so many friends with so many monsters. Where can people find us?
Facebook, Instagram, and everywhere they listen to their favorite podcast.
They can find me at my therapist's office.
as they should.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is Central Texas Life with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Central Texas Life. Ann Harder here, and I have been looking forward to this sit-down for many months now. Lauren Adams and Todd Unger, who are the primetime anchors at 25 News, KXXV. And I happened to be there, Lauren, when you came into the station to interview for the job.
Right.
And you and Todd went off into the studio and did your little kind of sample test run together. And I thought, if they don't lock this lady up. So then when I saw in June that you were coming on, I thought, they did good.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm
They
glad
did
to be
good.
here. Yes, definitely.
Okay, so let's start off with you, Lauren. You're the most recent hire, I guess. Came from South Carolina.
I did.
Tell me about where you're from originally, though.
North of Atlanta, about an hour north in a little town called Dahlonega, Georgia.
So small town girl. That's
Small
good.
town girl in the South, yeah. And our claim to fame in Dahlonega is it's where gold was first discovered ever in the United States.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And we have a little college called University of North Georgia now. I went there for my first 2 years, and it's a military school, and they allowed women. It was the first military college in the nation to allow women. Back in the early 1900s, I believe.
Those are amazing milestones. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Todd, what about you? Where did you grow up?
So I actually grew up about 20 minutes outside of Portland, Oregon.
Oh, my.
I know, which is interesting.
West
a lot of people
Coast,
are surprised to hear that. At that time, Portland was very different than the Portland of the last 10 years.
Yeah.
But it was a great childhood. Lived one spot my first 18 years, and then went to University of Denver, and then started doing this TV thing and moving all over.
And that is what the business is all about. And you both have such stunning resumes. I mean, most of that is just all the places you've worked and accolades and awards that you've gotten and nominations for Lone Star Emmys. And I think you won an Emmy, I think, for Hurricane Harvey.
That's right. Down in 2017. We just passed the 5-year anniversary of that.
Isn't that incredible? I know. Yeah, I guess so. I'm kind of an anomaly to be born in Waco and work for 25 years at 25. So it's just so lovely to see the torch carried on by the two of you. And so let's talk about some of those big stories. I mean, that's what a lot of people want to talk to me about, and there have been quite a few here locally. But Lauren, I mean, let's start off early in your career. Where all have you worked?
So I've got my first job in Jefferson City, Missouri. I was a producer and then a fill-in reporter. And then I got to go to Dothan, Alabama, and I was a military reporter there, so I had the chance to go to Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom. That was in 2006. That was a big story for me. While I was in Alabama, we also had a tornado that hit us high school. It hit Enterprise High School, and it killed 8 students there. So we were first on the scene, and that was of course, one of those stories. The president visited and saw the aftermath, and you just kind of follow that through as they build a new school, and then they honor those students who died. And then after 4 years in Alabama, I went to Knoxville, Tennessee, where I was a main anchor there, and I got to cover the Tennessee Volunteers. That was fun. We had a church shooting. That was one big story there that I covered. And, being there for 10 years, there are lots of others I can't really remember. And then I went to San Diego to work on the West Coast.
Oh, wow. That's the big time.
That's what I wanted, is to work on the West Coast at a big time TV station where you were covering breaking
market.
news.
Yeah.
Right.
That was fun. It was fun. My mom got sick, and it was expensive to live there. So
that's
two
what
things
I understand.
combined.
Yes.
I moved back home and took care of my mom, and then I worked in Atlanta for about 2 years. Of course, that was going when they had all the riots at CNN, and so those were some big stories there. And then I got married to somebody who was in the military, and that's how I got to South Carolina. And then we just got stationed here, and he's at Fort Hood,
So that's why I got the job here, and I'm so grateful to have it. I just feel like it's a great fit for me.
Oh, well, and you are a great fit for the station, and I'm just thrilled. But so long term.
Well, you know, the military.
You just don't know.
Yeah. So he's planning on, hopefully we get to stay here for 3 years. He's talked about hopefully getting to stay for maybe finishing out his career. He has 8 years left.
Well, that would be fabulous.
That would be fabulous. My fingers are crossed.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, exciting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to come back to talk about some of the other stories
Yes.
I know that you have covered. Todd, so
Yes.
you said you went to school in
Denver, University of Denver, and my first job out of there was graduate on Saturday, and that Monday I was working in western Nebraska. So there's a little market out there in North Platte, and it covers a lot of area. And it's market 207 or something like that. There's about 210 media markets, in case you don't know. And this is 207. The smaller ones are in Alaska.
Well, listen, this local market, I think it went from, what is it now? Tell me.
80 now.
Oh,
80-ish.
we were like, I want to say 97 when I started.
It's gone up.
So this local market has gotten so much bigger.
And for Todd to be able to get a job right after college, that's unheard of. I mean,
It
normally
really
you
is.
have to wait. So
Right.
that's
Well, it
great.
was. Nowadays,
Yeah, it's different.
graduates, the industry
Right.
has changed quite a bit.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
So I was there for about a year and a half. Then I was in Omaha for a couple of years, work at the Fox affiliate. I was in Albuquerque for a couple of years after that, which was an interesting. I love New Mexico.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it beautiful?
It's beautiful.
It is.
Albuquerque,
It's
it's hot. Yeah.
Texas is hot.
And
Yeah,
Is it
Texas.
hotter?
yeah, she's got.
Oh, well, it's
it depends
a
on where you
dry
are.
heat.
Yeah.
say.
I would say dry heat, and they have more of a winter by and large
Yes.
than,
Yeah, I
than
bet so.
Texas. Yeah. But that was a beautiful place to work. And then I was in Dallas for 6 years at FAA. So I got there when
Now that's the big time.
Yes.
That was, yep, it was. And when I went there, it was owned by Belo, which was this huge Texas
Sure.
media company, and it was their flagship. So I got a little taste of that, even though it wasn't the taste that they had in the 90s and early 2000s when they used to really, really, really cover stuff like crazy.
Yeah.
But it was a great experience, great station. I loved it. And then I left there and did a documentary for a while over in Europe, which was totally different, like nothing
Well,
I'd
that's
ever
interesting.
done
So
that.
how did
Yeah.
you get that gig? How did that work out?
I had an agent at the time who kind of helped me
Oh,
get
really?
it. Yeah. And so it was a month going to 5 or 6 different countries in Europe. We were chasing around this guy who was on the run for financial crimes. And the pandemic, it still hasn't been put out. The pandemic really put a damper on some of the stuff.
so
that
your
needed
work
to
has
do.
not.
It still hasn't been
Oh, that's
shown,
something to
no.
look
So,
forward to. Yeah.
We're hoping early next year, but who
That's
knows?
neat.
Yeah.
You'll have to come back on. And
I know.
Talk
I
about
will.
that
I will.
when that.
I will
Yeah.
come back on.
Yeah.
And then I got engaged, and my wife Amanda, she was born here, and her family is still largely in the area. They're here, and then up a little bit in Midlothian and Dallas, and so kind of this
Easy to
80-mile
get
stretch.
to. Yeah, easy to get to though.
And so it was a great opportunity, and I wanted to try anchoring more full time. So I had always been out in the field more, and this was a
Right.
chance to kind of try something a little different. And it kept us close to everything we like.
Oh, and that's wonderful.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
been
And
great.
you're still active in things happening in Dallas, though, right?
I am. Yeah, we still go up there quite a bit. Her brother owns a popular brewery. He started one
cool.
called
Yeah.
Celestial Beer Works. So that's really cool. It's right near Love Field, and so we're still up there. Once or twice a month, we kind of go back for the day or for a night, and it's good to I think it's good to keep a pulse on what's happening up there because our coverage area butts right up against DFW, and so there can be
Right.
bleed over and stories and stuff.
Right. I mean, the folks in Hillsboro, and so they're
Yeah.
kind of left in the lurch.
Yep.
And so we would end up, I know in the newsroom, we'd end up doing Hillsboro stories because we knew they were watching, but they really weren't
Technically
in our area.
I know it's kind of a middle ground, and there are some big stories which we'll talk about. But you think about like West, that was right on the
now
line.
that exactly,
Yeah.
and that brought you
That's
down
the
in
first
this
time, right?
Yeah.
I'd only been at FAA for 3.5 months when that's happened.
Really?
In April of 2013.
Oh.
So that was kind of my first big story for them, and I think I must have done 20-something live shots in 12
no
hours.
kidding. Yeah.
I know. And I remember when I went to KXXV for my interview, you were there, and we kind of were chatting, and that came up. And I think you and Bruce, you came in on I don't remember.
Well,
how
it was
happened.
okay. Well,
There's so many stories.
Well, of course, it happened, in the late afternoon, evening.
Yeah,
It's
about
when
7,
I was still on my dinner break. We'd take our dinner break, and of course, we always had this kind of running joke that, all bets are off if the Alico building blows up.
Right.
So,
God.
okay, it's like, right. That's going to be a breaking story that's going to trump anything else we were doing.
Right.
Well. So I drive in, and he meets me in the parking lot. He goes, "There's been an explosion." I'm thinking, "Yeah, you're kidding, right? It's the Alico, right?" And he goes, "No, really, there was an explosion." So that started it, and of course, we were on the air. He and I think we sat down in there about maybe 7:45-ish, 8 o'clock, and I think we got up at 1 a.m. to leave the studio. Yeah. So have you had any of those kind of anchoring where you're just on from can to can't, as they say in Texas?
We had when all the COVID-19 stuff started, there was a lot of continuous coverage because you'd have President Trump speaking, then you'd have the governor speaking, so nothing was really coordinated. So you'd have to kind of tap dance in between.
And so you were tossing to these press conferences.
Yeah.
And
so that was a lot of it. But fortunately, in the last couple of years, minus some standoffs and stuff, we haven't had a biker shootout or
oh gosh, that's another one.
I don't know. All these.
Yeah, thinking of those fun stories. Yeah,
but weather events, you've had a couple weather events.
Weather always. But people would call and fuss. Why are you breaking into my store? Well, now, if it's your mother or grandmother that the tornado is heading toward their house, wouldn't you want them to know about it? And I would tell folks, it's great that we bring the news, that we inform people and sometimes entertain them, but you can die from weather.
Yeah.
So it's the most important thing we do.
Absolutely. And I think, Matt takes that incredibly
very seriously.
And he's very,
he is
very
the best.
good.
Yeah.
And when he's on for 4 or 5 hours, which happened a couple of times this last spring, you've got to be in there, and we'll talk about what's happening on Twitter now, or, the pictures or the footage that comes in. So we try and help where you can, but he's really the marathon guy with those events. He's so good.
Well, he is. He understands the science of it, and as you say, he is so passionate about it. But again, the bottom line is keeping people safe. Yeah. I mean, it really is. So you covered Hurricane Harvey. Have you ever been out in the field covering
hurricanes?
Storms?
Yeah. So I worked down in Dothan, Alabama, which is about an hour north of Panama City. So when Katrina came through, I mean, it hit Destin, and then it also hit Mobile, and then it hit New Orleans. So we covered that, and Hurricane Ivan was another big one, and then there was one other one. But the thing about hurricanes is they're coming for days, but there's nothing you can do about it, and you just don't know exactly where that eye is going to hit.
That spaghetti
But when you're sitting there in the middle of that storm, and it's just the wind is blowing and the rain is coming down, it's scary.
Is it? Yeah. And because it just goes on and on and on.
Yes.
And sometimes you'll have, like with Harvey, the actual storm was bad, but it was really the flooding, the aftermath, and people weren't thinking about that in Houston. So, I mean, the storm had been bad coming up the coast, but it wasn't anything that Texas had not seen before, and then the flooding was just
wasn't it Harvey where the flooding happened in that parking garage and 10 people died?
Yeah,
that was Harvey,
Yeah, and there was just so much flooding around Houston. I think it was the wettest domestic hurricane. So Hawaii had one that had been more rain, but never anything like that. And Texas is not equipped to handle that kind of rainfall. And so it was, so you just don't know kind of what's going to be the worst part of something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what happened with Katrina. I mean, it was the flooding that broke the levees.
Not the actual storm.
Yeah. Well, news coverage, it can take a toll on reporters. I mean, I know that, and I experienced that after 9/11 because I was solo anchoring at 25 at the time.
Wow.
My co-anchor had not decided to re-sign his contract. So it was in September. And guess what happened on September 11th? And so, yeah, it was surreal. It was a surreal time. But I remember toward the end, that was on a Tuesday, and toward the end of the week, I was home just having a little lunch and looking on my TV, clicking through, and saw some beautiful video from Alaska where they're panning for gold. Okay? I mean, random. But I just saw that beautiful scenery and just the magnitude of what had happened and how it was so hard to wrap our minds around the level of evil that could do that. And I just started weeping. I was weeping, and I thought it has to happen sometimes. So did you have that experience like after a big story where that release valve just needed to?
Yes, but I don't remember. There's been several, but I don't remember.
I was going to say, you just cry.
I remember, in Knoxville, they brought in the police department and some therapists and had them talk to us just about how, you're not the first person that's right there, but you're it's a second. It's called a secondary.
Yes,
and it affects you, but you just keep going. You just push through it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever had, and let me say that I think now, like, the industry is a lot better about addressing and talking about that kind of thing than it was 10 or 20 or 30 years ago. You were kind of just supposed to just kind of
just buck it up. Buck up and And here in Waco, greater Waco area, obviously we report Killeen and, the whole area. But when you live somewhere long enough, you're going to know people that are going to be part of a news story. And that really can be difficult.
Yeah, I think that can hit home, obviously, in a different way.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the importance, though, of local media is, you hear so much talk about the national media.
Yeah.
But local, people, this is your community.
Exactly.
There really is not some agenda or anything. There just isn't.
No.
This is where you live.
Well, and I think that's why local news is really kind of the last bastion of news coverage. And that's why it's so important. Wonderful people like you are, continuing on when the old people go, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, and I was thinking about this. It is a scary time to be a journalist, too, because you don't know how people are going to come at you.
Well, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
And that's scary. Something that has changed.
Yes, because in your generation, I mean, that's why I got into it, because it was seen as a great profession and people looked up to you and it was honorable. But now, I mean, it's when you tell somebody, you don't know if they're going to be excited or hate you. So it's a little scary.
Yes. And now that with the whole era of the MMJ, the multimedia journalists, young women, many of them, and they are setting up their own live shots. They're doing everything themselves, and that never used to be the case. It was always a photog, or if it was a live shot, you maybe have somebody running the truck and all that, and now they're pretty vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Very, yeah.
They are very vulnerable.
But the reason we do this is because we want to keep journalism alive. Like, it's so important. I mean,
yes.
you had Donald Trump who said it's fake news, but everybody wouldn't even know about fake news had it not been for journalists and social media, putting it out there. So it's just so important to keep journalism going.
Right. Right.
And to your point, I think the local is so important too, because you do want to know who's saying what at the city council meeting. Or who, that kind of stuff is
it does affect
important.
people.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
And so I think that's why I think actually the outlook for local journalism is a little bit more optimistic than some people think.
I think so.
I think there will always be some form of it.
Yeah, maybe not newspapers. I mean, let's face it.
Yeah,
and even local news. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Viewership.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, especially when the internet came out. But people still need, newspapers have done a great job of putting it digitally online.
Exactly.
So people go online quick to get the news. I mean, I do to find out.
Well, we all do. I mean, you've got your smartwatch. I left mine at home. But it's, but I'm getting pushes from 25 News all the time. And I'm keeping up to date, I feel like, with important stories through the day. Yeah. And so that, I know, has changed viewer habits.
Yes. There's that word.
Yep.
That term, viewer habits.
It's habits that they have. Well, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, going to learn a little bit more about these two fine folks. So you stay with us.
Bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Welcome to One Star Rewind, a new podcast about those dreaded one-star reviews that every business owner hates to receive, but yet every customer loves to read. During this podcast, we will peel back that one-star review to better understand how it happened, when it happened, and what the business owner is doing after receiving that one-star review. This podcast will be about love, hate, and laughter. On One Star Rewind, we will meet with real business owners who will tell their stories and how they do rely on reviews for their business. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or download us at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please subscribe, but only rate and review for not a one-star review. Join us each time for a new review and a new story.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're two Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and vinyl. So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
And we're back with Lauren Adams and Todd Unger, 25 news anchors. And we've been talking about their varied careers and now their lives here in Central Texas. And we're hoping they're very deep roots that they're putting in here. But Lauren, I mean, you've done some big stories as well. We've talked about some of the hurricanes and that kind of thing. But there was a huge murder story there in South Carolina, your most recent gig. And let's talk about the Murdoch Murphy, because it was not something we picked up here. It was kind of a regional thing there, but it was a very big deal.
Right. And it started off just regional, but then People Magazine started calling, and that's when you know, oh, it's going to get
It's
really
going to go big.
Because it had all the makings of like murder mystery movies or, you know, TV shows. I mean, it started, so it's a prominent attorney family, the Murdochs from South Carolina. Back in the early 1900s, you had the original Murdoch. Well, 4 generations since then, so I guess the great-great-grandson, he was involved in a boating accident that killed a female. He was 19. He was drinking underage. Well, he and his mom end up murdered. I think it was a couple of years later.
Well, he was just about to have his first arraignment. It was 2 years, but he was about to be arraigned for that crime. I watched a 3, maybe 4-part series. I said I might have fallen asleep if it was 4 parts, but
I know.
But I didn't wake up to see the end of the. But it was beautifully done. I think I saw it on Netflix. I think anyway, the Murdoch murders. So look it up if you're not familiar with it, because it is a fascinating story.
Right. He turned up dead with his mom. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you have these 2 people who've been murdered on their farm. We go out there to report and cover. It's this big area. And then you learn about the Murdochs. Well, then you don't think anything of it. But then a few months later, the husband of the woman that was found dead and the father of the son that was found dead, he puts a 911 call in saying that somebody tried to shoot him in the head. Well, we're like, okay, wait a minute. That's awfully ironic that this wife and son just ended up dead. Now somebody's trying to shoot him. What's happening? It turns out he had hired somebody to try to shoot him, to make it look like, and so that he wanted to get the insurance money for his other son. And now we're finding out that he was into drugs, prescription drugs, allegedly, and he had just asked a guy that he was selling dope to just shoot him, to kill him, to his son. But anyway, now he's in jail and he's charged
And he
with
looks
those
kind of like the
murders.
boy next door. I mean, redheaded guy, just looks like a
And
ordinary
everybody
kind of,
knows them because they would go to all the, South Carolina games, and they have all this money, so they've been running around in all these
Oh, yeah.
circles, right?
Yeah.
So it's just seeing, a prominent family being brought down, and you know how.
even their housekeeper.
Oh,
died
she ended up
under
dying, and
really mysterious circumstances. And
She
then
fell and hit her head.
he wanted to sue himself or something in order to get insurance money. I mean, the guy was
he did. He
the
successfully
most crooked
did.
thing ever.
Yeah, he went to
created.
the housekeeper's family and said, "I've got a lawyer that will sue and
Me,
get you
yeah.
money," and then he never gave that money that they won to the family.
$500,000 or
Right,
something.
so
Really,
that's-
it ended up being more like $4 million. Unbelievable story.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you haven't seen that, I mean, that series was it was of course I was watching it last night late, stayed up till 1 a.m. watching it because I wanted to see if you showed up in any of the
Well, and every day I
any of
get
the
up, I'll
videos.
just Google the name to see if anything new has come out, because
Yes,
it's, just,
it's still going on.
it's an
yeah.
ongoing. Yeah, and the name Murdoch is Murdough.
Yeah.
But it's pronounced Murdoch, because we had a
Murdoch,
big
yeah.
meeting in the newsroom. Like, how are we going to pronounce this as a station?
Well, because I did hear it during the course of this series, Murdoch, which would be probably, if it's maybe Scottish, I don't know. So anyway, I heard it pronounced both ways, but yeah, very interesting story. And of course, here in Central Texas, we've had a lot of big stories, some really, really bad people. But, I guess that's kind of the fun part for you moving into a new area, is to kind of find out those historic stories.
Well, and you notice that news continues to happen.
Yeah, it does.
You go into
Funny how
a
that
new
works.
city and it continues to happen. It goes on, and it's just kind of like we're recording history. Wherever you go, it's still happening, and we're recording it.
Yeah. Well, it is just a delight to talk with you both and to learn more about you. But I like to end these little visits with it's something that the late great James Lipton would do on Inside the Actors Studio. Are you familiar? Do you?
No, tell
You're
me.
too young.
I've watched
Yeah,
a couple of
both
the
you
old
guys
ones.
are so young. Well, anyway, I'll tell you another story off the air about one of my guests who was like 30 years old, and I thought, she's not gonna. She goes, "Oh no, I was in New York, and I went to Inside the Actors Studio.
Oh,
So
wow.
I was there for 2 of the." I went, "You're kidding me!" Anyway, it was great. So we'll start off. This is sort of my take on it. So, to each of you, what is your favorite word?
I like serendipitous. That's a fun one.
Good,
In
that is a
movie,
fun one.
Serendipity.
Yeah.
My favorite word, not like an on-air word, just because there are certain words that you can't really,
Right.
You can't. I'm not talking about bad. I'm just saying, like, there's a certain way you write for TV, and then there's a certain.
Oh,
word,
I know. That's true.
I've always liked the word permeate. Kind of
I do
to
too.
spread throughout.
It sort of sounds like what it means.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind
I
of,
remember in 8th grade when I learned that word, and Ms. Brown was my teacher, and she was like, perfume will permeate the room.
I just remember reading, I think I was in 7th grade, and I remember very distinctly, it was, a set of kind of words that are a little bit more advanced, and it was just this verb that kind of stuck out. Permeate. That's interesting.
So funny. I used that word this weekend. That's funny.
Okay, your least favorite word.
Well, I use it too much, even when I write copy sometimes, and it's that.
The word that.
Like
that.
Or that, yeah.
That, yeah.
And usually you can
take that
out. It out. Right, take that out. And sometimes there's a reason for using it if you're trying to really emphasize something.
Correct,
I think it becomes a crutch. So
well, that's good.
I don't know. Maybe can't. Like it's a very negative word, so don't say that.
I hear
word.
that a lot. I hear that. Do you have and this is off topic, but do you have a phrase you just don't like to say on the air that trips you up? For me, it was military helicopter. I would try to change the military helicopter.
Oh gosh! Now I'm going to say
now
that.
You're going to say it. Sorry about that, but
there was one recently where I had to say, I think it was artifacts.
Oh my goodness!
But it was, sometimes when you're in the studio and the prompter, it just doesn't look right.
No.
And so when you get a lot of A words together or something together, your brain starts to think, oh, I must be reading this wrong.
Yes.
And you always trip up. So when there's a lot of words that just appear in one sentence that start with the same thing, I have trouble with that sometimes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And when you're reading the teleprompter, you have to be caffeinated up.
Isn't that the truth?
Right? Because sometimes it'll trip you up and you'll be like, wait, I practiced that, but why is it looking like that right now?
Right.
I think my favorite blooper happened when the prompter was messing. I'm sure it doesn't mess up anymore, but back in the olden days, in the old days, and this even predates me, they would run the scripts through.
Okay.
And it would show up the actual printed script. Well, we were doing this, and it would get a glitch, and it would just skip. And so I'm reading a story about Crocodile Dundee, and I'm just reading it's a Croco airball on a free throw.
Is that what you said?
Because it jumped to sports.
Well, I used to work with an anchor, and this was a running joke at the news station because it was literally, but litter and then really was on the bottom.
Oh,
so
no.
he said light rally on air instead of literally.
Well, neither of those are too bad. I mean, if people want to see some real bloopers, they go to YouTube.
Oh man, we had a morning anchor that instead of they flushed a Koran down the toilet, they flushed a Korean down the toilet.
Oh no! Instead of a crayon.
No, Korean.
Right.
Korean
instead
of a Koran.
Yeah, instead of Koran. Anyway, there's
Okay,
plenty
gotcha.
of them. Okay,
Yeah.
so what turns you on spiritually, creatively, or
spiritually.
emotionally?
When I'm a big runner. I run every morning about 5 miles, and running gets me in that zone, like spiritually. It's just like that's when I start just thanking and just being just so blessed for everything I have. So that's what gets me going.
Good.
I think, and I've been playing since I was a little boy, but golf is probably like my relaxing kind of zen zone, even though it's not very zen because it's a very frustrating
I was
game.
gonna say.
But there are moments when you're kind of out on a course and maybe it's late at night and you're
it's so
playing by
beautiful,
yourself and it's just kind of
peaceful. Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
no, it is.
Yeah.
I get that. I watch it on TV and they make it look so easy too.
I know. They do.
Yeah.
They do.
So what turns you off spiritually, emotionally, or creatively?
Negativity.
Yeah.
I like to stay away from that.
I hear that a lot.
Yeah, I think that's a good one and something I have to work on myself sometimes. And I think another one is being rushed or just kind of, even though the nature of our job is sometimes you are rushed.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that can actually be a good thing. It can make you perform during a certain, situation. But just in general, day-to-day life, I don't like being rushed or feel like you got to be in a hurry.
Yes.
What sound do you love the most?
A horse galloping and neighing just came to mind. I love
That's
that.
neat. I've never heard that before. That's good.
That is pretty good. I think because of where I grew up in Oregon, it's rain. I love the sound.
I do too.
Oh, yeah. I do hear that a lot.
You would have months and months
Yeah.
where just every day you have showers. And when I was a little kid, my mom would always leave our window open because it's usually 50s or 60s there.
Mhm.
And, but I just remember lots of rain. Yeah.
What sound do you hate?
Alarms.
Right.
Not
Well,
big on
y'all
those.
work later in the day.
Yeah.
That second day part was way easier than doing mornings, I will say.
Yeah, mornings you have to get up at early.
And have makeup on. Yeah, I don't know how they do it. What other profession would you like to try or to have tried?
Okay, so I have two. Earlier on in my career, it would have been a forensic. What is it when the police officer does homicide scenes?
Mhm.
Forensic
Pathologist.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's
Baylor
what
had a big program on
because I
that,
feel like
but-
we do that kind of anyway as journalists. You show up to a scene, you
Yes.
try to figure out what
Figure out what
happened
happened.
because we've got to talk to people. You got to make sure you don't talk to the wrong people. So I think, but now later in my career, I thought being a lawyer, I would have hated it early on because it entailed so much reading in college, and I just wasn't there yet mentally. But now I think being a lawyer would be fun to go in, and I would have to be a prosecuting attorney because I hate it when a defense attorney is fighting. And I know that is our right as Americans.
Right.
It's hard sometimes when you
I know.
know that they're guilty because you see all the evidence. But
yes,
being an attorney, I think, would be fun.
It's funny you said that because I was going to say
Yeah.
lawyer as well. And I think some great investigative reporters do have a law background.
Yes, they do.
And
which is good
It is
because
good.
then
It
that
is good.
keeps the station from getting sued.
Right, yeah.
Which is always a good thing.
That's
Yes.
right. And I think that, I don't know, I guess just something about being a journalist for a while, the legal system does start to intrigue you more and more, just about how it works and how in some cases it's unfair, you know,
Yes.
and injustices are
Right. Like in South Carolina.
Yeah, I think.
And they got away with everything. They were just paying people off.
It was crazy. It was
But
crazy.
they finally got caught.
So what job do you know you would not want to do?
I mean, being out in the heat and like working like on the highway, the risk of getting hit and you're out there laying asphalt. I mean, I look up to them so much. 'Cause
Isn't
I'm
that the
like,
truth?
That is so difficult. That's difficult work.
Yeah.
I think and it's in my dad's side of the family. They come from a long line of farmers, and they still own some family farms in
Mhm.
Nebraska. But it's not that I would not want to do it. It's just it's such hard work.
Yeah.
And I think farmers and more ranchers here in Texas, but they're so underappreciated,
Mhm.
and it's
Yeah, because they
backbreaking.
work
Yeah,
morning to
it's
night.
backbreaking work.
For sure. Every time you eat, you need to
Yeah.
be grateful for a farmer. Well, finally, what do you want to hear God say when you arrive at the pearly gates?
Oh, here's your mom.
Uh-oh.
That'd be great.
Yeah. You're going to make me cry.
I'm going to cry.
Probably just welcome.
Yeah.
Be happy that you made it.
Yeah.
Life
Amen.
has ups and downs.
Amen.
Yeah. And,
Well.
yeah, I'm glad you tilted it my way. Thank you.
Oh, listen, it has been a delight to get to sit here with you guys and to watch you each evening. And again, 5, 6, and 10, right?
You got it. Yep.
If
Yes.
That hasn't changed.
No.
It's still the same.
Lauren Adams, Todd Unger, thank you both.
Thank you so much for having us.
And thank you for being with us. Join us again for Central Texas Life.
Central Texas Life with Ann Harder is part of the Rogue Media family. Be sure to check out our other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate this show 5 stars on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Life with Ann Harder.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I'm your host, Debbie, and today we have a very special guest in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Lamija. I'm the owner of Captive Candles.
Awesome. And what brought you to Waco? Or are you a Waco native?
I'm from Corsicana, and we moved here 5 years ago.
Yeah.
We moved here because of more opportunities. So Corsicana is a little small town.
Yep.
It's growing now.
I mean, Waco was at one point a small town,
It was. It was. But we used to come here a lot.
Really? Why did you guys come here for?
Family.
Okay.
My husband's family lives here, so we would come here to visit them and go shopping. It was better than going to Dallas.
Understandable.
You know, to shop. And yeah, so.
That's so cool. And so now you've been living here for 5 years. So you've seen a lot of growth in Waco.
I have.
Yeah. What is something you've seen?
Oh, the downtown Baylor area. That has grown a lot.
Yeah, and they're building that beautiful new Welcome Center over there, which is a huge undertaking. Right there next to 35. It's going to be gigantic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's grown a whole lot. And also the outside mall. You know,
people still call that the new mall, and I'm like, what?
I call it the outside mall.
Yeah, the walk mall, whatever. My mother-in-law, she's lived here for literally her entire life, so she's like, oh, the new mall, and I'm like, you mean the outlet mall, like the where you walk? Who goes to Richland anymore? Listen. But yeah, so you are a small business owner. So what has it been like being a small business owner in Waco?
Oh, it's been good. You know, but with the pandemic, it was kind of
rough.
It's been rough.
Yeah.
Yes, because when I started like researching everything and preparing and stuff in 2019. And so my launch is the beginning of 2020.
Wow. Oh, no.
Like just to kind of introduce,
yeah,
you know, and then the pandemic hit.
Yeah, that's what's happened with us as well.
Yes.
The podcast started at the beginning of 2020, and then the pandemic hit. And that's one of the only times we've ever missed an episode was that first week of the pandemic where we were like, I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, it was weird because, you know, I had planned on doing a lot of trade shows and stuff like that to sell my candles and everything and kind of get the outside, you know,
vending
opinion,
opportunities,
and stuff like the customers and stuff. And so when it hit, you know, it made me have to shift in how my marketing plan and everything. So
yeah. And since the pandemic, so you guys have been going strong. So why candles?
So my background is in medical laboratory tech.
Oh wow, interesting.
And so it's a lot of science in it.
Ooh.
And so I've been trying, you know, for a while I had been trying to find something that I could use my background with and also connect and share my faith as well.
Yeah.
And so I came across candle making and I was like, okay, this might be something. And so so then, you know, I just started researching and, you know, troubleshooting.
Yeah.
You know, trying to figure it all out and voila.
Yeah. And you've been doing events. So tell me about the event you hosted.
So originally, you know, I planned on making candles and just selling those only. But, you know, evolution, you know, you have to change with the time.
Always changing.
Yeah, it's always. And so I was like, you know, it'd be nice to just have events.
Yeah.
You know, candle making events.
That'd be so fun. I love it.
Yes.
That's how I saw you.
Yeah.
I saw you post about your event. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Yes. And so this year is when I started doing the events. And I hosted my very first event with a sip and pour.
Ooh.
So it was a wine tasting.
Love that.
Yes. And it turned out good.
That's good.
You know, yeah, it turned out good. Then this past event was a brunch. No, not a brunch. I'm sorry. Mimosas
and
candles.
I love me a mimosa.
Yeah. And funny.
What's a better combo? Just don't drink out of the don't drink out of the candle cup, out of the mimosa cup.
Right. Yeah, no, that probably wouldn't be good. I don't think it would hurt you because a lot of I try to stay as natural as possible, but I wouldn't advise it.
Probably not advised. No drinking candles.
Yes. But yeah, it turned out good.
That's good.
It's been good.
Yeah, and you have another event in the works. So tell me about the one that's coming up.
The next one is October the 8th.
October 8th.
At 4 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a brunch.
Ooh.
And candles.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So we went from sip to mimosas to brunch. I see the I see the evolution.
Yes.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. What's next?
Yes. I also want to do, which I have it on my website as well, a mommy and me.
Oh,
something you can do
so
with your
cute.
kids.
Yeah.
Yes. And still again sip and pour, brunch, or the mimosas, or private parties as well.
Ooh, private parties would be fun.
I have one that's supposed to be, it's not final yet, but it's supposed to be coming up in December, a private party.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited about that as well.
Yeah.
So that'll be my first private event.
That's going to be so fun.
Yes.
And so why do you think your business is important here in Waco?
I think it provides something for people to do, give people more options.
Yeah.
You only can do certain things so many times. And
Yeah.
you get bored, Yeah. And so
I still have been to the zoo like 80 times, so and I will still probably go back again.
Yeah.
When are they getting those penguins in? That's my real question.
Oh, that would be nice.
I know. They're supposed to be getting black-footed African penguins in.
Really?
So that'll be fun. I don't know when it's going to be. I'm pretty sure maybe the summer or something.
Yeah.
But
when I go to the zoo, I go for the aquarium and aquatic life. So, yeah.
Very fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and what is something else you would like to see more of in Waco? I always stump people when I give them this question.
Actually, I would like to see more family entertainment.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. I was really excited when they was talking about doing like right now they have the Cinemark.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be
and
more,
like the main event area too. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I was excited about that, to bring more activities for kids to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I hope.
Yeah, that'd be so fun. And then you're getting involved with the community. Is there anybody that has helped you along this journey that you might want to give a shout out to? You can shout out your mom, your dog, or your grandma.
Definitely my family.
Okay, perfect.
Without the support.
Yeah.
That's important. I probably wouldn't even made it past the testing stage.
Does your whole house smell of candles? And now for a word from our sponsors.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're two Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and vinyl. So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
Welcome to One Star Rewind, a new podcast about those dreaded one-star reviews that every business owner hates to receive, but yet every customer loves to read. During this podcast, we will peel back that one-star review to better understand how it happened, when it happened, and what the business owner is doing after receiving that 1-star review. This podcast will be about love, hate, and laughter. On 1-Star Rewind, we will meet with real business owners who will tell their stories and how they do rely on reviews for their business. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or download us at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please subscribe, but only rate and review for not a 1-star review. Join us each time for a new review and a new story.
What's your emergency?
Do you hear that? It's coming from the house.
It's coming from inside the house? Do you mean? Could it be?
The poltergeist.
New from Rogue Media. 2 haunted hotties talking about haunted places. Every episode we dive deep into the darkest places and give you a bit of history.
We're getting spooky in all the right places.
You've gobbled your last ghoul.
Follow along for the craziest and spookiest stories with Debbie's Dark Tourism. The Stanley Hotel,
Winchester House,
the Alamo,
Hotel Monte Vista,
and more spooky places. Find us at _Poltergals. POLTERGALS.
Look over your shoulder. It's us,
the Poltergals. Wherever you consume the podcast, you can find us there.
And now, back to the episode.
You know, it's funny because at first I had my candle studio in the house. But some things happened, and so I had to give up that room and move my room to our outside office.
Hey, there you go.
Yes. Which is a good thing, but then it's a bad thing too.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah, because like, you know, I'm so used to just getting up and just going into the room, you know. Yeah. I have to like go in the dark out in the back of the house, you know.
Yeah.
So with me moving my studio outside, my house doesn't really smell like candles. And you know, my husband, he's like always saying, you know, you make candles, but you'll never burn them in the house. I'm like, you're not supposed to use your supply.
Yeah. Don't get high on your own supply. There you go. That's so funny.
Yeah, so, you know, I do sometimes, you know, use some.
Just the good ones, you know. You're like, ooh, this one's for me.
But when my studio was in the house, he had a bad habit of just going in there and grabbing one. Yeah. And I'm like, you can't do that. You're messing up my inventory.
Yeah, I need to keep track of this.
Yes.
That's so funny. And so how did you come up with the name Captive Candles?
Oh, well, like I said before, my business is kind of go hand in hand with your Christian walk. And so with Captive Candles, captive is, you know, captivating the mind.
Yeah.
You know, trying to you know, intrigue the mind, trying to just get in your mind and captivate it.
Get your attention.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it was like, it's a play on both because
I love that.
You know, you have captivating your senses, you know, and then you have, you know, captivating your mind and your thought process.
Yeah.
Right.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And so what is one of your goals by the end of 2022? We're getting close.
Yes. I do want to host more events.
Whoop whoop.
Yes. And I'm hoping to, you know, expand and, you know, hopefully get on like a storefront and everything. And so that's what my goal is.
That's so great. That's amazing. And of course, give me all of your social media, your website, where we can find you.
Okay. Website captivecandles.com with K's, yes. Captive with a K, candles with a K. .com. Facebook, you can reach me at Captive Candles with K's. And Instagram, you can reach me at Captive Candle,
just
without the S.
Slide in that DM. That's what I did. I was like, hey. Really good on response. Can confirm.
Yes, well, thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
and I
course.
was very excited whenever you. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, of course. That's so awesome. I'm so glad you're doing another event. So you're doing the next one October 8th,
Yes,
4 o'clock. Where are you doing it at?
211 Chama, CHAMA Drive in Hewitt, Texas.
Whoop, whoop.
Yes.
Shout out my Hewitt folks.
Yes, it's right
We love
behind that
Waco
little
and the
Pizza
Renegades.
Hut.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I know exactly where it's at.
Yes.
I grew up right there off of Panther Way. So
Oh, okay.
I was a Midway kid back in the day.
Okay. Yeah, my
You
kids go
know.
to
Oh,
Midway as
how old are your
well.
kids?
16 and 13.
Ooh, I got a 14-year-old little sister, so I know how it would be going right now.
Yes. Oh.
Well,
Yes.
thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything else you would like to share with our listeners today?
When you visit my website, also check out the name connections. Each candle has its own blog post based
so
off
sweet.
the candle name.
I love
And
that.
so that's how I link the Christian walk with the business side
I love
of it.
that.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You're an author and a poet and a wonderful candle maker.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
of course. And again, we're really looking forward to your upcoming events, and we wish you the best.
Good. Thank you so much. And you can book on the website.
Book now.
Yes.
CaptiveCandles.com.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you again so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Frozen, frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about
comic books, costumes,
Facts, boots,
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Alan Moore's Superman.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the man of tomorrow himself, Mr. Mike.
Man, your tomorrow is bleak.
Well, okay. Well, I was just saying.
Saying.
I'm just saying if today is like a Tuesday and tomorrow's a Wednesday, you're definitely a Wednesday man.
Am I?
So you're the man of
So you're
tomorrow.
telling me that I'll be around tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah.
It's good to know.
No, I'm using it because it's
Go
one
ahead
of
and make some plans.
Yeah, it's a nickname though, at least at one point in time for a certain superhero. The
Yeah.
Man of Tomorrow was
Batman,
Superman.
right? Oh, Superman.
Yeah, close though. I mean, it had man in the
I was
title,
just,
so you were like half there.
I was just messing with you.
Were you?
No, I wasn't.
No, we kind of started it last week. We ran a rerun or a reprint, as I like to call them, since we do
That was my
comics.
fault.
Oh, it's totally fine. But we got to focus on. I started a new series of what we're doing of Superman stories that don't suck, is what I like to call it.
Very nice.
It's just some really good Superman stories because I feel a lot of times when it comes to people and they think of the character of Superman, they just kind of think of this kind of godly like creature who's just figure that's overpowered and always does good, and he's just always like, I think that sometimes they miss or at least for me, and it's my opinion, miss what the character can be. And I
Sure.
think that there's stories where he's used that it shows just how good of a character and how I think that he has a place, deservedly so, where he belongs in the kind of landscape that is comics because of this. So I'm focusing on a couple different stories that kind of span different decades. And I know we've talked a little bit before about Alan Moore. I'm a fan of Alan Moore.
Yeah.
Alan Moore is known for a lot of great things. Watchmen, him and Dave Gibbons, which, funny enough, we will see the two of them collaborate on a story we're about to get into before they did Watchmen together. But that was the big thing for them. Also, V for Vendetta. He kind of brought back Miracle Man. He ushered, The Killing Joke. Like, he ushered in.
Oh, wow. That's a big one.
This kind of seriousness in comics that wasn't. There's a difference, but for me personally, between the Alan Moore kind of dark seriousness and then the stuff of like the late 80s and 90s where it just became so just grand and over the top in scale, kind of. But he wanted to tell a lot of just interesting stories, and I think that he told a total of, while he worked at DC, he got to work on it's technically 4, but 3 stories involving Superman. And we're going to cover 3 of those. One he got to do, I think, was for an annual. He did a Swamp Thing Superman story because he kind of turned Swamp Thing into the character it was, and that's what brought him a lot of fame there to begin with, is just his run on Swamp Thing and how good he made that title. But while he's working on that, he also got to work on a couple different Superman annuals, and then also essentially he got to tell the ending of the Silver Age Superman. He got to tell the final Silver Age Superman story, and those are stories that we're going to get into today, of just what it looks like when Alan Moore writes Superman, because I think that he wrote the character really well in the 2 stories we're going to cover.
So whenever I think of Superman, I always think of a big dork. Like, and I don't think enough writers or movie makers or whatever lean into that. Like the 70s, what is it, 79 or something?
Yeah.
The Christopher Reeve one?
Yeah.
That one leaned heavily into him just being a big dork. You know, he's an alien, number one, and should be approached as such. And then as Clark Kent, he should just be a big, giant dork.
Yeah.
You know? And we haven't seen that a lot since those movies.
No, you haven't. It's funny that you kind of bring that up a bit. I fell down a rabbit hole the other night of kind of doing research for this and stuff.
Rabbits?
And it was, about rabbits. Yeah. Henry Cavill, who was
I have
Superman.
my feelings.
Yeah, who was Superman. He was on the Graham Norton show, and they were talking about, I guess, like, him just putting, like, Clark Kent just putting on glasses, like, would that really work? It's funny, like, I think there's videos on YouTube that show, like, observer bias of how things like that could work. But he tells the story of, I think, like, he kind of went out there and to Times Square while they had, like, the wraparound banners for Batman vs. Superman of him on there wearing a Superman T-shirt. And he was only stopped twice. And it was once to be asked for directions of somebody getting off the subway, and the second one was somebody in a coffee shop who asked him to stop taking so many pictures. Nobody was able to put 2 and 2 together. So, like, I think the fact, like, you add that in there, like, you add on the point that he's just kind of acting, because as Clark Kent, as a newspaper reporter, like, we'll get into it a little bit. During the 80s, they thought they were going to spruce it up and make him a TV reporter.
No, he's supposed to stumble over things and be bad with women and all the things, He's supposed to be like just a big dork.
Yeah, but the thing is,
he is a dork.
The thing is, though, like, for him to have the Superman physique, like, he's not going to be built like a dork.
No.
So that's like kind of like, or at least the mental, like when you think of the generic kind of.
I think that's why I like the Christopher Reeve stuff, because he was not jacked.
No, he wasn't.
But he made a very good Superman.
And that's what I'll say that I do kind of like about the art. Let me see if I can find just a picture of, is it Gibbons or is it Kurt Swan? So Kurt Swan did, Gibbons is a little muscly. Kurt Swan did Superman for years.
Yeah.
We've talked about him before, how it kind of, it's not Kurt Swan's fault, how when Jack Kirby would draw Superman, they would erase over the face and have Kurt go back and draw over it. But he's just kind of gave that signature kind of look to him. And just Superman in that form just looks very, like, it's hard to pull that off.
This is one of the reasons that comic book movies are so terrible, right? Because the people don't understand it the way that the writers of these stories do. They go at it from a movie or studio perspective rather than from a comic perspective. And I think that's why James Gunn's Marvel movies were so good because he seems to approach it from more of a comic book perspective.
He does, and at least from what I've seen so far with the Marvel stuff, like it's worked. Like whatever he does, it does. But you see that a lot of times it's. I watch something again. I like to prepare a lot for these things. I always love to dive into. I kind of got the full backstory. I knew some of, but I know a little more about like why Alan Moore absolutely hates DC. And it was all kind of spans off of the Watchmen.
Yeah.
But
I forget that he did that.
Oh, well, see, like the story, and we can cover it later, but it's super interesting of just how like he was under the assumption that he and Dave Gibbons were going to get the rights to the Watchmen after it was out of print.
Yeah.
And since they wrote it as just 12 issue, like a 12 series issue,
right.
Those single issues aren't in print that long.
Yeah,
So they thought after a year, they're done printing, all the rights go to him and Gibbons. Well, it got really big and it got super popular. So DC then started releasing them as collected editions, and those things never go out of print.
Right, sure.
So then it was like,
so it
I'm never getting my rights to this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like essentially in like, in just a TLDR kind of version of it without going into everything. Like there's a lot of different things. Like even before like it got like that, one of the rules, like DC told him was like, hey, we want to do this. I don't want any like promotional material. Like this is just a comic. I don't want you to kind of like sell merchandise off of that. Oh yeah, no, we won't.
Oh,
DC
please.
sold buttons for it. He found out about it. They're like, no. Those are promotional items to promote it. Like he like skirted around it, and he was like, okay, fine, I'll give you this one. Then, unbeknownst to him, they work with a company, a role-playing game company, to make a game based off of it, which he finds out about, and he goes back to him and he's like, well, what's this? Oh, no, this is like, and they try to skirt it again until eventually where he's like, no. Like
off the Watchmen?
Yeah.
So they sold the happy face buttons.
I mean, I don't know if it was exactly
sure
that.
it's
I'm
that
sure.
happy face with the bullet hole in its head or
the
whatever.
thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then what'd you say? A game?
They made like a role-playing game, Watchmen game in the 80s.
Really dumb.
I kind of want to find it and play it now that I know
I
it
mean
exists.
it would be cool to play it. I'm just saying it's not a.
But they could.
That's not a series. I would think you could make a role playing game out of The Boys much easier than you could.
Well, you have to understand this is the 80s.
Yeah,
like this is going on while it's at its peak.
Yeah, I get
and
it.
And at the time, I don't think people understand. Well, I mean, obviously it's an older culture now, and comic books isn't where it is.
Right.
But like Watchmen changed a lot about comics. Like a lot of the reasons comics are the way they are in some instances when it comes to like the way stories are told, the grittiness, it's all off Watchmen. Like there's a lot of that. Not saying that it's you can just find roots in a lot of things from there, and a lot of things that kind of just Alan Moore did, along with other kind of seminal works there of the 80s. Frank Miller, for as much of a crazy person kind of as his work turned into, like Dark Knight Returns and his run on Daredevil, like there's some really good stuff in there.
Yeah.
But I digress. We'll have to talk. I'll get more into Alan Moore once we do our Watchmen.
So Watchmen came out in 2009, but it's
the movie.
But it's based in 1985.
85 is when. Yeah.
Okay.
So
is that when Watchmen actually came out? Okay.
85 is when the series, like it started releasing.
Well, they did that correctly, apparently. Zack Snyder did direct it though.
So he doesn't. I also found out that apparently I don't know if this is directly from. Alan Moore does not like Hollywood adaptations of anything he's done.
Yeah.
The only one that he's ever on that I found out or at least that I could find, the only thing that he's ever approved of, funny enough, is a animated episode of the Justice League where they adapted this Superman story we're about to tell, to which they gave him and Dave Gibbons credit, and they kept it pretty close to the source material, like for the most part. He was like, yep, saw it, that's really good.
Well,
that's the only thing I've ever seen him kind of give.
Think about the people that have to be involved in making an animated movie versus the people involved having to make a live action.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a lot more leeway in that animated
for
universe.
For sure. And they had like somebody in the industry, right? But they tell the story of how like a lot of fans, or at least people, feel like Snyder missed.
Well, the other thing, he changed the ending, but the other thing is like, in a comic book or in that area when you're making an animated movie at these studios, I'm sure you don't have to go through the same process of like dailies and all that kind of stuff where the jocks up top get to watch all your stuff and say, oh, I don't like that.
Oh yeah,
make it a monkey or what, that kind of thing. So I'm sure that played a part in it. but I can certainly see his disdain for the industry. Because it's not an industry that treats their people well.
Well,
and then you go into movies and it's even worse.
That's the thing is like he kind of has. It's nice to read these Superman stories and appreciate them for what they are at the time, because I don't think that he has much, and I've seen a lot of interviews. He has no interest whatsoever at all kind of in that superhero genre. And I get it. Like, he went in with one thing, and just the disillusionment and seeing how the industry treated its actual heroes there in there. I get where he comes from, and just of how the comic industry treats its creators. So like, I understand why he doesn't like it.
Well, the other issue is you've got some very creative people being put in a very small box.
Yes.
You know, and so creatives that are actually productive do not want to get interrupted by the man or whatever, you know, and so I get it. I mean, it was the same deal with Stan Lee. You know, he was like 3/4 corporate, quarter creative. And so that's why they got along for a while. And then the corporate part took over, and they were like, oh, fuck this guy, you know? Yeah. That's the way it looks to me.
Yeah,
anyway.
no. I got it.
By the way, why does it say "Oh Superman" on the back?
I don't know. That's just what.
That's weird, right?
So
you would think it'd be OH. It's just the letter O and then Superman.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh. Okay.
Here's what I do find funny that I don't know if they know. It does say praise for Alan Moore, and there is praise, but there is a quote on here from The Onion that I wonder. Like, I feel like because sometimes
I'm not going to look in the book.
No, you're
I
fine.
want to see this quote.
Because occasionally The Onion does do like and it seems like it could be kind of like a joking.
This is probably AV Club or something like that, you know. But still,
it's still just
to put
funny
the
to see
Onion on it as a source is stupid.
But before we get into, so we're going to tell the story that he did from the annual that's called "Gift for the Man Who Has Everything," and then we're going to look at the 2-part that we'll close it out with of Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow, which is essentially the last story of Silver Age Superman, and I'll explain that before we get into that. One thing that I found really cool, that as we talk about Superman stories that don't suck, is it's guys or people who kind of seem to understand Superman, who are able to write him really well. And I found this quote that I wanted to just throw out here right now from Alan Moore, from an interview that he did about his Image comic Supreme that he was doing in 1999.
The Superman myth is a story about greatness and wish fulfillment. All superhero legends are based on this concept. Superman is the sun that all others revolve around. The story is a representation of an alien being who comes to Earth and just so happens to blend in among humans, while using his unique abilities not to rise above us but to help us. He cannot be a god, because gods are dictators who set rules for others to follow. Superman sets rules for himself and uses those rules for our benefit. The myth was perfected from the 1950s through roughly the 1970s, under the pencil of a severe talent, Kurt Swan. If America has a legend comparable to the ageless myths of antiquity, theirs is Superman.
So I feel like we have a guy there who kind of understands at least what Superman means. I love the line of how that Superman can't be a god because gods are dictators and Superman has his own set of rules that he kind of like uses for himself. And we'll see that in these stories here, which is kind of why I wanted to use that there too.
Well, obviously he's not a god. He's an alien. Again,
that's
he's
true.
an alien.
Well,
hey, can I ask you one thing before we get started here? Super Dog or
Crypto.
whatever. Okay, whatever.
Crypto does make an appearance in the story.
Okay. How do we explain the dog getting the powers?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's it's part of the silver. So we've covered it some of just how zany it was kind of through the 50s and 70s, but it's stories, like a lot of it, it's stories for children and stuff like that. And they were fun. There's not a lot of logisticality.
No,
whatever. I don't know if that's a word. Yeah.
I
don't remember.
Just logic. Yeah.
Go back and look it up later.
Well, and I have a disdain for Godzuki. Okay. You remember Godzuki?
Yeah, from the animated Godzilla.
No,
well, I remember it from
this was live action.
Oh, see, I remember from the animated Godzilla.
Big ass
cartoon.
rubber suit. Okay.
Okay.
And so I don't like that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're pandering at that point because you can't come up with an original story. So let's throw a cute thing in here. Same deal with Scrappy Doo. Don't like that.
I do not like Scrappy Doo.
Because he is a real ass.
Yeah.
And coincidentally enough, James Gunn said, yeah, he's an ass, and they throw him out of the freaking van. So when we get to like super pets and things like that,
Yeah.
I'm just like, yeah, it's a bridge too far for me.
I get that,
can't.
but I really do like the way that crypto's used in this. You'll see.
Yeah, but Supergirl wanted to make it with a horse too.
That is true, but only when he was in his human form.
Yeah, well, that still counts.
That was really weird.
Yeah, it's super weird,
If you
dude.
haven't, we covered.
Yeah.
There was multiple times that Supergirl was in like a relationship with Superhorse.
Yeah.
Like an actual horse that would turn into a human.
Yeah.
They kissed at least.
Yeah, no, it's weird.
They spent the night together, maybe. I don't remember.
know,
I don't
dude.
want to go back and read it. It was strange.
I would think you'd bonk teeth with a horse.
Well, no,
you
he was
know,
in his human
when you
form,
go to.
though.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
All right, let's get into some
Horses have big teeth.
I get it. We have a Superman annual here. Again, the first of the Alan Moore stories we are going to cover. This one by Alan Moore and art by Dave Gibbons, and it is called "For the Man Who Has Everything."
$1.25. What does it say? 1982.
$1.25, 1985.
Okay.
I think I bought last comic I bought $4. If you want to know, so that's where we're at price wise.
No, the comics have gone out of control.
Well, it's funny that they rose to meet new prices, but video games have not.
Yeah. Video games are too expensive too.
They are, but I mean, they were still $54
It's
and
about
$60 for your
$60
Super Nintendo
now,
games
right?
that they are
Yeah,
now. Yeah,
yeah.
like prices stay the same. It's really weird.
Think about that, buying a Super Nintendo game that costs you $60.
But it was the norm then.
That's a lot.
It is
at that point.
It is. So what we have here,
especially if you buy something like Conker's Bad Fur Day. Or
well, no, that
whatever.
was on Xbox.
You know what I mean.
I get it. So what we have here is a story. We get a prologue that we see.
Battletoads?
Battletoads was on Genesis, but it was also on.
Well, that was just NES, wasn't it?
Regular Nintendo
Wasn't
too.
it on regular
I had Battletoads and Double Dragon.
We talked about Battletoads here.
Yeah, we did. We did. We talked
On
about the origin
Nintendo
of
Power,
Battletoads.
yeah.
We're going to be rambling for days.
That's
Let's get
fine.
into this.
Don't worry about it. Let's go.
So we get a man coming home from work in our prologue
Yeah.
here, and he's been working out in the at the Institute of Geology. It's a space planet. You can kind of tell we're on a different planet.
Did you say he's been working out at the Institute of?
Yeah, he's been
Rocks?
working at the Institute of
okay.
Geology
Okay.
since dawn, right? He cataloged 200 species from the Candor crater. Does that
Great.
sound familiar?
Oh no, it doesn't.
All right. Well, I
Is
can
that where
tell
that big
you
space worm is that almost ate the Millennium Falcon?
Nah, maybe. He gets home and he's hoping that his two kids are up so they can watch Nightwing and Flamebird together on their
Flamebird
on their Hollow Factor. You can tell that this is like a well, I'm just saying, like you can tell it's a different planet.
Yeah. Well, not only a different planet, but a different time. Like 1985,
Yeah.
Hollow Deck.
Oh,
or
we'll
whatever,
kind of
right?
see that
Yeah,
too, because the other one
yeah.
has to deal with the future a
Sure.
bit. And he opens the door and he talks about, and after that, he and his wife Lila can have a nice quiet night together, just the two of them. And then they get a surprise. You didn't hear us, Father. Happy birthday, Cal.
Oh,
right? And it's
Cal.
happy. And they hug the kids. Van tugs at his tunic, and Kara Zor-El gives him a new headband. On the Hollow Factor, Nightwing saves Flamebird from a rogue metal eater. His weariness lifts the man, his family about him. He is content, right?
Here's what I can say about that.
It's a birthday for, if you don't know and get it now, Kal-El is
He's the guy
Superman.
that was in the Go to White Castle. Right?
Oh, Cal Penn?
Yeah, isn't that who it is?
Different Cal.
Oh, okay.
That's a very prolific Cal Penn, because he also was a speechwriter for the Obama
Cal Penn
administration.
was?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, great. Yeah.
Sponsored by White Castle.
I don't know about that. But we see a very
He
content.
was just on New Girl.
Oh,
I was
the
watching
episode
it
you
the other
watched?
day, yeah. Well, he's been on a couple, but yeah, he's Allie's boyfriend, who's a pet agent. Like he represents dogs and cats and otters and stuff that go into movies.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
I'll
a
have to go
jerk
back and
in
watch
this.
that. I
Yeah,
forgot
he's a
about
real
that.
jerk in it. Yeah.
So what we get is it's kind of looks like it's a different type kind of
Yeah.
story of where it's
Yeah.
Superman is still on Krypton.
Right.
He's married to a woman named Lila.
He wears these kick-ass
He
glasses.
has 2 kids. It's very futuristic. His cousin Kara's there. But Krypton
Yeah.
exploded.
How did this
That's
happen? Sure,
exactly.
sure.
So then we jump to the Arctic Circle, February 29th, because at one point in time, February 29th was Superman's birthday, because it was
yeah.
leap day.
Yeah, that's right.
So Superwoman gets
We
there.
just had one of those, and I remember you talking about that.
Yeah. So Superwoman. So Wonder Woman gets there, and she just yells, "Beat you!" to Batman and a very new
Robin, Jason Todd.
Oh.
This is the first. We have just got a new Robin. His name's Jason Todd, and he's kind of you might know him a little bit.
She's running around with a big beach ball.
Well, it's a present.
Oh, okay.
Like it's a present because they're there at they flown to the Fortress of Solitude
to the thing. Got it.
for his birthday.
I see.
Do you get now for the man who has everything?
I got it. Yeah.
And I just love this part where like Batman introduces Jason Todd to Wonder Woman, and she's like, "Oh, of course, the new Robin. I've seen you. Sorry, is it Jason? You look so much like Dick. I'm sorry, I just didn't even think to introduce myself." And she's like, "Nice to meet you. Interesting choice of career." And she goes, "Anyway, let's go ahead and head towards the door. Don't want anybody freezing." And Jason goes, "Before the two of us," like she goes, "You two freezing." He goes, "Before the two of us freezing." When she's dressed like that. And Batman, I just love this. Batman turns and goes, think clean thoughts, chum. And then he just kind of turns back to walk, and like Jason Todd's just like, oh man, I guess I was kind of a Batman smirks at it.
So, any other planet, any other time, if you told somebody you look so much like Dick, that would be an insult.
But she's talking about Nightwing, Dick Grayson, or Richard. But they get into...
Sorry, I just showed him a text message we just got from a friend of ours.
Oh, right in the middle of recording.
He said, "Yes, I will need a bathroom." Okay, great. All right, yeah,
understandable.
Sorry.
Oh man, that's gonna make sense to nobody. That's fine.
Yeah.
We got to chuckle out of it.
That's
okay. But so they go into the Fortress of Solitude, and they're talking about
what is his deal.
Well, that's so.
Okay.
And they're talking about, hey, why did you get him? And Batman asks, and Wonder Woman's like, and tell you, like, he can hear from here. I'm not going to ruin the surprise. And Batman's like, yeah, well, I got this, like, this fancy, this horticulturist to breed a new strand of rose that I've called the Krypton. Like, they've gone out of their way for, like, these cool birthday presents for suits.
Yeah.
And Robin's like, well, hey, where is, and they notice him. And he's got this like flower strapped to his chest. And he's just standing there kind of motionless.
Yeah, it looks weird. Like he's got it. It's almost like it's growing out of his chest.
And so Wonder Woman and Robin and Batman rush over to him. And they're trying to figure out, hey, what's going on? Is he alive? Is everything okay? Yeah, no, like his eyes, they look a little dilated. He's breathing. It's shallow, but he's alive. He's just in some other place is what they say. And we get a flashback then to... Kal-El, because he's back. He's not Superman. He's just regular old Kal-El back on Krypton.
Right.
No powers, just a normal dude. And he's just sitting there just kind of like staring out the window. And his wife's like, hey, is everything okay? And he's like, yeah, it just feels weird. I don't know. She's like, I invited your dad, but, he didn't want to come here since your aunt and them were here. And he's like, yeah, politics and family. It's just weird, man. You don't want it to mix. And she's like, hey, it's your first day, not his birthday, his first day. It's your first day. Let's not worry about that. Let's go up and watch something.
It's your first birthday, Superman.
So the next day, Kal goes and visits his dad, Jor, because it's Kal-El and Jor-El. I realize that these Superman names are a little ridiculous, but we're going to go by that. So Kal goes and visits his dad, Jor, and sees that his dad is kind of meeting with these religious extremists.
Never been a big fan of the headbands either.
Yeah, these religious extremists.
Yeah.
Because his dad feels like...
His dad does what?
So his dad...
He's like a politician,
His
right?
dad was like on the like a council.
Yeah.
He's the one, he warned, in the actual story, he like warned all of Krypton like, hey, the planet's about to explode. Nobody believed him, but he kind of prepared to at least save Soups. And so they were able to get him off the planet before it exploded.
Yeah.
In this world, Krypton never exploded. So everybody thinks that Jor's kind of an idiot for thinking, hey, the planet was going to explode. He's like, I got ran out of being on the, science council and being a part of the government here. And Krypton's kind of turned into just a shell of what it used to be. There's a lot of things you can kind of parallel in this story to other things going on now.
Right.
Like you can a lot of times. And he's just like, it's not... He thinks that Krypton is like a shell of its former self. Mm-hmm. And so he's meeting with these like religious, like extremist groups and stuff because they want to bring back the old Krypton. And Superman's like, Dad, like, I get how you're upset of how like the council treated you, but dude, like pump your brakes. Like this isn't, like,
sure.
like calm down. This isn't the way you need to do this. Like think about your family, man. And he was like,
calm down, old man. Don't be so square.
And he's like, think about your family. You know, like mom wouldn't have liked to see you like this.
Oh, wouldn't.
His mother died of the eating disease. I don't know what
eating
that is.
disease.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
okay.
they have kind of a back and forth, and he's like, it kind of doesn't give you the right. You don't have the right because you don't like this to kind of like try to fix everything to make Krypton the way you want it to. And
I just want to know more about this eating disease.
They never go into it. Now the new thing is apparently, you know, the Phantom Zone. You heard of the Phantom Zone?
I have heard of the Phantom Zone.
So it's a place where they would like send bad guys. So Jor is also the one who created the Phantom Zone.
There's one in Marvel too, but it's Wasteland.
It's the negative zone or something
negative
like
zone, something like that. Yeah. Because I mean, that looks like where Deadpool is in this next one.
At least in some of the trailers.
Yeah, sure.
And so he tells him, like, now they want us to, even though nobody's being hurt in the Phantom Zone, they're just being kept there where they can't harm anybody. They think that's torturous. And now they want to lambaste me for that. And he's like, well, Dad, like, maybe you just, like, calm down. He's just, he realizes that his father is just an angry, angry old man.
Sure. And he's overreacting to the issues.
And he has a lot of hate in his heart. And it bothers Cal a lot, you can see.
Okay.
As he leaves, and he just tells him, like, hey, I got to go. I'll see you later. And his dad angrily kind of like, bashes some furniture. Or no, it's like a mechanical bird that's in a tree next to him. But it shows anger between the two of them. Their relationship's not great. So we flash back then to Batman, Wonder Woman, and Robin trying to figure out what's going on with the plant.
Right.
And they're introduced to the guy who has done all this. His name is Mongol.
Mongol.
We don't know that yet because, he'll tell us
Mongol.
later. Superman tells us. But they're trying to figure out how this could happen. Superman deduces that, he has like this kind of teleportation channel. Maybe since it's Superman's birthday, he helps out a lot of people, a lot of planets. Maybe they sent it to him as a gift, didn't realize how it would interact with them. And it's kind of this accident. We need to help to try to figure it out. And that's when Mongol appears and goes, you have it almost exactly right, except for two minor details. Because he tells them how remarkable you animals really are, almost intelligent. He goes, firstly, I knew precisely what this thing would do. And secondly, it was not intended as a token of gratitude. He's like, I intended it to use it to destroy him.
Oh.
He tells him that black mercury is this flower that he has, and he's traveled all over this place to find it. And it's something between a plant and kind of an intelligent fungus. It attaches its form to the victim, and by doing so, it gives them their heart's desire. So it's telepathic, like it reads them like a book, and it feeds them a logical simulation of the happy ending they deserve. And he goes, of course, its victims could shrug it off. They just don't want to.
Symbiosis? Mm-hmm. Is that what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So essentially, this plant is attached to Superman, and it's feeding him his happy ending or at least his heart of where Krypton didn't explode. Like he got to, live the life there.
Okay, all right.
So that's what's going on. So.
So that's what we saw to begin with?
That's what we saw him there. He was
coming
already
home
in
with his because
he's already stuck in that vision.
Gotcha. Okay.
So he just kind of tells him, like, why are you doing this? He wants to get rid of Superman. He tells him, now I'm the manager around here. Naturally, I'll need to settle in and adjust to your many interesting customs. Like, I know that you like, as an example, you guys like to discriminate on basis of age and gender. So perhaps you could advise me on who I need to kill first, then, is what he tells him.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And Wonder Woman just kind of looks at him, shrugs, walks up to him, and just punches him right in the jaw. And you think, oh, that's got to do something because I love how Gibbons draws the action. Like, you can tell with the thrust but it's like, she's
put a lot into it, yeah.
And he's just like, huh. And he just shakes his jaw, and her hand is hurt.
Sure.
And he's like, thanks. That answers my question. So Mongol and Wonder Woman begin to fight, and while the two of them are fighting, we flash back to what's going on in Superman's brain.
Okay.
We get that Superman has rushed to the hospital because his cousin, Kara-Zor-El, Supergirl, who's has been attacked.
Horse lover,
Kara has been attacked, and that they found that she was attacked by rioters, and they found this around her neck like tied to it when they found her. And it's propaganda about how like you guys need to get rid of the neutral zone. Like the whole L family is kind of being targeted because of things that his dad has done.
What a strange, like, it's supposed to be like a positive thing in his brain. What a strange way to go.
So, and because it's, well, I think I have a theory.
I got you.
We'll
Yeah, I'm just asking.
And so the doctor's like, you know, the anti-Phantom Zone campaigns, like, you know, see the Phantom Zone ray as an instrument of torture. Your father invented it. That makes the House of L unpopular by, you know, these people. So they're all going to go after them. And it kind of like Clark goes to see Kara by himself and he sees her in pain and it just shakes him a bit. And he comes back out and he calls his wife. He calls Lila and he tells her, hey, I think we need to go, like, get out of here, go to Atomic City, go to see your parents. Like, I don't think it's safe here right now. Just with the way my dad's been, just what's happening to Kara, like, I'm worried about the kids kind of thing.
Sure.
So he's like, I'll take Van, who's their son, and I'll meet you. They have 2 kids. And I'll meet you at your parents' house. So he goes to leave. And as he goes to leave the hospital to head there, they're stopped by police because there's a march going on. It's a big torch procession for the Sword of the Rao, which is the group that his dad was meeting with earlier. So he can't go to where he needs to because they've kind of stopped everything off for this parade. We go back to
present day.
Present day.
Yeah.
It's not really, I guess, our current reality.
I got you. Yeah. Sure.
And it's the battle between Mongol and Wonder Woman, and he is just throwing her around. And Wonder Woman finally finds all the weapons stash that Superman's kept over the years. Because remember, he keeps trophies kind of in the Fortress of Solitude. And she picks up a weapon, fires it at him. It does nothing to him, really. Like, he's just so indestructible almost that even Wonder Woman's having a hard time trying to stop him.
Yeah.
And you can see that he's handling her almost with ease. There's a point, like, Batman's desperately trying to wake Superman out of this, and we flash back into Superman's mind to where he's now, the parade's going by, and they're announcing their new chairman, this religious extremist group is, and it's Superman's dad, Jor. And he's like, okay, yeah, no. And he, like, grabs Van, and they turn around, and they leave, and they head the complete opposite way of where they're supposed to go. And they go out to the Kandor mines, which is Kandor's the city. I think we've talked about it a little bit in Superman Red Sun. It's the city that Brainiac shrinks down.
Yeah. No, definitely.
So the crater there is where, obviously, they couldn't stop it even when Krypton exists or it still exists. There's a crater there of Kandor, and they just go there, and there's nothing there. And Superman just needs to think just to get away from everything.
Sure.
And Van tells him, like, there's nothing out here, his son. And Superman tells him, like, there's something wrong. Like, I know that there's something wrong. And I'm sorry, I know this isn't making sense, but, like, I got to tell you, like, I know that I'm your father, but I have a feeling that none of this is real. Like, it doesn't feel real to me. And, like, this sandstorm starts, like, coming through as he's talking. He's like, sorry, but I don't think you're real.
Yeah.
And we cut back to it's intersect between the two of flashback of where Batman's like, his eyes are starting to water because he's crying when he's telling his son this. He's like, I think he's starting to kind of like break through this a bit. And he's telling him, he's like, Father, you're scaring me. And Superman tells his imaginary son, he's like, you know, don't you see this is all wrong? Like, Krypton shouldn't have ended like this. Like, this shouldn't have happened, not like this.
Right.
And so he's able to eventually, like, break free from this by having, you know, realizing himself, pulling himself kind of out of it.
Sure.
Realizing that things don't work. We do notice while they're trying to get this thing off of Superman, they realize that the gloves that Mongol was wearing are made to kind of be able to handle it without it taking effect. Because as soon as Batman wrestles it off, it attaches itself to Batman.
Right.
And we get then an alleyway of him and his parents, and a thug comes out and he fires at his parents, but he misses, and Thomas Wayne tackles the gunman to the, like, it's already
more
taking
positive
its effect
or whatever,
on Batman.
Sure.
So Batman is now rendered useless, kind of laying on the floor with this thing attached to him, as Robin's trying to figure out what to do. But Superman's come through, and they do a good job of showing you just how this is a different type of Superman. He looks
pissed.
He does. He's like, who did this to me? And Jason Todd looks scared. And he's like, I don't know. This big yellow guy, he's like, he just tries to tell him, he just kind of looked like, and he goes, Mongol. And he yells it again. And I love how Gibbons does the art of where behind it.
It looks like Captain Planet.
He does a little bit. But how it says it again.
Oh, yeah,
and
look
it
at that.
booms out across
Huge.
the whole panel.
Yeah.
Just to show you how upset it is. Because it seems now that this is a different Superman. Because whatever ending, like even the happy parts of that.
Yeah.
He realizes it wasn't real.
Right.
But if that's what his heart desired, he just had to wrestle himself away from that to come. And there's just a different level of like hatred there.
Yeah.
What we get then is an epic battle between the two of them as Jason Todd is able to find the gloves that Mongol was wearing and get the Black Mercury off Batman.
Okay.
While the two fight back and forth, Robin is desperately trying to find Superman while carrying this thing around. I do love that we see a different side of Superman here that's very different from the Silver Age Superman, of where Mongol is so close to like just hurting him. And he's like, happy birthday, Kryptonian. I give you oblivion. And Superman just says, burn, and hits him with his like heat vision because it's a moment of just pure kind of anger from him. It's not something we see.
Yeah.
But it's something that it's a very brief moment too. Because Alan Moore's Superman always still focuses on the core of what Superman is when it gets to it. But it's just to show you that he is going after Mongol with a ferocity we don't see a lot of often.
Right.
So the two fight back and forth. There's a moment where Superman...
I guess that is true. You don't see Superman pissed off very often,
they kind of did it in Injustice. We'll get to that at some point in time. I won't
sure.
spoil it. It's based off video games.
Yeah.
But it's a really popular story arc. Kind of the most popular Superman now, which is sad because he's a little Homelander-ish. We'll get to that. He's dictator-ish.
Yeah.
People love evil Superman, and I don't get it because, well, I get it some, but to me, I feel like there's nothing wrong with having a character that is good for being good. I don't know.
No,
Anyway,
I get it.
So,
but that's also why you have Bizarro.
Yeah.
You know, because it kind of services that other side.
Exactly. And we'll get to Bizarro, funny enough. There's a moment where he's distracted by a statue that he has kind of in memoriam of his parents because he has like a flashback of everything he's just been through.
Yeah.
And Mongol uses this moment to try to finally, knock out Superman and kill him. And Jason Todd gets causes a distraction. He's like, hey, almost intelligent, huh? And he turns up to look at him and he throws the Black Mercury to it. And you see that it attaches to him. But then we see, and I love it again, the same panel by panel of where it's the distorted reality with the actual reality. In the distorted reality, Mongol knocks the flower away and he, disintegrates Robin. Well, in the actual reality, Robin's able to swing down. And in the, distorted reality, Mongol is able to sit there and snap Superman's neck and rip his head off.
Yeah, sure.
But in actual, he's on the floor in the comatose state. And it's like, but then Mongol's able to sit there and put his head on a spike and use it to rule. But no, because it's over. Like he lost to his own device. And I just like the back and forth that they had created earlier. Essentially, we get then everything's good. They go to give presents. And I do love this. I find it very Superman. After they've kind of locked him up, Mongol up, and they ask him what he's going to do, and he tells them that he's going to take care of him. He has a place for Mongol. So then they want to give him birthday gifts, and Wonder Woman gives him an exact duplicate of the bottle city of Kandor to replace the real one, which was enlarged, like the bottle that he had.
Right.
And she goes, the Paradise Island Jim Smith made it, and you need X-ray and microscope vision to appreciate it, really. And he goes, why, Diana, that's just... And he uses his super speed, and he flies off into his room, and he hides the one he already has. And he comes back, and he goes, it's perfect. Like, that's what I wanted.
Yeah,
and it's just like a very kind of like, for all of everything that happened, a really cool kind of Superman moment.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's cool. So they kind of share their moment, and then Bruce goes and tells him, like, hey, like I had a new rose made for you, and they called it the Krypton, but well, I'm afraid it kind of got stepped on, and frankly, it's dead now. And Superman goes, don't worry about it, Bruce. Perhaps maybe it's for the best. Kind of like thinking about Krypton as a planet as a way. And he's like, all right, come on. Does anyone want coffee while I help clean up this place? And then we get an epilogue of just showing how Mongol is still content, thanks to the Black Mercury. And that's where we end.
So,
we're a nice little...
Mongol at the end of this is trapped in his own head.
In his own head, yep.
That's cool.
So that's the perfect place for us to stop then and take a break. And then we will come back and close out our Alan Moore episode with our story of whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow. And we'll do that right after this, right here on Bros, Foes, and Heroes. All right, and welcome back into Bros, Foes, and Heroes as we continue.
Oh, I was here.
Yeah, that's fine. You were already here.
Hey, let me ask you something.
What's up?
Whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow?
We're about to get into that.
Oh,
Mike.
okay, great.
That as we continue our Alan Moore Superman issue of the show. And just a little backstory here. I think we've talked about it a little bit, but Crisis on Infinite Earths was a big thing that happened, a big event that happened in '86 for DC Comics. That is like the first of the many events that kind of reset the entire universe for the comics world. They essentially said, hey, we've been doing this stuff for so many years. It's so confusing. It's so convoluted. What if we just kind of reset everything to make it easier for readers then? And that's exactly kind of what they were doing. They were resetting everything, making one version of each character, making a jump on place for all these things. So because of that, a lot of titles were either coming to an end, or all of these Silver Age stories that we've covered before, kind of through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the Our Pal Jimmy Olsen, all that fun kind of stuff was kind of going to be not in canon anymore because it's a completely new universe. So Julius Schwartz at the time, who was the editor of the Superman title, came up with the idea that this is essentially because in October through September of that year, Action Comics and Superman were going to be off of news shelves to make way for Man of Steel, which was the new John Byrne Superman like origin story. So there was going to be no more Superman or Action Comics title. So he viewed it as, hey, this is kind of like the end of Superman in a way.
Yeah.
So why don't I get Jerry Siegel?
Why do they always want to end their good heroes?
Well, but him looking at it though is like, hey, they're restarting everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to reboot this. Or like this, they're kind of wanting to end what we've done everything for the past. This is the first time though.
Yeah.
Like we have to understand this is the first time this ever happened.
Sure.
So, he was like, I think I'll get Jerry Siegel to write the last story since he and Simon created Superman.
Yeah.
Won't it be cool if he writes the last story?
It seems like they're always trying to kill Superman. I don't understand.
So they
That's
go.
What brought you here.
So they go and they are able. I think it was at a Comic-Con or something convention. They're able to meet with Siegel, and he's all on board, and they're gonna have him do it. And DC lawyers get involved because I think there's something going on with the, who has rights to Superman and stuff like that. And they're like, yeah, no, he can't write it for you. And they're like, oh, okay. Well then, I guess I'll get Alan Moore to go ahead and write it for me. And so Alan Moore wrote the last two issues that he is himself viewed after talking. Like he goes, what I got from Julius Schwartz is essentially he felt like this was the end of a Superman that there didn't need to be an end for.
Yeah.
Like he was just like, that like there was nothing in my mind. He wanted me to show how good of a concept Superman was without telling you there's no reason for this concept still not to work kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of takes it to me and makes like a love letter to the Silver Age Superman and all of this and the way he does it all. And I enjoyed it a lot. So we're going to get into it. And he opens it up with a very Alan Moore type like paragraph intro that's, very...
backstory. All
well, just I don't know how to... He has a lot of gusto and just the way he writes. He has, like, you can tell.
He's British.
Yeah. This is an imaginary story, which may never happen, but then again may.
Yeah.
about a perfect man who came from the sky and did only good. It tells of his twilight when the great battles were over and the great miracles long since performed, of how his enemies conspired against him and the final war in the snow-blind wastes beneath the northern lights, of the women he loved and the choice he made, taken from him, save for one. It ends with a wink. It begins in a quiet Midwestern town one summer afternoon in the quiet Midwestern future, away in the big city. People still sometimes glance up People still sometimes glance up hopefully from the sidewalks, a glimpse, a distant speck in the sky. But no, it's only a bird, only a plane. Superman died 10 years ago. This is an imaginary story. Aren't they all?
This is not where Death of Superman came from to begin with.
That would be 7 years later when they actually. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
This is because he goes, this is an imaginary story.
Yeah, but I'm saying there is a parallel there to him disappearing and all that kind of stuff.
And there's an in memoriam statue that we kind of get. We know where this is headed.
That's in that movie.
So while I'm going to do my best, there's a lot that goes into this.
Stupid Zack Snyder movie.
So Lois is met by a man named Tim Crane from the Daily Planet.
Okay.
And he's like, hey, excuse me, Lois Lane. And she goes, it's Lois Elliott now, but yeah, come on in. And he's like, okay, well, I thank you for agreeing to meet with me. We're doing this for our 10-year anniversary of, I'm trying to think what year month, the last days of Superman. Our memorial edition this year, since it's been 10 years. Yeah. And he pulls out a recorder and he's like, all right, this is interviewing Lois Elliott for the Daily Planet, lead feature, The Last Days of Superman. He sets it up and she makes coffee and she goes into the story of the The Last Days of Superman.
Right.
Superman lands back down on the planet of Earth from dealing with other things to a scene of kind of carnage, of everything going crazy. And there's a department store that kind of looks outside like things have,
every time he tries to run some errands,
comes back to this.
It happens.
And he's like, what's going on? And they're like, Bizarro did this. And he's like, wait, Bizarro? Bizarro doesn't do things like this. Bizarro's weird. He's goofy. Bizarro doesn't because there's carnage and he's like,
the only time Bizarro's a bad guy is when somebody else makes him be that way.
Exactly. And he's like, Bizarro, come on out and explain yourself. I really need an explanation because there's people killed and stuff.
Yeah.
And so Superman's trying to make sense of this all. And he goes, and he's like, I want an explanation. Bizarro tells him it's easy. It's part of my self-improvement plan. I'm not going to speak on the Bizarro kind of talk while he does it. But he's like, I realize that I'm not a imperfect duplicate, that I need to kind of try harder then. So he's like, for example, your planet of Krypton blew up by accident and you came to Earth as a baby. So I decided to blow up Bizarro World on purpose and come to Earth as an adult. And he's like, Bizarro, what you blew up Bizarro World? And he's like, yeah, that's right. Pretty imperfect. And Superman's just still this isn't Bizarro. He's confused by what. Yeah. And he's like, what's happened? I don't believe that you wouldn't do that. And he's like, I also realized then that's just the beginning. I realized that you never kill. So me, I kill lots of people. Them very grateful with screams of happiness. It's a very, he does a really good job in this too of balancing a line or of just kind of showing you of these characters that aren't supposed to be acting like adults, being very adulty. It's kind of a commentary of the new, and it's weird to me because he kind of did this a bit in ushering in stuff with Watchmen, but it's also a commentary at the same time of, hey, these were still characters for kids at some point in time, making them very dark and depressing and violent. There's something off about that still, and you kind of see that with the Bizarro here, and even with other villains that we'll get to. And
that
then
he's
sense.
And
he's like, oh, and then also I'm a little bit blue kryptonite, the meteor that carried me here, so for good luck, I bring that with me too. See, you am alive, Superman, and me am imperfect duplicate. Then me have to be, and he holds the blue kryptonite to himself. And Superman's like, Bizarro, no. And he's like, everything going dark. Hello, Superman. Hello, because it's Bizarro.
Yikes.
And Bizarro just kills himself there in front of Superman.
Wow.
And he's just like Superman doesn't know how to process this.
Yeah.
And it flashes back to Lois and Tim Crane, and she's like, yeah, after years of harmless stupidity, like that was strange. Like that strange backwards creature had suddenly launched himself on a rampage of genocide, homicide, and finally suicide. Like it just didn't make sense. But then after that, what came next, Bizarro's death seemed trivial. And they're like, oh yeah, I forgot that Bizarro died. We'll get to Bizarro in a second. But we go back to, I told you they kind of updated it. He's no longer a newspaper reporter. Now he works at a television station. And he gets a box that's addressed to him, and he opens it, and they're all filled with these little Superman figures. And they're based off the old figures that actually existed because, Lana Lang tells him, hey, squeeze his legs. And he does his little, I think he's arm move, maybe kind of.
Pushes his arms up,
She does to show him, and a laser, like the heat vision, shoots out and like cuts the desk in half. And like, oh my goodness, what's this? And about that time, all the little toys fly out of the box. And they fly around Clark Kent, who got the box, and they zap him with the lasers to reveal his Superman uniform underneath.
Oh, my.
And they're like, oh. And instead of like trying to play it off, Superman's just like, yeah, okay. And they're like, or Lana's like, Clark, that's you after all these years. And he's just like, he's not trying to hide it. He's like, yeah, whatever. We're just going through.
Yep, see ya.
And the toys start talking. And they're like, it was him all this time. He just combed his hair and stuck on a pair of glasses. Ha, the great gag. And then like Superman's listening and they're like, those voices, oh, it's Toyman and the Prankster, which again are old school, just like, throwaway villains. And they're like, oh, and we have this box for you too. It's a gift, but it's covered in lead, so no peeking. And he's like, everybody stand back. It might be a bomb. And he opens it and a body falls out.
Yikes.
And it's Pete Ross, who Pete Ross was, I guess, a friend back through the time of Superman.
Okay.
And they're like, yep, you know, right. But not before we were able to get his secret identity out of him. Like, that's how we were able to find out who you were. And then we offed him.
Wow.
And Superman's just kind of, again, like, I don't get this. Like, you guys don't do, like, you know, that's not the type of villains you are.
Necessarily, yeah.
And he's like, I have one question for you guys. Do you guys know what radio waves look like? And they're like, what do you mean? Because he's able to use that to hunt them down. And he finds Prankster and Toyman, and he just clobbers the mess out of them again. And it says they gave in almost immediately, but didn't seem able to tell him why they'd suddenly decided to start murdering his friends. Like, I'm telling you, it's there is a little bit of like a commentary I feel here of like being violent with these characters just for the sake of being violent in some of it.
Anybody named the Prankster probably needs to be throttled anyway.
Probably, maybe just a smidge.
The Prankster.
And they talk about that they putting him behind bars didn't mend the senseless damage. And so was Clark Kent. Once publicly revealed his secret identity, he just decided to drop it. Like, he's like, there's no reason. If everybody knows I'm Superman, I don't need to pretend to be Clark Kent anymore. So they're there at Pete's funeral, and I'm trying to remember.
It's like the Spider-Man thing, you know, in the last movie.
It is.
Yeah, where you just you need everybody's mind to be wiped.
You do. But so he's dealing with the death of Pete Ross, the death of Bizarro. Why are his villains coming back and acting like that?
Too.
We think that Brainiac's dead, but we find out that's not necessarily the case. Yeah, very good.
No, it wasn't good.
As Lex Luthor has been out in the Arctic trying to find him and is able to locate only the head left of Brainiac. Well, Luthor thinks, all right, I'm going to take the information you have here, and I'm going to use your technology, and I'll be able to take over Superman.
Because he basically pulled a skull out
it's like
of
a metal
the
skull.
snow.
And Brainiac's like, not so fast, Lex. I'm not really dead. And he uses the technology. It kind of climbs up his arm, and it takes over Lex's brain.
Puts a brain cap on him.
He does. And he tells him, to, like, put my mask to you. I am now using your body, like, for my will. And so Brainiac now controls Lex Luthor, essentially. Brainiac's brain mixed with everything Lex Luthor knows, and he's using his body, kind of.
Yeah.
And they're going to go finally kill Superman. Then Metropolis is kind of invaded by a bunch of Metallos. Metallo is a villain that was Superman that has a kryptonite heart. They're aliens too. and they kind of scale the Daily Planet looking for him, and they try to attack, and they want to, kill Superman. Superman's able to create a giant magnet out of the globe on top of the Daily Planet that kind of attracts all of the Metallos up there to him, and he hurls them off into space. And he's like, all right, everybody's coming after me. Like, they know who I am now, and this isn't going to stop. I need to take all my loved ones and get away from here and take you all to the Fortress of Solitude. That's the only, he's like, that's the only way I'm going to be able to protect you, since they know that I'm Superman now. They're all going to keep coming.
Yeah. It's always his answer. Throw people in space.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Just chuck them in space. It'll be fine.
So Soups takes Lois and Lana, Jimmy, Perry White, and his wife Alice, and I think that's all of them, and they go to the Fortress of Solitude. As they're leaving, I think, what is it, Krypton Man or Kryptonite Man? What is this? It's another like Silver Age villain. I think it is Kryptonite Man, where he's just essentially his skin's made of kryptonite. Is like there to like attack him, and Brainiac's like, no, we can use this guy for our planet. We'll just kind of abduct him, or for our plan, we'll just kind of abduct him and take him out here to the Arctic to go find Superman. Crypto shows up. I told you to appear. Crypto showed up out there at the Fortress of Solitude, and everybody realizes like, hey, like things are serious right now.
Because the dog showed up?
Well, no, just like that Superman brought us all out here.
Okay. All right.
Everybody's trying to attack him. They're trying to defeat him. There's problems. Alice and Perry aren't getting along as husband and wife for some reason. Lois and Lana, even though they both love Superman, are kind of able to put that aside and just bond over like, hey, stuff's getting really serious right now. Crypto's there just being by his, his faithful master kind of. And Superman's nice to have his loyal friend. And then the Legion of Superheroes appears from the 30th century. I know we haven't talked about them before, but they are superheroes from the future. You don't need to know a lot about them. The only thing that I'll need to tell you is that they have come back in time.
Okay.
And Kara, or Supergirl, is with them. In current continuity of the story that was going on, Kara had died in the Infinite Crisis storyline.
Okay.
So she was already dead in comics. So she's obviously from a different timeline, from a different past, like she's not there. So he feels kind of off about them coming back in time on this exact night to visit him because they give him a statue while he's there too. And it's like that in memoriam statue.
Yeah.
And he kind of gets the feeling like, oh, you guys came back here just to kind of like, you wanted to give me your final wishes. Like, we wanted to say our final goodbyes kind of thing, but they won't tell him that. So it ends with, he never told me Lois is telling this whole story, obviously. And she's like, he never told me exactly what happened that night before the siege began. But as soon as I saw him the next morning, I knew something had upset him. He looked funny. He looked as if he had been crying. And like that's how it ends out. The first, because it's a two-parter.
Yeah.
To show that like Superman is just in the Fortress of Solitude, just kind of crying, not knowing what to do.
That's inside the Fortress of Solitude?
That's inside the Fortress of Solitude. It's very much kind of like the Batcave where he has everything collected.
Much less ice.
Yep. His friend Pete Ross is dead. Bizarro acted out a character, killed himself in front of him after all the damage he destroyed. Toyman and Prankster, like everybody's acting more vicious than they are. Brainiac's apparently back and coming after him.
Yeah.
They have like it feels like the Metallos
stuff's
all
going
came
down.
out. They're all choosing like, we're going to destroy Superman, and he doesn't know what to do. And seeing the Legion of Superheroes travel back from time to kind of like wish him, hey, hope you do well, man. He kind of views it as like, this is the end.
Yeah.
Like I think like he realizes that. And so now we get the last issue here of the Action Comics of the second part of the story of whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow. And we cut back to Lois and Tim Crane, who's doing the interview. And Lois's new husband walks in, and he's like, "Oh, is that coffee I smell?" And he's like, "Yeah, nope, you're right. Best darn nose for coffee in all of Pittsdale." So apparently they live in Pittsdale now, which I guess is like a metropolis suburb, maybe. And she's like, "You'll have to fix it yourself, though. I'm busy being a celebrity." Tim, this is my husband, Jordan. Jordy, this is Tim. Tim from the planet. And he goes, "Oh, hi." Tim goes, "I hope you don't mind me interviewing your wife about, and Jordan, her husband, goes, "About my ex? Nah, I can live with it. He weren't nothing special. Us ordinary working slobs, son. We're the real heroes, is what he tells him. And he's like, now, Jordy, don't you get started on that. Like, is what Lois tells him. You go and make coffee. Yeah. And he kind of walks off smiling while he's making coffee, and she gets back into the story.
He looks like Pedro Pascal.
A little bit. So that is her husband, Jordan Elliott.
Okay.
So,
and we don't know how that happened?
No.
Okay.
I mean, not in this story.
Okay.
Her husband, Jordan Elliott.
Yeah.
So we get then part 2 of what happened to the Man of Tomorrow, and we get back where she's telling the story of Superman's kind of last stand. Brainiac arrives there at the Fortress of Solitude, and he's greeted by the Legion of Supervillains, which is also from the 30th century, very similar to... That's the ship he made.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Ship. The big skull ship here, it reminds me of the thing in Super Friends. Like, you remember how they used to have that big skull-shaped thing in a swamp?
In the swamp there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so they land there at the Fortress of Solitude, and the Legion of Supervillains shows up too. They're from the 30th century, and they come to tell him, like, hey, like, our history books show us that, like, Superman will battle his biggest foe today, and, like, this is where he loses, and we just wanted to come and bear witness kind of to it. And Brainiac's, that makes sense. Of course I'm his greatest foe. Like, today's going to be my day. And so he goes in on the ship, and he puts up this giant, like, sphere, like a force field, over the Fortress of Solitude. And none of the heroes can get in, like, because they've come to help. Like, they know they're there. Like, people are after Superman.
Everywhere I look, something reminds me of her.
We're just going to keep that joke going.
It's just a big dome.
Like, Shazam's there. We have Wonder Woman. Batman and Robin are beating on it with sticks for some reason. I don't get that. But, like, nobody can get in. Kryptonite Man has shown up, and, like, Superman's, like, flying away because he doesn't know how to deal with, like, the siege that's happening.
Yeah, sure.
And he goes to talk to Perry, and he kind of tells, like, he's looking for Perry. He's like, hey, man, like, they have this heart-to-heart, and he tries to tell him about, like, his love life of Lana and Lois, of, like, I feel this way about Lana, and I feel this way about Lois, and they kind of have a heart-to-heart about he and Alice, and it's just, kind of a growing moment there.
Did you see who's playing Perry White in the James Gunn Superman? It's the guy from The Wire. Shit, that guy.
Bunk?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, he's playing Perry White.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah, it's cool.
Oh,
He'll be good at that.
He will be. But we see Lana Lang and Jimmy Olsen then, and they're like, we got to do something to help Superman. Like, he does so much for us. And Jimmy finds some the elastic lad serum that Superman has kept. And then Lana finds a pool of the magic lake water that might be a source of radiation. It's tropes that were used in previous episodes.
Sure,
previous
I get
issues,
it. Yeah.
That he's bringing back in to give them, like, the temporary zany superpowers like they would have, because they want to help Superman. They feel like he's done so much for us. We need to help him. So Jimmy Olsen is a elastic lad, and Lana's, I don't know, chemical
elastic
girl,
lad.
whatever she is.
Yeah.
And they go out there to fight Kryptonite Man. And they're fighting, and Lana realizes that, hey, Lex, like, is being controlled by Brainiac, because Lex fights through and goes, Lana, Brainiac got me, kill me, please. Like, he's telling her to kill him because, and so she's like, okay. I mean, she doesn't, like, there's a little more than that, but she doesn't, like, all right. And she just, like, karate chops him in the neck, right? And she just kills Lex Luthor. Well, by doing so, though, the legions of supervillains kind of step in, because, like, he needs our help, and they end up shocking Lana Lang to, like, one of them zaps her to death, like she's a crisp kind of thing. Jimmy Olsen goes down to, like, save her and attack the others, and he's hit in the back by a ray from Brainiac, because Brainiac, even though Lex Luthor is dead, is willing his body up still. Like, he's using
that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, the devices to still shoot to send things up.
Sure.
And he's like, one way or another, I'm going to defeat Superman. Like, I'm his greatest foe. I'm going to do this. Our final assault begins.
So it's Weekend at Bernie's Superman edition.
Yeah. So while everything's going on, Perry and Alice, he goes to save Alice. They kind of reconcile a bit. Kryptonite Man breaks in.
I do not like this guy. Kryptonite Man?
I'm pretty sure
it's
that's his
goofy
name, right?
looking.
Well, his skin's all kryptonite.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it's the least creative name for a super villain.
It was the 50s.
That's whatever.
So, and he's looking for Superman, and Krypto sacrifices himself to essentially like bite at and just tear away at Kryptonite Man, knowing that he's like, you can see he's like turning green while he's doing it. And he lets out like a howl as like he's killed Kryptonite Man, Krypto has, and he lets out a howl as he himself kind of dies too.
Yeah.
And you see Lois, as she's talking to Tim, be like, Pete Ross, Lana, Jimmy, now Krypto, all gone. Like, I was with Superman when he heard his pet's death howl, but we couldn't do anything about it. Like, Superman's losing everything.
His pet's death howl.
Yeah. And Superman goes to save Lois, as she's essentially like, they know that it's Perry and Alice. They're safe together, but all that's left then is him and Lois.
Yeah.
And the Legion of Superheroes, you know, are supervillains, like, you want to show up, and they're like, all right, it's time for you. Like, we've come to help. Oh, I'm sorry, we've killed Lana, now it's time for you. Or like, we fried your other girlfriend, and he's again hurt, and he's like, you hurt Lana? And he shoots his flames at him, or his heat vision, and it hits the one who's after him. He's like, he burned me. Like, he doesn't do that. Like, he's not bluffing. Like, let's get out of here.
Right.
Like, they realize, we've messed with, you know. And so they leave as Superman's still shooting at him.
He's not a guy you want to get pissed off.
No.
Yeah.
And they transfer back to they travel back to the 30th century. Rigor mortis starts setting in for Lex, right?
Oh.
And Brainiac can't move him anymore, and eventually the body topples over. And he's like, no, Brainiac's like, come on, Luthor, get up. I will not be betrayed by your human weakness. And he's like, fine, whatever. And he like gets up and he starts like crawling towards him, like on his legs.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm coming for you, Kryptonian. My victory is inevitable. They said that. And he's like, Superman, it's crawling off of him, is what Lois says. And he goes, it's okay, Lois. I don't think he's in any condition to harm us. And he's like crawling because he's like, they said I'd vanquish you. And about that time, like, he sits there and he collapses and he's over. It was dead. Or like, Brainiac's dead again then, because he has nothing to feast on. And so they're standing there, and he's sitting there and he's like, I don't like this though. There's so many loose ends. Like, it's dead, but like, it doesn't explain. The force field's still up. Like, why did Bizarro act the way he did? Why did like Toyman why did that happen? And about that time, you remember a little guy by the name of
Mixoplex?
Yep. Mr. Mixoplex shows up.
I saw the hat.
You did, because he goes, like, Superman thinks for a bit, and that's when he's like, of course. And he calls him out. And he's like, I know you're here. Come out and show yourself. And he pops up. And he tells him, he's like, so you finally guessed it was me. And he's like, why are you guiding all of this? Like, why all this killing and destruction? Like, why? And he's like, don't be naive, Superman. He's like, I'm immortal. Like, you know, like everybody in the fifth dimension is. He's like, it's a big problem. Like, we just have to find ways to entertain ourselves. You know,
he looks like he was in a hair band like 30 years ago.
He kind of does with the way he's doing it.
Reunion tour.
Yeah, he's like, you know, so he tells me, he's like, you know, I have to find ways to spend my existence. He's like, if I took the first 2,000, I didn't even move or breathe. Then the next 2,000 years after that, I spent, you know, being saintly and benign, doing only good deeds. When that novelty began to fade, then I decided to try being mischievous. He's like, and now, 2,000 years later, I'm bored again. So, you know what I've decided to do? I've just decided to be evil for the next 2,000, and we'll see where this goes. And he goes, and after that, who knows? Maybe I'll try being guilty. And he goes, and did you honestly believe a fifth dimension sorcerer would resemble a funny little man in a derby hat? And he kind of turns into this demonic looking type creature, almost, as he's chasing after the two of them, of Superman and Lois now. And about that time, he realizes that there's nothing he can do to stop the power that Mxyzptlk has, because one of Superman's weaknesses, we don't talk about it a lot, is magic. He's weak against magic.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh.
So he realizes, or Lois realizes on the statue that the Legion of Heroes gave him, that he's holding something, and it's the Phantom Zone projector. We talked about it a little bit, of where he's in villains.
Yeah.
And she tells him that. So Superman runs to grab it, and when he comes back, Mxyzptlk sees what it is and gets scared and decides, I gotta disappear. And to do that, he has to say his name backwards.
Right.
I don't know how to say that. I'm not going to. But he says it, and he starts to disappear. And while he does that, Superman doesn't let him. Because at the same instant, he has the ray send him to, like, he sucks him up with the ray. And he gets him trapped there as he's trying to escape.
Right.
And so what it does is he lets out this awful scream, and he essentially just disintegrates as Superman has killed Mr. Mxyzptlk.
So now we got a dead Luthor, a dead Mxyzptlk.
Everybody's dead.
And a dead Bizarro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's like, what is he?
A
and
dead
Superman
Superdog.
explains he's torn in half between dimensions. He panicked when he saw the ray and made a fatal error just as I knew he would. I killed him, Lois. I intended to kill him. And he goes, I just couldn't risk letting anything that powerful and malignant survive. So I made up my mind and I did it. I broke my oath and I killed him. And Lois says, but you had to. You haven't done anything wrong. And Clark goes, yeah, I have. Or I guess Superman goes, yeah, I have. Nobody has the right to kill. Not Mxyzptlk, not you, not Superman. Especially not Superman. And so he kind of turns and he walks away from her. And she says, he turned and walked away in complete silence. And I ran after him, but he didn't reply. And we have another very old Silver Age kind of, remember how there's kryptonite for everything?
Yeah.
So at one point in time, there was a gold kryptonite. And what gold kryptonite did is it just rendered him, while it was near him, it rendered him powerless. So it says, and by the time I realized where he was heading, it was too late. And it shows that he has kind of like a chamber full of it. It says sample storage chamber, keep out. And as he opens it, it says, as he walked into the blinding golden light, he turned, looked back over his shoulder, and he smiled at me. And I never saw Superman again, is what she says.
Wow.
And then we go back to see everybody, like the force field comes down. So the Justice League is able to come and see, oh, Jimmy's dead. Lana's dead.
So
Lex
we don't
is
know
dead.
that Superman's actually dead.
We don't.
Okay.
And then as she goes, and that's where they found me outside the locked gold kryptonite chamber weeping. When Superwoman and Captain Marvel ripped the vault open, it was empty and he was gone. And she's just there with that trophy crying. And then Lois says, they discovered a hidden passageway leading out of the fortress, and it was finally concluded that he walked out powerless into the sub-zero waste to freeze. They never found his body. And she's like, more coffee, Tim? And he's like,
he ain't dead.
No, it's getting late. I think like I'm good. Just tell me one last thing though. What do you think of the rumors that Superman is still alive somewhere? And she goes, well, I'm sure a lot of people would like to believe that. But as far as I'm concerned, Superman died in the Arctic. I was there. And he's like, okay, of course. And he's like, all right, I'm sorry. That last question was kind of tactless. I just got to ask. And she's like, no. It's okay. You got to do what you got to do. And about that time, we hear, here's Johnny. And what? Oh, Jonathan, you're awake. As her new husband, Jordan, brings in their son.
Oh.
And he's like, oh, well, listen, I had to, get out of here. I'll send you a copy of the interview once I've transcribed it. And they kind of wish him well as he walks off. And they set the baby down. And Lois is like, all right, well, he's gone. I guess the media won't be bothering us for another 10 years now. And he's like, let's hope so. Down you go, Jonathan, free to play for a while. So how was work today? Great old Dan Hodge brought in some snapshots of his grandchildren, and we're working on this old 48 Buick at the moment, trying to get her working again. She's beautiful. And for some reason, the baby's playing in coal. I don't know why they're letting the baby
I don't
play
understand
with
that
coal.
either. Yeah.
And he's like, oh, you really love it, don't you?
Babies love coal.
You really love it, don't you? Just going to work every day, taking out the garbage, changing Jonathan's diapers, all the normal stuff. And he's like, yep, can't beat it. Although maybe I could live without the diapers. And you see, as the baby releases the coal, it's a diamond in there as it drops. And they're...
That's not your baby.
Well, they're talking back and forth, and she goes, you were pretty hard on Superman earlier. And he goes, Superman? Well, he was overrated. He was too wrapped up in himself. He thought the world couldn't get along without him. And he asked, what's for dinner?
Yeah.
And she goes, pizza. And after that, if Jonathan's quiet, I thought maybe bed with a bottle of wine. And after that,
For the baby?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right.
The baby's going to drink the whole bottle of wine.
Yeah.
She goes, and after that, maybe we live happily ever after. And she goes, sound good to you? And he goes, Lois, my love, what do you think? And as he closes the door, he winks because Jordan Elliott is Superman.
Yeah.
But he is a powerless Superman.
Gotcha.
He is just your normal, everyday dude.
Huh. Well, that's kind of cool, though.
Yeah. So, there you go.
It's like the end of Batman. Like the movies.
Yeah, except there's no Alfred in the cafe.
Right. But I'm just saying,
silly.
Yeah.
Or the Robin bag thing.
I'm okay
but,
with that.
no, you're fine.
I like the endings.
No, I like it, though. So it gives them, like, Superman has that realization.
Yeah.
Of the thing that I love about Alan Moore's Superman is he's always Superman. In a sense of, he killed somebody.
Right.
And he decided, nope, that's not me. I don't deserve this power. Like, that is a strong statement from somebody that you don't always get. So I like the way that Alan Moore really writes Superman, and I just loved it a lot. So
yeah, it's cool. There
we go.
He seems to actually give a crap about Superman.
Which is odd. Well, this is the thing, is this happened before he got very disinterested in all of superheroes.
Sure.
So you're not going to get anything like this again, because this is before DC screwed him over with Watchmen. But it's just all really good. I kind of brushed over some of it. There's a lot more intricate, like in-depth stuff, obviously. I kind of do that when we cover these things because I want you to be able to read and get something from it still and have fun with it.
Bizarro has always been one of my favorites, just because it's so ridiculous that he's a exact. Number one, they always talk about how he's like an exact copy of Superman, but backwards.
Imperfect,
but he's not.
No,
he's not. Not everything's backwards.
Also, I didn't talk about
shouldn't his feet go in the other direction? His knees been weird, and
another thing that I should point out is that they did get Kurt Swan to do the last 2 issues of this thing too, since it was kind of the closing out because it was gone, and then Man of Steel that John Byrne wrote and drew or did both of came out. So they got Kurt Swan to do the art for both of the last 2 issues, and those are the last 2 issues that he did the full art for. Like he would do like pages here and there, but
do
it's
all of those people on the cover show up? Because I don't remember seeing Flash.
Maybe briefly.
And Green Lantern. Blech.
No, I think it might have
Green
been.
Arrow.
Some of them showed up out at the Fortress of Solitude. They were like hitting on they are brief appearances, but that is taken from the cover of. I'm trying to find it. That is taken from the cover of that Action Comics issue, where they're all standing there, and I'm trying to see if it's the same or also.
Oh yeah. That's the same one.
It is all of them. Well, here's what I'll notice. It's a little different. You want to look at it here, and that kind of looks like, I don't know. I don't know. They changed it some, but that kind of looks like Julius Schwartz, who was the editor of Superman at the time.
Oh, maybe so.
So
that'd be kind of cool.
I never put that there together until just now.
Oh yeah, it is a little different, isn't it?
Yeah,
well, there's
they changed
more.
it a bit.
No, I guess they're all there. Okay, I was looking at this dude, but no, there's extra like normal people. In this
maybe
one.
it's just like Daily Planet workers.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's just like male guy Tim.
Why is she running away from the dog?
I don't know.
This little girl's being chased by a dog.
Crypto was playing with her.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, so
Crypto
that was our Alan Moore Superman. What we'll cover next week is a single issue. It's another annual. It's about 40 pages, so it's a little bit longer than a regular comic. But it's it's just Action Comics number 775.
Yeah.
But it has the title, What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way? And it takes another look at just a different kind of side of Superman. Joe Kelly and Doug Mankey, I think, did art on that. The thing is, they also turned that single issue into like an hour movie or an hour and a half movie called Superman vs. the Elite. So I might watch that too and do both and just be like, hey, they did that in the movie. That's different what we talk about. But either way, that's what we're going to look at next. Action Comics number 775 as we continue Superman stories that don't suck. And then we are going to close it out with, I did a lot of planning. I have the next, so I'm laying it out for you.
Yeah.
We're going to close out that kind of saga with Kingdom Come to kind of look at as a story.
Okay.
Then from there, you can look forward to, I have something special planned for Tax Day, oddly enough, that we'll dive into. Don't want to give that away too much. And then I don't know if
Mixoplex does your taxes.
I don't know if we've talked about Neil Gaiman too much.
A little bit.
I know Sandman, people love Sandman, American Gods, like a lot of good stuff from Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman wrote a really good kind of spiritual successor that I found in looking through this called Whatever Happened to the Cape Crusader. That is a very similar type thing that I've started reading that's really good. And it's villains, like all of Batman's nemesis showing up at his funeral, and they're telling stories of how he died. But it all kind of gives like a different aspect of like Batman, and it's really good.
Oh, that's cool.
So we'll cover that going here in April coming up. And also, we're going to get back into focusing on a character itself because we haven't done that in a while.
Yeah.
And I think somebody that Mike probably doesn't know too much about that will be interesting to look into, and that's Booster Gold.
Yeah, I don't know hardly anything about Booster Gold, but I need to because of the upcoming stuff.
Is he going to be a part of it?
Marvel's been talking about
DC?
Booster Gold. DC's been talking about Booster Gold for a while, and I can't imagine somebody like Booster Gold is not a favorite of James Gunn.
He might be.
Because it's always the weird ones. He always loves that stuff.
There's a part, and here's the thing too, is at least for me, there's a lot of, there was a run there around the New 52 time, or I guess Rebirth. Booster Gold is the New 52. Jeff Johns and all that. I'm getting really nerdy. I know what I'm talking about.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
There's a run on characters where there's part of Booster. We're going to focus on the New 52 Booster Gold that Jeff Johns did, and he has a really good relationship with Blue Beetle and Ted Kord and stuff. But there's a lot of that run that has a little kind of like Mr. Miracle in it, in a sense of where it's Booster finding the hero in himself, and some of it that actually adds to the character in that story arc. That's really good.
It was there all along.
It was there all along, Booster. We'll get into the origin of the character and kind of break that down too. But that's what you can look forward in the next couple weeks. So we got a lot of Superman, something fun for tax day, Whatever Happened to the Cape Crusader, and Booster Gold to come.
Let me ask you real quick. There's somebody like Booster Gold in the Marvel universe, the one that becomes Thor. What's his name? Like there's a gold.
Beta Ray Bill.
Beta Ray Bill. There we go. I always get those two mixed
you're talking about name.
Yeah. The names always get mixed up.
Yeah, I think that's Walt Simonson. But yeah, Beta Ray Bill. That's considered, when he was introduced, I think that's considered a pretty good Thor run. I haven't gone back and read it, but I always thought the character looked cool.
Yeah, he's cool looking. It looks like a big camel.
I'm not as nerdy as some people might think. A lot of it I just read and figure it out.
Sure. Well, I mean, that's the point, right?
Yeah. All right. There you go. As always, appreciate you guys taking the time out to listen. Make sure to check out all the other podcasts on the Rogue Media Network family.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And as always, stay safe, everybody. And until next time, take care.
Golly God.
You always make that so quiet, and it's so hard for me to do it over. I'm going to include this too, because he makes it so quiet every time. Thank you.
How about that? Yeah, that's better.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Looking for a great haircut or shave experience? Come to Champion's Salon and Barber. Our skilled barbers and stylists are dedicated to giving you the best service possible. Whether you need a simple haircut or a complete grooming package, we have you covered. And while you're here, feel free to enjoy a complimentary beer and chat with our friendly staff. We have 2 convenient locations in Waco and Woodway, Texas. You can also book appointments online or through our app, making it easy to schedule your next visit. So why wait? Visit Champion Salon and Barber today and experience a cut above the rest.
Boobies!
Boobies! And hello. Hi.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm here.
We're here. We showed up.
I feel very crispy.
And where'd we show up to?
To Rogue Media Network. Oh, to Boobies.
Boobies. You know, both are true. Both are true. We are in the lovely Rogue Media Network studios. We are here to talk about horror movies, you guys, because it's Boobies. And I am Joshua, and
I am Caitlin.
Yes.
And we're your hosts. And we're here to talk about all the things
we're excited,
that
right?
you would want to. Yes.
Because what are we doing? It's summertimey outside. And like you said, it was very hot when you walked in.
Yes. Oh my God.
Extremely hot today. I think actually we have like a power grid warning or something like today.
Oh, shit. That wouldn't surprise me.
Make sure they were like conserve energy because it's so hot. And obviously everybody's running, I guess, their aircon and electricity. But like
my AC when I got home was at
86.
86. And I was like, no.
That's hot.
So I turned that motherfucker down.
That's
so
way
I am
too hot.
Not, I mean, it's been on 86 all day. So I feel like I'm allowed to make it lower now.
Yeah.
I conserved for 9 hours.
I didn't. It was on full blast. It was hot.
I literally, I got home and took a shower after teaching and was like drenched after my shower. I put on my shirt when I got here.
I hate that feeling of like when you're like, your clothes are wet even like because you've been sweating that much like and it just feels gross.
That's how
all damp.
Nice and damp. Anyways.
To begin our lovely horror summer bash,
you know who else is damp?
Ooh.
Jason, because he's been in the bottom of the pond
this whole time. And that is our lovely segue into what we're covering today. We are going to be covering Friday the 13th.
The OG.
The original, not the 2009 remake, I believe is what it is.
And what year was this from, Joshua?
It's 1980.
Okay.
1980.
I was like, that's what I wrote down, but I don't trust myself.
No, it's okay. It was 1980. It was released 2 weeks before The Shining, actually.
Oh.
2 weeks right before The Shining.
Wow.
And it ended up making more money than The Shining did, just in its opening weekend.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Because, well, no, The Shining was.
Well, yeah.
So good.
But I think also, too, especially with, like, the creation of Friday, like, this whole film, I think it really had a really great marketing system scheme. I don't know how to marketing plan.
I read that they started, like, marketing and putting clips
before
out.
It was made.
Yeah, before it even had financing.
Yeah, literally.
Like, they're like, we don't know if we can make this movie, but we're gonna.
The guy who came up with it, he put it like an ad in like some paper or magazine. Yeah, like months before it even was greenlit to go, and called it the scariest film ever made.
Yeah. Wow. Way to hype yourself up.
Yeah, he really only had the idea of the title because he just really loved Friday the 13th, and just kind of made that like. And honestly, that even kind of necessarily doesn't even have too much to do with the movie. It's just that it happens to happen on that day.
On a Friday the 13th. Yeah. And I was talking with Mike before this. I believe it was actually released on a Friday the 13th.
That's perfect.
Said it was May 9th, I think, 1980. But I didn't do enough research to see if that actually was Friday the 13th.
But wouldn't the 13th be a 13th?
Oh my God, yeah. You're so right. I'm a fucking dumbass bitch. What is wrong with me?
I'm like over here sitting so confused. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that math's right.
So it was released on May 9th.
May 9th? Okay.
Well, that's a really missed opportunity.
Maybe it was right before a 13th. Like they couldn't get it like directly on.
Ooh, so they just wanted, well.
But
I want you to be scared on Friday. They really should have just waited.
That was a missed opportunity, to be honest.
I guess maybe they were like, we got to get a one up on The Shining.
And that probably could have been something to do with it. Maybe the next Friday the 13th wasn't until like 3 or 4 months late.
Yeah.
But honestly, though, May for a horror movie? Huh.
Yeah, that's kind of an odd choice. But
I feel like that happens. The Shining came out 2 weeks later, so hey.
Yeah, and a lot of like somewhat good-looking horror films have been coming out recently
around like the Halloween time, yeah. Spook season.
I mean, we've been seeing more ads and stuff for them, trailers. But
yeah,
some of them are coming out like now and came out like 2 months ago and stuff. So that's
But we decided to open with this movie because I feel like the cultural significance that this movie plays in its role in like horror film and like a lot of the tropes that we know a good horror film for today, I feel like derived from the culmination of this movie because although too, this movie is basically like a conglomerate of like a whole bunch of other horror movies that like came right before it.
It says like the director took a lot of inspiration from Halloween, but I'm going to be honest. I mean, other than the fact that it's like kind of a stocky killer or
like
something.
Like the POV shots.
Yeah. Other than that,
you didn't
I don't really get much Halloween vibes. And then the fact that they're like both hardcore slashers and stuff with some pretty intense death, I got more Psycho. vibes with like especially with Miss Voorhees and her at the end
because it's like mommy and like you know but and see that's where like
and then some of those overlapping scenes
and a lot of that was like them borrowing from because the guy who came up with the concept blatantly told the like director, the screenplay guy, like Halloween made a whole lot of money last year. And we want to capitalize on that and make just as much money because he had been coming from his company where he had been making like movies that weren't making any money at all.
Yeah.
And so he wanted to try to capitalize on that.
I see that Victor Miller is who's that. So the screenwriter Victor Miller originally came up with something, a different name in mind. And so in the spring of 1979, he was calling the film Long Night at Camp Blood. And so now I understand where the Camp Blood came in because I was like, that's literally the dumbest fucking name I've ever heard.
Really?
Like
Camp
y'all
Blood.
couldn't think of anything else.
Camp Horror.
Camp Blood.
Yeah. Well, and we'll come to that in a minute. What's up?
Speaking of the camp used for filming is still operational.
Really?
So Camp Crystal Lake is actually Camp Nobi Bosco. Nobi Bosco.
Where is it at?
That's a great question.
It's not that important. I saw,
but it's a fully operational camp.
I did see one of like the truck that drove Miss I forget her name. One of the girls, Annie. There you go. It said NJ on it, so I'm assuming they were New Jersey.
Yeah, I don't know if that's where.
Because I was a little curious about where this all took place.
Nobi Bosco. Oh well, it had a nice little link. It's literally called NO-BE-BO-SCO.
That sounds like
Nobi Bosco.
Okay, I see. Since 1927. That's a long time.
That is.
I'm sure some people have died there.
Oh, there had to have
so.
been some.
Oh wait, that sounded really bad. I'm sorry. I don't hope so, but like it just would be really fitting if it did.
I hope so many people have died.
Literally.
It's in New Jersey, Hardwick, New Jersey.
Hey, okay,
there
cool. You go. Context clues, very important. You guys, be observant. So let's go ahead and jump in. I feel like this movie starts off with I love the opening shot of like the moon, and already from the get go, I mean you can tell this was filmed in 1980 because like it's got that grainy vibe to it, like the quality of the film and like the sound. I guess we should let y'all know. I watched it on Paramount Plus.
That is also where I watched it.
It's free on there
as well.
But I do know that it's available for like rent. For like $2 on Amazon. Yeah, Prime.
Because we looked there first, and then we tried looking in a few other places.
I'll always try to find like where's the free one.
Yeah. I'm like, and let's go to every single streaming app
and look it up and see, because sometimes even if you Google it, it'll be like it's here, and then when you go to look for it, it's not there.
Yeah. And there was somewhere else that like Andrew had looked it up. He was trying to get it ready, and he was like, "If it fucking said it was free, what the hell?" And then. So then I was like, try something else. Try Paramount Plus, try something. And then he was like,
I can hear like his verbiage saying that. Like I can hear him and his voice. That's funny. But yeah, so we have them opening up. We have us hearing some counselors. They're singing What You Do at like a camp. It's 1958. It gives us a little time thing at the bottom. Vibes.
It was very religious.
It sounds like
songs.
a gospel song. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're singing a very religious song. The counselors are around the fire, but you know they aren't acting religious because we have Miss. Well, we didn't get names. We have two counselors that are just kind of Googling each other, and I put the same too. They're ogling. I was like, ooh, these campers are about to fuck. But
I love how right off the bat we get the classic like.
Oh yeah. It's already starting, and so you get the sound that Caitlin just made, and it's throughout the entire movie. Yeah, and it's essentially like, basically like what the like noises from Texas Chainsaw Massacre would be, or like the piano for what's it called,
The
Halloween
Exorcist, or Halloween.
They're both. Yeah, singing of the bells, something of the bells.
Yeah, that's right. They were like super similar songs.
And so. Yeah, it's I really like it because it kind of adds a little like extra layer throughout the whole movie, and I like the whole.
It feels campy.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it feels like,
which is fitting.
Sounds that you would hear like outside, like.
Speaking of some of those sounds, like those animal sounds, some of those birds sounded like they were screaming.
Oh yeah,
there was some really unique.
It all gave me like
bird
that
sounds,
nostalgic, familiar feeling of like even here, like sometimes when you go outside Texas heat and you just hear like. The cicadas, like outside, and that's what we got a lot through this movie.
It very much gave you like
you're at camp.
We're at camp.
Camp Blood.
Camp Blood.
And so we have them all singing. Obviously, these two were fucking each other. So they get up, they go away. She passes her guitar to someone, and they sneak off. And it's kind of like, oh, we know what this is happening. They're gonna go try to find somewhere to canoodle and kiss and whatever. And she asked him like, oh, is this how Mary Ann kisses? And he's like, oh, I wouldn't know that. Like basically trying to tell her he has only eyes for her. I'm like, he lying. He at camp. That's the whole point of these summer camps.
New woman each week.
Literally. And so we have them basically then this whole time we had that POV, you know, happening, someone walking. We can kind of like keeping eyes on everything and everybody. And then we find them at the top of a barn. And
it's the most awkward way to. They were like,
yeah,
let's sit down
on this wooden
and then
floor.
Let's just kind of halfway lay down. And it's like, yo, if you're coming here to do that, just like
you're gonna get a splinter.
Get to it. Yeah. They laid down that thin blanket, but
still,
what else?
I don't trust wood.
You're gonna scooch off. It at some point.
I hope so, because otherwise it's very vanilla.
Yeah.
And so then we have. Basically, we can't see who the killer is, obviously. So, but they come up and they're like, "Oh my God, we're not doing anything.
We were just messing around.
Just you, literally on the floor, tongues in each other's mouths,
and your clothes were like half unbuttoned.
Like, we were Bible study.
Yeah.
No, and so we have the boy, which is kind of comedic. He gets stabbed and right in the stomach, and then we have this chick. The way she
runs around.
I don't understand what her thought process was.
She was like, yeah, give me over here. Give me over here.
Yeah, basically, you guys. She's moving from side to side.
And she's like in front of things. Yeah. Not really.
You can't get away.
The first place she goes is literally like in.
But yeah. And then when we get to the killer, so it made it hard. Like when the killer is revealed, it kind of made like a lot of these deaths seem like, how did someone's weighs less than me, like older age, like accomplish all this and not get overpowered by one of these,
by at least one of them,
one of the teen boys.
Some of them, like especially this one, some of the other deaths were pretty clever and took them by surprise.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially these, like they could have. I mean, I guess they were caught off guard, but just like a fucking kick to the gut.
I think that's just us though. We're survivors.
Risk getting my leg chopped off.
We're not gonna like just take it.
Face. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, so we get our first two deaths of the movie already, opening it up, like not even like 5 minutes in, and we have them dying in kind of this kind of ridiculous, not ridiculous ways, but it's just kind of funny. And then we have like whenever the girl finally gets murdered, which it doesn't show, but we have that zoom into her face where it just like
pan.
Yeah, it just freezes, and then we get this long zoom in into her agape mouth, and then we get a title sequence of Friday the 13th coming in, which I thought was pretty cool. I like that. And then we have the glass shattering. We get the music. The music throughout this movie was sometimes a bit like I feel like they were trying a little too hard with the score. I feel like they were trying to get like, we need like a Halloween moment or like something, but a lot of the times it just felt very like
it was a
jarring
lot.
And a lot,
yeah.
and like
especially towards the end,
it was grinding. It was annoying, like on the ears.
The last scene, like the lake scene, that music, it's like it was trying to be tranquil, but then it was so dissonant and loud that I was like, this is a little much.
And then at the end of it, it got more like,
yeah,
like it almost gave me like Jaws. A lot of the times, this gave me Jaws vibes. So which also goes to show like they were kind of like not ripping off, but you know, trying to emulate all these other feelings that you got from these other scary movies up until this point. But
they were like, let's take what everyone else did right,
literally,
and try and make it our
throw
own.
It on, and put a nice little title to it. And so yeah, basically after all of that, we have present day, and we have Annie, and she's looking a little bit like a vagrant.
Yeah, she got her
little hobo.
Looked like she's hiking like I did when I was hiking across Europe.
She got her whole bag. She's looking. She's trying to, I guess, get to Camp Crystal Lake. That's going to be the scene for the whole part of the movie. And I love how she goes and asks the dog for directions.
That doggy is having none of her shit.
Literally none of it.
He was like, I don't speak English.
And she didn't even have a treat. Like, you don't ask a dog for something without a treat.
He was like, you pet me, no food?
Have you seen the TikTok of the dog that shakes your hand for $1?
No.
It is so cute. I don't know how like
I bet that owner's
dog
rich
labor
now.
laws work, but I think it's like not here. It's like in Mexico or somewhere. This dude has a little dog. He's set up. He has a little sign and his little sunglasses, and you go put $1 in the bucket, and he'll like lift his paw and give you a handshake.
Oh,
but
that's
he
so cute.
only does it for the handshake. He knows not to like. If you don't put $1 in there, you don't get a handshake. You don't even get acknowledged.
Who are you?
Mhm.
You're not here.
Literally.
No dollar, no existence.
And so
That's what I'm gonna start living by.
for real, she's looking for this place. She ends up eventually finding a little cafe in town, downtown apparently. So they're downtown, and as soon as she's like, "Hey, does anybody know how to get to Camp Crystal Lake?" Everybody's like looking at her. They turn down the music. She's like, "It's about some miles from here, wouldn't you say?" And then they're all like, "You're trying to go to Camp Blood?"
That place is cursed.
Literally.
And why the fuck you wouldn't turn around right after that?
Yeah.
But who knows?
And they made it a point to like still be all up in her Kool-Aid.
Mhm.
But I feel like that's also like the small town vibes, you
Yeah.
know. That's very like they all know who's who and what's going on, and they're not used to change difference.
Like we talked about in the cabin in the woods. Kind
of like the red herring, or not red herring, but the
the person who's the prophet of
yeah,
doom.
there you go.
Basically.
That's a good way to say it. Prophet of doom.
Yeah, like we had in Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
Kind of, well, at least.
Which I believe came out before this, right? Yep.
Yeah.
70s. Yeah. Yeah.
And then now, like,
yeah, but that's
this
like
is
how
kind
it
of like
becomes.
that.
This kind of cemented that idea in the horror movie like trope universe of like these things have to be in line or happen. Like there has to be a virgin. There has to be two kids that have sex. There has to be So all those
always,
things kind of
I feel like, I mean, if anything, Cabin in the Woods took a lot from this.
Oh yeah,
There was also another.
I feel like they're kind of like the reincarnation of what Friday the 13th was trying to be, basically, and not necessarily be like I feel like Cabin in the Woods was definitely more like camp, and it knew what it was trying to do, like be the joke
very
of it.
meta.
Whereas Friday was like trying to do it, but not be meta and not
This is a serious horror film.
Yeah, let us in on it. Yeah.
Did you know you could be putting oil and chemicals in your coffee? I love coffee creamer, but I don't think I've ever turned the bottle around to actually see what's inside. When I did, I found out many of my favorite creamers contain ingredients I would never intentionally add to my coffee cup, like canola oil, dipotassium phosphate, and artificial flavors. Laird Superfood all started when big wave surfer Laird Hamilton needed morning fuel that could allow him to spend the entire day chasing the ultimate wave. He couldn't find anything in the market that met his ingredient standards, so made himself the ultimate plant-based creamer. Laird Superfood started and launched its first product, Original Superfood Creamer, in 2015. Laird Superfoods contain no artificial flavors, colors, or additives, and no sugars from highly refined corn syrup. All Laird products are sustainably sourced and thoroughly tested to ensure that you're incorporating the cleanest, finest fuel into your routine. All Laird products are also made of all-natural whole food ingredients, and they are crafted from the highest quality all-natural real food ingredients. Are you ready to feel more energized, focused, and supported? Go to lairdsuperfood.com and add nourishing plant-based foods to fuel you from sunrise to sunset. Use our promo code BOO at checkout to save 15% off your purchase today.
I love smoothies, but I don't love smoothie bar prices. With my BlendJet 2 portable blender, I can make smoothie bar quality beverages for a fraction of the price. BlendJet 2 is portable, so you can blend up a smoothie at work, a protein shake at the gym, or even a margarita on the beach. It's small enough to fit in a cup holder, but powerful enough to blast through tough ingredients like ice and frozen fruit with ease. BlendJet 2 is whisper quiet, so you can make your morning smoothie without waking the whole house. Lasts for 15 plus blends and recharges quickly via USB-C. Best of all, BlendJet 2 cleans itself. Just blend water with a drop of soap and you're good to go. There are also over 30 plus colors to choose from. I myself chose black because it matches the color of my soul. What are you waiting for? Go to blendjet.com and grab yours today. And be sure to use the promo code BOO12 to get 12% off your order and free 2-day shipping. No other portable blender on the market comes close to this quality, power, and innovation of the BlendJet 2. They guarantee you'll love it or your money back. Blend anytime, anywhere with the BlendJet 2 portable blender. Go to blendjet.com and use the code BOO12 to get 12% off your order and free 2-day shipping. Shop today and get the best deal ever.
But yeah, we have all that happening. Finally, I guess I would be so mad at that freaking diner lady who's just like, "Oh, aren't you heading up that way?" I mean, and the way he was like, well, damn it, Skip. All right, let's go.
Guess you're right.
Yeah.
Guess I am.
I'd be like, no, don't be putting that on me.
I'm sure not.
For real.
What's his name? Enos?
I think so.
Enos. The way that, when they get outside and
Ennis?
he's like, Ennis?
Is it Enos or Ennis?
It's Anus.
Anus. Anus honest. It's one of the three. But yeah, he was kind of weird. But
when they got out and he was like, "Are all the girls at camp gonna be as pretty as you?" And I was like, "Shut the fuck up, creep! Like, come on."
And then that's whenever
he touches her butt getting in the car too.
Oh, he did?
Well, yeah, like he's just helping her up, but he got a full hand. Yeah.
We have at that point. That's when they run into the Prophet of Doom, Mr. Ralph, and he starts spewing out, there's a death curse.
You will never come back.
You'll never come back.
You're
There's
going
a death
to Camp
curse.
Crystal Lake or Camp Blood, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You'll never come back.
And yeah, basically the dude who always sounds crazy, he hasn't had a shower and looks like he smells a little bit, probably has some alcohol. Yeah. Or he could just be a really nice, respectable guy and nobody even gives him a time of day.
No, they did say
he was like a fool.
He drank a lot.
Yeah. And he always ended up in like a
jail for a week.
Jail. Mm-hmm.
So I think he had some issues. Also, don't trust people who ride bikes with perfect posture. Motherfucker rode off like,
he did. Yeah.
I hate that. I hate it.
Oh, even later when he's like leaving the camp, when he goes to, Harbinger Doom, Harbinger of Doom or something like that.
Yeah.
It's called the Harbinger. I think that's they called him in that.
That is.
Excuse me, you guys.
Coffee.
And so later on when he's getting away and he's going into like the woods, like the way he's riding the bike, I was fully expecting him to like hit a rock and like plop over. And so we get a ride to Camp Crystal Lake, but on this ride he's basically telling her and warning her that she shouldn't go because of all these things that happened. Basically, we had the people dying in 58, the 2 kids that were murdered, but the year before that, we had a boy drowning, which is a foreshadowing in 57. And we have a bunch of fires. We have in 62, they tried to open back up the camp, but the water was bad, whatever that means.
Yeah, no, I was like
well, how did
was
she
it the
poison
lake water,
the water?
or was it like just the water lines themselves were all cut or something? I don't know. I was like, what if they
release some flesh-eating amoebas? I don't know.
She possibly could have to keep kids out of the water.
Yeah. And so we have,
I feel like all that information should be disclosed, right? Like you're going to a camp and where active murders are happening. I feel like
obviously Steve, the owner, I'm sure was like, this is also 1980. I believe it's set in that time. It's set in that time period too, obviously.
Yeah, 78.
So like, I feel like there's not, there's not as many like rules for working, if that makes sense.
There definitely wasn't.
Like, a
lot more shit flew.
Yeah, exactly. Under the radar. So yeah, these campers are not aware basically of like all the bad stuff that has happened at this camp. And then right after we get his little also message of doom and putting doom to her, we get a whole other shot of banjo music. I was like, where did this come from? But
dear God, the banjo.
We have,
I mean, I think that's what they were like listening to.
Yeah, in the car. But we have this group of kids, 3 of them. We have Jack, Marsha, and Marcia. Is it Marcy? Is it Marcy? Okay.
I think so.
And Ned. And Jack is played by Kevin Bacon. And I feel like Ned is someone too. He's that.
He gave me very. At the time of this coming out, Kevin Bacon actually wasn't the most popular.
No, he didn't get popular until like I think 4 years later with Footloose in '84. Because he had one role or a couple roles in some big films right before this.
He'd had a small role in Animal House, and at the time, the biggest name in the film was Harry Crosby, the son of the recently deceased singer Bing Crosby. And he played Bill.
Bill? Oh, really? I recognize Ned though. Ned, he's like,
definitely
when he gets older, like in other films, like I recognize him in his like 30-ish form, not whatever age they were there.
Little.
Who?
Like he just looked so young.
Ned?
And yes.
Oh yeah, he looked very young. And so yeah, we got a Kevin Bacon, we got Ned, we got Miss Marcy, and that's whenever they get to the camp, they pull up, and we have Steve, who is their boss outside. He's chopping some wood.
And he was wearing shorts like yours.
Oh, yeah, I noticed.
I was like, oh, those are Josh shorts.
And so
love it.
we have some nice 1970-ish, 1980s short shorts. He's chopping wood outside. Everybody pulls up, and that's when he's like
I guess
calling
if I
everybody
was
to
looking
help.
pretty good, I would also.
You got to.
Yeah, I'd be doing
short
that
shorts.
too.
I also just hate pants. I can't wear pants. Well, I mean, I can, and I do. But whenever I do, just know I don't like it. So
he was in the remake as well.
Really?
Mark Nelson was, yeah.
Ned.
Yeah.
Neddy.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll have to look it up. Mark Nelson. Watch him not even be who I thought it was.
He gave me. He's actually not in a lot.
then I got him confused with someone else, and I don't know.
He's got one of those faces. He kind of reminds me of what's that one where he skips school?
Ferris Bueller?
Yeah. He kind of gives me his face vibes.
That's interesting. You know who he gives me? Especially in this picture, I guess. I think it's one of the Brady Bunch kids.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think it's one of them. But
he's like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, we got them all helping Steve out now. We have Alice rushing out because Steve caught her.
From the get, you can tell Alice is our final girl.
Oh yeah,
she gives major final girl vibes. I can't.
She does, especially because she kind of like her role in the movie. I feel like a lot of it is anchored towards her, whereas the other counselors kind of have like little side things going on. They go off, but we're always kind of gravitate back towards her.
Yeah. She just comes in and she's a boss ass bitch.
Yeah.
She's getting shit done. She's building shit. Good for her.
Telling people where to go, what to do. She's kind of, I guess, like a assistant to
Second in
Steve.
command. Yeah, but then also
but
hates
it's only
it there?
because he's like trying to sleep with her.
Yeah,
that's the vibe I'm getting.
He was kind of a creep,
because
too.
we have her helping them. We have like they're getting situated. They're talking. Everybody kind of meets a little bit, get some names. But then we have her trying to hammer in the little gutters or whatever that's happening up there. And that's whenever he's talking to her, and that's when we get the vibe of like, I feel like she wanted to leave, but he was just like, just give me another week, another chance. Like if you don't,
and it was like, what did you try?
Yeah. That's what it felt like. They were alone. He tried some moves that she wasn't down for, and probably
because
gave her
then
creep
I guess
vibes.
she had also like she
said that there was something she had to figure out back home or
that's
something.
true. She
right?
said
Maybe
she
had
had
a boyfriend.
something to take care of back in California. Maybe it was
she
a
was
boyfriend.
already in a relationship or something, and that's why.
And she was like,
there's layers.
I have some personal reasons, and that's why I don't want to be here. But yeah, she had a sketchbook just laying by her ladder.
I thought that was weird of him too to just pick that up and start looking at it.
Yeah, it's like, bitch, that's not your property.
Getting all up in her business.
But I guess she had
drew
a picture
I hated
of
how
him.
he's like, you're talented and pretty.
And it's
Like I was
okay.
like, okay.
No, duh, bitch. I know I'm pretty.
Yeah. But that happens. He kind of caresses her hair a little bit, which is weird.
I love the sass she gives him the whole time. Because when he's
mhm.
like, do I really look like this? She was like, you did last night. And
Yeah.
he was like, really? And she was like, you did last night.
Mhm.
And she just like keeps giving it to him the whole time. I loved it.
She stands her own.
Mm-hmm.
And
But yeah, when he caresses her face.
Yeah. And then right after that, she goes to go find Bill or something like that to go tell him something. He needs he needs to do something. And that's whenever we get kind of like an not interaction, but we there's a lot of times in this movie, and I don't know if it's necessarily because someone is watching them. I'm assuming someone is watching them, that we get shots where it's like we're behind a tree looking at what's happening, or behind a bush, or behind this. And I don't know if that was just like for us am I supposed to think every single time that someone watching them, or just their style of how they wanted us to see this frame?
Yeah, because especially in this scene, and then one later right before Bill's death, there are moments where it's just like so close and there's clearly no hiding spot.
Yeah.
And so it's
even
like,
when she walked by her earlier.
Yeah, she
and that
walked.
scene, I was like, how did you miss someone just standing right there?
Exactly.
Because the like POV is like
She would have seen her from any like angle around that tree.
Yeah.
So I was like, is this supposed to be the killer?
That's why I was wondering. I was like, wait, maybe it's not a POV and it's just how they chose to like show us what's happening.
I think I wrote that later.
Or
in
maybe
my notes.
we're supposed to feel like that POV or killer. You know, they're trying to put us in those footsteps. Yeah.
Yeah. Because later in my notes I wrote,
because it's kind of like a whodunit, but not a whodunit, because it's like we know none of the counselors are doing it.
Yeah.
But we don't know who is like just stalking these kids.
and they try to make you think that, I feel like they try to make you think that Steve did it with the Jeeps and stuff, and him being gone
That's
the whole
true.
time.
Yeah.
But they
and
really,
especially because it felt like at that moment, when she was talking to Bill, it looked like a creeper guy, like being like, "Who's my girl talking to?" kind of thing. Like,
yeah. And then, but then they honestly executed that kind of poorly because whenever Steve does leave in the Jeep and stuff, he has the top down. And then basically immediately it flashes to Annie hitchhiking again. I don't know why I had that inflection. Sorry. Hitchhiking.
No, she's hitchhiking, yeah. Which also, too, I put this bitch Annie is just getting in anyone's car.
Yeah, which is not
I guess what
safe.
you used to do back in the day.
Yeah, but that's also how all the murders happen.
That's true.
And so
we got
that's
a Ted
why we
Bundy.
don't
We got
hitchhike.
all them. Yeah.
But so then whenever you see the Jeep again, the top is up. And it literally is like the next scene. If they would have waited and then showed Annie like getting picked up, maybe like, I don't know, like 30 minutes later, I would have been like, oh, wait, he had time to put that hood up. Like,
because
put
even
the top
whole
on.
thing with Annie as well, like, she's just there to die and
Oh,
not
yeah,
even
that's her
like
only
a part of
purpose.
the whole other story. Like, it happens like a side plot.
Yeah,
you know?
because at this point, basically, they're like, well, everyone's here except for Annie. That one who's supposed to cook for us. No one's here. And so we're like, okay, well, she hasn't made it yet.
Yeah.
And then that's when he leaves, Steve leaves, and he's like, I'll be back sometime after lunch.
That's right, yeah.
And he was like, it's also supposed to rain, so make sure you get as much done as possible. And then these motherfuckers go swimming.
That's right.
And I was like,
as anyone would do when their boss leaves, right?
Yeah.
And so they're all getting whatever. Because at that point, whenever Annie gets picked up by that Jeep, we have her talking to this person in the Jeep, but then they pass the camp.
Yeah,
and she's
they accelerate
like,
past the entrance.
and she's like, please let me out. And they're not letting her out. And she freaking jumps out of the Jeep, and then goes running into the woods, and she's getting chased, obviously, by whoever is in the vehicle. But yeah, it just kind of for me sucked for Annie because she just like ends up on a tree and just gets her neck sliced. Like,
and the practical effects of that were really good.
Yeah, no, throughout the movie, they had some pretty good practical effects. They had Tom Scavini, I think that's his name or something like that, and he's really, really big on like practical effects. I believe he worked on Shaun of the Dead before this as well.
Okay.
So, and throughout later in his career too, he's done a lot.
Yeah, it looked really good. We did skip over one part that I think is important we should mention.
What happened?
So basically after Steve leaves and stuff, it's actually before that. When is it? No, it's after. He says basically right after the storm's going to roll in, and this is the one scene that happens in between him leaving and then Annie getting picked up.
Gotcha.
And it's Brenda is out there putting the archery,
right.
What is that called? Target out there, and then Steve fucking shoots an arrow.
It's Ned.
Ned, sorry.
Ned, yeah.
Ned shoots an arrow and is like, I guess that's how he's flirting.
Yeah.
But
because then he's like, "Do you want to see my trick shot?"
Yeah, and
he was very
narrowly
close
missed
to
her.
hitting her.
Yeah. She had set it down. It went right past her stomach, but that's some good foreshadowing.
Oh yeah,
as to how she's gonna die.
And also to. Yeah, Ned in itself, he's supposed to be like the comedic relief, I guess, or the funny guy in the movie, which always, like, in the trope, we always have the one, like, dude who's kind of always doing a little too much, a little extra.
Yeah, it's like, okay, bud, you need to stop.
Calm down. Not everything's a joke.
Yeah.
And so, that's whenever we jump to Annie. She got basically murdered. So they're never going to have any food at this camp. And at that point, too, that was a little earlier, but whenever she was talking to the guy in the car, she was mentioning how they were gonna have like 50 kids in like 2 weeks. Like they had, this should have been mentioned earlier too. It's like they're preparing. They're gonna open up the camp in 2 weeks.
And now a word from our sponsors.
So going back to her neck getting slit one more time.
Yeah.
I like the way that the blood didn't immediately shoot out. I like the way that it was like, you could kind of like see the fleshy and then it went.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh.
Well, and a lot of the death scenes too in this, even if they do like have like a practical effect, they're very fast. And I guess because I think it's a PG-13 as well. And for back then, they don't show a lot of gore or too much like.
I mean, that axe to the face is pretty intense.
Yeah, I feel like that too. But other than that, and like Kevin Bacon's neck thing, and even Kevin Bacon's neck thing, I just mean like even too like whenever that does happen, it's like 5 seconds.
Yeah, you're not seeing much.
It's not a
very quick.
and there's not like a like
yeah.
It's just
sitting
like
there dying for 30 minutes.
Yeah, literally. But continue free. I want to look up the rating of this when it was released.
Yes. So basically after that though, like I said earlier, they go swimming. Even though they're all supposed to be working, they're like just hanging out in the nice little lake. It was a nice day and the rain was about to happen. So they need to cool off, I guess. And like you said, their boss was gone. So they're all swimming in the lake, just really kind of dicking around. And then finally someone's like, we need to get back to work.
Yeah. And
What was the
it's
rating?
rated R, actually. Yeah. So it was rated R. But it still, I feel like, didn't show too much gore or anything like that. It wasn't too bloody. And then, so we have them needing to go back to work. And then that's whenever Ned gets the clever idea to pretend like he's drowning, which we see,
Again,
which is
too much.
Yeah, which is something that,
not
like, if you've
cool.
ever, it depends, time and situation. Right here, maybe not so great. I don't know. Like, I guess they don't necessarily know what's going on. So that does make sense.
Yeah.
That it's just like a regular day. They don't know they're about to get murdered. But then I'm thinking, like, there's the Sandlot where it's like cute and funny because it's like a little kid trying to, you know what I'm talking about? You know that scene in the Sandlot? Yeah. But which is probably where they got that from this maybe. But anyways, I was like, come on, Ned. So they go in, they go save Ned, bring him up. Brenda tries to give him mouth to mouth, which is what he wanted, and
Also,
then he tries to kiss
Brenda's
her.
dive into the water was so beautiful, and then Jack just fucking flops. She was
I
like,
saw that.
I am Grace, and then
I
he was
noticed
like,
that.
It cracked me up. I was like, come on, boy, like you couldn't have tried that again.
Yeah.
Like one more time to get a slightly better dive.
Yeah,
I feel like I don't even know how to dive, and I would dive better than that.
He plopped in.
But yes, Brenda's the one who gives him mouth to mouth, and then he starts making out with her.
Yeah, which is not a cute way to trick someone into kissing you, but
No.
I guess they were flirty enough at this point that it was all right. And so after that, we have them getting back to the cabin to, their whatever they were trying to do, get everything ready, and then we have someone finds a snake in the cabin.
It's
Is it
Annie.
Annie? Yeah.
And it's the way
not
that
Annie. Annie? Annie's dead.
No, not Annie. Alice.
Okay.
But the blonde, our final girl.
Yes.
And it's the way I was screaming more because of the snake than I was like anything else.
And they kind of they all react though too, and they're all jumping all over the
yeah.
place trying to get the snake. That's a lot.
I was like, why are y'all doing this?
But
much?
there's some actually tragic like backstory to this.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's a real snake.
Oh,
And
it did look real.
It was very real, and I was thinking like, there's no way this is a real snake. And I just looked it up today on some fun facts, whatever. Well, it's not really that fun. They got a dude who like handles snakes. It's like a pet snake, I guess, but like for like stage acting and stuff.
Yeah.
And they didn't tell him,
it?
and they didn't even tell him, and they killed it. They didn't even tell him what was gonna happen. Otherwise,
so
he wouldn't have let
mean.
them use the snake. Yeah, and they ended
Aw.
up killing the real snake. Yeah, R.I.P. snake.
Yeah.
But also ill snake.
Yeah. I was like, oh, poor snake.
Yeah,
Because
so-
it looked really
Oh,
real.
no, yeah.
I was like, that's exactly what
They
a
didn't
snake
just
looks
hack it
like.
once. They hacked it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
So they
also how do you call a snake? And she was
Literally.
like, call it.
Yeah.
It's like,
the way they're all just like, well, if y'all would just give some space, it would come out. It's obviously afraid of y'all. But yeah, they after
destroyed
that
the room
they
for
did
no
for
reason.
just the little snake not under the bed.
I also would have just left that cabin and never went back in. But
Yeah, I think it was Alice who said, or was it Brenda? She's like, I can't sleep with a snake in here. You
Yeah.
gotta kill it. Yeah. So poor Snake Gate, we have that happening, and then after that we have them outside doing some shit, and then that's whenever the cop shows up. We have Ned appropriating culture.
Yep.
I
was like,
but
yikes.
I will say he was looking like a snack. I will say I was like, I don't mind the outfit.
He did have some very small shorts
some
on.
booty shorts. And so the next cop comes and is basically there's so many harbingers of just doom in this movie, because he's also just another voice that's telling them like,
place is not okay.
This place is not okay. Y'all shouldn't be here, and saying like, if y'all are here, we'll to
Have
not
you
like
seen Ralph?
Yeah, basically looking for Ralph. That's when we get more information on how like he's a drunk, and he just like also I guess it's trying to like make it seem like he's crazy. So everything he said earlier could like not be true, I guess, in a way, but we already know what's about to happen. But we have that whole interaction with the cop, and it's funny because like at the end he's like, what does he say? He's like, we ain't gonna stand for no weirdness out here.
Yeah.
So
I think so.
You can already
says,
tell.
Keep your nose clean.
This is just another adult figure basically telling these kids to like act right.
Yeah. Because he immediately comes up and he's like, what have y'all been smoking? And he's like,
that's right.
The weed, dig it. And I was like, what?
Because even they're like, what are you talking about?
What the hell?
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't smoke, it causes cancer. Anyways.
And so immediately after that, we get the scene wherever they go back into the cabins, and Alice is in the kitchen, and she's going to that pantry. And she opens it up, and that's whenever Ralph just pops out.
He was just standing there,
just ready.
How long were you gonna wait?
Yeah,
for someone to open that pantry.
Literally.
Just, I came
to warn you, but only when you found me.
Yeah, he was just like standing at the back, and I was like, I wonder how much time he had to kill.
He was crazy though.
In between, like
he was crazy though. Maybe he was getting a snack, and she just happened to found him. And so he obviously gives another like warning of death.
He says, "I am the messenger of God. You're doomed if you stay here. This place is cursed. And go."
And that's whenever Ned is just like, I think you should just go.
Yeah.
You should leave. And then he does leave. And this is where I was just like, damn, as he's walking away, he's like, you're all doomed. You're doomed.
He literally stood there to hide in the pantry for however long, come out,
just to tell
them that.
3 things and go.
And then he leaves. He just dips.
Well,
Bye.
Kudos to him. He's like, you know what? I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stay.
I'm surprised he went down there in the first place, though.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to die, sir.
And how did he beat Annie? I mean, I know she's dead now, but
yeah,
did he rode his bike down there?
I guess while she was sitting there walking, and
it's true.
Maybe he knew a shortcut.
Probably.
Also, the time I guess could be a little off.
And so, that's true. Anyways, he leaves, and I'm just thinking like, where is he going? But okay. He's probably he was a murderer the whole time.
Yeah,
I was like thinking too. There has to be like a joint.
It could have been him.
Two people murder, like Stu Walker and Billy Loomis. There we go.
Like Randall.
But yeah, Randall. We have then we look at Jack. Jack's with Kevin Bacon and Miss Marcy, not Marsha. I kept calling her Marsha, then I have it written down as Marsha. Marcy are making out. Ned's watching them because I guess he's a
weirdo.
Yeah, he's just watching
also,
them.
the power is went out, and they've got a backup generator at this point.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
That's not.
They had
went
to go do that.
Just a small little scene, but
yeah, because that generator does come into play later.
And at this point, I'm like, well, they were all eating lunch, and I was like, wasn't Steve supposed to be back by now?
He's gone for a really long time.
Yeah, he was like,
the way
I'll
he
be
said,
back
I was
after
about to be
lunch.
back, especially because he said, I'm trying to beat the rain,
Yeah.
and yet it never started raining, and he still wasn't there yet. But at this point, after they're kissing or whatever, and then as Ned is watching them, he sees someone in another cabin, and that's whenever I'm like, no, Ned, do not go. But he goes to investigate, and that's whenever we kind of don't see Ned for a while.
Yeah.
And anyways, we're back to Jack, we're back to Marcy, they're kissing on the dock, they're just talking, and then that's whenever the storm starts happening.
Oh, and Marcy has some weird ass dreams.
She does.
That's what I was like, is fucking Marcy the killer? Because the way that she was
kind
like,
of trying to make
it's
you
so loud, and she said, I had this dream where the rain would fall so hard and it was just so loud, and I would cover my ears and it wouldn't stop until then the rain would turn to blood and it would just wash away, and then all the silence would stop. And I was like, I wonder if, like,
that was a vision. That was a vision of what was about to happen to all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Literally.
I was like, I feel like maybe if she was
a prophet,
not sane, and wanted to murder people, like I feel like a lot of the times people hear voices in their heads and it's so loud, and then until they kill, does it only become silent? And so I was like, oh,
Caitlin, is there something you have to tell us? The experience that you have with that story. We're all quiet now. Literally. And so we have them doing their little talking on the dock, and then it starts raining really hard, it's about to start storming, so we have them running off.
Oh, also the lightning flashes, it looked like just headlights flashing on them.
Yeah.
I have no clue if it was, but
it probably was.
I would love to think that was how they made that effect.
I'm sure.
Because it was like stupid bright lightning.
Didn't seem like they had like a huge budget for the movie or anything like that.
That's true.
So it could be or something else, or just like I don't know, some overhead lighting that they were flickering. Literally, yeah.
Turning the lamp
away.
up and then back down.
And so then we have after this, I guess the girls, Did they already go? Yeah, right. They go into the room already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. We have her getting in her little panties. She gets on the bed. He takes off his shirt.
And I just want to know how they don't know Ned is on top
Ned
of
is
them.
literally above them in the bunk bed above them.
Like I know
because
that
I feel
there
like it would have been eye level or something when they walked in, but it's very dark and there's no power, so that's one thing. And he has to light that little candle. Remember?
Yeah, and there looked to be like some sort of like rucksack on the other side of Ned.
So they didn't see from their perspective. He was getting blocked.
Yeah,
he looked just like a.
There was one part where I feel like Annie did get up from. No, why do I keep fucking bringing back Annie?
Alice. You mean Alice?
No, Marcy.
Marcy.
When I feel like she got up kind of on that side, and I was like, girl, how do you not notice that? Also, there was blood on the fucking pillow.
Yeah.
There was blood on her pillow, like while they were fucking. There was blood on the pillow to the right of her head. Yeah.
But I did whenever they're.
I guess it's a gross camp pillow.
They're right in the middle of doing the do, and that's whenever you get a flash of light and you see Ned's body just like bloodied and corpsed up on top of them because he was just murdered. That was pretty sad.
It was.
I was also pretty sad that we didn't get Ned's death like on screen. He just happened to get killed off screen.
There were a few deaths that
happened that way. Yeah, more than a few, I'd say. Kind of most of the deaths.
Yeah, you just kind of see them wander off, and then it's like
they're dead.
Whoop.
Yeah.
Bye.
And so I keep
also
for a while here in these notes. It's like, where's Ned? What happened to Ned?
Where the fuck is Ned?
Why is nobody asking where's Ned at? Because at one point someone's like, oh, where Jack and whatever, and we're like, oh, I'm sure they're dry wherever they're at right now, but nobody's asking about
back to the others. And I was like, they only mentioned Jack and Marcy. I was like, poor Ned.
Literally.
But at this point, the moment he went in that cabin, I was like, and Ned's dead.
Because we're going in between what's happening with Jack and Marcy and the rest of the counselors, and they're playing strip Monopoly.
That's right.
Remember?
Which is so odd. But wait, so because of Jack's death, the killer had to have been under the bed the whole time.
The whole time they were doing it.
She was just under the bed the whole time.
Yeah.
That's the funniest idea to me.
And it's so funny too because we do figure out who the murderer is here in a little bit, but whenever this hand comes up and holds his head and then goes like, it's the man's hand.
Yeah.
You can very clearly a lot of times like other body doubles in places where it should have been.
Just like Halloween when there were multiple people playing Michael, there were multiple people playing the killer before they finally
reveal the killer.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there are some points where it's like you just see like just the boots.
Yeah.
Or something.
And it looks like a total like a man.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Which like wear whatever you want, but those were man's feet.
Yeah, you can tell.
Men's feet.
A few times, and even later when someone gets thrown through the like you can tell that's not her body. But yeah, we have them playing the strip Monopoly. It's all scandalous, whatever, some kids just playing around, and that's whenever we have all that shit happening with Jack, Marcy, and Ned also kind of simultaneously.
Oh, and then while we were watching this, Andrew brought up a good point. He was like, so is this kind of like playing back to the beginning? Because right before that they were all around
the campfire,
or like
singing.
In the
they had a guitar
room.
as well.
Yeah, and the guitar, like playing the guitar, singing.
The second part where the dude is playing the guitar, that's actually the actor playing the guitar. It was so pretty. Yeah,
it was. Good job for him. But yeah, and then like while that is happening, we've got the couple going and having sex.
It makes sense.
And then they get murdered.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, oh, you're right.
It's a parallel.
Yeah.
And also, which also is like, I feel like Mrs. Whatever, the killer also makes that distinct reason to like killing people because they're like, y'all were too busy doing this, and this to be watching the children, you know?
To be watching my son who's
punish
drowning.
them. Yeah.
Especially the ones who are making
It's funny.
love.
It just a light bulb went off for me because he was playing the actual guitar, and you said that's Bing Crosby's son. So that makes sense.
This does make sense.
Music, because
right.
that makes sense.
Duh.
Okay. And so we have all that going on. We have the strip Monopoly then being over because for some reason they stopped playing, and then Marcy goes to the restroom. And Marcy's in the restroom. She hears sounds, and she's like. And then she was struggling, like turn on water. She hears sounds. She's looking around. She thinks it's, someone trying to play a prank on her. And she's looking for them behind shower curtains.
But before she dies, Jack dies.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He does.
That's
die.
right. Yeah. So while she's over there, like using the restroom, stuff like that, the killer then has this really cool death where they are behind or beneath the bed. and then just stabs them from the other side through the neck with this like scalpel almost looking thing.
Yeah,
or, like,
arrow.
It looks like
I don't know.
Oh, it probably was an arrow. You're right.
Yeah.
They're at camp. It was an arrow because the end of it looks like an arrow.
Yeah,
the tip.
but then it's got like a hollowed out point though too. So I guess maybe a real fancy.
It looks
arrow.
like
I don't
what
know.
to me like what people use to I forget what it's called. I think it's scalloping or scalping. It's like what people do for pottery when they're like
Oh yeah, to
little,
like when they're like sculpting things
Yeah,
and
I don't
stuff.
know.
Yeah, I don't know the correct phrase either, but that scene was awesome.
Yeah.
The way that it poked up through his neck and you could like see the skin like
and they did a
protrude
practical.
before it goes.
They did what they did is they created a dummy neck and like this part, so like a bust basically, and then they had his head through a hole in the bed, and so he was there. And they had the fake thing, and they had a fake body like laid in the bed, and then it's like, and if you looked at it closely, you could see the discoloration between his face.
I'm gonna have to go back
and
and
his
look
neck
at that.
skin. You can totally see it.
Oh,
but
damn.
it's 1980, so like.
Yeah, I wasn't paying
Yeah.
that much attention, and I was like, that looked cool.
Yeah.
I loved it. But yes, then Marcy is, and it's the way. Okay, were her and Ned like siblings? They gave sibling vibes to me.
I never thought of that.
Because also both of them throughout the entire movie kept doing impersonations.
That's true.
Like he did one and then she did one while they were swimming.
That's
and then
true.
she impersonates
Someone else.
Audrey Hepburn, right?
Audrey Hepburn. I
And-
know the first one was Mae West.
Yeah.
And then she's doing something. Yeah.
Yes. I don't know who. But the way I felt like it was such an interesting way to look, most people
can
look
see
in the
that,
mirror
like-
and they're like, I hate myself. I'm so ugly. And then the way she did it was with an impression that was like,
Yeah.
much more plain than, I don't know, remember what she said.
I
but
don't know. I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't know.
It was such a funny way.
But I can
was like,
see
she's
where
kind of funny.
They
I like her.
can be like the common thread of that. Yeah.
But then also he was like, are there going to be any more beautiful girls other than you? And it's like, oh, okay, that would be creepy.
But
So-
I could see that still though.
Maybe they're just besties.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. But she's looking for him. Don't see nobody. That's whenever she's looking behind shower curtains, and then she looks behind another one after the first one, and she's like, "Guess it must have been my imagination." And then she turns around, and this is where we get a beautiful shot of an axe like in the air, and then it hits a light, and then it's the way that like it all happens. It's like duh duh duh. Like it's not like a
swoop. Yeah.
It's like a it's
And
steps
her
to her getting
scream-
murdered. Her like.
Her eyes were closed, and I was like, "Bitch, you're just waiting for it."
She was waiting for her to
She was
self-die.
like,
She was
"Yeah, okay,
accepting
time to
it.
die."
Literally. Yeah. She didn't like try to move out the way or run or do anything. None of these people really do. They just
No,
allow their
they're
fate
just
to
like,
happen.
And it's time for me to die. Okay,
Yeah.
goodbye. Her face though I was like, "Damn,
Yeah.
you were doing so well," and then your death scream.
And
was
so it
pretty
was
bad.
a fake axe, obviously, but before the fake axe that's put in her head is like there. They used a real axe to like give weight to it, and like that's why it hit the light and all that. To they wanted it to like give more than just like her getting bonged with like a fake axe. Yeah. Which I guess kind of worked, but also too, it just kind of seems like it's too like technical almost. Technical. I just hit the freaking microphone. It's too technical because like it doesn't happen at the same time, and you don't get like a wide shot. It's kind of like you get a shot of this and you can get a shot of that.
Yeah.
And then the axe is
Very
in her head.
choppy.
Yeah, that's the right word, is choppy. But after her very dramatic death, that's whenever I think we get Steve. We finally get to see where Steve's at. He's like at the diner or something. And he's talking to the lady behind the counter, and he's talking about going back, and she's telling him not to, I believe, right at this point, because it's like still storming really bad.
Yeah, and he was like, I have to get back to the counselors. They're probably like completely lost out there. And I was like, well, you only have 3 left now.
Literally,
so-
you did lose them. And so we have that happening, and then simultaneously we have Brenda, who's gonna go get ready for bed or something. I'm assuming she's going to go brush her teeth and do all that. She gets her little green jacket.
She
and goes
ran
to the
out
restrooms.
because like strip poker got kind of shut down halfway because the door blew open.
That's right.
And so yeah, she just puts her little. I love that green jacket.
It was very
so
nice.
cute.
Yeah. It's
She
like a
just
raincoat.
puts it, raincoat on over her bra and panties, and then just like runs for
Runs
it,
out.
and
Yeah.
then goes and gets her stuff.
Yeah, she's gonna get ready for bed, I'm assuming. She's doing all the nightly routine stuff, and that's same thing, just like Miss Marcy. She kind of hears something in the restroom, and that's
good for
whenever
her.
she's smart and doesn't
She's
go
like,
check it out
thank
because
you.
she kind of dips out. But before that, while she's still like looking and doing stuff in the mirror, we get this little hand that like comes up around the shower curtain, and then it kind of goes away for a second.
Which was
contemplation on the murder. Like, is this the moment? Is this not? But then she ends up leaving too soon for anything to happen, which I was like, oh, yay, that's good for her.
Yeah.
And then
like,
right after
yeah,
that,
Brenda, good for you.
we get another reaction where Steve's like at his car and it won't start or something happens.
It's randomly breaking down.
Yeah, it's randomly breaking down and he gets picked up by a cop. And then the cop is going to take him to,
which gives you kind of some false hope. Because you're like, oh, they're
Maybe
almost there. He's got a cop.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be fine.
And then, no, it's not.
Yeah.
Because after that, we have them.
Okay.
We go back to the camp and that's whenever Brenda starts hearing shit.
Yeah. Also, in Brenda's room was a sink. And so I was like,
why would she need to go?
Why did she go to brush her teeth? Unless she was
anticipating to take a shower.
Yeah, and then was like,
scared away by
whenever
all
she
those
heard
noises.
that. Yeah, maybe.
Be.
But I was just like, why the hell she would go all the way over there? She's just brushing her teeth. There was a sink right there.
I don't even think she ever really did get to brushing her teeth. Did she?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the water wasn't. She was having the same trouble that.
Yeah, but she went to the second sink, which Marcy did fix.
Okay.
And then it did turn on.
Gotcha.
But she at least put something to her face.
And so we have all that happening. Then Brenda is back in the camp, one of the cabins area, and she starts hearing someone being like, "Help! Help!" outside, like a little kid saying, "Help me outside."
Did you know that dehydration is the leading cause of daytime fatigue? I was shocked to learn that even mild dehydration can cause headaches, muscle weakness, and brain fog. But luckily, there's a solution. Cure! Cure Hydration is an oral rehydration solution that contains the perfect balance of electrolytes and glucose to help your body absorb water and rehydrate quickly. The formula is made with all natural ingredients like coconut water, powder, and pink Himalayan salt, and is free from artificial flavors, sweeteners, and preservatives. Cure Hydration is vegan, gluten-free, and non-GMO, making it a great option for anyone with dietary restrictions or preferences. The packets are convenient and easy to use. Just mix with water and drink. They're perfect for on the go, travel, or anytime you need a quick and effective hydration boost. Hydration is more than just drinking water. That's what Lauren Picasso, a lifelong endurance athlete, discovered as she struggled to stay hydrated no matter how much water she drank. Lauren founded Cure, a science-backed electrolyte drink mix to make hydrating easy for everyone. Cure believes that hydration should be simple and effective, but also clean and natural. That's why they use only the highest quality plant-based ingredients and avoid any artificial or harmful additives. They're committed to transparency and honesty. All of their ingredients are clearly listed on their website and packaging, and they're always happy to answer any questions or concerns. Ready to combat dehydration? Try Cure today and feel the difference for yourself. Use code BOO for 20% off your order.
Are you tired of the same old boring puzzles? Mix things up with Wongo puzzles. Each puzzle is a custom design with intricate patterns and whimsical shapes that will keep you engaged for hours. Plus, their eco-friendly materials and commitment to sustainability make Wongo puzzles a guilt-free way to unwind. Wongo puzzles are 100% wooden puzzles, meaning they'll last forever. Each piece is hand-drawn, so no two pieces are the same, and you'll discover some fun, whimsy pieces as you work through it. They come in a custom wooden box, which is perfect for storage and gifting. With stunning design and unique shapes, Wongo puzzles are a cut above the rest. So what are you waiting for? Go to wongopuzzles.com and pick your puzzle today. And be sure to use the promo code BOO and get 10% off of your order. This is the most fun you've had with a puzzle guaranteed or your money back. Go to Wongo, WONGO, puzzles.com and use the code BOO to get 10% off your order and get puzzling right now. Wongo.
And so
most unconvincing help me of my life.
And so obviously
I would have been like, nah. Fuck you.
She goes to go check it out, and so it's leads her all the way.
She has a heart.
Yeah, and it literally takes her all the way back to the archery range, the arching range, and she's out there, and it's basically just a wide shot of her, like saying, "Is anybody out there?" and like in the rain, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it was coming down so hard that her hair was like getting in her face. She couldn't see that. I mean, it was a wonder she could see anything.
Yeah.
Where she was walking.
Because we have all the lights turned on her, and that's whenever she's like, at this point, I feel like everybody keeps thinking someone's playing a joke on them. She's like, okay, guys, like this is enough. And that's whenever we get like just a scream off camera.
Yep.
Right after that.
And it flashes to Alice.
We're left to assume that she's dead, which we find out later. And yeah, it flashes to Alice and Bill, right? Or just Alice. No, she's making the coffee, isn't she?
Well, Bill came in and Alice was like, I heard a scream, and then she was like, and then all the lights at the archery range were turned on, and he looks out the window.
He can't see anything.
And he's like, I don't see anything. And then he was like, I'm going to go check on it. And then Alice says, can I go with you?
That's
I was like, good for you. Good for fucking you for not splitting up there. And they go and
they look around.
Check on it. They go to they go to one of the cabins. There's a little axe tucked into the bed.
Yeah, it's literally. I think it's the cabin. Wasn't it the cabin that they were doing it in, where Ned was?
Probably.
I just think all the bodies were moved.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they go in there. They see the little bloodied axe, and I think that's when Alice is like, "What in the heck is going on here?" And Bill is still just like, "I don't know."
And then they didn't bring the fucking axe with them.
No, they didn't.
They should have kept it. At least something seems fishy.
That's when we realize that the phones aren't working. As well, the line's down. Then they go check the truck. The truck isn't working because obviously someone cut some lines. Fuel lines were cut. Yeah. So
Alice is like, let's hike out of here.
Literally.
And he's like, it's 10 miles.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't fucking care. Let's get out.
Alice knows something is wrong. And Bill is still just like, all right, we're going to figure this out. And then meanwhile,
we're going to laugh about it tomorrow.
Later in the morning. Yeah. And then gives her like a little on the cheek, which I thought was weird. I was like, that's not your girl.
But I feel like they had more chemistry than Steve did. I felt like Alice actually liked him.
Maybe.
I don't know. She gave me that.
But I thought Bill was with the other girl. Bill was with
Brenda was with Ned.
Brenda was with Ned. Alice had Steve, quote unquote. Marcy was with, I thought you're right. I could have sworn I saw him with some other chick at one point. But it was just him. Him and Alice were the first two there.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the beginning. And so then after all of that,
then it flashes back to the cop and Steve. And the cop is basically explaining, he's like, it's Friday the 13th.
And a full moon.
Roll credits. And then, and a full moon. And he was like, basically, everyone just goes crazy at this point. And it always brings out the weirdos. We have the highest number of blah, blah, blah homicides.
Yeah.
Wink, wink. And all these other things.
It's foreshadowing of like what's happening right now, basically.
You've got a fuck ton of homicides on your hands, sir.
And so we then get a call from 911 to the dispatchers to the cop, and the cop has to leave. He has to go take care of something else. So he drops off Mr. Steve at a certain point. I'm sure he's like right at the entrance to the camp.
Pretty close, because it doesn't take but not too long. Quite all the way in.
We do see him running in, and he comes to our little opening sign where it says Camp Crystal Lake to the entrance, and that's whenever he sees a light flash on, a flashlight, and he's like, oh my God. And so he's like, who's that? And then he sees them. And that's this point, you can tell they recognize each other, because he's like, oh, hey, what are you doing out here?
And then
you get stabbed immediately.
And the sound was like, it actually made both Andrew and I jump a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like, whoa, okay.
I always thought it's so funny that it's like, he's just like, what are you doing here? Oh,
yeah.
And then it cuts away. Like,
it
it's so
reminded
fast.
me very much of the first death, the first stabbing, like mid-sentence and stuff. He was wearing yellow as well.
I was like, Steve is dead fast.
Yes, he was. I was like, oh, man.
He literally came back just to die.
Just to die.
And so we have the power is then out, right? Like it was already been kind of out, but like then like it's like out. Like at this point, not even the backup generator is working, right? Because it goes out, because then it goes like pitch black.
Yeah,
and that's whenever Bill says, I'm gonna go fix it. And that's whenever Alice is like, I want to go with you, but he's like, no, you just stay here and go to sleep.
Get some rest. Blah blah blah.
She did look really tired.
She did.
And so then we have Alice waking up. We get, we obviously get to see Bill like having this interaction going and like trying to get the generator fixed, and the whole time we're thinking like, yep, he's about to die. He's about to die.
And this is where I put the note, like, is the camera work supposed to be from the eyes of the killer or not? Because I was like, either some of these motherfuckers have zero spatial awareness or
because he's literally right there.
Yeah, it like zooms in, like it's like the camera almost hits his face at one point.
Yeah.
And I was like, how you know?
I don't know. I think that's just how they chose to film it.
But then he obviously did die in that room around
he died.
there.
We don't get to see it, but he is dead, because then we get Alice waking up.
Bill!
And she's like freaked out. Yeah. And we can assume it's probably been like 15, 20 minutes. She probably knocked out and then was like, oh shit.
Had one of those where you're falling kind of dreams, but
I have those
with
all the time.
Bill dying. I suppose, instead.
And so she wakes up. She's going to go looking for Bill. She ends up going to where the generator is. And it's the way that she opens the door and then closes the door. And then Bill is total Halloween style. Where he's just pinned up on the door
with some arrows.
And she's freaking out. Obviously, he's pretty messed up.
Yeah. But how fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. I like that part.
She freaks out, obviously, as anyone would. And that's when we get her running out of there. She then goes to another cabin room, and that's whenever she's by the kitchen, or it's in the kitchen, isn't it? Because I remember she's by a fridge, and that's whenever we get what's her face getting thrown.
Because she's like trying to tie up the entrance and stuff. And
that's right.
In the most inefficient way possible.
She kept trying to build stuff up, and it was just like she's making a path of
everything
mess.
just kept falling down, and I was like, "Girl, I think you got it with the string tied
that
to
was
the
it enough. Yeah,
tied to the roof thing."
Yeah, even then I'm just like, she's only making more of a hazard for herself than she is.
Yeah, I was like, she's possibly tying up the only exit
to get out.
Because I was like, I didn't know.
You're tying that shit up, but there's like windows.
And she closes one set of curtains, but not the others. And then she does go exploring.
She's freaking out.
Yeah.
She's freaking out.
And I was like, okay, I guess
I
don't know what I would do in that situation either. But I was just like, what if the killer's already inside, girl? Like, come on.
The call is coming from inside the house.
Yep.
And so we have her.
Then she goes to the kitchen.
Going to the kitchen. She's kind of we just have her freaking out. It's funny because even the whole time she was putting on the chairs up and tying things, she keeps making these like, noises, and I'm just like, oh, okay, like this is a lot. Anyways, and so
right before right before the window scene happens, she's like sitting there and she kind of slumps back against the fridge and she's like, what am I gonna do?
Literally, and then a body flies right through the window.
That's funny.
It ends up being Brenda, so we now know Brenda's officially dead because she gets thrown through the window right in front of her. And it's the way that Alice is just like mortified, just like looking at her the whole time and can't take her eyes off her and is just screaming. You know? And nowhere at any point, and Alice doesn't even like, I mean, I'm sure she probably looked at, but Alice doesn't even like try to help or check alive? Pulse or like anything.
There were a few moments where it looked like Brenda was still alive.
I thought she was moving.
There was multiple times where I was like,
or it's just bad acting.
Brenda's still alive.
I'm just playing a dead person. Probably. She's still breathing. But like literally, I was like, wait, she's not even gonna check on her. Yeah. Like she just like leaves her.
This bitch dead.
Literally. And so she gets out of there, and I think that's right after that she starts seeing the flashlight.
Yeah, she sees headlights.
The headlights. That's what it is.
And she's like,
headlights.
She's like, Steve, oh my God, Steve. And I'm like, oh, that's not Steve. And then this is where Mrs. Voorhees walks out. Mrs. Voorhees
comes out of the same Jeep that picked up Miss Annie. So already, like, okay, we know where this is going.
Yep.
We have her coming out, and already from the get-go, you can tell something ain't right with Miss Voorhees.
Yeah, she's a
little off. She got the crazy eyes. And it's the way she's like telling Alice, she's like, I can't help you if you don't tell me what's going on. Stop crying. Stop whatever.
She just wanted to hear what she had done back to her probably.
Yeah.
And she says like, I'm an old friend of Christie's. I've worked out here. Yeah. I know. The Christie. Sorry. I know all about this place, but I can't help you. I can't help you. Yeah. And then at one point she was like, no, we can't go in there. And she's like, I'm not afraid. And
literally,
because you're the motherfucking killer.
Literally.
Bitch,
and so at that point, that's whenever we get the good old villain monologue and Miss Voorhees.
She literally lets the killer into the building with her.
Literally. And she gets revealing basically everything, what happened with Jason and what happened all those other years were basically her trying to keep the camp from reopening.
I couldn't let this place reopen.
Yeah. So we have all that revealed by Mrs. Voorhees, and at that point, that's whenever Alice is just kind of like, I don't think she knows what the hell she's gonna do. Yeah,
especially when she goes, "Today was his birthday."
Yeah, and Alice already at that point is like, "Shit," and that's whenever we have the psycho moments, I believe, too. Whenever Mrs. Voorhees is like,
it's like flashing back to Jason's drowning, and he's like, "Help me, mommy," and she's like, "I will, Jason." I will. Yeah, and you're getting this like double exposure happening.
It was given DID to me. I was like, she totally took on her son's persona as a traumatic,
which is actually, I mean, it's a relatively common thing.
Yeah,
there was. I was listening to this one. I think it was like honestly like a zombie kind of story, like a real life zombie thing where someone died and then came back to life. But the whole time after the child's death, this mother was sitting there and had this alternate persona that was her kid because she couldn't let
cope.
go.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she had to keep some sort of like.
And then I think the kid
tether.
came back. It's fucking weird. I don't know. I'll have to find that and send that to you.
Yeah. It's giving story from the Bible. I'm just kidding. Resurrection.
Jesus said.
And so,
take
anyways,
on your child's persona.
Literally. And so we have all that happening. We have then what got to be about 6-7 different fights between Mrs. Voorhees and Alice leading up to the finale.
Andrew was getting pissed. He was like, just fucking kill her.
Me too. I was like, is she not gonna like double tap at any point?
Like,
or
girl,
like
you gotta double
keeps
tap.
just like knocking her out. And then this is at what point too for me, I was just like, is Alice the only person who had like some sort of fight in her?
Mhm.
No, you're telling me nobody else put up a fight with
Tried
this woman?
to at least do something. Yeah. Because she goes down surprisingly easy.
Multiple times. But then there was a certain point
times.
where she was like choking her. I was like, you know what? This bitch
Ms.
is wrong.
Voorhees got some strength.
She got some strength in there.
Yeah.
She's been working up for this all year.
She's one of those moms that gets that
She goes to the
adrenaline,
mall.
lifts a car. Oh yeah, she's power walking
She's
through the
been
mall.
like training.
She
for this
looks like
day.
it with that cable net.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, we have quite a few different interactions between her and Alice, where they're fighting. There's a time when Alice hits her in the pantry with a pan, like a big old pan.
And she's
I
been
think
running
even
around.
before that, there was one before that. There's like 3 or 4.
She fights her, then she runs outside. She tries to get to the Jeep. She finds Annie's body. Then
That's
she's
right.
running. She finds Steve's. And then I just put,
and all that,
interesting.
and that, you know what? And that gave, I feel like I'm yelling, sorry, that gave Halloween vibes,
Mhm.
especially whenever.
When he came out and he swung down.
Because all the
Yeah.
bodies are like lined up for her to run into.
Mhm. Ms.
Just like
Voorhees putting
Strode.
in the work,
Lori,
just like Michael did.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then this is where it gets very, like, this is where you really see that she has taken on this alter ego.
Yeah.
And this gave me that very Norman Bates vibe, like
Mhm.
talking
Yeah.
to.
When you finally just lose it. She
Uh-huh.
snapped. At this
Yeah.
point, it was all gone.
And that part was pretty good.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Oh, I like it too. I like the part where she was like kind of losing her mind.
Mhm.
Like I
Like,
felt like
"Kill
it just
her,
makes the most
mommy."
sense with the character as well.
Yeah.
It had me cracking up a little bit at some points, but I liked
There
it.
were some points where I was like, that was a little
That was
comical.
funny.
But there were some other parts where I was like, that was well executed.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, if I was in that situation, I'd be like, no, I think the fuck not.
Yeah.
Like, that's scary.
She's pissed off.
Yeah.
She still could not get over the death of her son, which actually, 57 and it's now 80. It's
Yeah.
been so many years.
Like
since
20
then.
plus years.
Yeah,
20 years.
it's crazy.
Something. It's pretty wild. And then, but so Alice has found a room and she's got a gun and she's about to break this
Oh,
gun,
that's
trying
right.
to open up the cabinet
I
to
thought
get the
that was
bullets.
literally the way she was banging that thing against the channel.
I
I'm
was
like,
like,
that's
it's not
not
gonna
going
be
to work.
useful.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You're not going to get it open that way. And then finally we have Mrs. Voorhees coming in anyways and then just like snatches the gun from her.
Mhm. And this is where she says the killer mommy.
Yeah.
And she's like, I will. And I was like, ooh.
And then it all ultimately leads up to them getting to the docks, getting to the boat area. And then finally, Miss Voorhees comes towards Alice with the machete and they're fighting. And then finally,
Oh, yeah.
Alice gets the machete from her.
Yeah,
and they're
all this
doing a little
time.
fighting. So even more
Hardcore
like, yeah,
fighting.
they're basically like punching each other. They're throwing each other down.
And
they're
you're right.
choking each
Yeah,
other.
she did hit her with the cast iron pan.
She had hit
she
her
should
with
have
the cast iron
She
pan.
should have double tapped her then,
A
and
lot
she
of-
should have hid behind in that bush longer before she went to the dock.
Yeah, that's true.
If she would have hid there longer, I feel like she wouldn't have been noticed.
Made in contact
Yeah.
with her. And I guess it is important to say that a lot of these actors were actually stage actors. A lot of them didn't have like experience like in theatrical roles or on screen roles. They were like stage actors. So that's why I feel like a lot of this acting throughout the movie too, it's very like dramatic. Like we're performing for the people in the back of the crowd.
Alice had that one line at the beginning whenever she goes to meet Bill and asking about like the thinner, and she goes, I don't even know if I'll make it all week.
Yeah.
That one, I was like, ooh, girl.
Overacting a
Come
little
on.
bit, but it's because they're stage actors.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And so, yeah, I felt like a lot of this is very theatrical in the sense of the stage theatrics.
Also, the way Ms. Voorhees was swinging this machete
And
half the times
and
was the silliest thing.
Silly.
I was like, girl,
but I loved her
how'd you
performance.
kill
man.
people with that?
And then finally, we get the ultimate scene where Alice grabs a machete and then just whoosh, like a baseball bat chops off Mrs. Voorhees' head, and it's very comedic in the way too that this is shot.
The head, it looks like it kind of exploded off.
Yeah.
It was like boom, and then her hands are like up in the air.
The dude that the way that they had the fake head on top of a stunt double's body, and they had it attached with toothpicks. That way it would really just like
On a stunt double's body?
Yeah.
Where was
well,
the
like on
rest
some
of his-
prosthetics. Like
Oh.
it's like he had like a something on top of his head.
Oh,
holding that
okay.
on. Yeah.
I was like,
not just like in his skin. Yeah.
I was imagining
with pins and needles.
I was imagining him just like leaning his head like
and just holding it like this.
yeah, or
Grated
like,
cheese.
it's just like balancing on his like shoulders.
Yeah.
Or his like pecs, you know.
The power of practical effects, man. A toothpick. It can keep your chimichanga together and your flautas together when you're frying them, and also hold on a fake head.
Yum.
And so we have, her
To the
head flies
chimichangas.
off. We got blood and bone, and then she just falls to the floor basically. And then we have Miss Alice then finally making her way to the boat, and she gets in one of these little canoes and starts, getting herself
Paddling.
to the. Which also at that point I don't understand why she would get in the boat and get to a middle of a lake when you just killed the killer.
Yeah, you just killed the killer. You should be safe. I mean, I
you
guess
took
she
the head off.
doesn't know if
Maybe.
there's a second
Yeah,
one
that's
out
true.
there. So she doesn't know. So I guess that would be the safest spot.
And that's whenever we get, like you said, it's now daytime by this point. We have the music,
Cops rolling
the
up.
music playing of, it's more cinematic, or I don't know what the word is from the rest of the movie. The rest of the movie was like very like jarring, scary music, and this is supposed to be peaceful, tranquil,
Yes.
giving you like this is the happy end of the movie. And then she's in the lake. We have her then noticing that the coppers are coming because she hears the sirens, and as soon as she kind of like props up and looks over there at them, we have a very muddy and wet Jason Voorhees hopping young, like a kid version, jumping out of the water and grabbing her and pulling her into the water out of the boat.
Just when you think all
Just
is
when you think
safe.
it's over.
Yep.
And that's when we then get like I'm assuming it's a dream sequence.
Yeah.
Right. But she wakes up, comes to you in the hospital, and that's when they're asking her all these questions, like, or she's asking questions. Sorry, she's like, "Are they all dead?" And then he's
Did you
like,
find
"Yeah."
the boy?
And she's like, "Did you find the boy?" And he's like, "What boy?" And she's like, "Jason, the boy who drowned." And he's like, "Jason,
The boy in the water.
yeah." And so she's like, "That means he's still out there."
And he's still there, and it
Yeah.
doubles exposures back to the lake, and then it
Mm-hmm.
then settles on the lake, and we pan in.
Yeah. It's a
And
beautiful,
credits.
like sun glistening on the water type of scene. And that's it. And that's 1980s Friday the 13th.
Fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was good. I hadn't seen it in a really long time. Like
I
since
totally.
I
was telling Mike, I
middle
forgot
school, I
that
think.
the like hockey mask thing
He's
wasn't
not
even a part of this.
He doesn't even come in, I think,
till
until
the
the third one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is like what everyone thinks about when they think of Jason and Friday the 13th, and it's like literally wasn't even a thing until
Which
the
is
third one.
so like crazy to me to think about, because like when it comes to like horror movies, like Jason is so synonymous with like a horror. You know what I mean? And
He's
to think
one of the big, like
to
one
think
of the
that
greats.
He didn't even enter his own franchise until like the third movie.
Until the third film. Yeah.
And it's
so wild.
This horror franchise too, Friday the 13th, they literally had 8 movies come out in the 10 years of the decade of 1980 to 90. They had 8 movies come out.
That's too many.
Yeah, it really is. But they had one, they did 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, I believe, went to 85 and then went to like 88, 89, and then
You'd think Wes Craven was in on this.
for real, got himself a franchise. It's cash grab. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna rate this.
Me neither.
To be honest,
I don't know.
I
asked Andrew. He goes 1.5.
yeah, I watched it with Robert. He didn't care for it either. He thought it was funny. He was like, "Is this a comedy?"
Yeah.
I was like, "No."
There was one point where Andrew like kind of started tapping his foot, and I was like, "You good?" He's like, "They just make me anxious," and I was like,
Yeah, this is just people making dumb choices. But that's what you wanted.
It
in a horror
did get
movie.
much better towards the end.
Yeah.
Not as like that opening scene.
I think
I
the
could've done
biggest
without that.
issue and qualm that I had with the movie, and it's not necessarily that it was bad, it's just that I feel like there was a lot of extra footage that could have been cut out that wasn't necessarily driving the plot anywhere.
Yeah.
Like having a 3-minute scene of her making coffee wasn't exciting to watch.
No.
So if it was just a
I
little
guess it
condensed,
makes you
maybe,
feel safe enough, and you don't
like
know
the
when it's
tension,
going to happen.
like the release
Yeah.
of tension and like regular and getting back to spooky. I just feel like if they maybe cut out like a good 20-ish minutes of extra whatever, it would be really solid.
Yeah.
But other than that, you know what? I'd give it like a 2.
A 2. Wow.
I give it a 2
Yeah.
out of 5.
Why is that? Because of everything you just
You know,
said.
I give it a 2. You know what? I give it a 2022 2. I give it a 1983 and a half, if that makes sense. Because I need to remove myself from like where we are now and what we've seen and what is all made fun of this and graphics and where we are. Where if I was watching this in 1980, probably like 11 or 13 years old, it probably would have spooked me out.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
And I mean, at that,
and for a lot of people,
times,
that's when they watch this.
Yeah.
So this movie holds like
it's
that
special
gravitas.
I know. I feel
I don't
like
wanna
we'll
shit
get
on
like
someone's
burned
favorite.
at the
Yeah.
stake for having any other opinion that this film was great. And I do, like we talked about earlier, the cultural like significance, the impact. This film is iconic.
Yeah.
The
amount of references that are in pop culture and everywhere else, like in a Nicki Minaj song.
Yeah.
It's Friday
so
the 13th.
many things.
Guess who's playing Jason?
Yeah.
Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And man, what is it with them? Because Cardi B had the Nightmare on Elm Street bathtub scene in
that's right.
her Thought Shit music video.
Yeah.
And so
No, that's
Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Anyways,
The amount of references, the
does
amount of influence.
hold such a like big place in pop culture. But I feel like more so
the way
just
Caitlin, you're about to give it a 1.
Jason. No. I was honestly thinking 3.
3?
In like the mindset, like you said, I was in 1980.
Having to take yourself back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because overall, like it did get better towards the end. And I was like, okay, some of these practical effects were really good. There were a bunch of scenes where I was just laughing. But
yeah,
I'm me
Not mad at
now.
it.
I'm not then. If I would have seen it when it came out, I probably would have been like, this was good. And I loved the twist because
Of it
everyone
being the
going
mom.
in, and
Yeah.
people forget. And like, that's why in Scream, what was it, 4, the one with what's her face?
Jill, her
Mhm.
cousin, Emma Roberts.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they're like, the girl, the cheerleader from Heroes.
Oh,
That's the question that got her killed.
Oh, fuck. What's her name?
Yeah.
Hayden Panettiere. What's her name in the
Yes.
movie? Kirby.
Kirby. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's going to be in Scream 6.
Oh, she is?
Yep, Scream 6. Yep.
I was really kind of sad that she didn't come back into 5.
Well, yeah, Nev Campbell's not coming back for 6
Really?
or 7, which I mean,
I guess.
I'm torn because it's like I get it, like her story's kind of like what more can you do with that story?
Yeah.
But I feel like it's not a Scream movie without Nev Campbell in some
Yeah.
sort of way. But you know, we're gonna let it.
Dewey's dead now.
We're gonna let it figure out. I know. So the next movie,
Monica.
Monica.
What's her real name?
Oh God, Monica. She's gonna be the center, supposedly, of the newer movie.
Okay.
It's gonna be Gail Weathers centered, which I'm not mad at.
Yeah.
I like a good.
I
Gail
would
Weathers.
watch the Gail Weathers
Yeah.
show. But yes, that was the question that she got wrong.
Oh yeah.
Because they were like, who was the killer in Friday the 13th, the original? And she was like,
Well, that's
Jason.
even at the beginning of the original Scream with
Oh,
Casey.
yeah.
Remember, she does that. She does. I think that's what you're thinking of.
Oh, maybe.
Because it's with Drew Barrymore. Remember, she's on the phone.
Yeah.
He's like, She's like, that's a trick question.
That's true. Yeah, I feel like.
But
I feel like Kirby got it wrong, too. Or she got
also
something wrong.
Had that whole thing happen.
She had
the
to
first
think
one.
a little too long, and technically answered correctly, but
She still ended up losing.
Yeah.
because she got stabbed.
she got stabbed,
But yeah.
but not dead.
So is it a 3?
Yay. Yeah, I'll give it a 3, but like you said, I'll give it a 2.5 from today. No, yeah, I'll just give it a 3.
A 3.
Because
I'll give it a 3 as well.
I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
I fell asleep the first time I was watching it, but I think I was
liked
just
learning
also very
about it.
tired.
I like learning about what went into it.
Yeah,
and
reading on the facts and stuff, that was
and
super
knowing
fun.
like and I think that's always the fun part of these movies is like getting to know like what actually went into the production. Because especially with this one too, like
You have to be so much more creative back then.
and especially now itself being the staple that it is, everything that went into it. And also, like you just said, yeah, you do have to be more creative because everything now is like we've seen it all. It's derivative of something or someone's thought of it. So back then,
And
these were
people
all
get more money. They don't
Yeah.
have to recycle their leaves like they did in Halloween.
That's true.
Picking up all the little fall foliage.
It's true. It's true. But yeah, overall, you guys, your boobies give 1980s Friday the 13th OG a 3 out of 5 boos.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
a classic.
It's a classic. If you're really into horror,
worth
I
the
feel like
watch.
you can't not say you are without watching it. To
Mhm.
BH, I feel like even if you hate it, you gotta at least
You have to have at
watch
least seen
it.
it.
Yeah, just to know even
to understand any reference that happens.
That's
in
exactly
other
what I mean. Like
films.
that, literally the amount of
Because
references.
there was this one film I was watching on Shudder that I think it might have actually been a series with one of the ones where, nope, it was a horror anthology kind of one.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a bunch of different little like shorts.
Yeah.
And one of them was like, could have been like cut for cut.
Yeah, for
from
sure. Or even
Friday the 13th.
Even American Horror Story season 9, Camp 1984
Oh,
or
yeah,
whatever.
I didn't get to see that one.
That one is literally
It's just Friday the 13th.
This movie, but expanded into like 9 episodes. Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah.
Well, so this one, we chose it, like we said earlier, because it's summertime and, you know, you might be at camp. Who knows? You're doing campy things. You're going camping.
I went to church camp like 3 summers in a row.
Yeah.
I hated it,
I
but
also
my
did.
family sent me.
I had to get stitches once. I fell out of a tree. I had to get like 9 stitches in my knee. Super fun. But to stay on trend with the kind of summer-esque feeling and vibes, we are going to do Midsummer next.
Yes,
Yay. My favorite movie from 2019, hands down.
Directed by Ari Aster, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep. Not even just horror film. This was my favorite film of 2019.
And Ari Aster is the same person who directed Your Next, right? He's tied to it somehow. if I
Somehow, yeah.
don't remember
He
correctly.
did Hereditary as well.
That one too, which we will be covering some point as well.
Yes. Oh, because so good. But yeah, the little. But so if you have seen this film, I feel like this is one of those ones, kind of like Get Out was, where even if you don't really necessarily like horror, you maybe have seen this film, and it probably fucked you up too.
Yeah.
But so if you want to talk to us about that, you can please do so whenever.
Yeah, please do so. Please
On
reach
our
out to us on
socials.
our social media, which is only one platform at this moment. It's on Instagram, and that is at Boobaes Podcast, BOOBAES, because we're your Boobaes, not your Boobabes.
And you can let us know what you thought about Friday the 13th. Or any of the franchise.
Or
anything
please
like
send
that.
us some recommendations if you have a summer movie, horror movie that you feel we should cover.
Because we've
and-
got like a list that we can choose from, but neither of us have like a real good, like, this is my favorite summer horror film, because not a lot of them take place
during
in
the
the summer.
Yeah, it's kind of a specific niche.
Mhm.
But yeah, we're so excited to be doing this, and we are in once again the lovely, like we mentioned earlier, Rogue Media Network Studios.
They always
the new
take great
studios.
care of us.
Yeah, it looks really great. And we also implore you to check us out on all of your favorite streaming platforms, wherever that may be. One of the 2 major ones being either Apple Podcast or Spotify.
And wherever you do listen, please don't forget to rate,
review,
and subscribe.
and like it.
That's right.
Share it.
It's the only way we can get ahead in life. Tell your friends, tell everyone.
Tell your family members.
Make
go
this
to the
a cult.
cemetery, perform seances. tell
Bring
the
people back
ghosts.
to life to
Please.
listen to this.
That would have been a good cue in for like Evanescence to like make a little
Bring me to life.
Wake me up.
Wake me up inside.
There you go. But anyway,
I was not about to hit those notes right now.
Yeah. Is that all today?
That
it?
is.
That's it.
That
guys.
is.
All right.
I
all
gotta
right.
go.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Hi, I'm Debbie.
And I'm Allison.
And we're the Poltergals. Spooky. Hi, I'm Debbie.
And I'm Allison.
And we're
The Poltergals.
Welcome back to another episode. And as you guys can see or hear, we have a Polter Pal in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Sean, otherwise known as Infernal Foulness on Instagram, but I am one half of Southern Storm Paranormal. PRT, Paranormal Research Team from Sydney, Australia.
Yes, and we can tell by your accent you're from Australia, so that's pretty cool. So,
Bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, just a little bit.
The question is, are we the ones with accents to you?
Y'all don't have an accent as broad as I thought you would, but hey, it's English and I can understand it.
That's good. That's good. Should we say mate? Should we be like, hey, mate?
I think we should stick to the normal Texas thing and go to y'all.
Yeah, I think
so that way he
Australians
says
say
mate,
y'all.
and then we say y'all.
If that works for y'all.
Y'all? Yeah,
fine,
everybody says y'all.
Oh, well, look at there.
That works great.
What a universal term.
Wow. Texans and Australians building bonds.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So one of our first questions is, obviously, you're a paranormal investigator. So tell us how you got involved in paranormal investigating.
I'd say high school, 9th grade.
Wow.
High school, 9th grade. The early start of being just curious of, reading books about, Bigfoot, UFOs, aliens, ghosts, paranormal, and even lovely interest in the spontaneous human combustion.
Wow.
And I think it sort of grew a bit more about 5-6 years ago when I was just skimming through stuff on the internet about haunted places and this and that, and realised the joints here in Sydney in the local area that were reputably haunted, and I went out to a paranormal expo that was held at one of these places, and then I thought, okay, well, if this is one of the joints that's haunted around here, how many more other places can there be? And then, wow, it was just a cavalcade of interest that swamped me. And then I thought, hey, if there's groups out here that are into this stuff and go hang out in graveyards and haunted places and all that kind of thing, I want to be a part of it. So I did. Joined one group from a guy out in Bankstown, Andrew, and joined Paranormal Interventions Australia, and I was with him for 3 years or so. Then jumped on to another group in the hometown in Wollongong, and was with a guy and my current partner now, Steph, doing our thing down there. But then, how can I put it lightly, things fell apart, and
I know some of the stories.
You
told me.
The story, so, yeah.
I will say she's read most of the stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, the less said about him, the better. So, given that we both still have the passion and the obsession for it, we sort of put our heads together and joined our own little group of 2, and that sort of entity grew into what it was now, and we've been doing it now for what, 3? Yeah, 3 years.
Wow.
So yeah, 5-6 years in with the interest in it, and now I've got my little duo getting out and about, and yeah, love it. Can't switch it off, can't turn it off. It's an obsession.
That's so cool. So you've been doing this for 3 years now. So obviously you're coming from the Australia area. Tell us some of the most haunted places there.
I think a lot of the stuff that people would look into if they were to say, Google that sort of thing or look into the history of what it is, especially, it's definitely our colonial past. When, the white settlers came and invaded and everything like that. And there's a lot of, the penal colonies that were set up in here, and there's a lot of places that are still, building-wise, they're still standing, have a lot of history. Some are terribly dark places where a lot of death went on, and there's a lot of residual energy at these spots. There's only a few that I've been to here in Sydney. I haven't had a chance to get out of. Been to a few places in Victoria and Queensland, but there's one particular spot I'd love to go to in Tasmania, which I've been offered to go to in the past but couldn't get down there, and that's the Royal Derwent Hospital in New Norfolk, which has a massive mental health asylum there. That's, as we all know, mental asylums, mental hospitals, crazy places. I'm lucky enough to actually have one about 5-10 k's south of me, which is now an old folks home, but in its day was what do you call it? One of those tuberculosis hospitals back in the early 1900s. It has A lot of tormented patients and residents that are still there, and has a huge graveyard at the rear of the property that has 2,609 people buried there.
Wow.
Crazy ass place.
Yeah, we talk about tuberculosis and the sanatoriums quite a lot. We've
Yeah.
covered like two, three.
There's a lot of them. Yeah,
It's
a lot.
it's quite a bit, honestly, and it's the same story told pretty much
universally
every time.
Exactly.
And it's so sad.
Yep. There's one further out in the Blue Mountains that I've been to. I was lucky enough before the site got bought by new owners. I was very lucky with Andrew to have investigated that twice or three times. And the paranormal lockdown we did in there was with the blessing of the caretaker who let us in about 8 o'clock at night. We were there till about 2 in the morning, and that place was fucked. It was off the scale.
Wow.
There was some crazy stuff that happened to me there that we recorded, and we kept captures, and would have had all that stuff on my old post before it was the Chef Sean 666 bio has gone, unfortunately, because I think I got hacked last December. But if I could get hold of all that old footage, I'd definitely repost it. But that place, Queen Victoria Hospital, is off the scale.
Yeah.
Crazy ass spot.
And you sent me a few audio recordings and some of your other works that you've done, and you've also you post on Reddit, right? So you do a lot of like sound recordings and video. What is some of the equipment that you use?
I started out with the basics. I think what every little amateur hunter started out with, a small digital recorder. A few of the devices, luckily, I was given or lent or gifted, which was nice. Built up the toys and the tools over the years, and finally got myself, which I wanted and Steph wanted for ages. Finally got the Ovilus 5B, which, not bragging, but I don't know many people in Sydney or in New South Wales or Australia that have many. And we went through a lot of BS, unfortunately, with the creator getting it sent out here to Australia, and issues with him, whose name we won't mention, and managed to get it through a ghost hunter friend in California, and then she sent it out to us. So we have Ollie, our Ovilus. All the toys have names, and built up the kit a bit more in the last few years, and got a few more, the basic kind of stuff that nearly everybody has. But it was a big kick to get the Ovilus. I'm still kind of working out the nuts and bolts of it and the finer points, but yeah, it's had some pretty interesting results from it as well.
That's pretty cool.
So you had mentioned earlier about a lockdown. When you do go into lockdowns, what does that look like for y'all? Do y'all do like an overnight, or is it just certain specific hours?
I think I've done 2 so far, and shall we say, the only one that I kind of did sort of cross the line into trespassing was the not the security need to know that, the place that's down from my place, Garrawara Hospital. Everyone knows. Everyone that's into urbex and all that shit around here knows about Garrawara. As it turns out, the foot in the door, you might say, that we had to that was the guy that used to work there as a nursing student, who's the person who shall remain unnamed. He was there as a nursing student 20 odd years ago, and he knows every inch of the buildings, the corridors, the shower block, the rooms. He remembers the patients. That was an interesting way to get in there, but the way that we actually physically got in there was not the most legal entry possible, but hey, didn't get caught. And that was heading in about, say, 9 o'clock at night. And I think the longest we stayed there, when everyone's starting to get really tired and fed up and wigged out, was got in there about 9 p.m. and we left about 3 in the morning, 10 past 3 in the morning. And that was, when I say free reign on lockdown, lockdown as in got in and didn't leave. But we did have a couple of close calls when the security camera torches and cars were going past, so we sort of kept quiet and turned all our lights off. But the one up in the Blue Mountains, Queen Victoria Hospital, that was with permission of the caretaker. I don't know about permission of the owners, but that was, rocking up about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. And he opened the gate, let us all in with all our tech, toys, gears, car and that. And he locked it. And he basically said, look, message me or call me when you guys want to leave or you've had enough or shit's too much. And that was twice we did that. And in winter, and it was cold. I know, not cold like American winter, cold here. And up in the Blue Mountains, which is further west, we had sleet and the early stages of not so much snow, but there was sleet falling. And it was about 2 degrees and very, very cold. Added to the effect, added to the atmosphere. But there would have been in the first lockdown about 9 of us, maybe 10 of us. And that was just completely off the scale. That place is active as. And there's a few things I remember from that night that will be etched in my memory for a long time. There was a few things that happened to me. I was one thing I clearly remember was having my backpack I had on behind me yanked down. Something pulled my bag down and made me fall on my ass, like yanked my bag down.
Wow.
And I dropped on my ass. Person in front of me was like, what happened there? I said, oh, something just pulled my bag down. And dude, there's nothing behind me. There is nothing. So that was very intense. There was a lot of strange noises and things that we thought we saw, did see. Had some crazy EVPs in the morgue. One of the crazy girls that went up with us decided to actually lie on the morgue slab tray. And I kind of drew a line at that and I couldn't do that. But that place up there in the mountains is intense. But now they've rezoned it, new land, new owners, very high security, cameras, alarms, and drones. So now it's kind of a bit of a harder place to get to, but I think the local kids up there still hang around it. So pretty cool spot.
So, sorry if you see me writing also. It's just questions that I'm writing down so I don't forget. But one of them that I written down was, do you think that in certain situations it's necessary to push buttons in order to provoke a spirit to come out? And if you do, where does that line, like where should you draw that line for you not to cross it to where negative things do start to happen to you or for it to follow you?
Okay. That is the perfect question. And for me, suited very well because as I do post and as I do say publicly in a lot of my stuff, I like to push the buttons. I like to cross the line. That's just the kind of person I am. I like to have a dig, have a shit stir, have a bit of a provoke. And from this approach to doing investigations and that, I have gotten some friggin' crazy ass results, recordings and EVPs where, what was one of the best ones? There's a place that if y'all ever came down under, I would have to take you to the Bloody Mile. It's a spot down the coast where it's just an awful spot where it has a history of a lot of deaths, accidents, stabbings, murders. My God, there was a baby that was dismembered by the mother's sister. Crazy ass spot. And it's a pitch black little, like a walkway through a bush area. That's all it is, next to the side of the road, but it's drenched in negative energy. And I had, what was it? I was having a bit of a shit stir at the reputed spirit of this lady that did cut up this baby and dismembered a baby. And I challenged her. I said, whatever her name was. The name escapes me. I said, if you want to pick on someone your own size and you want a knife fight, I'm a chef. I'll bring my knife. You bring your knife and we'll have a go. I was like, come on, bitch, give me your best shot. And the EVP through the spirit box within about 30 seconds was going after Sean.
Whoa.
I heard that.
I got
goosebumps. I heard my name. And that was Change the Undies time. That was crazy. And that place even still, as I'm talking about it, the hairs on my arms are standing up. It's a crazy spot. I like the provoking. It's got some serious fun to it. I do think, yes, there's a line you can cross, and I know the whole respect the dead kind of thing, but you know what? For me, for the sake of getting a decent capture or a decent reaction, we've done this technique before and had something manifest on an SLS camera where Steph, who does it with me, had this lady, Mary Barrett, form, appear, manifest, whatever you want to call it, as a stick figure. And Steph was saying, like, you know, silly old bitch, you know, you want to go, take a shot. She said this, and this SLS, you know, yellow stick figure made an arm and a fist sort of, you know, like that. And it swung at Steph, like this stick figure went to go punch Steph. And that was crazy. That was crazy. And that's in an old pioneer cemetery that's been around for, 1870s, 1880s, very long time. Big Irish family that settled the area are buried there. And there's a lot of other restless spirits that we like to go and shit stir every now and then. But that was two crazy captures we had that did come from provoking. And I think, yeah, look, if you want to take it to that further level and get in trouble and risk having something follow you home or have an attachment jump on you, it's all part of the gig. But if you want to do that, I reckon go for it. If you don't, then hey, that's fine.
Have
Whatever
you
floats your boat.
have you ever felt like you've had something follow you from provoking?
Yep.
Yeah.
As it turns out, despite the position I'm sitting in, the recent design T-shirt that I got made from the artist we got our first shirt done by, Danny, the logo he created for us. He also did this logo on my jumper now. This was from when how do I put this? Very skeptically, I was told and believed that one of my neighbors, who I always say says she sees things, reckons that once I was downstairs in my garage in my man cave, and her and her husband drove past as they were driving out, and they saw, so she says, they saw this big black smoky like thing behind me. And she said, whenever I've seen you down there, this thing is with you, this thing is behind you. She also said one day when she came to talk to me that this thing that she sees is behind me as we were speaking. It's looking at me, it's smiling at me. And when she was in my house, chatting to me, she said, it's behind you right now in the window, and we are on the first floor. So we're like, what, 15, 20 foot off the ground? And she said, this thing is behind you right now. So I asked her, like, what did you sort of see, or how do you sort of distinguish this thing? She goes, I've actually noticed that it's been behind you for quite a while now. And she says, the same old kind of default answer, I think, that it's feeding off your negativity. It's feeding off depression. It's feeding off negativity, anger, hate. And basically I'm giving it a buffet. And it's kind of stuck with me and it's attached to me. She goes, I don't know where you got it from. But I also then, with this tip-off, consulted to other people off Instagram. One's an energy healer, a light worker, and spiritualist called Debbie. And they also contacted the guy that she referred me to in India. Very skeptical as I was, I asked these people. They gave me a reading. Yeah, the Indian guy said he can cleanse this thing from me for 700 Australian dollars. No thanks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think what I was told about this attachment was that she apparently picked up that there were certain initials associated with this thing. Came to her in a dream where it was identified as having two certain letters in the name of this person of who it was. So where I think this thing may have followed me from is actually my local cemetery. So I went up there, cross-referenced with the database as to where this PD or DP person might be. I found a grave of this Darius Pazarski, who I don't know who it is. But in one of my earlier posts on Instagram, of a confrontation, if you will, with me trying to address this spirit thing. I had S-Box, REMPod, and K2 going the whole time. And at the end of this conversation, if you will, a very, very clear reply back from this thing, referring to it saying, why don't you come down here and talk to all of us? So by down here, I think they mean down in hell, because this thing was apparently picked up on as a demonic entity. So whether I brought that on myself, whatever, whether I, had to come home, I've had a few crazy things happen here in my actual house, which we are actually putting on the market to sell tomorrow. So hopefully no one potentially buying this unit will read or hear this. But there was one night, out of curiosity, just weird things going on in the house that I picked up on when I was asleep, and a few things that woke me up. And one time I set up a video camera, a motion sensor, and my REM pod near the front door. 4:13 in the morning, my REM pod starts beeping. It beeped from 4:13 in the morning till 4:17 in the morning for 4 minutes, and the house is locked. House is locked. We're all asleep, and I filmed it. And yeah, the REM pod starts beeping for 4 minutes at 4:17 in the morning in a locked house. I can't debunk that.
That's crazy.
That was very strange.
And I know you kind of mentioned hell and like demonic entities. So what is your spirituality behind it? What is your rationale for ghosts?
Well, I'd say, like you girls would know, I think it kind of breaks down into sort of maybe two or three categories. You've got the malevolent ones that are angry, bitter, resentful, don't like the fact that they're dead, feel like they have unresolved issues maybe with the living or those that provoke them, and they want to harm us or harm people. Then you've got the benevolent ones, I think, that are lonely, sad, they miss people, they miss the loved ones, they want company, if you will, and I don't mean like as a Casper the Friendly Ghost kind of shit, but that kind of lighter side to it. And then I think there's the ones that are just restless. I don't sort of think that they're out there to harm, but I think there's more or less those two sides to it, and that's sort of the definition, I'd say, of what there are out there.
So when you're on an investigation, how often do you work with other people like that have gifts, or from, like you said earlier that you had a Native American have to cleanse you? Do you in any situation take people with gifts or from other walks of life like natives on an investigation just for the safety of you and your fellow investigators?
Because there's a large indigenous culture in Australia, right?
Yes, that's it. Well, actually, one of the sites closest to me in Kurnell, which is a suburb about 15 minutes away, that's where Captain Cook landed. So where the country was settled and discovered in 1788, excuse my terrible Aussie history, the actual landing site where Captain Cook first came ashore is 15 minutes from my place. And there is a monument and all this kind of stuff. And the actual name of the Shire, the Sutherland Shire, of where I live, Forby Sutherland is the name of the white settler on the boat, who I think was one of the first white settlers to die. Ashore in Australia, the suburb area here is named after him. His grave, and Joseph Banks, the botanist, his grave is at this site. The Captain Cook Memorial landing place is there. But from what people know, I think, from the white settlement in history, is yes, the Aboriginal, the indigenous tribe, especially from this area, which is the Darawal tribe. From little investigations purely out of curiosity, 3 that I've done at the Captain Cook memorial site. I even took a basic list of a few Dharawal tribal phrases and words, and there is a small Aboriginal meeting place that's like a stone or sandstone circular area where I think is a very intense physical spot for the indigenous energies that might have been there from 226 years ago. But it's actually down at the monument itself. The last time, which is a huge, big, obelisk. And if you were to Google Captain Cook Landing Memorial or Landing Monument, you'd see it. And we've set up there like all the toys and gear at night. And I remember once with the motion sensors and the REM pod set up within 2 minutes of us getting there, we had lights going off, we had K2 going nuts, and we had very clear, considering the people that were white settlers that came out on the boats, we had very clear Irish accents and English accents coming through. And some of the Irish words and phrases that were coming out weren't the most charming of conversation. A lot of foul language and a lot of swearing. But yeah, if you see my videos, I tend to unfortunately drop a few of those potty mouth words in my videos as well. So it was all good. But I think we had some 220-year-old English and Irish spirits there having a bit of a dummy spit. And I think with the Indigenous people that were around at that time, I think, yes, as most people that know there was a history know, there was a lot of death. There was a great slaughter of the Indigenous people back then by the white people and vice versa. So I think in the times that we've been out, and I've brought or asked to bring 2 friends with me. One is actually a lady I work with, and she is from one of the local Indigenous tribes on the other side of Botany Bay. Vicky, she's given me a bit of a heads up on a couple of other places that she's been to, and there's a couple of spots that her native people hold in high regard. I wanted to get her out to some of these nights out with me, but we've had other people that have come along with us before. I think, what was her name? We had someone come with us to sort of corroborate whether a spirit had left a place, because she, and this is the part that sort of had me as a skeptic, she all through an Instagram video picked up on this and picked up on that. And what was her name? Karen somebody said that the spirit I mentioned before that reached out and sort of swung at Steph, this Mary Barrett, she said we showed her in the cemetery where the person was buried, right up the back. She said that, I had to laugh a bit, that Mary came to her in a vision, and she described her as appearing to her as wet and drowned and sort of maybe like, soaked hair. And I don't know how this lady died back in 1897 or something. But this medium told us that this is what she looked like. This is what happened. I've crossed her over to the other side. And I said, okay, you did that. Then, we need proof that she's gone. So we went back to the same grave where we had 2 crazy REM pod activations. One, the day before at 2:00 in the afternoon. The next night on a Friday at 9:00, we had the K2 going REM pod as well. When this lady told us that she had crossed over this Mary person, we went back to the grave a week later, complete silence.
Wow.
No activations, no REM pod beeping, nothing. A little bit skeptical on that. It might have just been one of those nights where you don't get anything happen. But the other time we had people come with us, they aren't trained. They aren't trained public, clairvoyants, psychics, mediums, whatever you want to call them. They're just friends of ours. Or they're friends of Steph that, claim that they've seen things since they were a kid, or they pick up on certain things. They have had encounters as a child with spirits that they sort of still have, 50, 60 years on. And they have a sort of, I guess, the word you use would be gift. They pick up on things, or they sense things that Steph and I don't. But even having said that, this is why it's great to have this lady on board with me. Steph herself And as I think she will attest to, she is really in touch with the children's spirits.
Mm-hmm. We call them
She just has
Billy and Sally. Billy for little boy spirits and Sally for little girl spirits.
Yes, yes.
Well, exactly. There's one crazy ass cemetery way down the coast, about 120 k's away, Harley Hill Cemetery, which we were shown once or twice via a video of a guy that actually, one of the guys, Craig, that got me into this whole field. He was there recording by himself one day, and if I can find the photo, I can tag you on the post later on. He was there by day by himself, and this, what do you call it, this apparition appeared of like a person staring at him with their head tilted with these strange legs, and there was like a purple figure. And then as he was there in this cemetery, broad light of day, this, you see in the video, this mist kind of floats in front of him in the camera and then past his face. And so I thought, okay, really interested in this place, and we've been there, my God, 3 times by daytime, 4 times at night. I will hands down say this is one of those places where any foreign friends that come to visit, yourselves included, I'll happily take you to the Bloody Mile, and I'll happily take you to Harley Hill Cemetery, because it is a fucking shit your pants kind of a place. It's really active, it's really old, and it's really creepy, and we have had some insane stuff captured there and recorded there. We've had some, Steph herself is still terrified of the place due to some, what would I call it, a 7-foot shadow figure that dropped down. She swears by it to this day, dropped down from a tree and was peering out at her from behind a tree. And I'm 6'2". She said this thing was taller than you, and it had no face, completely black, and I was staring at it. And yeah, we've gone in there a few times, but we haven't stayed around too long, because it's been back to the car and check your undies. Bit of a moment, but it's the rush, as you girls know. It's the rush, it's the adrenaline, keeps you going, keeps you sticking around places you know you shouldn't be a bit longer, but it's all for the capture.
So do you ever think, and which I just want to clarify, it sounds like you believe that certain people can trigger certain situations. Does that sound like a pretty accurate statement?
That's a pretty fair way to put it. Yeah, I think certain people can. I think certain people can't. We've had a lot of experience at the Bloody Mile where we did 2 in previous visits. We did 2, what would you call it, like nights there, where people, it was the first time we actually did it with this previous group that we were in, where it was like a paid gig, like what you see a lot of the followers, a lot of the guys that I follow, like the 2 guys from Florida in War Party Paranormal, Eric and Mike, legends. This was an event where people paid, what, $45-$50 to come along, to join us. You know, we bring all the gear, we bring all the tables, chairs, all that shit. All they have to bring, you know, is a torch, a flashlight, and you know, a jumper and decent shoes, and we do all the rest. So they paid, they rocked up. We did a stint where we set up all our gear at like 2 spots along this pathway, and the only deal was that he who shall not be named, who was running the show at the time, had Steph at one sort of crossroads in this pathway by herself at night. I was about 10 minutes down the pathway near a seat, waiting for the rest of this group to come up and walk through the Bloody Mile, this track. And we were both told for it to work the way that it was wanted, we had to do a solo walkthrough. And that was along this path where there is no light. It's covered in trees. There's a bit of moonlight that might come through. And there is a train line that runs past, still with active trains on it. You might get the light from a train passing through every 20 minutes, half an hour. Apart from that, complete sheer pitch total black, to the point where, like this Harley Hill Cemetery, you hold your hand in front of your face, you can't even see your hand. And we were told to walk through and then meet Steph at the halfway point. And then this guy would bring the rest of the group of guests through. I'd do a little spiel about the place and the murders and all the gory stuff And then we walked through furthermore. The second stage where Steph was, that was great. We did make I will say, a good couple of $100. But the thing was, with this chap that we were with, when we got all the money from the people that paid and happily paid, he kind of decided to keep the money for himself. Didn't give us our share. So that kind of left a bitter taste in our mouth. And further involvements with him into the future, we decided to pull the plug on. And yes, as you may have noticed from previous posts that I have mentioned to you girls, that side of us was left well alone. So that's how we started our own thing. We would love to be able to get, especially at 2 locations that we know for a fact no one else has got access to get something started there, if we can get people to come along. But it's one private residence is the oldest house, one of the oldest standing houses in Wollongong, and it's owned by, I'm not going to name drop, it's owned by Steph's son's old school principal. He owns this house. They've done a gigantic, huge refurb on it, and he's actually starting to get. Okay, we actually have found out that in the last few weeks, just after the recent school holidays have finished, they are letting groups of people through the house by day in groups of about 20 or 30 for historical tours and walks and all that. But when we've chatted with this guy, the owner, and mentioned about its infamy and its past, he's told us, yeah, look, I've lived here with my wife and kids, and since we have, my son has said he's spoken to a girl that is there and isn't there. That's not his sister. He's made a special friend in the house that he talks to every now and then. And they said when they were doing some of the refurb, it reminded me a bit of Amityville. I said to the guy, one of the things that he noticed, could he give me details on it? And he said they were taking off the wallpaper to strip back the wallpaper to fix the walls in this renovation. And there's drawings on an old wall that some kid had done before. Wow. Ancient artwork that some kids drawn with crayons and that they didn't even have a clue was there until they did a refurb on the place. He also said too, what gave him interest and a bit of concern was there were a particular tradesmen that would be doing the work on this house, and they refused to enter certain rooms. They said they'll walk outside, they'll bring in the equipment and the gear and wheelbarrows and all that kind of stuff. But some of them of Polynesian descent and Maori and Samoans were very, very strong and very, very spiritual people, and they refused. These big blokes, they refused to enter certain parts of the house. So he said, yeah, something kind of triggered a bit of a reaction in him, and he thought, yeah, there's got to be something to do with this place that needs a bit of further investigation. Steph and I have been waiting to try to get in, but he's a busy man in his education job, and COVID and everything, of course, made an absolutely massive, as I'm sure you girls know. COVID completely screwed our paranormal investigation gigs. We actually had a couple of close calls from police during lockdown where people were supposed to be, in their homes and not leave their local areas. And we had a couple of close calls involving apprehension at 2:00 in the morning in spots where we weren't supposed to be. But I think that, yeah, it's something that's it's going to happen. You're going to take people with you that have negative effect on you. They're going to take people with you that have a special gift or have a special interaction. I think that will get the spirits to either be more active or can be less active too.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick little break because there is a train passing by and it will affect the audio just a tad.
No worries.
I can still hear it.
I know, that's why I'm trying to listen for it.
Okay, and I think we're getting close, so I think we finish off with experiences.
Okay, yeah.
Because we're already at 40 minutes.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll go grab a drink and come back, huh?
Of course.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Wait.
We'll wait for you. But yeah, I think when he gets back, we'll do and tell us about your favorite experience and your scariest experience, and then we'll wrap it up.
I mean, if you want to aim for an hour, we could.
I gotta get back to Cultivate. We got an event at 7.
Oh.
It's 6:41 now. So I gotta leave like soon. Well, they're getting there at 7 to decorate. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I told the balloon lady I'd be there soon, and that was 45 minutes ago. I was like, sorry, you're supposed to come before 6. Comes at 5:45, 5:55 when I was already here. I was like, oops.
Oh, well.
Oops, sorry. Sorry your lady told you wrong. I made it very clear. We're open until 6 and we were going back at 7.
Oh, wow.
Don't leave us a bad review.
1 star.
1 star.
1 star.
Cultivates 1 star.
Comes on for Corey's show.
He's back.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And we're
in the
back.
land of living.
Hello. Welcome back.
Boy,
How do you feel?
relaxed.
Okay, good. Great. All right. So we're getting close to wrapping up here. So we're going to finish up with some of your favorite experiences and some of your scariest experiences. Which one do you want to start with?
Favorite. Well, shit a brick. There's probably. That's a doozy.
I'm sure there's quite a few.
Yeah, I'm completely lost.
Maybe most memorable.
Well, one of the ones I said before that was memorable was I've always been in my in my provoking and antagonism of the dead ones is I'm basically one of those nuts. I want a physical reaction. I want to be slapped. I want to be bitten. I want to be scratched. I want that sort of a weird validation. As I alluded to before, having my backpack tugged on and to be dragged down on the floor of my ass by like something tugged on my bag at that Queen Victoria Hospital.
Yeah.
And I still to this day can't it's it's even got me lost for words. I can't define that. Like nothing was behind me, but there was a full force that dragged my 6'2" ass down to the floor.
Wow.
And I've had
Have you ever felt your life was threatened from a paranormal entity?
yes, but only because I
You provoked it.
enough. Yeah, I shit stirred a little bit too much. As I said, the spirit challenged me to a knife fight and told me that they were, quote, S-Box EVP coming after me. They're going after Sean. When I left this place, again, the Bloody Mile, when you leave this place, as a lot of people that have been there will attest to it, it really fucking drains you. Like you feel like you have, your haunted hangover that you get the day after. Every single time we've left the Bloody Mile, you feel zapped of energy, drained, tired, sore for no apparent reason. Every time we've been in the Bloody Mile, I get that. There's a lot of very negative energy there that wants to keep you there, I think. People will also attest to that. Or when you're walking out, it always feels like the walk out is longer than the walk in. And things there, the physical feeling there is they're just dragging you into the bushes.
Wow.
You try to stick to the walkway, the pathway through. Things there definitely want to harm you. Whether I would say that I've had, my life threatened only via EVP, I have. The capture that I reposted the other day when we were at Picnic Island, that was crazy because that was insane. That was a thing that Steph captured on her phone, which was, I still can't debunk it, and no one has been able to yet. It's a white, misty, flashy light thing that goes erratically past the camera. That set off REM pods and K2s and everything, and I still can't forget that was insane. We're pretty sure that's the ghost of a guy that got stabbed at this location. I think the two big mental hospitals we went to are just so full of energy. There was one night we actually it was more of a human threat, I should say, than spiritual. There was a how can we put it, a rival team that also managed to lurk into the property about 1 o'clock in the morning. They met us, we met them.
Gang war.
There was a yeah,
Turf
yeah.
war.
There was a bit of a discrepancy over, well, you guys need to be quiet because we're doing our thing, or you need to shut up too because we're doing our thing. All the while, there's the occasional distance of headlights and security torches going past out the front, and we're like, okay, you've got to be quiet, otherwise we're all going to cop what, $700 to $1,000 fines for trespassing. So that was a bit of antagonism, and that was funny because that night, this is what blew me away at how stupid the arguing got to. As we were having a bit of a disagreement in one sort of room of this this common area of this old hospital, I had my REM pod in the corridor next door, and the REM pod started going off absolutely crazy, but we couldn't hear it because we were bickering and arguing until someone goes, "Oi, listen, your REM pod's going off," and no one's able to pay attention to it because we're all bickering and that.
Oh no!
Crazy. But the places, there's two cemeteries that I just refuse to go into at night by myself. I just cannot bring myself to do it. I'll go fully out and say I'm totally chicken shit of these places. The reason why I like them though is because of the old pioneer cemeteries. They are the people that have been there for a long time, and the place in particular, the one at Kembla Grange, that is where on my old bio I did have the SLS video capture of this thing, another formation. How will I say? It was brought to my attention by the other guy who had the SLS saying, warning me that this thing's coming towards you. I quickly vacated the cemetery, went back to the car on the side of the road, and this stick figure was right up on me. I wouldn't say the word dry humping, but this thing was next to me. It was on me, no word of a lie.
Wow.
And it was, I don't know, moving in a very particularly strange fashion. And this thing was on me. And, if you ask me, the SLS cameras don't lie. You've either got something there or you don't have something there. That was crazy. That was really crazy. But I think the physical side of it too, I think when you know something is either on you, near you, around you, you get that, or I especially get it, that ghost hunter gut vibe where your guts start to turn and you feel like sick and nauseous and cold. I had a experience in a Presbyterian cemetery, and Steph will back me up. I wouldn't totally go so far to say I was choked, but I did enter a Presbyterian cemetery with a satanic pendant around my neck, just for a bit of provoking, as you do. And yeah, I think one of the residents there wasn't too happy, and I started coughing and gagging.
Wow.
In a way I never had before. And Steph was, "Are you okay? You okay, mate?" I said, "No." It was real pressure.
Wow.
I'd never felt it before anywhere. It was like a pressure on my throat that was restricting my breathing, and it was very uncomfortable to breathe. But yet I walked out of the cemetery and it was fine. It stopped. Went back in to the same grave. I can even visualize the same grave, and it felt like it returned. So that was stuff that I'll never forget. Crazy stuff, but enjoyable.
It's all about the thrill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I will leave with this one last question, just to kind of, if you had, this is kind of be like a spoiler for since we've been kind of messaging you back and forth for a while now, but at the end of the month,
Worth the wait, ladies. Worth the wait.
yeah. So at the end of the month, we plan on being paranormal investigators.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get our certificates. So what is one piece of advice for us and everyone else that potentially wants to do this? What is one piece of advice that you would give us and everyone else?
Keep an open mind. Accept the fact that, I know it sounds like almost a sporting goods cliche, but I have seen and experienced things in the last 6 years. I don't think anything is impossible. Things happen for a reason. It's you can have, like I kind of alluded to before, I think you can have all the tech and gear and toys and devices and sensors and all that shit, but nothing will ever beat that sort of, that sixth sense that us humans have of, you know, like I said before, the gut vibe, when you feel it sort of in your stomach, in your bones, in sort of your subconscious, of where something's alerting you to something that you know maybe shouldn't be there, and you obviously want confirmation and validation of what that might be. I'd say don't ever doubt that something can or can't happen, because from what I've seen, things can happen. In case you haven't picked up on it, I do like the antagonism and the provoking. Yes, it caused me a bit of drama and a few backwards comments on Instagram about, oh, you can't go doing that, it's disrespectful, blah blah blah. You know what? Sack it. I reckon go for it. Do it. After my previous experience with entry to places, I don't do the trespassing thing, with the exception of once. Legal entry to any place would be appreciated, I'm sure, on all parties. I know a lot of people that get the old urbexy kind of vibe to go sticking their heads in places they shouldn't, and they've paid for it in certain meetings. I just reckon, like, don't also sell out and do it solely for, and I could name people that have done this, but I won't, the financial gain of it. Yes, you can have your nights out and your investigations where you have guests and people come along and they pay for it, and you can have dinner involved as well and all this bullshit, and have lockdowns and stuff in places, but don't do it for the money. I don't think it's not worth all that sort of materialistic BS. I can do it for the rush, do it for the investigation, do it for the thrill, the adrenaline, and hell, it's fun scaring the shit out of other people. So that's always a bonus. Bringing a certain, when we've done that kind of a group thing, bringing a wide variety of people along as guests, like older people, younger people. We had once a mother and a daughter come. The mother picked up on stuff that the daughter didn't, or knew a lot more about the history of a place than the daughter did. And I think that kind of side of it, of getting, like, spreading the word, getting and supporting, like the whole point of this chat, supporting the para-unity thing, because there's so many people of us out there doing this thing across the world, and it's so great. Like, I didn't think I'd have as many followers as I did in the paranormal gig that follow me, or I follow them when I started doing this thing. But I just realized after the years that I've done it, there are so many of us special spirits that go getting into this, that are so in-depthly involved in it. So I reckon just go out there and share it with other people.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
So they shit themselves.
Yes. The goal is to shit yourself.
Totally.
Oh, well, in that case, I've already done that at least twice today. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Sean. It was a pleasure getting to have an interview with you. I'm so glad we finally got a chat.
Yes.
Yep, worth the wait. Good fun.
All right, good. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And hopefully we can do this again sometime soon.
We got to do this again.
Yes.
I'm sure you have plenty more stories to tell us.
Mm-hmm.
And new ones.
To say them all you got to do is follow me.
Yep, there you go. Well, thank you so much. The way we end our episodes is we got to go, bye. So you got to join us in the bye, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready? Bye.
Bye.
I went bye too early.
We're good. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
You have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya.
You've been listening to The Poltergals,
a Rogue Media Network podcast.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. This is Central Texas Life with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Life with Ann Harder, and I am so happy to have this gentleman with me. His name is Michael Clinton Osborne.
Howdy.
I have known him as Ozzy since we were in high school together.
I'll answer to that.
Yeah. So if I call you Ozzy, you'll know it's okay. It's out of love and long time devotion to our friendship. But yeah, I wanted to talk to you because here we are at the same age, a certain age, and you're kind of recrafting your career when a lot of us are retired, and it's just so exciting, and I love to talk to people who just see an opportunity and go for it. And that's kind of been a hallmark of your work. First of all, I want to let you know he helped pioneer this highly acclaimed University High School culinary arts program.
Yeah, that's been
and I want to talk a lot about that.
Yeah, that was a great time.
Yeah, well, it really does. You deserve all the praise you can get. I know you're gonna say your students are awesome, and they are indeed. But yeah, you've been able to do a lot with that program, but that's come to an end.
Yes, I retired from Waco Independent School District right before the Christmas holiday hit.
Okay.
So I'm a retiree.
You're a retiree, but not for long.
But not for long. I got about another week
before
I start my next foray into the great unknown.
Yeah, and it is on the high seas.
Yeah. Ever since I was a little kid, at first I thought I wanted to run away and join the circus. Maybe on the high trapeze. But, a little later on in my pre-adolescence, I thought about being a pirate.
A pirate?
Yeah, and so now I'm going to get my chance to do that. So, next time we see each other, I might be sporting an eye patch and a hook. And maybe
have a parrot on your shoulder.
Yeah, a little parrot, maybe a peg leg, who knows.
But you will be on a cruise ship, though.
Yeah. I had this crazy deal just kind of fall on my lap.
Yeah.
And when I first heard about it, I was, I had this nagging thought for about half a minute. Well, I really did want to teach for a couple of more years.
Yeah.
And then
so
when it kind of sunk in.
There's not a requirement for when you have to retire from Waco ISD?
No.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
That's
but this thing came along.
Because we are past 65.
Yeah, we are. Significantly past.
Well, speak for yourself.
Yeah. But yeah, this thing kind of just fell on my lap. So you want me to tell you about it, or?
Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's jump right into it because
okay.
I've been doing some podcasts with travel experts and experts helping you pack for a cruise. I mean, we've kind of had a little theme going here.
Well, let me get that number because I got to start packing myself.
Listen, Jennifer Snyder will help you pack.
Thank you, Jennifer.
She loves doing that.
Yeah. So anyway, I kind of back up a little bit. I went to school for culinary, but at the CIA, the Culinary Institute of America, up in Hyde Park, New York, the mothership campus. They've got a number of campuses.
El Primo for learning how to cook.
Probably the best in the world. And in that world, in my world, it's kind of like getting a law degree from Harvard. If you go through all of that, and I did a 4-year bachelor's degree there. So finished out with a bachelor's in restaurant management, basically, is what it amounts to. But anyway, while I was there, there was a lady there, my age, who had been a epidemiologist, always wanted to be a chef.
Really?
And
I bet there are a lot of people you met in culinary arts school that I've always wanted to do this, so I decided let's do it.
Well, and she's got a number of other pretty stellar stars in her resume. But at any rate, long story short, she did real well in culinary. And when she finished a little bit ahead of me. When she finished up, Jacques Pepin, the famous French chef, recruited her to implement, really from the ground up, a program on the high seas where it's a cooking school basically for the guests on the ship.
I think that's awesome.
For something to do. The days when you're at sea.
Programs, they have entertainment, they have all kinds of things. So.
Yeah, you can only lose so much money in the casinos or play so much bingo, but so
there's always a lot of food to eat on a cruise ship.
Yeah. So anyway, Jacques Pepin is sort of the titular
that's cool.
director of cuisine for a couple of really ritzy cruise lines, Oceania.
Okay. So he does multiple cruise lines.
Well, it's all under the Norwegian umbrella.
Okay, Norwegian. Well, good.
But he recruited her to implement this whole program, and so the company committed a lot of dollars to putting in the state-of-the-art teaching kitchens on a number of their ships.
That is neat.
Yeah, and that was about 13 years ago, and the program's really taken off. And so now they're putting you just have to see it to really appreciate it. But these teaching kitchens are just immaculate, and they're putting them on all their new ships.
And I presume you're going to have sous chefs. You're going to have all kinds of people helping you.
Yeah, I will, and that's a pretty cool part of it. And
and you plan your own curriculum, or is this something?
No, the curriculum is just astoundingly well organized.
Good, yeah.
Down to the second almost.
Oh, that's great.
And these classes last like 2 hours.
But
it's really cool. So if we're sailing to the Greek islands, say, we'll be teaching some Greek recipes.
Sure.
And if we're going to Spain, it's Spanish stuff. We might do some tapas, of some kind or another. If we're heading to Tokyo, it might be some Japanese stuff. And of course, there's lots of fish dishes, and I love cooking seafood. But the other really fun thing about it is at ports of call, we do these chef-led field trips, basically, these shore excursions to culinary destinations.
How fun!
So, for
I
example,
cannot get over this.
Yeah. So, for example, in February, I think I'll be in Belize, and we'll take a group of folks up into the hills to a chocolate plantation and see how they grow the cacao and how it's fermented and how it gets processed and turned into chocolate. So it's stuff like that all over the world. So I'll be teaching the cuisines of the world all over the world.
Yeah. Oh, that is just that's amazing.
And several of the chefs that are on the faculty are people that I knew when I was at school.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a relatively small community, and that you all know, who's out there making waves, doing great things.
But just such an unusual kind of a gig, and
it is.
I can't believe I'm at retirement age and about to take on this this new thing, and but it was just like, well, how can I say no? I mean, it's just it's just too cool.
Well, let's back up then a little bit more. Kind of back up way back, because you weren't always into cooking. I remember when you were with HEB, the Cooking Connection. When I first thought, what is Ozzy doing up there? Really? Do I want to eat anything?
That's how I got started right there.
But so what prompted that? Is that something you would help your mother bake cookies? I mean, is the kind of thing you always like kind of doing stuff in the kitchen?
I was just the biggest spoiled brat that you ever saw. Growing up, I never.
No.
I'd kind of pass through the kitchen while Mom would be in there slaving away.
Yeah.
And I certainly enjoyed the largesse of my grandmother's kitchens.
Oh, yeah.
But I was too busy doing,
boy things.
Yeah, doing kid stuff, and So what really prompted it for me was about 1990, 91 maybe. I got a divorce.
Oh.
And my ex-wife had learned how to cook at the apron strings of her grandmother, in this, on a cotton farm in West Texas, and she knew how to make kind of stuff guys like to eat.
Yeah.
So I was further spoiled by her, and when we split, I didn't have a pot or a pan or a knife or a fork or a plate or any of that
how
stuff.
to use it other than
to
eat off it.
And so I went about 6 months, I guess, eating out.
Oh my.
And that got old. And so I realized one day that, hey, if I wanted to eat like I was used to eating, I better learn how to do it myself.
Learn how to cook. Yeah.
So I would hit garage sales and estate sales, and I kind of pieced together a little, rudimentary bachelor kitchen, and started getting I started collecting cookbooks, and just I started reading cookbooks like some people read those romance novels, they just can't get enough.
You were just devouring them.
Yeah, it was like that. Yeah. And I started practicing, and the more I did it, better I got, and better I got, the more I wanted to do it. And so it was after several years of really just kind of training myself that I thought, oh, hey man, maybe I'd like to go pro. So my first real cooking job was with the Cooking Connection.
Right, and that was when they were kind of just getting started.
It was brand new.
Yeah.
There were two Cooking Connections, one in Round Rock and then the Wooded Acres HEB here in Waco. So I got on there, and that was a lot of fun.
Oh, well, you're so personable, and you know everybody in town.
Well,
and now a lot of people know who you are because of that work at HEB.
Yeah, a lot of good visibility there,
Sure.
and that was a big deal.
But
and
really,
what I was
kind of preparing you in a way for what you're doing coming up, in that you're going to be kind of teaching people.
That's the way the Cooking Connection started.
Yeah.
It was about teaching people how to make dinner, basically, and so it was constant demoing, and so it was initially at the onset of the whole Cooking Connection program with HEB, it was about teaching.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and, that's how I recall. I've still got recipes that I picked up.
Yeah. I might have written one of those.
Yeah, you very well might have. So you were, I think, as I recall, you were about 50 when you went to the CIA.
Yeah. So I'd already been working as a chef for a number of years, probably 10 years or so. One of the nice things about all that FaceTime with local population while I was working at HEB, it enabled me to grow a dinner party catering business.
Yes, you did.
And did that for a long time before I went off to culinary school. But what prompted that was the big recession in 2008, and I had a small advertising agency, and I was doing the cooking thing and at HEB and doing the dinner party catering business. I was spread pretty thin, but all of my revenue sources dried up just within the matter of a couple of months, and I was like, oh man, what am I going to do? And my lady friend Carrie and I had just gotten together. In fact, we were living in a little downtown loft right here at 4th and Mary. The Barron's Lofts is where we live.
Barron's,
And we were in there wringing our hands one night, going, "What in the world are we going to do?" And she's like, "Well, what do you really want to do?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, if I had any sense, the economy's just going to suck for the foreseeable future. If I had any sense, I'd go back to school." And she said, "Well, where would you go?" And I said, "Well, I always kind of wanted to go to culinary school, get some genuine bona fides." And I said, CIA is the best culinary school in the world, but there's no way I'll get in there. And she said, "Well, SC." She starts Googling stuff up, and I start filling stuff out, and next thing you know, I got accepted, and I was like, wow, I didn't expect that. And and then there's like, well,
But I'm sure your experience helped.
Well,
That
helped a lot.
Yeah.
That helped a lot, and I'll tell you something else that helped a lot was our English teachers from high school.
Amen.
Sharon Mansfield and Mary Fidel. Yeah. Who taught me how to write. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that really helped me get through culinary school was writing essays for scholarships. And I got, golly, pretty close to $60,000 in scholarships.
Because it's very expensive to go.
Yeah, very expensive.
To the Culinary Institute.
But got through it. And
then you came back home. You could have gone anywhere, Ozzy, but you came back to Texas.
I kind of needed to. Mm-hmm. My father had a stroke, and I was the only
professor of sociology at Baylor
University.
University.
That's right. Mm-hmm. As your dad was.
Yeah.
Well, not sociology, but in the business school.
And economics, yeah.
But anyway, I really needed to be back here. I had been working in New York for a year or so, and it just was evident that I needed to be back here. Yeah. So that's when I went into teaching.
Mm-hmm. Well, and lest we forget the TSTC.
Yes.
So that was after that, before Waco High. I mean, University High.
Right. So I came back to Texas from New York, and after a brief stint in Los Angeles, and came back to Texas. Got a job teaching culinary arts at the college level at TSTC, in their culinary program, which is just a little gem of a program. Yeah. So, and then it had been being courted to come teach at the high school level, and after about almost 4 years at TSTC, they coaxed me over to Waco ISD and the program at University High School.
And it was starting then, is that correct? I mean, it was a pretty new campus. So.
Well, yeah, the building, I guess, has been there for maybe 15 years now. So I think when we first went over there, they'd been open 5 or 6 years. Okay. They had this fantastic facility, but before me and Rhiannon Ruark, my colleague over there,
right,
signed on.
Both of you on Central Texas Living.
Oh yeah,
the TV show, and that was so much fun. And you brought some of the tastiest samples to eat.
Hey, I got to tell you, Ann Harder has been a very consistent supporter of all our culinary endeavors, and she's been very, very good to us.
Yeah.
Over the years, and I'm sure grateful to you.
Well, proud of everything you've done, and those kids have just done awesome.
Really have.
And in fact, I just saw something that was shared about what University High School students, nearly 17,000 meals they prepared for the needy.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Oh, I guess 5 years or so ago, Chef Ruark and I were contacted by the local Salvation Army.
Correct.
And basically what they needed was be able to give their cook a day off.
Yeah.
And they said, would you guys be willing to pick up the slack for us one day a week? And we said, well, sure. And it worked out so nicely because, one of the pitfalls, I guess, about public education is you're always scrambling around for money to be able to do the things you need to do. And so here was the Salvation Army that would supply us with whatever food they had on hand on that particular week. Might be something they needed to move and
time to cook it and get it.
Yeah, and so the way it worked out, they supplied the food. And we supplied the labor and the expertise on how to prepare it, and so each week we would do dinner for like 120 people that Waco's homeless, and try to help them out a little bit that way.
Yeah.
And
well, Waco ISD has a wonderful video about the program. Your obviously featured in it, and,
my last big hurrah.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned the Waco ISD Education Foundation, which has provided some really nice grants.
They have. They've been
which
good
is
to us.
a wonderful endeavor, and I've been involved with the Education Foundation for many years.
Yeah.
and really believe in what they do to help make the experience in the classroom for these students richer, because this is providing money for grants that just would not be in the budget for them.
Exactly.
And as a result, we have fundraising things we have for many years called the HEB Celebrity Cook-Off.
Oh man, that
and
has
for
been
the
a
last
blast.
few years,
the
University High School culinary arts students have, they have a booth, and they just blow all the rest of us celebrity chefs out of the water. Because what they do is so good, and everybody is, just so supportive and proud of what they're doing. Now,
we've been very fortunate with that. And, I think our kids took the big prizes.
They really have, like Top Chef,
like
and
last 4 years in a row, maybe.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, it's all good.
Yeah.
Of course, you and I attended Richfield High School, which later became Waco High School, which has now been razed and is being rebuilt. But they're going to have a culinary arts
Yes,
program.
they are. Yeah, so that's going to be great.
It's going to be. That's going to be really top flight. Yeah. And what you've done with these students, though, that's what's so good. I mean, they're doing catering.
Yeah, a lot of that.
And you do a community cafe.
About one day.
Yeah,
thank you.
And it's just wonderful. It's delightful.
Yeah.
And the students serve if they cook it and serve it. I mean, they're learning all the aspects of.
Yeah, they get a little front of the house experience along with back of the house, and a lot of our the kids, they're actively working in the Waco food scene right now. I mean, they've got restaurant jobs and.
Yeah, I understand restaurateurs and chefs will call over there and say, "Do you have a student who would be?" They're always looking for good. And I understand them brag on one student that was accepted to the CIA. Isn't that true?
Yeah,
I heard about that.
I don't know that she was actually able to go.
That she was able to go.
Yeah, I think she might have ended up at in another culinary
still,
school, but.
That you're preparing high school students at that level to then go to.
Yeah, it's twofold, and one aspect is our charge is to get them ready to go to work right now.
Yeah.
All right, and if they want to pursue higher education in that culinary field, we will certainly try to smooth that road for them, with our contacts at
and of course,
various,
TSTC is just right here in the community. And
yeah.
Great program, obviously.
Yeah, it is. So we have a number of our kids that have ended up there.
Oh, yeah.
And doing just fine.
I'm sure that's true. Well, both TSTC and University High have these community opportunities for folks just to come in and have a meal.
See what the kids can do.
They are just well worth the money.
Yeah.
Well worth the money, and just the opportunity to support this aspect of education.
Yeah, of course, in the middle of the last several years, we had this big pandemic. We had to kind of suspend everything during that. But even then, we were doing stuff to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And people really kind of caught on to that.
Yeah.
So, like that,
but last couple of years, just the general support and attendance for those cafe days has just been wonderful.
Yeah. Well, it's
lots and lots of folks.
It's just great. It's great what you've done, and I know you've got to have a really good feeling about leaving the program though in great hands with Chef Rihanna is still there.
Just took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Rihanna and Ruark. When I look back on all the working partnerships that I've had over the years in all of my culinary endeavors and catering and so forth, I've had some really top-notch folks that I've worked with.
I'm sure you have, yeah.
And Rhiannon has just been the best of the best of the best. I mean, she's awesome. absolutely awesome, and she's really the heart and soul and driver of that whole program. Mm-hmm. And you know, I've been lucky to be on her team, and that's the truth.
Well,
and she's just the best.
Yeah,
and,
I'm sure she'd argue with you about that. But,
well, we've
yeah.
had a very good, complementary working relationship over the last number of years, and I will really miss her, and and also David Dunham, who we were able to poach from TSTC as well. So he's come on the last. He's been with us now about 3 years, and just doing super job with those kids.
Well, and the students you've impacted. I mean, over the years, I mean, you have to have known you probably changed some lives along the way.
Well, we hope so. Doesn't always feel like that when you're in the day-to-day grind. And
yeah, I think I remember some of your first days on the job. Of course, knowing you from high school, I have to say. So Ozzy's teaching now.
Yeah, that's scary.
I think some of those kids were kind of testing you a little bit. Like you might have tested a few teachers.
Yeah. You pay for your raising when you raise one of your own. That kind of a deal came back to bite me. So my apologies to all of my former teachers, living and dead. I'm sure I put you through some tough times, but
no, I need to be sure to be sure to get in touch with Mary Fidel and tell her about it.
I have.
I was good. Oh, good.
I've hugged her neck and
every day at work. I'm thankful for my great English teachers I had in Waco ISD. For sure. Well, I like to end these visits with a little questionnaire. It's similar to the one that late great James Lipton would use on Inside the Actors Studio. Do you remember that show?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just my take on it.
All right, you do his face though.
Oh yeah.
Do it. Give me that look.
I'll try.
I don't think I can.
Okay.
I can't do that face.
What's your favorite word?
My favorite word. Saute.
First time I've heard that one. And I've heard a lot of favorite words, but that makes perfect sense.
I love to saute.
Oh, yeah.
Make it jump. It's all on the wrist, Dan. All on the wrist.
Well, you got all the moves. I mean, you really know how to do that. If you saw me in the kitchen, you'd be going.
No, it's okay.
What's your least favorite word?
No.
Yeah, and I have heard that a bunch.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Don't tell me that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because, What turns you on creatively, spiritually, or emotionally?
Wow, man. Where does that come from? Where does inspiration come from? Wow. That's such a great question. And I think maybe the right way to think about it is you just have to be open enough and observant enough to recognize it when it comes to visit, because it's a very ephemeral thing.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you where some inspiration for me came from, and it ended up winning us one of those HEB celebrity chef things.
Yeah.
So a popular place where we ate lunch when we were in high school and was a place called Nally's.
Oh, yes.
Nally's Handy Chef, I think it was.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. And you'd get a steak finger basket.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Some greasy French fries and a little tub of gravy and maybe a piece of Texas toast.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And
ate
so
there many times.
Yeah. So we took that and turned it into a kind of an upscale thing. So we took ribeye steaks and pounded them out and cut them into little squares.
Oh, yeah.
Battered them and deep fried them, and then we hollowed out and roasted some potatoes, little like new potatoes, and made a nice thick cream gravy. And so the cream gravy went into the little cavity we had created in the potato, and then we put the little cube of ribeye in that, and then we made some little miniature French fries out of Yukon Gold potatoes and had those kind of stuck down in there, and then we squirted a chipotle ketchup on the top of it, and it made this.
I sampled that. You were just down the way from our.
Oh, you
Waco
remember it?
Oh yeah, our Waco Symphony table. Yes, I was at that one. So,
Yeah.
yeah, you were just down the way. I had one of those. It was that was an inspiration.
Well, that's where it came from.
That's
And
yeah.
so I find that a lot of my inspiration, when it comes to stuff I want to cook or make for people, most of the time I'm chasing some memory from either childhood or something that my grandparents or one of my aunts or somebody made, or something my mom made, and I'm trying to recreate that and give it a upscale twist. So the late great Waco chef Jeffrey Michaels.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Jeffrey Michael gave me a great piece of advice one time, and he was always so kind to me. But we were kind of scratching our heads and bemoaning how unadventurous the palate of Central Texans at large, kind of was. I think it's improving now, but it was kind of frustrating to us because we wanted to make all this fancy stuff that we knew how to make, but we couldn't get people to eat it.
They wanted those chicken fried steaks.
Yeah, and so what Jeffrey told me was give them the same as they've always had, better than they've ever had it.
No, that's good advice.
And he said it took him a few years at the Waterworks to figure that out. But I took that to heart, and it's worked for me.
What turns you off creatively, emotionally, or spiritually?
I guess letting all the bothersome little details of life in general that are stressors, build up and agitate you to the point where, so it's trying to figure that out and how to deal with that. And
What sound do you love the most?
Well, here lately, I've been liking how John Prine sounds. And so I've been listening to some John Prine.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So, yeah, I like that.
Okay. What sound do you hate?
Have you ever, been sound asleep and awakened by maybe a chainsaw outside your bedroom window? That's that one's always kind of a downer for me.
That would be bad.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. How do you come up with it? Okay, so you've done quite a few different, public relations,
advertising.
And obviously a chef. What other job would you like to have tried?
Oh, that I haven't done yet?
Yeah. I think you said you wanted to be a pirate, so now you get to do that.
Pirate.
But you sort of answered this question earlier.
Yeah. Well, one area that I have kind of delved into, but I want to get back into, is writing.
Good.
So, we were talking about our English teachers, and we had some really great ones.
Yeah.
So I've been kind of cogitating on this idea for some time, and I have a lot of the pieces already, put together. But I want to put together a cookbook that's sort of a memoir.
Oh wow!
And basically, I just told you just a second ago, a lot of my inspiration comes from chasing these childhood memories of food memories. And I feel like they're really deeply rooted in your cerebral cortex, or maybe the reptilian cortex.
There's no question. All of our senses. Yeah.
So I've kind of been working on putting those pieces together, and the mechanism that I'm using is a series of essays about food memories mostly.
Yeah.
And then attaching the recipes to those little short essays.
Yeah. Oh,
So
that's awesome.
I've-
You got a
I've-
date
yeah.
back here to talk about it when it's
I've got
off the press.
one little story about green beans that involves giving myself a concussion over green beans. And so you have to wait and
We're
read
gonna
it.
have to get the book.
Yeah. But,
when it's, okay, what job do you know you would not like at all?
I don't know that I would really enjoy selling insurance. I don't want to be disparaging, but that just doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard a lot of different jobs. People, they're perfectly great jobs, but it's like that just would not be a good fit for me. So that's good. Well, one last question: what do you want to hear God say to you when you arrive at the pearly gates?
What's for dinner?
Ozzy, Michael Clinton Osborne.
Oh, thank you.
On Facebook, but I mean, it's just a delight to have you and to get to kind of catch up and reminisce about some of these great people and places that we mutually were able to enjoy. And all the best.
Thank you.
On this new thing you're doing, and you're gonna have to come back and tell us, bring us pictures.
Well, I would love to do that. So yeah, I think my first little foray, I'll be in the Caribbean mostly for the next month and a half probably, and then go transatlantic, and I'll be in the Mediterranean for a pretty good cruise there, and then into the summer months it'll be like Norway, Sweden, Ireland, England, some of the North Atlantic.
Goodness.
And then back into the Caribbean. Back into the Mediterranean. So that's the way this whole first year. And one of the nice things about this, as cruise lines go, some of these cruise ships carry like 5,000-6,000 people.
Oh, I know, it's incredible.
Like wow.
Yeah.
And,
it's like a city.
Yeah. In the ships in the Oceania and Regent Line are smaller ships. So I think our biggest one carries maybe 1,200 guests. Consequently, they can get into a lot smaller, more unique places, ports. So I think it's probably 600 different ports of call around the world, and I'll get a chance to get into a whole lot of them. So that's going to be fun.
It's just, I am so excited for you.
Thank you.
To be able to do this. This is just awesome.
You'll have to come go with us.
Well, let me know what I've been on 2 cruises my whole life, but I would like to go on another one, that's for sure. And that would be loads of fun. Get a bunch of our classmates together.
Yeah, I think the schedule that I've got right now that goes into 2025.
Oh my goodness,
I'll be floating by Antarctica for one of those trips.
That's just
see it before it's gone, folks.
Well, thank you.
Thank you
so much, Ozzy, for being with us, and thank you for being with us. Join me again next time for Central Texas Life. Bye-bye.
Central Texas Life with Ann Harder is part of the Rogue Media family. Be sure to check out our other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate this show 5 stars on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Life with Ann Harder. This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Hello and welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I'm your host, Debbie, and today we have a very special guest here in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Casey Tusasami, and I own an in-home health company called Home Instead.
Yes, and what brought you to Waco, or are you a Waco native?
I am a Waco native. My great-grandparents moved here to Waco, so this has been home for my family for a little over a century.
Oh my gosh, that's
Yes,
fantastic.
I love
So
it.
you have seen a lot of growth in Waco. So what has it been like over these last couple years?
It's, the change has been astounding. I think especially with the development of downtown and then kind of out in the further reaches of the suburbs, there's
Yeah.
been a lot of growth. And it's just been exciting to watch.
Yeah, have you guys been in Waco proper or one of the little subsidiaries?
So we live in Waco. Our son goes to school at Bosqueville.
Oh, wow.
And we live right by the school, so that's a lot of fun.
So you probably know my husband's family. They're the Jorgensens. They
Yes.
all went to Bosqueville. Now his cousin coaches there. So
That's awesome.
Mr. Jorgensen, Coach Jorgensen. And then my husband teaches over at Rappaport Academy. So it's crazy how families have been here forever.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So how did you get started with your business?
So I have a background in health education. I've been a high school coach for the last 13 years.
More coaching. There
More
you go.
coaching. And my husband was interested in getting us purchasing a business. And there were a lot of ideas that he threw up for us to try to start and work through. And when he came across this in-home healthcare business, that was something that I really wanted to be a part of and wanted us to pursue. I have psoriatic arthritis.
Oh, wow.
And we have one son. And so I am trying to build the home healthcare company that I will be using.
There you go.
So that, it can kind of carry me through my latter years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you think this is so crucial to Waco?
I think it's important to Waco because they're just like my family, so many families that raised their kids here or growing old here. And the home really is the best place to age in.
Yeah.
Everyone's more comfortable in their own environment. Especially since COVID happened and the nursing homes shut down and the hospitals limited visitors and things like that. You really always want access to your loved ones and you want them to have the best care possible. So Home Instead has been a real blessing for us to get to care for and support some of the families here in Waco. And to get to be a part of their family as well.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah. And what is the mission behind your business?
So we provide non-medical home care. So things like taking your grandparents to the grocery store, helping with laundry, helping them get around their house if they're a fall risk, food prep, medication reminders, any kind of personal care, taking people to and from the doctor's appointments, just things that services that you would like to provide for a family member, but maybe don't have the time to care for them all the time. Or if you hire a company like Home Instead, then that can be really restorative for a family who maybe is exhausted between the adult children working their job, raising their kids, and taking care of their own aging parents. And so it really kind of facilitates that parent-child relationship even further down the line.
Wow.
So it's been a huge blessing.
Yeah. And what has it been like being a small business owner here? Have you had any challenges? What has it been like?
So I have found the city of Waco to be overwhelmingly supportive.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic.
There are so many networking groups, so many people that have pitched in and wanted to introduce us to other business owners or their families or whatever. I have, because this was a career transition, I was not anxious, but just curious of how it would be being on the business side of Waco. And I have found the community to be more than warm and welcoming. It has been
that's so fantastic.
Super encouraging. Yes.
Yeah, that's so great.
Yeah.
And now for a word from our sponsors.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're two Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and vinyl. So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
Welcome to One Star Rewind, a new podcast about those dreaded one-star reviews that every business owner hates to receive, but yet every customer loves to read. During this podcast, we will peel back that one-star review to better understand how it happened, when it happened, and what the business owner is doing after receiving that one-star review. This podcast will be about love, hate, and laughter. On One Star Rewind, we will meet with real business owners who will tell their stories and how they do rely on reviews for their business. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or download us at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please subscribe, but only rate and review for not a one-star review. Join us each time for a new review and a new story.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
And now, back to the episode. What is something you would like to see more of in our community?
I think that there is a kind of a learning gap. People don't really talk about what it looks like to age, what it's going to be like when you have to care for your own parents or your grandparents, and the kind of services that are available to them. We have gotten to work with a lot of medical home health care companies that we work alongside with that are a tremendous asset to our community as well. Community hospice, Amedisys. There are several that do a great job providing care for everyone. And just to help people get acquainted with those systems and those businesses and the care that is available to them. I know like the Veterans One Stop is an incredible resource that I didn't know anything about until I started in Home Instead. And, you know, I'm proud of Waco for having so many great businesses and organizations that cater to our aging population. I would love to see more of a closing of that gap between what we have and what the general population knows about it.
Wow, that's very interesting. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So we're getting towards the end of 2022. What is one of your goals by the end of this year?
Ooh, that's a lot. So I have a 9-year-old. We are trying to make him a little more self-sufficient. That would
personal goal.
That would be a personal goal. As far as Homestead goes, we have seen a tremendous amount of growth in the year that Lance and I have had it. Yeah. And that's been wonderful. But we just want to get the word out that we are here to, love on the families of Waco, Texas.
Yeah. So that's amazing. So you guys have been doing this, you said for a year already, right?
For a year.
So why Homestead? Why the name?
So Homestead is actually the largest home health franchise in the world.
Oh, wow.
We're in 6 different countries, over 1,200 individual franchises. And so it is a very solid and reputable brand that we are happy to be a part of. The home base is in Omaha, and we've been to Omaha a couple of times, and we just love everyone there, love what they stand for. It was started by Marie and Paul Hogan, who cared for their grandparents and then just kind of grew a business out of that. But it's a wonderful organization.
Yeah, and where can we find more information about it?
You can find it if you just Google Homestead Waco.
Okay.
You will see our franchise, number 664.
Perfect. And give us all your social media, your website, where we can find more information.
You can Facebook Homestead Waco, and we're there. And like I said, we have ways that you can contact us on our website. And we would love to talk to you and learn more about your family and how we can support.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And is there anybody that has helped you along this journey that you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, I would love to give a huge shout out to my son, Wade, so he can hear his name on the podcast. And then my parents, Johnny and Dolan Tusa, have been super supportive of Lance and I. And then our staff, Paul, Tammy, Rhonda, and Jennifer are amazing. Shout out to them. They're the best. Thank you guys for your support.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I always tell people they can shout out their mom, their dog, or their grandma, and you did almost all those things.
All of those things. Absolutely.
That's fantastic. And is there anything else you would like to share with our listeners today?
No, but I appreciate you having me on here, and this is amazing. I love knowing about Waco.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I
love knowing about you.
Thanks for doing this. It's awesome.
Yeah, of course. It was a pleasure. Well, thank you again. And I'm looking forward to maybe reaching out whenever we have questions or are looking for services like this in the future.
Absolutely. If anyone just has any questions about healthcare in general or about the aging process, please feel free to call our office.
Yeah.
Like I said, we do want to bridge that learning gap. All of the sudden, sometimes families need support, and they're coming to the realization that there is a lot that they are unaware of, and we would love to just provide information about those services and things that they can expect as they help people age in place.
Well, that's fantastic. Again, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you again.
I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
Hey y'all, I'm April. And I'm Caroline. And this is your Bloody Happy Hour. Caroline, are you ready for this? This is your newest guilty pleasure. It's the bloodiest part of your week. Did we say something about it also being happy hour? Show did. Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
And this is your episode 3 of Casey Anthony.
What remains?
What remains?
Where do we end off?
So at the end of episode 2, we were basically at the point to where she's going to start really pointing the fingers at her daddy.
Daddy.
She's getting all the heat off of her. And she didn't come out right and say it, but she basically did, insinuating that her dad, she didn't call her dad a murderer, but she said everything all around it.
Mm-hmm.
So episode 3, where does that kind of start off?
They start off in Orlando, which obviously that's where they are. And they have a verdict.
Okay.
They have their decision. This is when they start talking about the public the public is like, everybody's just like so involved at this point, and they have announced that they have a verdict, they have a decision. And then they go and they do this weird rear view mirror stuff, like this episode a lot, but I think it's just like a way to like reflect back on the past or something, but I thought it was kind of funny. So she goes and she explains what it felt like to be at the center of all of this, and that she talked about how terrible her 3 years in jail was, because she at this time had been in jail for 3 years. She wouldn't wish it upon anyone. She described it as hell, and all this stuff.
I remember thinking, oh, she's a victim again. Like me, like her daughter's dead, but she wants everybody to feel sorry for her time in jail.
Yep. Basically. Then the judge comes on and he says, Madam Clerk, you may publish the verdicts. And of course, we get the not guilty verdict.
Yeah.
And everybody is shocked and appalled, and everybody's angry, and there's just an outburst. But what Casey and her defense team are doing, they're celebrating. Hugs all around, massive team embrace, since her innocence has now been proved. And I mean, I would do the same thing. We got just hugs everywhere.
And she makes it seem like now everybody knows I'm innocent. Like, I think she really thought everything was going to be okay. Like, go back to normal. She's innocent. Oh, she's a great mom again. And it didn't. She was hated more.
She was hated more, and she started to get death threats. So her
and the lawyers, right?
Yes, the defense lawyers reported several death threats, and then they were trying to figure out like where they should go, because they needed to get her out of there. This, if you are watching, this is one of the pictures that went around. It's a picture of an image with a bullet in her head. And it says, "Keep smiling, bitch." With the forehead that big, the headshot will be easier.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh.
So one of those lawyers had to go to France. The female lawyer, like, she was like, let me get my shit out of here and go to France, because it got real crazy for her. And then it kind of goes a little bit more.
Yeah, they had to like leave. Yeah, they all had to. Yeah, you're right. They all had to go and leave because there was nowhere. They couldn't stay there. She couldn't stay there. And then it comes out that she's going to start living with this guy,
Pat.
Yeah, Pat McKenna. And the media's over here burying Casey Anthony, and so this is when the defense team steps up and kind of helped her out on where to live. So Pat McKenna took her in as part of his family. I think the rule was like no pictures. But she lived with him for free, and she said that it was let me go back. It was the closest thing that she had to a real father.
Yeah, I have that down too.
It says Casey has become part of the family and groups of friends, and she became like a daughter to him.
And they make sure to point out, because they want to help us feel sorry for Casey, that she didn't have anybody. Her friends turned against her. They said her family turned against her, but she turned against her family.
Yeah.
And everybody that was in her life before went and sold or shared every detail of every minute that they shared together. Every intimate moment,
embarrassing or uncomfortable moment. Yeah.
And so then they talk about how hard it was for them to kind of build a relationship with her, because she just was taught not to trust. She was hard to break down.
Yeah.
And then she went to intense therapy, and now she's cured, I guess.
She's cured. She's pretty much cured. This is a clip of a guy who said this was a roommate to the one guy that she dated.
Yeah.
Says that there is absolutely nothing that Casey could ever say to anybody that is going to make me believe that she wasn't in some way responsible or involved with Kaylee's death. And he was pretty adamant about his opinion, and then it starts changing towards the end of the episode. They ask her if she ever gave Kaylee any Xanax, which of course she denies. So I still don't know. I still wonder where Zandy the nanny came from. If
he said that, the guy that I forgot his name, the guy that you just showed, he said in one of these episodes that we refer to, he put it together that when she said, when it came out that she was saying Zanny was the nanny, he put it together that because to him Zanny is Xanax.
Yeah.
And nobody ever says she really said it. He just kind of put that into somebody else's head, and then people ran with it. So I guess he kind of took responsibility for coining that term, maybe.
But I just don't. I mean, she went along with it though, this whole time, or for those 30 days, went along with saying that Kaylee was with this nanny lady.
Yeah,
it was just.
Oh, she talks about why she does that. So we'll get there. So I do want to say that during the trial, because we said that she got not guilty. One of the things that came up that that helped her get that not guilty was that there was no evidence, because remember the prosecution was saying Xanax and then, or chloroform. Chloroform. And that she was duct taped at the mouth. And the evidence for whatever remains that they had, there was no DNA on the duct tape. So that kind of threw out that duct tape could have been over the mouth. And then also threw out that it was even part of the body. So they were saying, so it goes into the story of later on what they say, how the body was probably actually wrapped up is that the duct tape was part of the trash bag. The trash bag?
I think. I was kind of...
Because she was wrapped in a blanket.
In the Winnie the Pooh blanket.
In a trash bag.
Yeah.
And so they were saying that the trash bag was actually duct tape. So, but because she was out there for so long, the duct tape was closer to her because the trash bag, I guess, had blown away.
See, that's all.
So that kind of rules out the story that the prosecution had for Kaylee, which made people think, well, there's really no evidence that she did tape up the mouth, or, the evidence doesn't fit their story.
Yeah. Okay, so then she's asked about the Xanax, and then she goes on to watching her parents on Dr. Phil. So her parents are going, and they're doing interviews on different news channels and different places. And so what's happening here is Dad George is telling law enforcement one thing, and then he's telling the media another thing. So he's telling law enforcement that he does believe Casey was involved, and then he's telling the media that he does not think that Casey was involved. And so in this clip, it's just what? And you blamed her then, and you blame her today. They're just asking questions. The dad said that he does blame. Well, he just goes back and forth. I want to think that he has power. Oh, so then Casey goes on to say that her dad has had the same pattern for 11 years, and that he's throwing her under the bus for what happened and for money, and he's doing it all for money. He's going on these shows for money, and he's saying all this stuff for money.
Yeah. And this is when she was like, why blame me for something I didn't do?
Yeah.
Why blame me then? Why blame me now? I wasn't the only one in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would it just be, which I can understand that too. 3 people lived with Kaylee. Why wouldn't you rule out all 3 of those people so that 10 years later, when she comes and points the finger, we have evidence that says, nope, actually, here's this and here's this and here's that. We don't have that. Was not the only one home.
Oh. Then they start doing this animation thing again. So the dad starts to say that Casey belongs in jail and because of Kaylee not being here. And then it says Casey Anthony's parents did interview for money. Casey says she's lost everything. Says she's lost everything the day that she lost her, meaning Kaylee.
Say it all again.
So Casey is saying that the day that she lost Kaylee is the day that she lost everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, and then say that and then stop. But she kept on and she said, every day I live with a broken heart. Why didn't my dad call 911? Why did he keep blaming her for something she didn't do? Blah, blah, blah. We had this animation where she's looked like all these memories are in these boxes, and she's never looked through all these boxes because she's just protected herself, and now she's about to dive deep into these boxes and have this big, have to face her past and stuff. It's just this weird.
And her reasoning for not talking about this whole time, because
it was too painful.
Oh, but not for her. I mean, yeah, for her. But she says she doesn't want to hurt her new family because she knows that her new family, when she's in pain, they're also in pain. So she wanted to protect Pat and all these other people that were on the show, her other lawyers that were loving her, and the bald-headed black lady. She wanted to protect them, too.
That's so nice of her.
But I hate, why didn't Dad call 911? Why didn't you call 911? You called 911 at the club.
At the club, whenever you spilling drinks on people.
Yes.
You did not hesitate to call 911.
You knew that number real quick.
I mean, you just can't with this person. Then they talk about there's this a phone call between, I think this is the actual original call. One of the original calls. But they talk about a call between Casey and George. And she goes on to say that her dad was telling her everything that she wanted to hear, that Kaylee would be okay, and she'd be home soon, and they would be a family again. And Casey just had to keep following his instructions.
Yeah, follow instructions. Yeah.
Because she was basically brainwashed. Mm-hmm. And when we get to the trial, or when we're going there, then they go back, talk about the trial, and talk about how George was the main prosecution witness. He got on the stand multiple times. Multiple times. He also testified before the grand jury. I didn't really know all of those things.
Yeah, and I didn't either. And this, to me, is, and I think would raise a red flag for most parents, not every parent, but his daughter was facing the death, she was going to get the needle.
Yeah.
And the daddy is on the stand multiple times talking all the shit about him. He is helping them put the needle in her arm. And what usually doesn't happen is once if you have to testify, you're not allowed to sit in the audience in the courtroom because you can't hear what's going on, right? Because then you could put together things and maybe change your actual testimony. Well, because he was a relative of the victim or survivor of the victim, he was allowed. So he was there all during the trial. Then he got to get up and get on the stand, and who's to say he wasn't like adding or changing his testimony to fit the story. Ultimately, his daughter didn't die,
right,
or didn't get put in the death penalty. But I thought of Dahmer's dad, right? He did 10 times more Kaylee ever did, right? He did
10 times more Kaylee ever did.
More than Casey ever did.
Dahmer's dad?
Dahmer did. Dahmer did 10 times more of what Casey ever did, right?
Yeah.
But dad was still in his corner.
Right.
Bundy's mom got on the stand.
Testified.
And tried to help him live.
Yeah.
Because he could help people, right?
Yeah.
I've never seen a parent help put a needle in somebody's arm. This is why I think George, I'm not saying Casey is not guilty. This is why I think George is sketchy.
George is sketchy as AF.
Yes.
I think the whole family's all.
This helps me.
The brother is probably the only innocent one, and he's nowhere to be found in any of this.
Yeah. He does get on the stand and say something that I think also helps Casey later on. But so all this stuff is coming about. They're really pointing the spotlight on George's dad on Casey's dad during episode 3. He says stuff like, my daughter knows what's going on, but is not saying anything. They also have cops. Is that coming up? Like they're interviewing different policemen that were on the case.
Well, I remember this was they just focused on him and how many times that he was on there and testifying.
Yeah.
And that Casey had no idea he was going to testify against her.
Right.
And then what he had told the investigators was, what does it say? I dropped off. I was approached by her father. I don't know who's saying this. I was approached by her father, George, who stressed his concern that his daughter is holding back information. I guess this is the stuff that he's talking about, to the investigators, saying that she's a liar, don't believe anything she says, all this stuff.
So they asked one of the investigators.
And then the very next minute, he's going on TV saying, I don't believe my daughter could hurt anyone.
Yes. Yeah. They have a cop on there saying, one of the cops that was on the cases.
Yeah.
They were asking like, did you ever think George was a suspect? And they said, no, he seemed like a good dad, a good grandpa, a stand-up, honest guy. We had no reason to think he was a suspect. George is the one that told the police that Casey was the last one with Kaylee. So because George said Casey was the last one with Kaylee, that they narrowed their investigation on Casey only, which I think that's where it should be. And they also said nothing led them to believe that George was guilty of anything because he had an honesty about him. And so that's why he was not really a suspect. But I'm not worried about that. He was also never eliminated because he was never investigated. That's probably my biggest argument about this case, because she would have no leg to stand on if they would have pulled. She's going to say it in a minute. Cell phone records.
Yes, coming up. Yeah, in a little bit. But this, let's see, on
Kristen Patton, I think was her name.
Yeah, Kristen Patton she says, I love studying court cases. I love acquittals especially. So this lady is a citizen journalist, and she wanted to solve the case. And she found contradictory statements that the dad made to law enforcement versus the media, which we've talked about. Dad was the first one on the stand and testified multiple times, told the jurors that Casey had human decomp in the back of her car, and he was the prosecution's key witness. Well, this whole the abuse allegations start to come up, and they ask if he has ever molested his daughter, and he says no. I mean, he just says no. So
who's going to say yes?
I know. So what I guess she says is that a child of abuse can compartmentalize so much, and then that's what makes them a compulsive liar. And that this is whenever they... What do they talk about? I guess then this is whenever they bring up the affair with this Crystal Holloway chick. And when was this affair? During the...
He met her
during all of this, right?
It was at a I think wasn't there search parties? She was part of like a search party or something. And so they just met like at the search party, at the table at the search party. I guess they were getting something to drink. That's how they met, and then they ended up doing the dirty.
See, they didn't say that in the episode.
They said that. She says how she met.
All I heard was it was an accident that snowballed out of control. That means you had sex?
On episode 2, it came out that this is how they had an affair, and then it says like how they met, and it was after all this was big in the news. She had helped go and do like a search or something for Kaylee, and that's how they met, and so they ended up going to a hotel and doing the dirty.
Well, there you go. So I guess this didn't really sway anybody, because I mean,
what?
That lady up there, what was the...
She helped them get Casey off, because she said that the dad says Kaylee died from a horrible accident, right? That makes the dad look sketchier. So if the more sketchy the dad looks, the less innocent, or it gives more reasonable doubts that Kaylee did it. So the whole Casey, shit.
It's okay.
That the whole prosecution story is that did it. She's the murderer. She acted alone. She's a horrible mom. But all these other things are saying, wait, but they're not presenting any evidence towards that. They're presenting hearsay. She had a horrible lawyer. I mean, prosecution had a horrible lawyer, right? Prosecution.
The prosecution was horrible.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 And there was everything else that they're hearing gave them a reason to have a reasonable doubt. And I think Side Piece helped, like...
Yeah. That makes sense.
Seal that deal.
Yes, that's a good way to explain it. And then the whole like thing with the decomp in the car, like she said that she was like, oh, I had some trash in the car and I forgot about it and I left it.
Yeah.
And it just smelled like trash. It was a horrible smell. And the dad was like, it smells like decomposition. And then they're like, no, it didn't.
But somewhere else he said it smelled like old pizza. So he would go one place and says, oh, it just smelled like old pizza. Then to the police, he would say it smelled like decomp. And then she's like, well, he's a former policeman. Casey said this. He's a former policeman. If it smelled like decomposition, you know the protocol more than anybody would. Why didn't you follow any of that protocol?
Yep.
So, and stuff like that came up. But this Kristen Patton's also like finding it and putting it all out there on her blog.
And then somebody from the jury came out and they said that George had a selective memory and he had like specific things he would remember. Like I think they asked him about what do you remember what Kaylee was wearing the day that she died? And he described it like to a T, including the color of her shorts, the color of her socks, and her sandals. And they're like, well, what was your wife wearing that day? And he was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So they thought that was interesting. Then we have, this is where we get to the phone call records. they basically show that, what do they show, I guess, what did the dad say, that she was at work all day, and then the phone records show that she was not at work all day, and then they go, but they didn't look at his phone records to see where he was all day, because they didn't even pull his records, and then they eventually go and pull these searches on the computer, and on the computer, on somebody's computer, the term foolproof suffocation was searched for. And Casey says that her whole family had the password to this computer, that it was her computer, but her whole family had the password. And then they go and they say, and then nobody had the password. So we don't know who's searching it and who has the password. I mean, this whole family is just a bunch of lying liars who lie. That's all they are. They're all lying. They're all liars. So this computer, they try to fill in the gaps of the phone calls and the time, but I mean, nothing's adding up.
And they asked the cops, did y'all ever pull his records? And they said no.
Yeah, they
because
said no.
Casey was like, okay, you have my records, but did you pull my dad's? My dad lived 10 minutes away. He could have easily left or worked 10 minutes away. He could have easily left work, went and did that search and gone back, and nobody, like, he could have done that in between that time frame of whatever that search happens. But there's no evidence to really rule him in or rule him out.
I didn't realize that his car wreck was in 2019, but it is. Her dad got in this big, huge car wreck where he almost died, and that's what he had to wear.
Didn't he try to commit suicide?
Yes. They didn't even bring that up. They didn't even bring it up. That we knew that from
What was it though? I know your episode.
He had gone to a hotel and he was saying he was so depressed, and so I think maybe took pills and tried to kill himself. Wrote a letter and everything, but just said that because it was just like he couldn't deal with like not having Kaylee or whatever. But why did they not bring that up here?
I don't know.
Because I think that also can show like, oh, I'm so upset about what I did.
Yeah, I don't know why they would have left that out.
Yeah, that's surprising. So in 2019, January, Dad gets in a car wreck, and then he goes on this, Dr. Oz show, and basically says that he wants Casey to forgive him. And then they're like, well, what do you want to be forgiven for? And she's like, yeah, what do you want to be forgiven for? And he was like, I just want her to forgive me.
Whatever she thinks I need to.
Yeah.
Whatever she would tell me. Like, he didn't say. He was just like, whatever she thinks or says.
It was very cryptic.
Yeah. I want to apologize and I want to be forgiven. But Mom says right there, it was a horrible accident.
Yes.
During that clip. And so Casey gets all excited. She's like, what? What was an accident? So I do think that was I think they're bringing out the things that are even sketchy. Let me see something real quick.
Because now is the juicy.
Also on this episode, right before we get to this, the guy, the friend, the guy that they were interviewing, the one that kind of coined Zanny the nanny, is now starting to change his mind about the whole situation.
Oh yeah, but once he found out that the dad did the
all the testifying,
the grand jury stuff,
grand jury and all this stuff, and he's like, oh, I had no idea. That changes everything. Can I have a break? Like, he just needed to take a break, and then he kind of like changes his tune about Kaylee a little bit.
How much did they pay him to do that, you think? No? Just
funeral. Okay. Do I have headphones? So
then we get to this lovely little part where Casey apparently has never seen the funeral.
I thought that was crazy. Like, I know you couldn't go because you were in jail.
Yeah.
But
And she
why
was
would
like,
you
it
not
was
see
supposed to be an intimate. She did not want it to be this big public spectacle. And then they have this like huge, they have like the biggest funeral I've ever seen. Like they're like scream singing and all, like everything. They are doing the most, it's like Black Church.
It is. I was like, are they at Joel Osteen's or T.D. Jakes'?
Yeah, I think they were.
It was humongous.
I think they had all of the evangelicals there. They might have even been with Gwen Shamblin.
Gwen Shamblin was there.
Gwen was there, and
But
I saw her hair in the back.
It was televised. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, it was. And that's
Why?
how it's like easily recorded.
Okay, this part we're about to play for you, I do not know how this has not gone viral.
This is how but I think the logic behind this is when it's a big case like this, and if like certain news stations or certain entities like that church probably comped, like they probably said, if you allow us to have it in this church, we can have this, we can do this, and it'll be all free.
Yeah.
So instead of them having to come out of their pocket to maybe bury Kaylee, probably agreed to do it this way. Plus, they're already kind of liking the publicity behind this. Like, it's horrible publicity.
No, yeah.
Remember, they're on the boat and they're doing all
that. And, you know, okay, I guess I'll make my comment after we listen to it.
Yeah.
Quiet funeral.
I stand here today, proud to be the grandfather of Kaylee Marie Anthony, who not only meant the world to me, but meant the world to my family, and so many of you that never got a chance to actually hug her, smell her hair, smell the sweet sweat when she came in from outside.
Are you fucking
To
kidding me?
hear her call me JoJo, I miss that kiss on the cheek, that special hug that I tell everyone, it's so great to get a hug from someone, but to get a hug from a small child, that gives me energy like you couldn't imagine.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
That's not normal.
She right.
Nothing about that is fucking normal. You're outright telling the world that you're a pedophile.
Not really.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not going to say how much I'm going to miss things that I won't be able to do with her, because someday I'll be able to hold her hand again in God's heaven. I'll be able to take her in wagon rides. I'll be able to kiss her. I'll be able to smell her again.
What are you thinking?
A lot more things make sense. Yeah, that's not necessarily a good thing.
What things make sense?
I know what he did to me. And that was my fear. I have one job to keep her safe. As a parent, that's your most important job, is to keep your kid safe. As a kid who was abused, you don't ever want to see that happen to another kid, especially not your own.
Yeah, so he's, that was so creepy.
There's nothing normal. And she's right. There's nothing normal. I did write on here that I saw, me watching that personally, saw genuine reactions from Casey. Like, I felt like that's genuine snot she's sniffing.
It sounded
real tears.
She did a much better job than Amber Heard ever did, even dreamed of doing. She actually might be the next Aquaman.
Yeah, maybe so.
Or whatever that chick was. She's definitely going to be in Aquaman. She would do better.
I think this, not just this whole episode, but especially that, did a lot for a lot of people. Like,
yeah, I think it did a lot for even mainly people who have never heard of the case, or like younger millennial people. Wait, Gen Z? I don't know. Whoever's younger than me, who maybe never heard of who Casey Anthony was, and then this was their first like experience of her.
A little bit after this, they ask her, why didn't she get Kaylee out of the house? Like, if you knew what your dad did.
They said, okay, so then they said that, well, did he have another affair?
Yes.
Yeah, an original affair.
In November 2005,
because
Mom found out that she was cheating and she kicked him out of the house.
Yes. So then she said that was the happiest that she had ever been, because it was her and her mom and Kaylee, and they were just living their best life in the house. And then Dad was kicked out, but then Dad got brought back in.
Yeah.
And then she said she never left Kaylee alone with Dad because she was just so worried that he was going to do to her what was done to her.
And that's why she made up Zanny the nanny, because she said that she would leave the house but want to take Kaylee with her, like be going to a friend's house but want to take Kaylee with her. And Mom was like, well, just leave her here. But she said she didn't want to leave Kaylee with Dad. So she made up that her friend had a nanny named Zanny or Zenaida or whatever. But she didn't exist. That was just her excuse to Mom to not leave Kaylee there with Dad.
But how weird is it that there actually was somebody who lived in the area that was named Zenaida Gonzalez?
I don't know. Oh, I thought a friend did have actually a Zenaida Gonzalez or a Zanny as the nanny, but it's the...
And so she went and just
stole the idea. Yeah, she stole the idea. She would say it was like a shared nanny. Was her excuse to her mom.
Yeah.
And then the other friend later on is the one that said is like, oh, there's no. When they found out that Zanny, the nanny, didn't exist, that's when he was like, because Zanny is actual Xanax.
Yes.
So she closed up that hole of why she made up the lie about Zanny in her head. She closed up that hole. She also closed up the hole of because when Dad came back in the house, she said she knew she needed to get her and Kaylee out, and that she told her mom that she was still working at Universal Studios, but she was actually bartending and doing other things.
And she was trying to get money, and that way she could save up for a place to get her and Kaylee.
She said it was good money, and she had a lot of cash, and she didn't want her mom asking why she had a lot of cash. Then I was like, bitch, why are you stealing people's checks?
Oh, yeah.
Why are you stealing checks from your mom and your friend if you're making good money? But this was her way of getting out. This is how she was going to get her and Kaylee out of the house with her dad. So there's another lie she just sealed up for us so that we don't have to question her about that, Caroline.
That's so nice of her.
I know.
She's very good at that.
It goes to the...
That's my last picture.
Jail scene at some point where she's in jail and she's on the phone with them. And so after this, she says, she's on the phone with her mom. She's in jail. Her mom and dad are there. And she says that this whole time she thought her dad, quote, had kidnapped Kaylee and was keeping Kaylee away from her.
Yeah.
But here's my thing. You're in jail. If this is the story, at one point do you not say, Dad, tell Mom, I need to get out of jail? Like, at one point do you say, I'm sorry, I can't be patient anymore. If this is real.
Why would you not tell your attorneys anything about your dad? Like,
But she claimed she loved her mom so much when it was her and her mom, right? So if she trusted her mom like she claims she was, when it was them three, they were a safe environment. Like, at what point would you not say, okay, Mom, this is actually what's going on? Like, maybe confide in your mom a little bit. Maybe not about the whole molestation, but you can confide in, this is what happened. Ask Daddy. Daddy knows more than me. It's because it's not the story.
What is the story?
They also asked her again, do you think she could have drowned?
And then she talks about the ladder and the pool, and she couldn't have got up there because the ladder was not there.
Then the tears come again, and she says the only way she could have gotten in the water is if he put her there to cover up what he did. And that if I would have called 911, that the police would have saw that she was wet, ruled it a drowning, and not examined the body and saw that she probably was abused. That's a lie. They would have still did a damn autopsy.
But the story's like changed now, you know?
That was her story at the end of this episode.
Yeah,
what do you mean was the story's changed? She's never said a story, has she?
Well, what was her, her story at the trial?
She didn't.
Or what was her argument at the trial?
She didn't say anything. Jose Baez said that it was an accidental drowning.
Yeah.
Remember, she said she knew nothing about that. She knew that never could have happened. She never had a story. This is her first time speaking and saying anything.
It took her 10 years to figure out her story.
Mm-hmm. It did. It did.
Wow.
So Pat McKenna comes back on. This is, if you hadn't called her bullshit yet, to me, you call her bullshit again. So if y'all haven't watched it, you might need to go back and watch this episode.
Oh.
Because McKenna comes on and Pat McKenna, and he's basically co-signing on George abusing Kaylee.
Yeah.
Okay. And just saying, if it was an accidental drowning and you didn't have anything to hide, why wouldn't you call 911? Like, what is the reason to not call 911?
Yeah.
Besides, you've abused her and something else would come up in that autopsy. So this is what Pat McKenna's saying. So he's crying as he's talking to Kaylee. Casey, damn it. He's crying as he's talking to Casey. And he says, I've never told you this. He says, but I think that there could have been an accident during the abuse. And he goes, did he ever do anything when abusing you that could maybe cause like an accident, maybe cause like an accidental death? And she goes, yeah, he used to put a pillow over my face all the time.
Oh.
If I said no, he would put a pillow on my face until I passed out. And he goes, oh, that could have been it. That's probably it. She starts crying, and then that's like, oh, well, they solved the crime.
Yeah, so it's like, was she drowned or was she suffocated or like?
So they're saying that he got Kaylee out of the room when Casey was taking a nap. Okay. And that he abused her and put a pillow on her over her face to muffle her screams. And that by the time he was done or got off or whatever, Kaylee was actually dead. Accidental. Like, he didn't mean to. He just wanted to abuse her. He didn't want to kill her.
Yeah.
So then he dipped her body in the water to make it look
like she had drowned.
Yes.
And then when he showed Casey Kaylee's dead, lifeless, cold body, she said, okay, well, I'm gonna go get a tattoo, and I'm gonna go to the bar.
And
now Dad
she's
said
accusing him of being a kidnapper, because remember she said
so now he's
a kidnappist.
So, her story has changed within the episodes.
Within the episode.
Yes.
Yes, like it just goes everywhere. And then she goes back and she's just like, every day gets harder. I wish that I could wake up and Kaylee's right next to me. She's right next to me. She doesn't say Kaylee.
No, yeah, she barely says Kaylee.
The sweet little kid. It's just so hard for me.
Me. I.
I was such a victim. I wasn't there to fight for my kid.
Bitch, you don't even know who the daddy is because you had Rapegate and you've been molested by every single person you've ever met.
Everybody. And then it just ends with her going back to the house. I wish Caroline would have went to the house when she was in Orlando a couple years ago. And she's crying again. And she says that she has begged her mom for the ashes, Kaylee's ashes.
Oh, yeah.
Because she wants to scatter the ashes around all the places that Kaylee never got a chance to go. I never even got a chance to go either as a kid.
Oh.
So then it had to go back to her
it's all about you, actually. Let's go back to that.
And she deserves that more than just being placed on a box. In a box on a shelf.
Yeah.
So that's it.
There you have it.
I want to know what you guys think. Caroline, I need your conclusions.
I think that the whole family is messed up and they all lie a lot. And Casey had definitely something to do with her death. But I don't know about if the dad did. I know he was a weirdo and kind of like real creepy, but I don't know if he had anything to do with her death.
Yeah. I don't think Kay.
I feel like I still feel like she gave Kay, because they don't even talk about what was going on for those 31 days. They just say she didn't call police for 31 days. She didn't call it, but they just didn't go into it how it should have been gone into.
She was gone. Well, the mom said in that initial phone
because
call
the
she was
mom
gone.
was like, yeah, because she was actually not even at the house. She was like living with her boyfriend at the time, or like staying at his place this whole time. So that's why the parents are like, "Where's Kaylee? Where's Kaylee? We don't like what you took her." So why is she saying, "Oh, Kaylee's fine. Kaylee's like she's saying that she covered up this." That she was pretending that Kaylee was fine because her dad was telling her to pretend that it was fine because he was taking care of it all. Like, it's so crazy.
Yeah.
How much stuff they leave out in order to paint the picture. That's why I was like, I'm missing so many. There's so much missing from it. But if you want to have your narrative, then you got to do what you got to do, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's a cold-blooded murderer. I think that whatever happened,
I do, and his name
is
is Brian Koffenberger.
I think that it was an accident, and but I think it was an accident on Casey's behalf. However that might have been. This has taken so much of my life. Like I'm just trying not to like sift through it.
Right.
Like trying to predict something that's going on. I'm just gonna ask Jesus when I get to heaven. Like I'm gonna ask it. I'm counting a ton of other things, but I don't know that anybody's a cold-blooded murderer. I do though think Dad probably was an abuser, and I think that Casey used that to her advantage. But just because you're an abuser doesn't mean you're a killer. So I think it's two separate things. The last thing that did come up at the end of this, brother did testify at trial. And this is also what helped get Kaylee off, is because brother got on the stand and said, our whole life, every animal that we've ever buried
was buried in a trash bag with duct tape.
Was wrapped in a blanket and put in a trash bag and duct taped together and buried in the ground. So that is exactly how Kaylee was doing. But that doesn't mean that
Dad did it.
I know. That just means y'all learned how to do it because y'all went through that.
Yeah.
So Casey still could have done it, but it still created reasonable doubt. And those jury rooms, man, it's hard to get everybody to convince to unanimously agree. Guys, tell us what you think.
Yep. Tell us what you think, because that's all we're talking about. This stupid person.
Yeah. Done.
Tired of her.
Done. Over it. You're welcome. We hope you enjoy all 3 of these. And let us know. Do you think she is guilty, innocent? George, guilty, innocent? What do you think? And we will see y'all for the next episode. Don't forget to
stay aware,
stay alive,
and always be DTF.
Bye, y'all.
Goodbye.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
This episode is brought to you by Marvel Studios Echo. All episodes streaming January 9th, only on Hulu and Disney+. Rated TV MALV. Viewer discretion advised. Maya Lopez has betrayed her mentor, the notorious Kingpin. Now on the run, she returns to her hometown to prepare for the biggest fight of her life. Don't miss Marvel Studios' hardest-hitting series yet. An epic 5-episode event. Marvel Studios Echo. All episodes streaming January 9th, only on Hulu and Disney+.
Listen to the 48 Hours podcast for shocking murder cases and compelling real-life dramas from one of television's most watched true crime shows. Go behind the scenes of each episode with award-winning CBS News correspondents and producers in Postmortem, a weekly deep dive. Listen to 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey y'all, I'm April. And I'm Caroline. And this is your Bloody Happy Hour. Caroline, are you ready for this? This is your newest guilty pleasure. It's the bloodiest part of your week. Did we say something about it also being happy hour? Show did. Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
What show is this?
Bloody Happy Hour.
Your favorite true crime
podcast.
And this episode is brought to you by Four Sigmatic.
Four Sigmatic. Wake up your mind with premium organic coffee that's really, really good for you.
So this isn't just like a regular cup of coffee. It is the best-selling coffee. It enhances focus, boosts your mood, and supports your immune system.
Oh, wow. Four Sigmatic coffee is mixed with functional mushrooms like lion's mane and chaga. And these superfoods are some of the most studied wellness-supporting supplements on the planet, now easily mixed into your daily favorites.
Guaranteed deliciousness and loved by thousands. Over 1 million cups served monthly. Okay, so Caroline, can you tell them what Four Sigmatic is?
It's basically a sciencey way for saying really good for you.
And what I found out is during World War II, that is so hard for me to say.
I know. It is easier to say World
War II.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm going to say then.
Okay.
There was a coffee shortage.
Oh, I know.
You knew that.
I did know.
You listened in history,
yes,
but not geography.
Yes.
So instead of just brewing like all coffee, they would add things to it like mushrooms.
Oh.
And what they found out is that mix, that concoction, did them way better than any basic coffee. So they started a trend.
Okay, I'm liking this.
They had things like focus benefits, clarity benefits, energy, and de-stressing.
Can't go wrong.
Basically Adderall.
Basically
Basically Adderall. So if you're not a coffee drinker, that's okay because Caroline's not.
I'm not, but I will totally try this because I need some clarity. Well, there's a few things I need, but I need some clarity for sure, and the mental focus.
Yeah,
the mental
yeah.
focus.
There's also protein powder, so it's a plant protein powder that they've mixed all the stuff in, so you get the same benefits. Or cacao, which is like a hot cocoa replacement.
It's not a yoga pose.
Or just a basic like elixir or super powder that you could put in your smoothies, your tea, your soups, or anything and still get the same benefits.
Sounds pretty amazing to me.
Yeah, we have a bunch here that we're going to try and tell you how much we love them. We'll tell you our benefits. And if you want to try them, where can they go, Caroline?
You can go to go.foursigmatic.com/happy hour.
Yes, happy hour is our code. If you use happy hour, you get how much off?
30%.
30% off.
Not 20, 30. Right. Yes.
30% off.
30%. 30.
Go and order now. Let us know what you think.
Bye. But not bye.
Just joking. Time for the story.
Excuse me, can we take a little moment to talk about what we're drinking?
Oh.
Maybe anything did you have a good holiday? What day is it? What's happening?
It is Thirsty Thursday.
It is Thirsty Thursday. I don't know. I'm just drinking. So I got Truly, and I had a Bev beer, and I had
Are your holiday leftovers?
Holiday leftovers.
Well, I'm drinking. I was given some red wine.
Wow, must be fancy, huh?
It is not a fancy kind. That's why it's not sitting on the table. But it's doing the trick.
Are you ready for Sierra Joggin?
Sure. I don't know that name.
Well, let me tell you about her.
She be jogging?
She be jogging. So Sierra was born in Ohio on February 11th, 1996. To her dad, Tom, and mom, Sheila. She's the oldest of 5. She graduated from Evergreen High School in 2014 and blah, blah, blah. Went to the University of Toledo Junior College of Business. So, always ready to get to the story. Yeah. So, 2014, she graduates. So, it's 2016. She's 20 years old, and she's going into her junior year. And her boyfriend, Josh, lived just a few miles down the road, and they had been dating for like 7 years.
Okay.
So, they're basically in love. Then we get to July 19th, 2016. Okay, so this is like, it's Fulton County, Ohio, which is close to, not far from Toledo. We're just Fulton County, Ohio, because it's in a bunch of little small towns that it happens, but it's all this Fulton County area. Yeah. So Josh and Sierra, boyfriend Sierra, are hanging out, and they decide to go for like a ride out in the country. Well, they go and they're riding side by side. So Sarah's on her purple bike, and Josh is on his motorcycle. And he's just kind of going kind of slow, obviously, to stay up with, or for her to stay up with him. And they're in the middle of nowhere. Like, it seems like they're in the middle of nowhere because it's like farmland and cornfields everywhere. But their home is close, but they're still like out in the kind of country. And so they're riding along. They're just having like the best time. They're on County Road 6. And it's not too far from that Evergreen High School that they went to.
Okay.
So Josh is like, Sarah's like, oh, I'm ready to be done with the ride, and I'm going to ride home. And he's like, okay, well, I'll ride home with you. So
Wait, they're on what? What are they on?
He's on a motorcycle,
Okay.
but she's on a bike.
Okay.
So they're just like cruising.
Oh.
Like, he's going real slow and
Okay.
just staying up with her. I don't know why he didn't have a bike. But anyway. So she's like, okay, like, you can go home now. She's about half a mile away from her house. She's like, go ahead and go, and I'll just go the rest of the way to the house. And he's like, no, it's fine. I'll finish. I'll take you all the way home. And she's like, no, really, we're so close. And so they end up part ways. Gives her a kiss, tells her he'll call her later. Well, he texts her a few times, and she doesn't respond.
Uh-oh, never good.
Got another lady on a bike. Why do I do these bike episodes? So he calls her a few times and she doesn't answer the phone calls either, which all this is unusual. She usually will text back really quickly. And he keeps calling until finally it gets to be around 10 o'clock. Now, they were out riding around 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. So it's 10 o'clock. He hasn't heard anything, so he calls her mom. And it's about 10:30 when he calls the mom. And mom is like, I haven't seen Sierra since she was with you, and she hasn't come back from her bike ride. And so then this is when they start like freaking out, and they start calling friends, start posting on Facebook, start just looking around, doing everything, searching. And then they eventually call the police like within the hour, file a missing persons report. And this is the fastest case we're going to go through. Like it happens so
Real
fast.
quick.
So police start searching. They're searching everywhere. They're on this County Road 6. They're looking for any signs of Sierra. And since Josh was the last to see her, they go and they ask him questions to get an idea of where to start looking. And they're also, while
Josh
they were
the first suspect.
Yes, 100%. So while they were on the ride, he had actually taken a selfie and posted it to Snapchat. So they had a picture of at least everything. It was all of what she's wearing. I mean, you can, and her on her bike and what she's wearing, and it's like half of his face. So they have this picture, and then they're within an hour of her being reported missing around midnight. An officer is out driving along this County Road 6, and he notices that some corn has been knocked over in the fields. And so then he like goes and he shines his flashlight and he gets a closer look, and on the ground he sees something that looks like a small fuse box. And he kind of smells a little bit of gasoline, and then this fuse box would look like something was from a motorcycle.
Oh shoot.
So he keeps going, he looks further, he finds 2 pairs of sunglasses. And he keeps going even further, and the light's reflecting off something, and what it's reflecting off of is the reflector, which is attached to a purple bicycle, matching the description of Sierra's bike. So
this better not be another Huffy like.
It basically is a 10 like a 10-speed purple Huffy, I'm pretty sure. So the odd thing was, and I heard, the odd thing was that the bike wasn't laying down. It was like on the kickstand. Like it had just been like left or abandoned. Like it didn't look like it was thrown across the road, like somebody hit it or
It was
anything.
standing on with the kickstand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's about 3 to 4 rows deep in this cornfield. And also on the bike, the officer found bloodstains on the handlebars and on the seat. And then he found 1 green sock and a bloody screwdriver. Damn. And she was wearing green socks. So it was one of her green socks. So then they see tracks that looked like they were from a motorcycle, and it looked like someone had tried to almost hide her bike in the field, like they parked it back, like they backed it in and parked it.
You're giving us all the hints. Tracks that look like a motorcycle.
I'm just telling you the facts. All facts, no printer. So then there was a little bit of blood on the corn stalks, they said, but it wasn't like a huge amount of blood that looked like somebody had been killed there.
Okay.
It was just
Some.
Yes. So
maybe a body had been drugged by there.
Yeah, that happens too. So not but it did look like there had been a struggle, but somebody wasn't murdered there. So this is whenever they were like, okay, we have an abduction or kidnapping. Those items are all sent to the lab, getting processed. They block the road off. They have a helicopter with infrared searching. All these, state police, county police get involved, and the FBI gets involved. And the FBI gets involved apparently because they were so close to the state line.
Okay.
That I don't know if it's like mandatory to do that, to call in. Like you, I don't know how that works, but that's why the FBI got involved so quickly, I
Wow.
believe. And so this is still like that next day. Okay, so it was reported that Sierra's phone pinged near the Michigan border, which requires law enforcement to reach out across state lines. Okay, that's exactly what it was. So it's been about 12 hours that she's been reported missing. And a farmer who owns that cornfield where her bike was found and everything, he goes to police because he thinks he might have a key piece of evidence. It's a black motorcycle helmet. So this farmer is like, him and his son are driving along the road. They see this helmet on the side of the road. The son gets out, picks it up, just tosses it in the back of the truck, and they go off. And they're like, they didn't think about it. It wasn't a big deal to them. It was just like, whatever. But then later they hear of her disappearance. That's when they take it to the police.
I like it.
Because they drove on that road. It was after 7, but they, I guess, hadn't heard of anything. So they didn't even, think to check. And it's like, okay, so on this helmet, they find blood and what looks like fingerprints. So there's blood stains and fingerprints. And police are assuming that it has been like used as a weapon. Like it's what they maybe like knocked her out with it. So yeah. I was listening to a podcast and they were like, well, why did they not think of anything that when they found blood on this helmet? Like, why would they not know something then? But I was like, maybe they just threw it in without looking, or it was dark.
Oh, yeah.
But at this point, it obviously is like, okay, this accident happened by somebody who was on a motorcycle or driving motorcycle.
And red flag, boyfriend has a motorcycle. Are they not there yet?
Because that's where we are now. And it's who has the motorcycle that's very close to Sierra?
Boyfriend.
That is boyfriend Josh. And Josh is adamant he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with what happened to her. He lets police search his home, search the motorcycle. There's no signs of damage, no signs of blood, no hair. But when they look in his truck, they find a pair of coveralls with blood stains all over them.
Josh, you didn't clean up after yourself very well.
So they ask Josh. Josh says it's deer blood from hunting, and police confirm that the blood is animal blood, and Josh is cleared.
Josh, really? What?
So it's starting to get juicy. Okay, so the search continues, and this is a town of like 600 people. Huge town.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, and half the town comes out to search.
Okay.
Which is about 300 people. If, you do math like me, and So 36 hours have passed.
They're searching this cornfield?
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
just
yeah.
everywhere?
Everywhere. Yeah. So it's like 36 hours passes. DNA comes back from the sunglasses, and Sierra's DNA is on one pair, and then unknown male DNA is on the other pair. So then the police are searching within the county. I think they just searched within the town, and then they had to spread it and do it within the county. And what they do is they search for previous felons or sex offenders. And so they compile a list of anybody in the county so they can start narrowing their 0 suspect list down. They have nobody even who they would. I don't know. I don't know how they didn't just think of this guy right to begin with, but let me tell you who he is. They narrow down.
It's really not the boyfriend?
I thought it was too at first.
Because
it sounds so apparently everybody drives a motorcycle in this town. Okay. So then they come across this guy named James Dean Worley.
Okay.
And he's 57 years old. He's a convicted felon. He lives with his mom, and he lives a few miles away from where Sierra's bike was found. And they look a little closer at this felony that he was convicted for.
What was it? Something to a girl.
When he was 26 years earlier, He pled guilty to abduction. And in 1990, he hit a lady riding her bike named Robin Gardner. After he hit her, I think he was in his truck. He climbed out of his truck, hit her on the back of hit her over the head, knocked her out, put her in handcuffs, put a screwdriver up to her throat, threatened to kill her.
Damn.
Threatened to kill her.
He didn't change his MO at all.
No. It's the exact same. Forced her in the truck, but then in the distance, Robin sees a motorcycle coming. So there's always motors.
Wow.
I don't know what's up with motorcycles.
Did Harley Davidson
I think
originate
Harley
here?
Davidson's family lives there. Motorcycles driving by, and she's like starts screaming and just freaking out. Manages to get out of the car. Motorcycle comes, picks her up, takes her home. She calls immediately. Tells her mom. Mom calls police. Police go out there. He's still out there.
Oh. Just waiting on her to come back?
Just waiting. And so they come out there and they're like, what is it called? Police go to the area where she was attacked and the truck is still there. And he tells police that the lady ran into him.
Oh.
That lady ran into me. I only handcuffed her so she wouldn't flee the scene before y'all got here.
What's that little bike?
Police are like, sir.
Get in the back of the car.
Sir. No. He's arrested, charged with kidnapping. He ended up taking the Alford plea.
Oh, we talked about that.
I know.
Oh, where you don't say you did it or you didn't. Right.
So it's a guilty plea where the accused does not admit to the crime, but instead says they're innocent. So they take the guilty plea, but they say they're innocent.
Okay.
So it's not admitting to the guilt, but admitting it's basically because there's so much evidence against you that you're going to get convicted. It is. I don't. It's not in all states.
He's guilty in this case, but Michael Peterson. He was telling the truth because it was the owl.
Oh, we will never agree on that damn owl.
It was the owl.
Nope. So listen to this bullshit. He was sentenced to 4 to 10 years.
Oh.
For abduction, but he got out for good behavior after 3.
3 years. My goodness.
He then returned to jail in 2000 for selling marijuana.
Selling or stealing?
Selling. Okay. Get ready.
And now a word from our sponsors. What are we doing here, Rusty? What are we going to do?
Yep, we're doing the King of the Hill Rewatch Podcast.
King of the Hill Rewatch Podcast. Yeah, so we're going to go through one episode at a time. Come along for the ride with us.
Come check it out.
And give me a good Dale Gribble quote to go out on. Wingo.
Yeah, Wingo.
Wingo. All right. Well, join us for the King of the Hill Rewatch Podcast.
Deep in the heart of Texas, that drinks his brew and he spits his chew. Deep in the heart of Texas, the TV blares but no one cares. Deep in the heart of Texas, here we go. Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Bros and heroes. Gonna tell you about bros and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
James Worley. Squirrely Whirly. That's a good name.
Squirrely Whirly.
Lives on a farm less than 2 miles away from where Sierra went missing with his 96-year-old mother and mentally ill brother.
Oh, nobody's watching him at all.
Brother, and so they are surviving off his mom's Social Security check.
And probably brother's disability check.
And a small motor repair shop.
Wow.
This farm consisted of the main house, the shop or garage area where he did his motor repair stuff, a side barn, side building, which is basically like a tiny barn, a well, and a trailer where the brother lived.
He's basically Ed Gein.
It's disgusting. Just wait. Okay, so on July 21st, right? Where did we start?
July 19th. So this is only a couple days.
Yes. I'm telling you, this case is so fast. Police knock on his door, and he was defensive from the start. Like I can't wait to play this clip for y'all. He has like marks on his, like bruises on his legs, marks on his arms. And then they go into the house, and they notice diapers everywhere.
Again? We got another diaper fetish?
Bags of diapers, boxes of diapers, stray diapers.
Are they adult diapers?
Yes. And a candle was burning in every room of the house to dilute the smell of his mother and 2 Rottweilers.
They're dead?
No, they're alive.
I was like, he's really Ed Gein.
Okay. But
at least he's trying to burn a candle. I mean, that's one.
I think his mom pees. I think his mom has to wear a diaper, and his mom pees everywhere.
So were these diapers used, soiled diapers?
Probably.
Who are you? Yeah, we work on that violent crime task force. Okay. So. And I'm with the state. Okay. So you guys got some suspicions for something here. So you're going to tell me that this is all under the guise of just checking every household, and you're not here for any particular reason? There's a young lady that's... I'm not out there killing chicks, dude. I don't have relationships. I mean, I'm in fact trying to get one started online a little bit right now. But, and she's been out here. And guess what? She went home alive. Is there anybody in the house but your mother? Just my mom. Okay. Yeah. Is there any reason why we couldn't go in and look? What part of the house do you want to look at? We'd like to look through the whole house. I haven't killed anybody yet. Get that straight. Well, believe it or not, being cooperative is always good. Yeah, right. I'm doing it by like a psychopath that can't get something shot, y'all. Nah, I'm too quick for that. I don't think so. You're saying you killed before and you know... I'm just saying, sir, that's not cool to say it.
Okay, now I know some of that. Let me tell you what they said and all that.
What show was that on?
That was just an episode of a YouTube.
Oh, okay.
It's called That Chapter.
Okay.
So basically, law enforcement goes to the house. They say they're searching for a missing woman, and Worley's response is, "I'm not out here killing chicks, dude." And he's like, "I don't have relationships. In fact, the one I just started online, she's been out here, and guess what? She went home alive." So police, they get his consent to search the house. They go into the bedroom, and once again, Worley was like, "Well, I haven't killed anybody. I haven't raped anybody. Let's just get that straight." And you're like, We never said you did. We're just here looking for this missing girl. And police tell him that being cooperative will be good. And then that Worley guy goes on and was like, dude, listen, if I was a psychopath, I would already have your gun and would have shot y'all. Like, he's just, police at this point know that he's a whack job. And then they continue to search through the house. When James or Worley puts himself at the scene of the crime. Like, he tells the police that he was riding through that area when his motorcycle broke down.
Oh.
And he mentions that he saw 2 bicycles, not just one, which is what was found. So to them, he's now trying to place somebody else at the scene with him. And which there was never anybody else there. But he informs the police that they're going to find his fingerprints on that bike.
He says that.
Yes.
Okay.
Because he touched the bike.
Oh.
And he just keeps blabbing, like going.
Talking too much.
He
Diarrhea
can't
at the mouth.
Yes. Then he adds that oh, by the way, I also lost some other stuff in that cornfield and went and listed off a screwdriver, a helmet, my fuse. Yes. And he goes and lists all this stuff off. And these items that were found, it was never released to the public.
Yeah.
So they're like, what is wrong with you, guy?
Are you the mentally ill brother? Are you sure it's your brother, not you?
Plus his other crime. So they continue searching the property. Wow. They go out to the garage, which is the shop area, and they don't find anything weird there, nothing alarming. Then they go to this barn. And James starts getting a little irritated and a little flustered. And in this barn were several bells of hay.
Bells of hay.
Was it bays of hail? Several, yes.
Bells of hay.
I can't even say it now. And there was also it was like a dirt ground, and there was like fresh rake marks. So to them, it looked like something was trying to be hidden or like cleaned up. Like it was trying to look just all perfect. Police take the hay bales and they move them. And behind some of them, they find this green like chest. And it's like a big, big chest, like a treasure chest wrapped in chicken wire. And they open it and they get a
whiff.
Interesting surprise. They find rubber gloves, a mask, a rope, diapers, bondage equipment, sex toys, zip ties, and 37 individually packaged and labeled bags of women's clothing.
Oh my God.
In these labeled bags were lace bras, lace panties, bikinis, white romper, leggings, black lace dress, a white beach dress, thongs, a red skirt, thigh-high socks, a pink lace teddy, a black lace teddy, slashed leggings, boob tubes, and a go baby. I don't know what a go.
What's a go?
I have no idea.
Is he best friends with Douglas Garland?
One pair of bloody women's underwear.
Who's are those? Oh
Which
my
one's
goodness!
Douglas, is that the
Canada one that he?
Oh yeah!
Had
The diapers
and the women's clothing and all the tools. They must have been part of the same fetish group.
Oh, for sure.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yes. Oh, hang
on. Guys, you're all kind of looking at each other, shaking your heads. Don't play me off like that. What's the problem? I'm talking about. Listen, I'll tell you.
Clear plastic bags of girls' names.
Of what?
The girls' names on the bag, your girlfriend.
They're not names. It's what they are.
I know, but that's strange to me.
Dude, that is not strange at all. What's wrong with that? That's you in your head. Right? You want to take all that shit with you? It's all brands.
I know. What are you talking about?
I've got, look. I gift out lingerie and stuff like that.
Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
Nothing's
You
wrong.
give it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I go out with people. Hey, listen. You know what? If I wanted to hide it, I could have done a hell of a lot better than that. So don't try to. Don't make it. You're going to try to take this and build some goddamn thing up the ladder.
He's saying he felt strange about it.
Hang on.
What's wrong with getting stuff to treat girls? They like that shit.
What kind of, what are you buying them? Just raw underwear?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Andy. What do you buy from China?
Yeah, Ally Express.
What is it? Ally Express?
You don't know about Ally Express.
I'm more of a Victoria's Secret kind of girl.
Yeah, see.
The difference is Victoria's Secret charges you $15. Ally Express charges you 75 cents.
Yeah.
So I get online and I buy $100 worth of shit.
You got to give it to 100
over a period of a year or two. You can get on my computer and do the background. Ally Express.
You're buying $100 worth of lingerie for a few pennies. That's a lot of lingerie.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But who do you give it to?
I go out with people. My girlfriend Olive, that I'm broke up with now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say, how's that working for you? But
Well, I haven't really gave you much out, have I? And you know what? If I was going to go out and rape and kill whatever, a chick or whatever, how in the hell would I use that much lingerie?
Wow. So he's trying to say that he bought those things to gift to other women.
Yes.
Okay.
He's so generous.
What were the names on the bags?
It labeled what the items were. The police thought they were names of women, but it was just like maybe like bras or panties or romper or like it just labeled what was in the. I guess it was because individually. So like one black lace bra, white romp, like each individual piece was in its own bag.
He's organized.
He's so organized. In his green chest. So police ask James about the items in the box, and he calls them his girlfriend stuff. He's just generous, okay, guys? Why are you judging?
I know. He just likes to
like,
get
don't be mad at him.
He buys in bulk from
he's a budget shopper.
Yeah, he said Victoria's Secret is too much.
Yes, I've heard of AliExpress, and it is real cheap.
Is it real cheap? Like falls apart when you put it on cheap?
Yeah, it'll definitely turn your wrist green or whatever if it's a bracelet, I'm sure. I don't know. Sorry, AliExpress, don't sponsor us.
Then we'll give you a great commercial.
It's probably out of business anyway. Okay. So he goes off on police saying they're judging him and they're kink shaming him because what he tells them is that he has this area where this is where he will he's planning on basically making a porn studio. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
So they're like, this is when he's like trying to get them out of that room because he doesn't want them in there. He doesn't want them looking at his stuff. And police don't have their warrant yet, but they end up taking him and they put him under arrest. They bring him with him to the station as they prepare their warrant.
Okay.
So later that night, law enforcement gets the warrant. They return to the barn. And here we go. Behind the hay bales, police discover a secret room. In this room are restraints hanging from the walls. All the windows are spray painted so you can't see in or out. But then there's this piece of plywood with holes drilled in the bottom acting as a floor. And they lift it up and they find a freezer that has been buried in the ground and is secured shut with a ratchet strap. Ratchet strap. So they pull it out of the ground. They open it.
And there she is.
And it's empty.
Ugh.
And this freezer has been lined with carpet and smells like bleach. This bleach does not hide that other smell that is all too familiar to them.
Dead body.
Decomposition. So they test the freezer and it turns positive for blood. Okay. So police then, they're like, okay, here we go. We're requesting phone records. We need to see all this stuff. We're going to search every single bit of this property, blah, blah, blah. They find more evidence. They find blood on his motorcycle. They find a mattress also in that barn. They find recording devices, guns, ammo, journals, nanny cams, more zip ties, duct tape, ski masks were also found in his truck. He has zip ties and duct tape everywhere. And when was that? July 19th? No, that was
21st.
21st. So it happened on the 19th. That was the 21st. And then on July 22nd, that same day that he's arrested, a volunteer searcher is out and noticed a patch of the disturbed corn in a different cornfield. And he noticed drag marks and an unusual dirt mound.
Uh-oh. It's not an ant mound.
So this is going to get pretty graphic because I needed all the details because I'm just real about true crime.
Explicit and bloody, y'all.
Yep. So detectives shut down the road and they begin to dig. And this hole is 3 feet wide by 4 feet long, and the bottom is about 2 or 3 feet deep. And they find Sierra in this shallow grave. She was hogtied, had a shoelace that was used to strap a yellow dog toy into her mouth. Her belly was towards the ground, and her body is unnaturally curved upward with her purple, gray, and swollen face bent back up towards the sky. As her eyes bulged, her ankles were bound with duct tape, and her wrists were in handcuffs. She was wearing a lace bra, tube socks, and an adult diaper.
Oh, God.
Rope was used to tightly pull together her wrists and ankles, bringing her feet uncomfortably close to her head. And there was straw in her hair and also covering her clothing, which basically told them like where she had been held captive, because where's their hay? Bales of hay. So investigators positively identify Sierra's DNA on a piece of duct tape and on the mattress that was found in Worley's barn. Oh, gosh. So when they tracked his phone, it showed that he had been at the site of Sierra's abduction for about 2 hours the night that she went missing. And her autopsy revealed that she had died of asphyxiation, which was caused by the gag because it was so forcefully put in there. Oh. And it broke like a couple of her teeth based on how hard, he pushed it in there. And then the coroner was able to rule out signs. There was no signs of sexual assault.
Because he got off on her wearing the diaper. Like, he didn't need to.
That.
And the torture.
Yes. But I think that also, we find out in a sec, I think that I don't think he planned on her dying that, like, I think he wanted to keep her alive a little bit longer to, like, play with her. But I think maybe he didn't know how hard he pushed that, or how much she was going to suffocate. I don't know.
So he did take her to the barn. Because,
yeah. So the coroner's able to find out no signs of sexual assault. And so August 16th, that was July 22nd. Now we're to August 16th. Prosecutors indicted Worley on 19 counts of aggravated murder, kidnapping. Well, these counts included aggravated murder, kidnapping, felonious assault, abduction, tampering with evidence, abuse of a course, and of course he pleads not guilty. So this is what we find out at the trial that is the true story of what happened.
Oh, how?
Okay. So Worley spent all day watching porn until he went for a ride on his motorcycle. He passed Sierra on her bike and drove into the cornfield waiting to ambush her. So as she's riding by, he had been planning this for a while because he had with him
all his tools.
Yes. Like he had the women's clothing, and he had just been I think he had the handcuffs. So he traveled with rope, duct tape, handcuffs, just in case he happened to get himself in the situation. So they say that he jumped out of this cornfield. As she rode by, he hit her over the head with his motorcycle helmet, most likely knocked her unconscious. She fell off her bike. He dragged her off the road into the corn, where he restrained and gagged her. He sped home to get his truck, then came back with his truck, put her in the truck, brought her to his house, brought her into the barn, dressed her in these outfits, physically assaulted her while edging himself.
What does that mean?
That means you masturbate and you stop right before you come.
Oh.
Do you want me to say that one more time?
Yeah. Repeat, please. It's called edging.
It's like
just to make it last.
Yes. Yes.
Did BTK do that?
He
masturbated. But he
masturbated,
edge.
but it wasn't edging.
Edging, new term.
Yeah, for you. I don't know. You must not watch a lot of porn. So building up the.
What did Ted Bundy teach us about porn?
It's all good. Okay, so it builds up anticipation in order to receive this gratification that you want that you get from her suffering. So he would just like almost and then stop and then do it again and like it was just over and over. Oh, he's disgusting, this guy. So she was kept immobilized on this dirty mattress in a room of over 100 degrees.
What?
She was completely in the wrong place at the wrong time. He had no idea who she was. Nothing. Just saw
Fucking
somebody.
Boyfriend. What boyfriend leaves you by a corn stalk? I don't know. Period.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't care how close you were. If you're by a corn stalk, it's always a cornfield. If you not watched Children of the Corn, Malachi could have came right out of there and got us, and Isaac could have came right out of there and got her ass.
I've actually not ever seen it, but I just figured a bunch of little crazy.
Oh, it's
little
crazy.
Children coming out from the corn. But that would be like if you're out in the country, like over here anywhere with those big, huge corn stalks.
I wouldn't even pull over and pee on the side of the road by a corn stalk.
Oh, you ain't from West. So it's over 100 degrees in this building. This is when he put her in the diaper, hog-tied her, and gagged her, and then put her in that freezer while he went to tend to his mother.
Oh, change her diapers.
And so as he did that, her air supply was slowly cut off and she slowly suffocated to death.
Oh, God.
Can you even? I can't. This is horrific. So here's the only silver lining is.
How old was she again?
20.
Oh, gosh.
But she looks so young.
Yeah.
So, she reminded me a lot of one of my sisters. Okay, so this was horrible, horrific, horrible. The only thing that was good about her dying like so fast is like that she didn't have to go through all that and maybe go through like being sexually assaulted. I mean, it's just this guy's disgusting. So whenever he came back and he discovered that she was dead, he drove her body and dropped her off in a different cornfield and buried her in this shallow grave. So on March 28th, 2018, Worley is found guilty of 17 to 19 counts. He is being tried also for the death penalty.
Good.
So now they have to go through a sentencing phase. So on so jury sentencing guidelines in Ohio require the jury to decide if the outweighing mitigating factors warrant a life sentence or if the outweighing aggravated factors warrant a death sentence. And I think mitigating factors is like has to do with your mental health.
Mm-hmm.
And then aggravated is like if it's purposefully or like extra, not like extra bad, but extra
violent.
Yes, extra violent. So they end up, upon the jury finding him guilty. So, they found him guilty. And his defense during the sentencing phase, they argued that he was a damaged man and that his sexual sadism disorder.
That's a disorder?
Yeah, it's the condition of experiencing sexual arousal in response to the extreme pain, suffering, or humiliation of others.
I mean, I know it's a thing.
Yeah, no, it's from...
I don't think it's an excuse.
Oh, that's not his only excuse. His other excuse is sexual paraphilia disorder.
Paraphilia. What is that?
Well, it is whenever you have intense sexual arousal to atypical objects, situations, fantasies, behaviors, or individuals.
Diapers.
Yeah. Yeah. And so these things were mitigating factors because they're like your mental stuff. So they also presented that this is his defense team, that his sexual and incestuous relationship with his 96-year-old mother. I'm going to get a little Chris Chan over here. This was evidence of this disorder. And they said that Worley couldn't help himself from kidnapping and murdering Sierra because his sexual arousal to the extreme pain, suffering, and humiliation of others, it had all this control over him. He had no choice.
And his mom was too old. He couldn't do his mom anymore at her diapers, so he had to get somebody else with a diaper.
Prior to them doing this final sentencing, Worley decided to make a final statement.
Come on. What'd he say?
Because he can't stop talking.
Yeah.
So he's still talking, and he rambles on, and they said it was, quote, rambling and disjointed for 45 minutes.
Oh. Filibustering?
Filibustering. He stated that he believes someone else did the kidnapping and someone else murdered Sierra, and they left evidence in order to frame him. And then this is whenever he started describing Sierra as a beautiful girl. Half the people in the gallery just walked out. Like the two rows of the family, they just got up and walked out. This guy is such an asshole. April 16th, he's sentenced to death, and the judge upheld the standing by saying, "If I thought there was a snowball's chance in hell you were innocent, you'd be looking at life."
So she was put in that chest?
No.
So what was the decomp? So does he have other victims?
You said that was the freezer. That was the freezer.
In the freezer. Was she put in the freezer? I didn't hear that part if you said he did.
She was.
That's where she died.
That's where she died.
Okay.
That's where she died because she was gagged with that thing.
Okay.
So his execution. He was sentenced 11 years for kidnapping, 8 years for felonious assault, 11 months for possessing criminal tools, and all kinds of stuff. So his execution date was originally set for June 3rd, 2019, but it was delayed multiple times due to appeals. In July 2020, his attorneys tried to overturn the conviction and grant him a new trial, saying that there was all these aspects and there's charges of his mental illness, he had incompetent counsel, all this stuff. The jury did this, blah, 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 blah. Something was tainted, just bullshit.
I think it's crazy. Like, there's so many cases out there that you can try to grant an appeal and get off the death penalty. But, like, this is not one. Like, why would any lawyer, waste time or want their name attached to...
I have no idea.
...to him?
I don't know. I guess you have to take an oath. I don't know. So, execution date. Appeal was denied. All the stuff's denied, and then they finally have set an execution date for May 20th, 2025. It couldn't be sooner. I don't know. Put it sooner. Well, okay. Then this family, the Joggin family, they have created an organization called Justice for Sierra, in order to ensure that no child ever has to meet the same fate that she did. And they made a self-defense program called Sierra Strong, that this provides children with free training as a part of the school's curriculum. And then they have passed Sierra's Law, which establishes a database that is violent offenders, because you can type in sex offenders and you get a certain list, but you can't really type in violent offenders and get a list.
True. Okay.
So they did that, and that's in Ohio. And the family was, they won $3.6 million in a civil suit.
Against who? Him?
The family won $3.6 million in a civil suit and the property where their daughter was tortured and murdered. I don't know how that works.
And they were awarded that property?
Yes.
Oh.
Because they wanted to have it torn down.
Yeah.
So then they want to have it torn down. They want to put either a park or a memorial something there. And in her honor. But then in August 2020, the FBI actually returned out to the property because it is looking like
He had more victims.
he had more victims because he wrote this like 100-page manifesto to a news station, and I'll post that also in the
He's the type that if
show
we wrote
notes.
him a letter, he would write back.
100%. This guy, yes, he can't stop.
Yeah.
He can't not talk. He's so annoying and he's gross and he's disgusting.
I would think he would have more, but then that would mean that there's missing girls around there.
I know,
that
and
nobody like
where
tried to look for.
Like, and nothing is on their property.
It sounds like it's a humongous property and a damn cornfield.
You know what? Actually, on one of the shows or podcasts I listened to, they did say that they found a human tongue in their yard.
In the people's yard? In
Yep.
Worley's yard?
Mm-hmm. So that's a little suspicious.
That is a crazy story.
That is a crazy story. I can't believe he had all that stuff.
So Douglas Garland was also taking care of his elderly parents, and that's why he had a bunch of diapers too. Like, he was their only main caretaker. We had to take care, like change their diapers. And then he had a barn. Remember, he had like all these acres and all these tools. He watched porn all the time. Like, it's so crazy. And he put diapers on all three of those victims before he killed them.
I cannot imagine changing a grown person's diaper.
Yeah. That's what they have nurses for.
I know. And you know what? I'm glad I'm not the favorite kid of any of my parents, so then I don't have to change your diapers. Listen, I only know that of all my parents, Dee Dee listens, so Dee Dee, I'll change your diaper. That's it.
Wow. That
Are
was
you
good.
changing your mom's diaper?
Or I'll hire somebody to. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You need to change it.
I probably will.
Okay.
I probably will.
Well, I'm just going to be in my soiled diaper because I don't have money to come change it.
Your house is going to be, you have to buy like, candles in every room like he did. Smell like pee.
I'm going to be living like Daryl, what is his name? I'm thinking of Daryl Brooks.
No, you're thinking Daryl Worley, a singer.
Oh, I definitely don't know who that is.
Right? Daryl Worley.
Wow.
Sorry, Daryl.
Sorry,
That was
Daryl.
good. That was good. That was good. And quick.
Oh, good.
Yay. Okay, y'all. If you like this episode, send it to a couple friends. If it reminded you of a weird uncle that you have, definitely turn them in.
I have a
now,
cool uncle.
A weird uncle. Oh, look how pretty she was. She was so pretty. Is this him?
Yes.
Oh, and he's gross.
He's so gross.
And evil. If you believe in good, you have to believe in evil.
Ugh.
And that's just evil.
She's
so pretty.
That's the picture.
Post those pictures. Okay, y'all. Don't forget to go on and rate us, review us, and subscribe to us in this episode to a couple of friends. I've been getting some podcast ideas from people. If you have any more, send us an email. Sometimes it's hard to get inspired of like what to talk about next.
True.
So that always helps. Is there anything else they need to do?
Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and send us your design ideas for Dirty Chad shirts.
Yes, yes. Okay, y'all. Don't forget to
stay aware,
stay alive,
and always be DTF.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
This is Central Texas Living with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. You know, today we're going to talk practical. practical ideas for folks who have had cancer surgery or other kind of medical treatments. And that's what's really exciting for me to welcome Dawn Jacquis to the podcast along with her daughter, Emma. Good to have you guys here. I was not familiar with, this is a nonprofit called Hugs for Healing. Hugs for Healing. And then you're wearing the shirt, the 7 Stitches Boutique. Now, this is a freestanding store, is that right?
Yes, this is my online business, 7 Stitches to Boutique, and then Hugs for Healing is our nonprofit.
Okay, so we've got everything covered here from the standpoint of what you're doing. First of all, tell me, because we're looking at it here on the desk, what is this? I mean, what kind of aids do you have for folks who've had surgery?
I make for 7 Stitches Boutique, that's where I started. I make post-surgical and cancer recovery comfort pillows. These 2 in particular are for the seatbelt, and they open up and attach to your seatbelt, and they go on the body side of your seatbelt if you've had a mastectomy or heart surgery or abdominal, because they go on the tummy too, abdominal surgery. And this is my original version, and then I tweaked it, and so I do still sell both versions, and this is my new version where it, every now and then someone will say, oh, it just kind of pokes me in the chin, and so I did some rounded corners.
The rounded corners.
Yes, and did just a little bit of a tweak. We wear them all the time, and we haven't had surgery, but they're just so comfortable.
They're comfortable. Really, and it's something I had not thought about. My sister-in-law, though, had cancer surgery, and she got a gift bag. This is in St. Louis, and it had this thing for her seatbelt, and I thought, what a clever idea. So how did you go through something like this that know there was a need for this, or how did you come up with this idea?
Well, when I started, I was actually making seatbelt travel pillows. That it's just a sleeping pillow that attaches to the seatbelt for kids.
When you fall asleep.
Yes, that you have, that is right there. You don't drop it when you fall asleep in the car.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was making. And I had started selling, I had taught myself how to sew, started making those and selling them on Etsy. And a customer had contacted me on Etsy and asked me, he said, I love your products. I'm looking for a pillow for my friend who's going through breast reconstruction. His name was Evan, the gentleman who contacted me. And he said, I love your pillows, but they're a little bulky for what we're thinking. And so he said, can you design something that would work for her? And so that's where this design came from. And the seams in it are just, it's because of the stuffing I use. It's to hold everything in place because I don't use the polyfill. I use a foam, and I didn't want it too thick, and so that's what I designed her, and she loved it. Well, then we got orders to South Korea.
Oh,
so
really?
I didn't sell them online for a while because shipping was so expensive. But within a month after I designed this for that gentleman's friend, my mom was diagnosed with ovarian cancer.
Right.
And so I designed, once I came back from Korea, my mom didn't have breast surgery. She had abdominal surgery, so it works on the belly too. But she had that chemo port all the time.
Exactly.
In her,
mm-hmm.
and so
you don't think about that.
You don't.
If you're not going through something like that.
I designed this
right
for folks who just have the chemo port. Maybe they don't want something quite as bulky, as long. Mm-hmm. And so this is the port pal that I made for the chemo ports. And so it's just kind of blossomed from there that I'll have customers go, I like this. Do you think you could?
So you kind of tweak your design as you go along?
And I go and
for what the need, you're meeting the need.
I try to meet the needs of the people that ask. I have a chest pillow. I did bring a brochure.
Mm-hmm.
It's called My Surgery Sidekick, and it's for after heart surgery or
right. You always see they have a pillow they hug, and if they have to cough or whatever.
And I made it with seams, so it kind of wraps around you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have that. I have kids sizing for all of my most of my products, and then I have a plus size for larger people because most of the ones you see out there, they're fairly small.
Right.
And I'm not a really small person. I think I would want something
at
least my size. There's a lot of stuff for little people.
Mm-hmm. Well, so how long ago did all this come to you?
Oh gosh, 2013.
So not that long
when we were in
ago.
El Paso, yes. So that's when I came up with it in El Paso, and then I didn't actually start marketing it until we got back from South Korea, and got to South Carolina. So that's when I started selling them, and that was in 2016.
Yeah, so relatively recently.
Yes.
That you. It's always fascinating to me to meet somebody who finds a need and finds a solution for it, and then it just sort of grows into, is this something you even anticipated it would be the size, kind of ministry, I guess, if it's nonprofit?
Well, this part is not nonprofit, but the Hugs for Healing is, and I just started Hugs for Healing in December of 20. Yes.
Okay,
December
so very
of 20.
recently.
Yes, so that's really new. And we just finally got our 501c3 designation in September of this last year.
So very, very recent. So let's talk about the nonprofit part of it. Hugs for Healing is that something that you get a little gift bag to go to a patient? Is that how that? Because I think that's what happened with my sister-in-law. She
We call these our blessing bags, and I started doing these because we didn't have the C3 designation, so we weren't really getting any money and donations. And at that point, we're still working on that. But I wanted to do something, and so I started an Amazon wish list. Well, first I started out, I put little flyers out and said, so you can drop them off here, drop things off if you want to buy for the blessing bags, or you can drop them off at my house. And then I thought, you know what? Amazon, not that I necessarily love shopping on there, but they're a great resource that I can put a wish list on there. People can buy things for the blessing bags and then send it directly to me. And then we will sort it, pack it, and deliver it to the chemo centers in town.
So how do they select the people, the individuals that?
For these, they're giving them to all the new patients. Otherwise, they don't know if somebody's already gotten one, so they've been giving these to the new patients. We have been taking them to all 3 chemo centers in Waco, the McClinton, what's the other one? The one off of Highway 6, Ascension, through Central Oncology, Texas Oncology.
Texas Oncology.
Thank you. Yes, you said that.
Yeah.
And then I didn't even realize there was another Texas Oncology there over near McClinton. So.
Yeah. Well, cancer touches just about everybody in some way. You know somebody who's gone through cancer treatment, and that's a good thing, really, if they're finding these cancers and able to treat them, and it's extending folks' lives. But there's always a recovery period. There's issues, and seatbelts are something we have to have.
Right. You have to go to treatments.
Right.
You go to surgery. You want to go to out to eat.
Right.
You want to be able to still live your life.
Right.
And
something as simple as a cushion on the seatbelt cap. That to me is just remarkable that you've done this. Now, it's my understanding you're a veteran. Is that
I am.
Right? So let's talk a little bit about you. And you obviously are a servant. You have a servant heart. You want to help people. When did you go in the military? Where did you serve?
Oh my goodness.
Long time ago.
It was before kids. And I went in 96,
okay.
I think. I was only in for 6 years. That's where I met my husband, and he retired from military. He was in 25
Was it the
years.
Army or what?
Army? Both of us were Army.
And so you mentioned some of the different moves that you'd made, and
all those were through him. Now we were stationed together in Hawaii.
Oh,
we had gotten married.
Tough duty there.
He had gotten orders to Hawaii, and then we got married.
Yeah. so they had to find something for you to do there.
With him there. And so we were both stationed in Hawaii, and then that's where we both got our advanced degrees. And he had gotten out, finished his degree, and then gotten commissioned to go back in. He was an X-ray tech as an enlisted, and then he went back in as an officer. And then I got out, and we decided to start having kids after some of his training. So we went from Hawaii to Fort Hood, and then he went to Virginia, and then we went back to Fort Hood.
Okay, so the Fort Hood duty is why you're in Central Texas. Is that right?
Well,
what brought you here?
I'm from Central Texas.
Ah, okay.
Yes, my parents live here, and so that we always tried to get back to Fort Hood after that, and never could. We went from Fort Hood to Germany to El Paso, South Korea, and then South Carolina. And then he got out.
Yep.
He retired.
Seeing the world.
Yes.
Well, it's exciting to me to be able to talk to somebody who's, served their country and is serving humanity in the way that you are. And you say, obviously this is a business for you because you're actually, are you the manufacturer too? And you're doing everything.
I say we. She works with me. We make everything that comes out of our shop.
Okay, so Emma, let's talk a little bit to you. So what do you do in assembling these? Are you cutting the fabric? What are you doing with all this?
I kind of do a little bit of everything. I kind of like fill in the gaps somewhat in making them.
So your orders, they're all filled in online. Is that?
Pretty much, yes. I have a website, 7stitchesboutique.com. I have an Etsy shop. They're all 7 Stitches Boutique.
How did that name come about?
There's 7 in our family.
And
they're the stitches that hold me together. So
I love it. I love it. So tell me about the rest of your family.
Well, there's.
Emma, are you the oldest of the kiddos?
Yes, the oldest of 5.
All right, very good.
Yes. And then my husband, of course, he's retired military. And then there's Aaliyah. She's number 2, and she's what? 15, yes.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that can't remember how. Mine are way older than that.
There's Avery, who also works for me. Well, all the kids do something for
That's
me.
Great.
In some
It is a
aspect.
family business.
Yes, but Avery and Emma are the ones that do the most. Eileen tries. She's 7, though. She's the youngest. And
you just wait.
Right. You see, Avery's 11. She's 11. Jace is 10, and he's the only boy. And then Eileen's 7.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad to know that's where the 7 stitches. It makes it a little bit easier to remember. And you have a brochure and you have a product list. Aside from the seatbelt things, you have other items as well?
I have, like I said, I have the Port Pal. That is just a smaller version. I have my surgery sidekick, which is just the big chest pillow that kind of hugs you. This is like a hysterectomy pillow. It's just, the cough pillows that you hold against you.
I've seen
for
heart
pressure,
patients
yes,
do
for heart
that.
patients,
Yeah.
it has a pocket for a heat or a cool pack. And then, this isn't everything I have. I do drain lanyards for mastectomies. It's just a little to help hold the drains. I do drain bags where they can wear it on a belt with little bags that'll hold the drains.
Now, have you consulted with medical people as to what some of the needs are, or these are just practical things like you said your mom went through?
Yes, and my mom had an ostomy, so I also have I should have brought that one too, a pillow like this, but it has a space that'll fit an ostomy bag underneath it just to allow for that.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want pressure on that.
So that kind of gives
device.
you a little bit of room.
Wow. I mean, my hat's off to you for coming up with these things, and that's wonderful. Well, we're going to take a little break, and when we come back, we're going to learn a little bit more about you, Dawn. So stay with us.
Hey, I'm April.
Hey, I'm Caroline, and this is Bloody Happy Hour,
your newest true crime comedy podcast.
So grab your favorite drink and join us every week for Thirsty Thursday.
We promise to tell you the bloodiest stories and give you a laugh in between. Go find us, follow us, and subscribe anywhere you get your podcasts, because guess what?
We're about to be sipping on some murder.
F-Bomb. This is Mandy and the F-Bomb, where we shed light on stories and invite you to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. Through my involvement with families involved in foster care and being a foster mom myself, I've learned that it's the things that wreck us the most profoundly that can stitch us back together into the best, purpose-filled versions of ourselves. Tune in to Mandy and the F-Bomb. It's stories that invite you in to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. You can find us anywhere you get podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a thing.
And we're back with Dawn and Emma Jacquis, who have a wonderful idea for folks who are recovering from cancer surgeries or any other kind of medical procedures. They're comfort devices for your seatbelts, for whatever you need, because there's pain involved with that. But if you're going to go anywhere, you got to have a seatbelt. So, Dawn, this is 7 Stitches Boutique, is how. And you can just go online and find that.
Yes.
But you also have a nonprofit, Hugs for Healing, which I think is a wonderful. So how did you come up with that idea for your nonprofit?
I have always donated to the cancer. I've donated the Port Pals to the cancer center since my mom went there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we lost her, about 4 years ago?
I'm sorry.
And so I had been donating these, and I wanted to do more. I wanted to be able to give more. And so, we started the blessing bags. And I just thought, if I could, my ultimate goal, my dream is for these types of things to be provided for patients without all the cost going to the patients. If I could give them all away all the time, I would.
Right. But that's not realistic.
Necessarily realistic or feasible,
Right.
And so this was my other thought. And, if I could get donations in to help get this stuff out to people, then that could be a way to do it. Now, I do have one hospital in South Carolina who purchases for their cardiac ICU unit.
Really?
And they give them to their patients.
Oh.
Which I love. And that's my ultimate goal. I wish all hospitals would do that.
Really?
Provide.
I mean, I'm imagining, their logo on the fabric, and a little advertising.
That would be neat. But I love that my logo's on the back.
Yeah, your logo is important as well. But I can just see that as, as something that maybe foundations, because these hospitals have that, and for grants.
Well, it's
and
actually
so
their
forth.
foundation that purchases
That's
from me, and
doing
then they give them to their patients.
Yeah. Well, it's wonderful. I'm just so happy that I had the chance to talk to you about this. So your hope bag, what else is in? I mean, there's lots of stuff
We
in there.
do have lots of stuff. We've had this was a really great month of donations. I had a customer turned friend who was able to donate some things, and so
a little puzzle book.
Yes,
yeah.
we do a word search book, things that'll just kind of help get through their day at chemo, just when they're starting. So we have, snacks. We have fingerless gloves because hands and feet always get cold.
Right.
And
I don't know why medical facilities, they are so cold. Yeah.
So we have something to kind of keep their mind busy. We have some snacks that we give. We've added the applesauce because I try to talk to the nurses when I take things in and go, well, what's good, what's not so good.
Mm-hmm.
And folks going through radiation sometimes will have a harder time swallowing. So this, even if it's chewy, maybe they'll have a harder time swallowing.
Difficult.
So
yeah.
I asked them, I said, would applesauce work? They said that would be great,
Mm-hmm.
just for an alternative,
Mm-hmm.
if they couldn't eat the other snack. We have bath wipes.
Oh, yeah.
Stress ball.
Oh, man.
And sometimes it's nice to just sit there and
Just-
keep your
I
hand
know,
busy.
exactly.
A pen for the word search book. We do some hard candies, lemon. That was my mom's favorite candy. Was lemon candies, lemon drops. So
Yeah,
we do lemon
yeah.
candies in honor of her. We do a lip balm, sanitizer.
Oh, my goodness.
And then not West Drug, Old Corner Drug had donated
Mhm.
pill boxes
Pill
to
box,
us. So we
mhm.
have those. And then we do a tissue and a prayer crawl. Blessing.
Yeah, yeah. So
and then
this is a faith-based work as well.
Yes.
You want to talk about that? Talk about that some more?
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for God.
Yeah.
Even though we lost Mom, she was such a Christian, strong woman, and I could only pray to be half the woman that she was.
But she's left a beautiful legacy. That is, for sure. I can see that. In the two, we're all going to start crying here in a minute if I don't keep going. But Yeah, this is not the first time you've been on a podcast. No. So I've got something. I normally have a sheet of paper, but anyway, I've got it on my phone. So what I like to do, I like to end these podcasts with a little questionnaire. It's similar to the one that the late, great James Lipton would use on Inside the Actors Studio. Okay. So I'm going to ask you both. We haven't had somebody, I mean, your age. Can I ask your age, Emma?
I'm 19.
You're 19. Okay. Young person. Yes. So we're going to start off, and I will ask you, what is your favorite word? You want to start, Emma? You have a favorite word?
I don't know. Cleo.
Okay. You're all right. Well, that's good. That's good.
Really strength.
Strength. Yeah. Do you have a least favorite word?
Can't.
Yeah. I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Really, from folks.
Moist.
You know what? I think I've heard that before
That's a
too.
big one too, yeah.
All right. What turns you on creatively, emotionally, or spiritually?
For me, it's just like to be able to reach somebody, to help somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I just to feel like I can make a little bit of a difference.
Mm-hmm. I think you are. What about you, Emma? What excites you about doing something?
Well, I'm an artist, so
well, there you go.
I find a lot of inspiration in like different medias, like franchises and stuff like that, and music as well. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, is there anything that turns you off creatively or spiritually or emotionally?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
That's kind of a hard one.
I don't like when business gets really slow.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't turn me off. That actually makes me want to do more and give more.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
So it kind of works as a positive,
it does.
really.
It does.
In your life.
It does sometimes, yeah.
Uh-huh. What sound, you mentioned music, what sound do you love the most? Your cat crying? I'm just going to.
What sound? Like kitchen sounds?
You do? You like kitchen sounds?
Like
if somebody busy working in the kitchen. Oh, good,
cooking.
yeah. You know, that is a thing. You know, if somebody's busy doing stuff in the kitchen, that, you know, you that's neat. Now, what about you? Favorite sound?
Favorite sound? Oh, gosh. Sewing machine.
Very good. Now, I've never heard that one before, but yeah, I mean, and we all know what it sounds, the whir, kind of the whir of a sewing machine. Well, what is your least favorite sound?
Oh, gosh.
The kids yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody like yelling and not in a happy way.
Yeah.
Like somebody's agitating someone else.
Yeah.
I don't like
some upset of some
Yes.
kind. What other profession would you like to try?
I was a teacher before
Mm-hmm.
or after the military. I was a teacher before this.
Mm-hmm.
So I've pretty much done everything I've loved doing.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Well, that's good. What, any aspiration? What would you like to?
Well, I'm going to school for radiology, so I guess that.
There you go. Okay, very good. Where are you studying? Where are you?
MCC.
At MCC, cool. What profession do you know you would not want to do?
Retail.
Okay.
That's kind
But
of what we
kinda
do.
what you're doing.
Like in-person
Yeah,
retail.
she wouldn't want to do the sales
dealing
part,
with the public,
yes.
maybe
Yeah.
not so much.
I love
What about you?
That I would not want to do.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
You know. And I've heard teaching is one of
I
them.
love teaching.
Not that they don't appreciate teachers,
Right.
but yeah, it's a
No.
calling. It's sort of
I couldn't teach, I don't think, middle schoolers.
yeah.
I was a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I love teaching.
Precious, yeah. All right, finally, what do you want to hear God say when you arrive at the pearly gates?
We're so glad to see you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe like acknowledging how much I love my family.
Yeah. Love being the key. Well, you guys have been great, and I appreciate you so much, Dawn and Emma Jacquez with Seven Stitches Boutique. And you can go online and find that where?
7stitchesboutique.com.
And if you feel like you'd like to donate to a nonprofit that is doing a great thing in filling a unique niche of need for folks, and that would be Hugs for Healing. And so how can they get more on that?
Hugsforhealing.org.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you both so much. It's been a delight.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Central Texas Living is part of the Rogue Media Network family. Be sure to check out their other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate us 5 stars on iTunes and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Living, the podcast.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Boobies.
Hi.
And hello.
And welcome.
Welcome to
Boobies.
Boobies. That's right. We're your hosts.
I'm Joshua.
And I'm Caitlin. And we're here to talk to you about some scary, spooky stuff that gave Andrew nightmares after we watched it. Sweet baby.
Well, I have nightmares after watching all of the scary movies, apparently. 'Cause I had nightmares last night as well. But this actually ties into like one of my biggest fears, because roller coasters.
You're afraid of roller coasters?
Roller coaster. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't like them.
Oh, I am a front seat kind of gal.
Oh,
I love them.
I like physically, like even just the thought of a roller coaster makes me want to vomit.
It also, yeah, I mean, making sense
turning knots.
that you're, sensitive to motion.
I mean, my motion sickness is kind of maybe maybe that is all it is, but maybe
no, I feel like it's probably a part of it, but I think the phobia that comes along with it is probably very different.
Well, because there was like one time a few years ago, 2016 or 17, I don't remember, my friends wanted to go to the Six Flags, and I actually went, and I was like, I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna go, because I'm just thinking I'm just gonna be standing there the whole time, which I was, but finally I was like, all right.
They got a lot of carnivals games.
It's the thing too about like people who like roller coasters, they want other people to like roller coasters and get on the roller coasters.
That's true.
And I feel like, and not in a bad way, but most people who like roller coasters think they're going to be the one to like turn the person who doesn't like roller coasters. And so they were like, and so finally I'm like, all right, I'll get on. And it was the Batman. And first time I was like, I was like,
flips you upside down.
Yeah,
so
it's like
times.
a loop-de-loop and it goes fast. And I was just like, all right, I'm going to do it.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it. And so I did it. And honestly, while I was on it, I was freaking out a bit, but I was telling myself, you know what, you're on it. Try to have fun. Just have fun. I think I was literally just like gritting to my teeth, just like, this is fun. This is so much fun. This is fun. Just screaming. And then finally we get into the thing and they're like, there was no other else in line to get on. So they were like, do y'all want to go again? And my friends were just like, yeah. And I'm like, oh Lord. And then they're like, we can let, they were about to be like, you can get off if you want. But I was like, I'm not going to be a little bitch. And so then I went through it one more time. And when I got off of it, I was so sick from the motion sickness that I literally the rest of the time, and they were there for probably 3 more hours, I was laying on a park bench with like one of the, like my friend's mom, because she was just chilling with me. And I was just like, I was vomiting. I couldn't. Yeah.
Some of them I have to always take ibuprofen, even when I was younger.
I should have taken
because my head gets knocked around, especially on ones like that circle you around like that.
Yeah.
And it'll mess your head up. And the last time I was at Arlington, actually first and only time I've been to Arlington, because my father lives in San Antonio, and so we went to the San Antonio Six Flags.
That's
and then obviously I'm
Six
from
Flags of choice.
Yeah. And obviously I'm from the Houston area, so I grew up on Astroworld.
Gotcha.
And so, but
is Astroworld another Six Flags one?
Yes.
Okay.
But
gotcha.
it was demolished to be a parking lot.
Oh no.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Really sad. Astroworld was the fucking best.
So cute.
But
because they're all different names, if I'm not mistaken, right?
yeah, there's Fiesta, Texas, Six Flags over Texas,
Which is the Dallas or Arlington one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then Astroworld, which was Houston.
Cute.
And but so the biggest one there, I believe it's the giant, the Texas Giant or something. Not the wooden one. That one might be the Texas Giant.
That's the wooden one is the giant.
Okay.
The giant. But
Then
there's a Titan.
The Titan. Yes. That ride.
That's huge.
Mwah, amazing.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, love it. And Patrick and I rode it Patrick and I both love roller coasters, and because my father did too. So like we'd always go.
It.
And I think Brett also does. I don't want to say my middle brother doesn't.
The way that I'm getting like I honestly feel like a panic attack coming on. No, not really, but like just thinking of like that. But you know what else I do to myself?
Is so good.
I watched YouTube videos of POV shots of people on roller coasters. Sometimes because I feel like this will ease my this will like make me like them, and no, it's just like a trigger.
Well, half the time it looks like your head's gonna hit something, and especially on wooden roller coasters, every time I raise my arms up, I'm like, oh god, one's gonna get chopped off.
And then they're like all creaky.
Yes, yeah. There were parts on the Texas Giant while we were waiting in line. I was like, I don't know if that part's supposed to have sparks. But it is.
That's scary. They're so tall, they're so big, they go so fast. They are controlled essentially by like a hydraulic system that
could malfunction.
Yeah, there's or someone at the little button station could pass out and die in the moment of, and then
everyone's hitting each other, and
then everyone dies.
I think there's some more safety effects put in, but
I don't think so. No.
When we were getting on the Titan, though, we rode it 3 times because the first time we went on it, we were like, oh my God, that was fucking amazing. We waited to be in the front line or front seat.
And those lines take forever.
They do. And then we noticed that the line was not that long again, like maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And so we were like,
let's top back in.
Yeah, we got back on immediately. And then we went and did some other roller coasters. And then we were like, we're going to end the night with this. And so we got all the way up, and then some motherfucker cut us, and we were about to get on. And then some bitch with a boot comes on. And I'm like, oh, man, I looked at Patrick. I said, we should have broke my leg.
Oh, because we got to let her go on first.
Yeah.
That's a nice thing to do.
And I was like, God damn it.
Fuck her.
I know.
She should have gone there sooner.
She should have.
Her boot don't make her special.
But then after they go, they shut the ride down. They're like, hey, there's some technical difficulties.
Saved your life.
We were right at we were right at the gate, so it was supposed to be our turn next. So then we had to end up waiting even more. I think someone had I don't know if it was there or maybe, I think it was one of the rides there though. Somebody pulled out a camera and they stopped the ride, and we were stopped on the tracks.
Yeah.
For 25 minutes because this person wouldn't put away their phone. And it was just put your fucking phone up. So whenever Frankie pulls out that camera again, I was like, fuck you, Frankie.
Yeah.
But they did a test run and everything, one empty cart, and it looked good to go. So then we were the
next group,
and we were riding front seat again.
Oh my God.
Because we were we're going to end it with a bang.
Yeah.
And then, so the moment that was, I will say probably one of the few times that I got on a roller coaster
and you
was
were nervous.
Yeah, shit. I was
this
like,
could
fuck,
be the
should
time.
I get off? I was like, I swear to God, if this is Final Destination
I watched the
3,
movie.
I'm going to die. And thankfully we got off fine, obviously.
You're here.
But that was one of the few
scary.
times where I was like, shit, we could die.
Great segue though, because what are we talking about?
Final Destination 3. If
Final
you
Destination
haven't
3. Read the title
picked
of
it up.
this podcast. Yes. So 2006.
2006.
It's directed by James Wong.
That's true. He
Who
directed.
did the first one? Didn't do the second one.
Oh, he wasn't on the second one.
No. I think he might have had something in the producers spectrum of it, maybe. But
David R. Ellis directed it.
But he actually directed and was a part of writing the screenplay for this one.
Nice.
And the first one.
I really liked this one a lot.
It's your favorite, right?
It is, just because it has a lot of sentimental value for me. So we were talking about how the interactive features on the DVD.
Oh yeah, and you could choose what would happen.
Yeah, and so I was reading through some of the fun facts about it, and this is one of the films that the director and the DVD collaborated from the film's inception to its DVD release. The film was shot with the DVD interactive features in mind, therefore several scenes were filmed several times with varying outcomes.
Gotcha.
So you could pick your own ending.
That's smart.
Yeah. And I was like, that's really cool. And
they thought about that from the get-go.
Yeah, they did.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cast members on the roller coaster had to write it 26 times on the same night in order to shoot the film's like main premonition scene. 26 times. You're like, nope. I would have been
body double.
I would have been someone out. I got off the.
I would have to not be if they handed me if they said you got the part, and then I'm like, okay, now what's the script? And they're like roller coaster. I'm like, ooh, I'm fired.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Break the contract. Yeah, no, I couldn't. That's 26 times. That's too many times.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I think even for like an enthusiast, but maybe at that point they're like, it's whatever. They're just getting on it. You know what I mean? Like autopilot.
Yeah.
Almost. I don't know. But I wonder if any of the actors actually had like fears of the roller coaster, because kudos to them for conquering that. Is there some other weird fun fact?
There is. So at around 26 minutes, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, who plays Wendy, can't drive, so a stand-in had to be used when she pulled out of the school parking lot.
Oh, interesting. She can't drive? That's sad. I'm sorry.
I know. I was like,
you can't take yourself out.
That's kind of funny. I mean, they actually did use an actual home improvement store.
Oh, okay.
For the shots, and that basically they were only allowed in at night, and once the store was closed, and they had to leave the store the exact same way they found it. While different parts of the scenes were being filmed, other crew members were often putting objects back on the shelves. In addition,
like whenever all those saline or whatever bottles were like exploded.
I know. I was like, were those?
There was so much.
Those
stuff.
had to be props, because I was like, unless they just, I guess, purchased all this stuff, they were like, okay, we're gonna buy all this, because they just ran over those.
And then like all those steaks that they had falling, and like there was a lot of mess they created to have to clean up.
I know. I read that fact before watching it again, and then I was watching it with that in mind, and I was just like,
bunch of shit.
How in the world? I was like, y'all must have had to buy all this, or I don't know. Like, someone was.
Maybe it was a part of the
whole
fee,
time,
like in purchasing time to be there. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess
we could do
so.
what we want. Essentially, I don't know.
Let's see. The scene taking place in the tanning booth was a closed set. Only the camera operators were in the same room with
the girls.
The girls, and black curtains were draped to keep onlookers out, since both actresses were nude. But it was the Corkscrew. Most of the roller coaster footage was filmed on Corkscrew at Playland, part of Pacific National Exhibition in Vancouver, British Columbia.
In Canada. Everything's filmed in Canada.
Yeah, no. The actual ride is much tamer and slower, it says, and only contains a double corkscrew inversion compared to Devil's Flight, which contains multiple vertical loops and multiple corkscrew sections.
Yeah.
So
we'll get into it, but that roller coaster was something else.
Whoa. Ashley Tisdale auditioned for the role of Erin, but lost. Vanessa Hudgens auditioned for the role of Julie, but lost to Amanda Crew.
That's interesting. Wait, which one was Erin? Her friend, right?
Erin was the nail gun.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
You're right.
And then Julie was her younger sister.
Rip off Haley. She gives me, oh my gosh, Haley from Paramore.
Oh, Haley Williams?
Yeah.
Julie does?
No.
Oh, the girl who played Erin.
The girl, the redhead. Yeah. Hill Country Fair version.
No one can be as perfect as her.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but we have it starting, right? We got the opening credits, just like any other good Final Destination movie.
Same music.
And it's kind of giving me like American Horror Story season 4, where it was like the circus freak show like type of opening vibe.
We weren't in a bedroom.
Not in a bedroom this
creepy,
time. Yeah,
like shots of the person's room.
Mm-hmm.
We were just getting unsettling shots of a carnival.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. It's shaking it up a little bit. And then at this point, we do get our opening crew. We have Elizabeth Winstead's character, right? Who is playing Wendy.
Yes.
And she's with her friends. I forget her boyfriend, Jason, right?
Jason,
Jay. And then her friend. And
Carrie
then
and Kevin.
Yeah. And we do have a picture of her taking a picture of the high dive thing.
Yeah. But she, I guess, she's too she's afraid of roller coasters,
Mhm.
not a fan of them.
Yeah.
And so she was on the ground while the three of them were riding this dropping.
That's right. Yeah.
Sensation
That's
roller
right.
coaster.
It's like the Superman.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly. I love rides like that.
There's one like that at the fair that they do every here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Like I love roller coasters.
Don't go on fair rides.
Don't go. I did get stuck upside down on. Well, this was at the Chemo Boardwalk. We got like stuck upside down on one of the rides there.
Gotcha.
And this was, I think, also before they like really made it nice.
Mhm.
And yeah, they had to like come get us off. So
That's scary.
Yeah.
And yet you still love roller coasters.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's because
but-
those are carny rides.
Yeah, so I don't
it's
go
different.
on a lot of carnival rides. I also don't go to a lot of carnivals.
That's true.
So,
and so they are, she's waiting for them. And so she ends up trying to capture a picture of it. And the sign ends up saying the high die, right? Because the V is like off on the photo, but it's on in real life. Yeah.
So it's like,
so it's already like,
oh.
wait, what? That's weird.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we were kind of getting, so that's like our first hint that these photos are going to be kind of telling and progressing the narrative.
That's true.
Because that's very different from the previous films. The photos weren't as big of an indicator as to what was going to happen.
It was like a seating chart, and then it was a just recollection of what had happened on Kimberly's vision, you know, from like who died first, but it was going last, like backwards anyways.
And then also she kept getting extra premonitions.
Yeah, that's true. Hers were different.
There was only the like singular premonition really
In the first
in this one.
Oh, and in this one, yeah. You're right.
I mean, they got a few like little hints at like the bus in the window and stuff in the
That's
first.
true. You're right.
But
yeah. This one, there was no other like stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was
but
just,
all of the hints were given to them in the photos, which was cool. I liked that.
It's a different take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems maybe
'Cause
a
at
little
this
more
point-
believable.
And at this point, they are trying not to repeat everything that they've done in the previous two installments.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I mean, it's essentially
A healthy twist.
And in every movie, it's essentially we're getting the same thing. It's the same formula. People escape death. They start to die in weird, various ways while trying to
Very
avoid
gruesome
it. Yeah.
ways.
And it's so it's smart.
Yeah.
And it's like to where it's not necessarily switching it so far out of the way where we're like, well, this is taking us out of the final destination, you know, element.
Yeah. It did. I thought it did a really great job.
Yeah. Did you notice that Kevin was, I don't know if you noticed, he is an actor from a lot of Disney Channel original movies.
Yes.
The Luck of the Irish.
Yeah. I did recognize him.
Smart House.
Yeah.
Those are some good ones.
I'm still scared of my nest sometimes.
They can take over. They will
I'm like,
one day.
oh God, it's going to get me.
She's learning everything about you.
I know.
They, them. Sorry.
They, them. And I have so much like technology things now, like with the cat's feeder and they're like
they're all communicating.
And I have my little cameras that I watch the cats through. Basically all the technologies. My cats have a water filter. I didn't until
we rely so much on technology though.
Saturday.
So much. Like even just like if we were to not have Wi-Fi, like an internet connection, like our
New Final Destination.
society would collapse.
Wi-Fi explosion. We all die.
And so we have them getting off the ride. They're all talking and they're
getting like some food, I guess, before they have to go make their reservation for the Devil's Flight, because basically we also kind of figure out that it's a like carnival night for their high school, and I believe for the seniors.
Yeah.
So it's like senior night kind of thing. But
and Wendy's getting like really weird vibes throughout the whole time. There's just little things happening and you can tell she's given this whole like, what's going on?
Yeah, she's on edge.
She's
just like
right. She's high anxiety alert.
looking over her shoulder every 2 seconds.
Which could tie into like because she's afraid of the roller coasters, and throughout the whole movie, it's kind of they always tie in that she's such a control freak, which I know is another part of like why people are afraid of roller coasters, because you can't control what's going on.
Yeah. And so they're going to eat some dinner. I guess dinner. It's definitely dark. But fucking Kevin
breakfast
takes a picture of that girl's skirt.
Yeah.
And like right next to his girlfriend. And
I thought that was weird.
I would be pissed if my boyfriend like pulled some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like it's
high
also
school
like
or not.
06 vibes.
That's true.
I don't know. I feel like times are very telling and different of like how people react to things.
Because she was like, and then eventually she was like, I was gonna break up with him. I'm just waiting until after graduation. I wanted to do it.
She ends up telling Wendy that.
Yeah.
Which kind of doesn't come into play later, but like we get we
get his side of the story.
His side of how he was feeling. Yeah. And kudos, like, kind of like give it to Wendy for not even mentioning it, because like, what's the point? It would only like make him maybe feel worse than what he's been feeling. So yeah,
I know my bitch ass would have been like, she was gonna break up with you.
Literally. But yeah, so they end up talking, the girls, and then we get the guys coming back with the food, and then at this point, I think on my note, what can Kevin get? I don't even know.
Can Kevin?
Oh, because her friend, she's like, I'm so sorry. Kevin can get a little out of control sometimes or whatever. I'm like, what? No. But anyways.
A little out of control.
And so he's just being a skis and a little bit of a dick.
Then we basically get this montage of Wendy going through, taking photos of all the... She's basically collecting the photos that are going to come in to play later and basically show us how everyone's going to die.
Yeah, but what she knows so far is that these are just, I guess she's probably, she's part of the journalism, the yearbook. Yeah, there we go.
And so she had her little camera. She takes pictures of Ashley, the Ashleys. Yeah. I put Ashley, another girl. I couldn't remember. They're both Ashley. Yeah. Okay. Winning the prize. Then she runs into her sister, Julie, and she's like, "You're not a senior." And then this comeback that Miss Cutest Couples, rah, rah. I was like, what? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, her character throughout the whole movie kind of annoyed me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess that's what little sisters are supposed to do. I don't know.
I guess. Never had one.
Me either. And so that's whenever we have... and Caitlin is not an only child. Riddle. Caitlin's never had a little sister, but she's not an only child. So what does that mean?
What does that make her?
And so we have her having that whole interaction with her sister. Her sister flips her off. She gets a picture of her doing that, which also comes into play later. Those girls, Ashley's, they were playing that little water clown game and winning a prize. We'd have the dude, what's his name? Lewis. She goes to Lewis, and he's at what are those things called? The test your strength, right? The little
where you like
hammer
hit the hammer to the bell, and he knocks it the
right
head of that
thing. Yeah,
clean off. Bling.
Sure does. And that's whenever you can tell that a lot of these pictures that she's taken too, even she's noticing there's something off about them or something, or the vibe's weird.
Something feels a little ominous.
And then we get her going towards the Devil's Ride, right?
Yep. And this is where we get Tony Todd in the film.
He's the voiceover.
He is the voice at here and on the subway at the end. So
which I did, but I did miss him physically.
I did too.
Yeah,
but I'm glad that they didn't just ditch him completely. And
they still found a way to get him in there. Yeah,
without them just like now 6 years later going to the same morgue.
Yeah,
and thing like that. Because also we were in a completely different area.
Location.
Yeah, we weren't in New York, so it would have been weird. Well, but he is supposed to be like the embodiment of death, so he could be anywhere. That's true.
But it was cool. It was different. It was nice. He gets to be this big old devil monster
saying very ominous things like
as they're walking,
this is the beginning of the end, blah blah blah, that you're gonna die,
which would not encourage me to keep going. But
no. And it did not encourage her to keep going. She almost backed out.
Her friends though are very insistent on like, you're gonna be okay, you're just scared, you're such a control freak, it's gonna be okay. And so she's just telling her Jason, she's like, I've got deja vu, and he's just like, you're just freaking out essentially.
I've got some deja vu for something that hasn't even happened yet, but this feels like wrong. Something feels off, basically.
And we got our skis, Mr. what's his name?
Frankie. God.
Trying to like, he's just videotaping the girls, which he's been doing the whole time. And then he's got his little necklace of like this female that he's like licking and like trying to like make moves on them.
Frankie Cheeks.
Yeah.
And then as we're going up through the line too, we're kind of meeting everyone. We run into Aaron and Ian as well.
McKinley.
And they're basically saying the odds are like 1 of 250 million. Like you're really, it's really rare.
Of people dying on a roller coaster accident.
Yeah. And I guess they're also like major physics nerds because they kept dropping like physics shit every like from the get. And then they drop it again in the
later on
hardware store. Yeah. And so I guess they like physics.
They're smart. They're nerds.
Wasn't my favorite class.
Yeah. I don't even think I've ever taken a physics class.
I loved chemistry. But
I did take one of those.
I
caught stuff on fire.
Nice. Love it. But yeah, Frankie Cheeks sitting there licking that, licking the little mud flap
Yeah,
girl.
yeah.
And I was just like, ew.
What
and they
is
were
it?
clearly, it's like mud. She's on the mud flap.
flaps. Yeah, on trucks.
Yeah, on trucks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I get you.
One of those little girls,
Gotcha.
sitting with her knees up, and she got real perky boobies. Perky boobs. But yeah, really gross. And then we flash back to our main people, and they're trying to send them to the first stall.
Mm-hmm.
And well, she's having none of that.
She doesn't want to go in the first stall or first whatever it's called. Yeah, stall, cart. But anyways, because she's like, I'm not going to sit at the front. And so that's whenever she wants to sit in the back. And so the boyfriend wants to sit back there with her, but he can't because he's already in the ride, right?
Well, he wanted,
happened?
so basically, like, Kevin tried to send Carrie back there, and Carrie was
That's
like, I'm
right.
going to Brown. I want to celebrate. I want to sit in the front seat. And then Kevin was like, okay, let's settle this like men, and did a coin flip. And
Yeah.
he called heads in the air, and I guess it was tails.
That's right.
So then Jay went and sat up with Carrie, and Kevin went back there with her. And I was
But
just like,
why
why
wouldn't
not
your
just go
boyfriend-
with your fucking girlfriend?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was a little bit like, okay. But also, I mean, I don't think if my partner didn't want to go in the front stall, no, I would go with them. And then I'd say, wait, I'm going to ride it again.
But I'm going to go in the front.
Yeah.
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 You were being chivalrous.
Yeah. But I also
Thinking
wouldn't make my
chivalrous, yeah.
partner like ride it in the first place. Unless it was
Mhm.
something like if they like honestly felt comfortable with it. Because I've been to an amusement park where I just was like, okay, well, I'm going to go get in line. And
Yeah.
I would wait. And so I mean,
Yeah,
I
no.
don't expect everyone to like roller coasters like I do.
Mm-mm.
They're definitely not for everyone.
Well, it's just if you don't like roller coasters, why even go to a roller coaster adjacent area? Like, why go somewhere where there will be roller coasters?
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to people who like roller coasters. Just don't.
I
just-
typically only try to invite people. Like
Yeah.
that's why Patrick and I go together a lot.
Mhm.
Is because we both like them. And then there's two of us, so we can just
Man,
seating situation.
I want to be
solid.
one so bad, but I don't know if it'll happen. But we do have everyone. What were we at?
They get
My
sent to
notes.
lane
Oh yeah,
6,
that's right.
which
Mhm.
also
and there was
fills-
little kids waiting in the little seat.
Yeah,
And
they
have to
like
get
cut
kicked off. Yeah.
They could like cut them in line, and then they're like, "Wow, get out of here!"
Yeah.
And Frankie was sitting there like fucking weird, and then like
Mhm.
hopped into the seat behind the Ashleys, and that was
Yeah.
why then they had to like. That's why the little kids were there
Yeah.
too. I don't know. It was very confusing, but then they get on, and boyfriend says, "Meet you at the end," kind of thing,
Mhm.
and like then all of a sudden everyone's kind of pulling out loose objects. He's getting like Kevin's getting stuck to gum.
Yeah.
All these things that just, shouldn't be on a roller coaster.
Little signs.
Yeah.
We have them trying to fix Lewis's what are those called? Seatbelt, but not seatbelt. Arm. The straps.
Yeah, the shoulder rest.
Shoulder rests. Yeah.
Shoulder
Y'all
pads.
know those things that they pull over people on the roller coasters because
Lap bar. No,
it
that's not
won't-
a lap bar.
Because those are the ones that are down here.
Yeah.
But anyways, the cage of death is being put on him more securely, and then essentially we have
Which
them-
you would want.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want
Yeah.
to be wiggling around.
No,
I
I've
have
been in a roller coaster before where I've gone up and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like that.
I've been on a few whenever I was like little,
Mhm.
and I was like just barely the height, and I was definitely like still way too
Yeah.
small. And so then like
You
every
in
time
reality weren't big enough.
No, we'd go upside down, and then there's like still this big like
Gap.
5-inch
Yeah.
gap or
So you're,
something,
like-
and so I'd be like
Yeah.
fall to the armrest and then plop back down into my seat.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
And then also it really made you feel like you're gonna die.
Yeah, that's scary.
I love it,
especially because of the like how fast everything's going as well. You're feeling all that G-force.
G-force.
And so we have gay force. So we have them essentially getting sent off to their doom. The ride takes off. It's going up like any other roller coaster does. It's very slow. They're climbing up to the ascent.
Frankie has his fucking camera
Frankie
out.
has his camera out.
Which
We
I don't
do
even
see
get
that.
why. Like he's not going to be able to get
It's going to be
their
blurry.
boobs.
Yeah, it's blurry as well because everything's going fast. But
Yeah.
we have them, this little, we're seeing like the tracks, like there's like a hydraulic line or something, some fluid that's coming
Yeah.
out and a little screw that's like come undone or something at some point.
things that you probably don't want to see on a roller coaster. Fluid leaking, stuff like that.
Yeah, and then we get a really good view of the entire roller coaster as they're going up. It's huge and it's massive. I'm like, oh, I would not want to be on this roller coaster.
I was like, looks like fun.
But at this point, they're going up, and then once the roller coaster gets all the way to the top, we see that it like comes off of a chain or something, or the chain stops.
That's
the train to
normal.
track. That's normal.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
okay.
so basically the chain pulls you up and then it releases you
and then
down, and then it's just the like force of everything coming down from that height and the like weight of the coaster that pulls you through, and then so it's like a push and pull of like velocity, and then
that's horrible.
Every time, like whenever you're going up to another big hill, it'll like catch you on another chain, pull you up really fast, drop you down again. The
there
first
are
drop
chains
is
throughout though.
Yeah,
and
occasionally.
they'll catch you.
Yeah,
got you to slow it down or something. Because I'm thinking even too, as this was, I was like, oh my god, they're off the chain, because when they were like going through it, I'm like, I feel like this roller coaster is like going more fast than it probably should be going or something. It felt like it was going absurdly fast. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're there to probably slow you down a bit, just so that way you're not hitting like ungodly levels of G's,
and then just like
but then also to like help you make sure that the rest of it doesn't slow down again, because it has to get you up high enough. That's why the first drop is always the biggest.
Yeah.
So that way you get
all
lot
that
of
force behind you, all the energy. Yeah.
And then it'll pull you up again to get you through the rest of the ride.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's so scary.
I love it.
And so they're on it. They're going down. And this roller coaster is fast. I'm telling you, I put, holy shit, this thing is going fast. We're kind of catching everybody's, it's their reaction of them going on a roller coaster. Like, woo, yay, screaming. And like, and terrifying. And like,
everyone's having a good time though. Except for Wendy.
What's his face? Frankie's got that camera. He's like trying to record everything. He's yelling at the girls at one point, yeah, show us your titties.
Yeah.
And he ends up dropping the camera,
like
and it ends
fucking
up
idiot.
wrapping around the roller coaster, like the rail, right? The track below them. And so they're coming on this loop and going down, and they end up hitting that camera, and everything just kind of essentially takes off from here.
Basically derails everything. The front half goes first. They basically just like go bye-bye.
Need
and
off.
Then the second half, so like Jason, Carrie, gone.
Yeah.
And then the second half, so like Lewis and back basically, or the twins, not twins, the girls and back, Ashley's and back, is what's now still going through.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just getting, as they're going through,
brutal
like
deaths.
It's not slowing down at all. Basically, they're coming into this corkscrew thing, and that's when like Lewis gets fucking like
yeeted off. Yeah, because he gets thrown off.
Yeah, holding on.
And then Kevin tries to hold on to him, but he gets hit by this like thing that flew off from earlier. We have then like blood getting all over Wendy and Kevin. They're freaking out. She's trying to hold Kevin, which I'm like, how is that even possible? How can she like hold him while they're going like this? And
that's
then they end up
moms can lift cars.
Getting stuck up there. That's whenever Ian and Aaron end up falling off. And then he does this thing where he's like, let's rock it. I'm like, why would you rock it?
Yeah.
If anything, I would try to like climb off of it and on top of like
the
coaster,
actual track. Yeah.
Because it was unstable.
Well, and also they weren't hanging by their hands like Aaron and Ian were. And so like, yes, the blood's going to rush to your head, but
you could have just waited there.
You could have like waited that out a bit and then probably saved yourself. But of course,
they decide to rock it.
They rock
it ends
it
up
and
going
send themselves back.
And which we saw earlier, that part of the track like popped up. So when they're coming back, ends up like getting cut in half.
He does,
because there was something sticking up. And then whenever she's going backwards, they hit that thing that was popped up, and it just like derails the entire last few carts that are hooked up, and she falls off and dies.
Yep.
And then we come to, and it was all a vision.
Yep, and
just
we're
like always.
back with her and her camera, because she was trying to get a picture on the coaster before it started moving of like, for the yearbook. But then we're coming back to the guy's hand in front of her face saying like, hello, can't you read? No loose objects. And Kevin's like, oh, can I just put it in my pocket?
Yeah.
But of course, she rightly starts freaking out and basically saying like,
we're all going to crash. This is going to crash. There's going to be an accident.
Yeah, we have to get off, just like they all have.
Just like Flight 180.
Yep.
Just like Kimberly. It's happening again to Wendy.
Yep. And so then they get off basically the whole back half. So Ashley's back. So that's saving Ashley. That's Ashley's
Ashley's, Frankie,
Lewis,
2 other people that we don't know just yet,
Yep.
but they're going to be there. And then Kevin
Ian and
Wendy.
Aaron.
Oh, Ian and Aaron, you're right. And Wendy.
then Wendy and Kevin. Yep.
Which leaves Jason and Carrie
up
at the front still. They can't get off. And even Jason's like, hey, like, I got to get off. That's my girlfriend, because Lewis and Kevin ended up getting into a fight. And so they're all getting kicked off. And Jay wants to get off, but they won't let him.
Yeah, they had only opened the back half, which is, I don't really think that's a thing. I think
they all open.
Open.
Nothing, yeah.
Most of what I've always experienced in roller coasters. But I obviously haven't been to every single theme park in the world.
And so, yeah, they end
would
up
love to do that.
saying like, hi, ho, let's go. And the roller coaster takes off. And of course, they're getting kicked out. And she's still combating with them. And what happens? The roller coaster pops off.
Yep. They're like, basically they're like walking around and they're saying like, what's your home phone number? Like, we'll call your parents. And then, of course, as she's like in hysterics, everyone just...
Yeah.
It derails and we watch it happen in
sad.
real time. And then we flash to the school.
And it's raining.
And I said, this
Sad
is why
vibes.
she turns evil and becomes a villain in Sky High.
Oh, yeah. I love that movie.
Me too. Classic.
I think Sky High came out the year before this, too. So she must have filmed them like back to back.
Nice. Good for her.
Yeah.
She did
and probably
look
after
the
this, she
exact
did
same.
Scott Pilgrim's versus the World. That she was going. She was getting booked.
I know. Yeah, she was the it girl of that time.
Yeah,
she was in a lot of things. Then.
Yeah, around that area. And you know who came the it girl right after her? Emma Stone. And then after Emma Stone, it was Jennifer Lawrence.
She
and
was
then
funny.
after her, I don't think there's been I think that's shifted. I don't think there's like Zendaya.
Oh, Zendaya has been in a lot.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. Yeah, it's raining. She's going back to school. She's obviously hasn't been here in a minute. She's just collecting her things. And it's giving like senior who like really finished everything and doesn't have to be like at school for the last like 2 weeks or so or whatever.
Even though also all of the lights were off.
Yeah, that was weird too as well.
But people were outside, so I was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't get it either. I couldn't tell what was going on.
Set the mood.
But she ends up seeing a memorial for all the students who died, her boyfriend. Vigil. She then sees a candle and like gets that weird vibe again, and the flame gets blown out by a strange ominous wind.
And it was only one of the candles too.
Yeah, not all of them.
So yeah, she watched one singular candle flicker and then proceed to blow out, and then all the rest were lit. And so it was like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And then does she go and throw Jason's picture away? Because she like clears everything from her locker, and I'm pretty sure she puts that shit right in the trash.
I think she does too.
I was like,
yeah. I mean, she's grieving.
But I wouldn't throw his picture away.
I mean, I think she's probably just pissed off. She's probably angry at the world.
Yeah.
Her boyfriend's dead.
I feel like
she was pretty upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that would make me want to keep the picture more.
Maybe
be like,
she was too
nothing
hurt.
can ever happen to this photo.
Or she might have other ones, or maybe she was just trying to like put it away. Like she didn't. It was too hard to look at the picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
she runs into Kevin,
and she's cutthroat with him.
Yeah, and Kevin's basically comes up to her. He says, "I made a promise to Jay that I would take care of you," because whenever Jay sent Kevin back to sit with her on the roller coaster, he says,
"Yeah,
take care of her for me," or something, or like look out for her for me. And she says, "You made a promise to Jay to look out for me on the ride for 3 minutes, not
the
like
rest of life.
The rest of our lifetime.
You're off the hook, essentially.
Yeah. So stop worrying about me. Worry about yourself.
Yeah. And then she ends up walking away. She is going through a courtyard, essentially, it looks like, and walking and just letting the rain like just get her all mopped up and wet. I'm just like, girl, you look so sad.
You do. Little drowned rat.
The Ashleys come to like try to invite her to go tanning with them because they're gonna get ready for graduation or something like that.
As they walk off, they go, "That was so nice of us."
Yeah, I know. Which I mean, honestly, it was kind of nice of them,
It
but
was.
they're so vapid. Yeah. And we do hear like her sister was talking to her friends about her. She's essentially just like going through it.
Yeah.
She's taking it really hard.
And
And
we
they're all
also-
just like, oh my God, she's weird and depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, because she looked a little odd.
Yeah.
But then we also get Ian and Aaron sitting there, and Ian is coloring over the word McKinley, their high school, his name, and he's saying, why does my name have to be the same fucking as my, like, last name have to be the same as my high school?
Yeah.
Which, of course, it was like the goth emo kid
Right.
who had the same name. which is like mortifying, I feel like, for a goth emo high school kid.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But yeah, so that was where we get his last name, though, because the McKinley becomes a
plays throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
And then later on, or not later on, but we do have her walking off. She's trying to get in her car. And that's whenever Mr. Kevin comes up to her and he's like, you know, what's happened to you is not the first time it's happened. It's happened to other people. He starts explaining to her literally, which is, I'm like, how does he have all this information?
Yeah. But, he's like, you're not alone. This has happened before.
This happened to Flight 180 and it happened to this one guy. And like he and his friends got, you know, saved themselves. But then after they started dying, and then like you can intervene if you save someone else. And I'm like, what? Like, what subreddit somewhere?
I know he had to have been on.
Has all of this information from like, because I'm like, I feel like only the people who would know about that are the people who are dead.
Yeah, maybe and maybe died. Who knows? Clear could have chronologicalized something or
made something for future people.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And I mean, maybe Kimberly did. We don't actually know what happens to Kimberly.
It's true
that we only end with the arm getting blown off. So. Who knows? They could have. And yeah, he basically goes through all of it and tells her, he sums up real nicely what in the world's about to happen to them. And she's like, whatever, like, I don't believe you. And I was like, well, you're about to believe, because we flash to the tanning salon. We're about to get our first major death. I was honestly a little shocked watching this back. I didn't realize the tanning bed death was the first one.
I didn't remember it.
I remember it almost either. Well, I remembered. I clearly notated all of these deaths and mentioned them in other episodes. But yeah, I just was like, oh fuck, we're at the tanning bed scene already, because it's just so
the movie
horrifying.
Does move pretty fast.
It's
very fast. It feels like a short film.
I was, because it's an hour and 33 minutes. Whenever it was over, I was like,
oh, that's it.
Yeah, because I noticed we were starting to get towards the end, and I was like, wait, what? It's already been an hour and 33. It was like, it was so fast.
It went by fast.
You like blink and it's over. Like, it's good. It keeps you in. There's no downtime.
Yeah.
No downtime. No time to think about what the hell is happening. They like, one person dies. Okay, we got to figure out the next death right now.
Because essentially it's all happening back to back to back within the same day. Because the other ones, at least there's like maybe even time, like weeks or days. It's over a span of time.
Death
this
ain't
one
got
is
no
just,
time.
Yeah.
It's like, we playing catch up, bitch.
And
catch
so
up.
we have the girls tanning. Wendy is going through all of her stuff at home. She's noticing like all the pictures. Her sister comes in and is kind of being a bitch to her. But
I have Julie as a bitch.
Yeah. Well, her sister is a bitch. But she's being a bitch to her, and that's whenever Wendy is like, look, I just need your help. Like, I want you to come stay with me when I move out, all this stuff.
They have this bonding moment. Parents?
I think they do. Yeah. Because even Julie mentions their dad later on in the film.
Oh, okay.
They have parents, but I feel like maybe they
really
just
hands
aren't
off.
Maybe they aren't close at all, whatever. It doesn't even seem like Julie and Wendy are that close at all anyways either.
No, it seems like they hate each other.
Yeah, it isn't until like Julie has to kind of like be super vulnerable with, or Wendy is super vulnerable with Julie, that Julie is kind of like, I will be there for you. Like, it turns into this kind of mushy, like, okay, yeah, like, we are sisters, we love each other. And she's like, you keep the bracelet. And she's like,
and I'll come get it for you when I visit.
Yeah. But I also loved how it's just like, it's very transactional, because even Julie's like, okay, well, as like your part, can I get the camera?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I want to take pictures for graduation tonight since you're not going.
Yeah.
So graduation's going to be happening. And Julie, once she asked for the camera, Wendy's like, okay, well, let me charge it, because it's probably like super dead.
Yeah. And so she's doing that. But as she's doing this, she's actually finally going through all the pictures that she took on the night of the carnival and senior night. And that's whenever she's realizing, like, she's getting all these little clues and hints that are making her feel like, oh, wait, something's about to happen to Ashley.
Something's wrong.
Yeah.
And of course, while like she's kind of unfolding that, we're flashing back and forth between the tanning bed and with the Ashleys and her. And so like the owner of the tanning salon is Yuri, I believe is his name. And he's on
he's
the
not
phone.
running his business well because he's
No.
on the phone and he's in and out because he only gets good reception outside of the building. And so I think that at this point they've mentioned it, how it happens every time they're there. They already know what it's like, so they're just like, you know what,
We'll just
you
serve
handle it, and
ourselves.
we'll do it ourselves.
Yeah, we know we've done this 1,000 times before.
Mhm.
We can do it. But of course, they make some fatal mistakes, as in locking the front door, saying be back in 30 minutes because
Yeah.
they don't want anyone to walk in on them naked, which is like, okay, I understand.
But still.
But-
And then he also tells them to get rid of their drinks. And when Ashley one pretends to throw away both of them, but doesn't throw away the other one.
Yeah, she keeps one of them.
Mhm.
And then, of course, the first time he used something more solid to prop the door, but the second time he uses a bottle
A
of
squeeze,
suntan
yeah.
lotion. And it's gonna all...
You can already tell, like,
Yeah.
this is a perfect concoction for death.
Death, exactly.
Mhm.
And then basically, like, we flash kind of back to Wendy as she's looking through and she sees the photos of the Ashleys and is like, uh-oh. And then she sees the photo that shows Jason's death. Basically, he's posing in front of... I feel like it's probably one of the most iconic photos from the film.
Oh,
like I feel like it's on most of the like little thumbnails
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff, but it's Jason posing in front of
And the devil's behind him as well.
And then there's just this perfect little beam of light shining on a part of the track, and that was the track where the coaster lost control. So she's like, oh wait, something's happening. It
Yeah.
cues her in, like, I saw how Jason was basically going to die. It showed me right here.
And so she looks at the Ashley's photos.
Yep. And then we get back to the tanning room, and of course, one of the Ashleys is cold. Brunette Ashley is cold. And she's like, let's turn up the AC. And then blonde Ashley sets her drink down, which is always bad.
And we see, like, to this little high voltage, like, wiring system, whatever it is, that says shouldn't exceed 250. So obviously we know this is going to go over 250.
Yeah, it's got to.
Yeah, so all
and
these
they're looking
things are
for
going bad.
CDs.
And they dissed Britney.
I know. I
which
put
get
Celine
it.
Britney, and I was like, gasp. I mean, at that time she was going through
2006.
it.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why everybody was bashing Britney at that time.
Leave Britney alone.
Yeah, for real.
And
then
but
we
she
get
pulls
them...
the shelf a bit loose.
Oh yeah,
there,
that's right.
Which is gonna be bad. Now, tanning salons, this was like a goof. Tanning salons are not allowed to have any hanging racks above the beds for reasons like this. Like, even at that time, that was like a law. Like, that can't be a thing. I didn't either because I don't tan.
Gotcha.
Until reading some fun facts on IMDb.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, so they fit, like, legally, this could not be a situation you could be in. Also, that no one's going to leave their business unattended.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
true. And
but
so
yeah.
they end up getting naked, undressed. We have some boobies out. And
5 out of 10.
That's whenever.
Oh, I mean, 5 out of 5.
They were nice boobs.
They were.
They had nice bodies, and so they end up getting into the what do they call it? The machines, the beds,
the tanning beds.
And at that point, we do have them. We find out what song they chose, and it. Roller Coaster of Love. I don't know who it's by, but I know I've heard
everyone
it
knows
before.
the
Everyone
song.
Roller Coaster. Bow, bow, long. Oh wait, of love, right? There we go. And so that's whenever they're just like bobbing their little feet. They're enjoying.
They're having a good time.
They really
They're just
are.
dancing with their little tibbies out in the bed.
They really are. This is like a good time for them.
And it was so funny to me that they like shit on Celine and Britney, but then they're like, "This is my jam."
Yeah. Well, and then they were like, "Are we the only people that come to tan at this place?"
Yeah.
But yeah, they it's an oldie but a goodie. They're taking it back.
And we had also already seen Yuri get locked out as well.
That's true.
The tube has been depleted.
So he's out there. He wouldn't be able to get back in. Wendy is getting all these vibes. She calls or tries to call whatchamacallit Ashley, but it's not. She doesn't pick up.
Yeah.
I think before that, my bad, her sister tried to come back into the camera. She's like, I just need a moment.
Yeah.
Can you not?
Leave me alone.
Yeah. And so that's whenever we do have her even saying on the phone on the voicemail, she's like, I'm sorry, it's too late.
Yeah.
And the girls are literally baking because the tree thing falls, like this fake little plant falls and the shells fall in and they get
the drink has
in.
been sweating.
Yeah, it's true.
Falls right onto that machine, that VAC or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
high voltage.
We saw that it should never be above 250. It's steadily creeping from 230. The AC temp is also
going up,
rising.
Mm-hmm. Everything's happening.
It's at 305 at this point, and then that's when the AC kicks on and knocks the wobbly coat hanger rack over onto the tree, and then the tree falls onto the CD rack, knocking that down, which successfully locks them in because it's just long enough of a shelf to basically get caught in the tanning bed doors and seal them in. We're at 350, like a solid 100 over what it should be now on the VAC, and their skin is bubbling. Like they're getting,
at this point, they're just like going through it because of course they started noticing it was getting too hot. They can't get out. It gets so hot that like the glass breaks inside the tanning beds, and they just like are just
fall into
on the pure lights. Yeah, they fall into the light.
I can't
and
even
then they catch on fire.
imagine that pain, like having your skin being burned to lesions and
literally
then
like an oven.
having it get cut open.
Yeah.
Oh God. And then then they're just on fire and they're burning to death.
Like rotisserie chickens.
Yep. And then it has this beautiful shot. This is I remembered this shot. Like from rewatching it, like I knew it was going to happen again, and I was like, I remember thinking it even the first time I watched it, I was like, that was such a cool shot.
Aerial?
Yeah, the aerial of the two tanning beds as
just
it
on fire.
transitions to the two coffins. I was like,
oh, I get what you mean.
That's nice.
Okay,
that was a good transition.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're at the funeral. Mr. McKinley isn't having it because the person who's giving the eulogy is like talking about something about luck or.
It says we're all equal in death's eyes.
That's right.
And he says equal in death's eyes. All of us? How can you say that? Dude, think it through. Charlie Manson made it to 70. Osama still kicking. Pimps, vice president walking around. All the atrocities they've committed. They're alive and well. These two girls never done shit to anybody. They don't get to make it to 18. Where's the fucking equality in that?
Yeah.
That's what he says.
And then, of course, Luis has to like escort him off. I'm like, there's a time and place, man. But
I know,
yeah,
I was like,
I get it though.
The man's just trying to say some things to make some people feel better, dude.
Right.
Like, also, were you that close to them?
I don't think
so. If it was Aaron's funeral, I would have maybe understood a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I was like, this seems like a really outrageous kind of outburst for him to be having at their funeral.
But we do have then Kevin, after it's all over, walking away with Luis, whatever. We get him having a call, and it's from Wendy, and she's like, I'm with Jay.
I lost it.
I laughed.
I cracked up.
Because he just turns around, and she's literally like
just sitting
10 feet away.
on the ground in Texas.
Not even a Jay. Yeah.
I thought like that could be like she's about to like, go be with Jay. What does this mean?
Yeah.
Like, not hello.
I just thought
no
it was
hey.
so funny that like she could have just been like, hey.
It's like the pine cone and ugly sweater party.
Literally like that. She was right there. She was so close. She's just like ominous on the phone. I'm with Jay. Anyways, he walks over. She's at his tombstone essentially, and they're just talking about death and what she's been feeling, and it's essentially the whole conversation with Alex from Final Destination 1, where he's just like between Claire and him, and he's just like, I just feel this feeling like it's not over and death is after us. And
it feels like this presence, like a living presence that's always with me. It's just surrounding her.
To where they, on cue, the leaves and air start swirling around her and them.
Because they were talking about wanting to feel like Jay's presence or Carrie's presence. And
That's right.
He was like, well, do you think it's Jay? And she said, no, this is the opposite of Jay. It's cold and terrifying. Like, this is nothing like how he made me feel.
Yeah.
And that's the wind, and I was like, that's some like helicopter landing or some shit, like kind of wind. It was
something
strong.
else. Yeah. It's death. And so that's whenever we do have them talking about the Flight 180.
But I love how she just turns around and whips out Abe's picture, Lincoln's photo. I was like, what the fuck does Abe got to do with this?
And so he's a vampire slayer. And so they he's like, when's the last time you ate? And so she doesn't even remember. So they're going to go get food. They're looking and she's giving him information about, the pictures and the connections to Flight 180 and all that stuff.
The Abe photo had like a glass crack right up over his head. And it was the last like photo plate of him ever taken. And it basically shows exactly where he was shot. The 9/11. We see the shadow on the Twin Towers, and I guess it was like about where it hit.
It's basically trying to give power to like how the photos have a lot of power in this film.
Yes, it's really leaning into that. The 180 road crash, basically, and then that's when she shows him all the photos from that night predicting their death.
And he almost hits someone. Because he's being distracted as he's driving down the hill on the road.
Because they're like, she's trying to show him the pictures while driving. And it's like, not the time, especially with how hilly of an area that is too. Yeah, almost takes out. He is what causes it, basically, because I believe it's that same semi that comes barreling down the hill later.
Just like all the other movies, they usually are connected to what's happening.
Yeah.
Somehow inadvertently causing their own deaths.
But then this is where they figure out like, okay, Frankie's going to be next. And then they're looking at the photo and
to try to get some
he's
clues.
Like, he's going to fall off a ladder. It's a rope ladder. Is he going to die? And they're like, the mud flap girl, maybe it'll have an 18-wheeler or something, which was kind of it.
It was kind of it. I did also like how like the 18-wheeler was moving behind them, and you could see that it said "drink responsibly," which is a calling back to number 2.
Yeah, I was like, is that the same beer truck? I think it was the same beer logo and everything.
Maybe.
I think it was the same exact truck.
It could be.
Because whenever I was like, is that the same beer truck? I think it's the same.
Like brand?
The brand looked the same, everything with the drink responsibly, like the font and everything.
It could be.
Which would be really cool if they...
Final Destination Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if they brought that back. I didn't fact check it, but it felt like the same truck.
We'll go with it.
Yeah.
And so when they're in the drive-through, they end up getting like pinned essentially into the side because they can't get out because this fucking truck is just too close to them. The drink responsibly truck.
The drink responsibly.
And so, which I also was thinking like, why is this truck even like parking here in the middle of the road like that? Anyways, they're there. They're stuck.
Well, if it was that same guy. He was drinking and driving whenever we saw him in the second one, so maybe he's drinking and driving now.
It's true. And there's a little compact SUV behind them, so they're stuck, and there's someone in front of them, and they're trying to figure it out. That's when we do see that the freaking truck that was up the hill that they almost hit earlier is like coming down. It's not a truck, it's like a delivery truck.
Yeah, it was like a moving, like a U-Haul.
Like that. And so it's coming down real fast. There's no driver in it. They see it. She's freaking out. They're trying to get out of the car. They only essentially narrowly get out because he kicks his own windshield out, and they have to get out of it. But and the whole time I was thinking like they honked at the person in front of them, and he flipped them off, and I'm already thinking like, this is Frankie in front of them.
I know, and I was also a little bit like, how do you not know what Frankie drives?
Well, it was mentioned earlier, he graduated 2 years before
prior,
them.
Yeah.
So they might not know what he drives.
True.
They just know him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seemed pretty clear, but
I
from
also
us
did
at
think
the
that.
outside perspective,
I also thought that.
It's like, this is clearly Frankie in front of y'all. But yeah, they get out just in time, like, oh, so close. And of course, the other car backed up. The truck crashes into Kevin's car, sending the motor up and through into Frankie's head.
Yeah.
And we get the fan of the motor
chopping him up.
Yes. And the way that the brains hit the ground, that sound was like
squelching.
It was bad. I mean, it was like really good.
Yeah,
it was really well done.
But it's gross.
It made me want to throw up.
Yeah. And they end up seeing his chain on the floor with the little mud flap woman, and they're like, oh shit. And they look up, and his head just like, because it's not done yet. The fan
moves a little bit more, releasing his head, and they're like, oh god, it's Frankie, and they're covered in his
guts.
It's pretty rough.
And he was dead. The motherfucker died.
Yeah, he
horribly.
really is.
Instantly though. That's instant.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
You're not feeling,
I don't think he felt any pain.
Much of that.
Yeah.
And then we kind of flash to them, like, they're getting like a triage. Like
they're talking behind the ER truck kind of thing. Yeah.
And they're still covered in his brains. Her leg was like ugh, it was all down her leg, and I was like, ugh.
And like you said earlier, there's no stopping in this movie because they're looking at the photos again.
Yep. And Kevin's basically saying like, Wilford, like, who one of them said like, I don't want to look at it.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
the other one said willful ignorance is surrendering control. I don't know why I couldn't say the word willful. What the hell?
Willful.
Wilfred. But then this is where they're looking at the photos again, and this is where he says like, I was going to ask Carrie to marry me.
Yeah,
I was just waiting
that's
till
right.
after graduation. And that's when I was like, ooh,
She kind of looks at him funny because she's like, ooh, if only you knew what I knew.
Up with you, but we're not going to bring it up.
Nope.
And then this is where they come across yet another photo with Frankie, and it was the one that they took up the girl's skirt.
Yeah, and they see he's in it. And
in the background.
There's a fan behind him.
Yep. Blurred, like, it's moving real fast right behind his head.
Because at first they were thinking like, wait, he didn't die with the truck. So like how, what? But so this tied it up even more. They're like, okay, we were looking at the wrong photo.
Like two photos basically kind of leaned into it.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, I guess the other photo didn't show what he won. It just showed how he won it.
Yeah.
That was artistic approach that Death took.
For real.
But
they do notice that Lewis is next.
Yes. And they see that it looks like because she got a photo of him with that mallet and bell game. Strength tester, and it looks like the weight is kind of coming down on his head.
Yeah, and then there's a game thing behind him, and it's called or something. Right, I don't know what it is, but it's like the Sultan something.
Yeah, and it's got this guy with two little swords,
blades. Yeah. And so essentially they are like. They know that he is at some like workout summit or lifting competition. I don't know what he's doing.
It was like a camp for football.
Yeah,
basically, and it was just making them get, more beefcaked or whatever. And of course, we flashed to there, and it was at the like Sultan.
Yeah,
like the team's name was the Sultans.
Their mascot was the Sultans or something like that. Yeah,
and so like of course
that's all their clues.
They have this like plaque that's got the same two swords, type of swords
from the photo
overlapping, saying like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, which is also a phrase we already heard earlier in the film.
Yep.
I believe Kevin said it as they were talking about getting onto Devil's Flight the first time before they even went to eat.
Also a really good song by Kelly Clarkson.
It's true.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Cannot hear that phrase and not sing that song in my head.
I'm already hearing it. Like the little
I saw you
tune going
dancing, and then my brain was like, yeah, sing along.
Yeah. And so we do have heard and Kevin, I keep wanting to call him Ian, but Ian's the other dude, trying to talk to Lewis, and they're trying to like convince him like that death is after him and he needs to be careful.
And Kevin's like spitting straight facts.
Oh yeah, sure.
And then Lewis is having none of it.
He's being super stubborn.
Yo, 3 people have fucking died.
He's giving what we've had at least to the character in the first one. I forget that dude who died in Paris with the sign. Who was at
Carter?
first Carter being very like, nah, I'll die whenever I want to die.
Yeah.
And then
I die on my own terms.
Final Destination 2,
Motorcycle Man.
Eugene, yeah, who was also very like stubborn at the first.
I am so shocked at my memory.
Yeah. I didn't even remember their names.
Never happens. I can't even remember our own live show time.
Yay. And so that's whenever we do have what's his face, Lewis, just going on and on about how like he'll die on his own terms and death doesn't scare him. And all around him we have like all these guys like lifting and grunting. We have these really heavy weights, and we see
big
like
old stuffed bear.
Yeah,
but they've already kind of punched, and they're like, fuck the Bruins. Fuck,
yeah,
what even is a Bruin anyway? That's like, that's a bear.
And we have this other dude Wendy notices that this dude plugs in a radio, but there's like water next to it. So like, there's all these things that are like he could die by all these different reasons.
And that also kind of felt like a callback maybe to the first one. I didn't think of that until right now, but with how what's his face
with the radio,
yeah,
and the water.
I don't remember his name now.
Who died? Todd. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. But yeah, and she's feeling very much kind of like she was at the night of the carnival. She's very scared, on edge again, looking over her shoulder. Everything feels like a clue. And
it all is.
It is.
Because then we have
perfect chain of events.
Like this dude dropping some weights the wrong way, and then something else flies. Like a little...
Yeah, he like hits the bear. The bear's nail goes flying, which hits the swords, and then it cuts the cords of the weights. But like, of course, we're like watching all this happen, and it's like, oh, and then so Lewis, of course, thinks he's survived.
Yeah, because he doesn't die.
He's like, oh, I didn't. say death can't get me. I'm kind of like what's his face in the first one. Like I'm invincible. Like you're not gonna kill me. And then he goes to do the weight thingy again, and then
his head just gets smushed.
Yeah. The cord that
brutal.
was connecting the weights, or keeping
It's
them
gone,
together. Yeah.
And so it just took him moving it and
smashed his head, and that was
and it gets splattered all over once again. Miss Wendy and Kevin, they get so much guts on them throughout this whole movie.
They really do.
Yeah. And obviously, like anybody else, they end up, getting checked out again by the the ER and all that. They're like, I think they have different set of clothes on. Yeah. And at this point, Wendy's freaked out, right?
Yeah, she's like, why me? Why is this happening to me? Like, did I do something to deserve this? Because honestly, I would really love for this to not be me.
Yeah. Because I think at this point too, she's like, did I do something? Like, did I cause it? Yeah.
Yeah. She's feeling like really guilty, I think.
Survivor's
and then
guilt.
also just
freaked out,
over it. Yeah. And terrified.
Yeah.
I would be too. And then this is where we flash to Aaron and Ian
and
in
they're
our
at work,
department store.
the Home Depot.
Home Depot, yeah.
He's shooting birds with a nail gun, which is not cool.
I know.
Poor birds, but apparently
Poor
the pigeons keep
piggins.
causing piggins.
But then it was a nice
That's my
callback to
piggins.
piggins. Yeah.
That's true. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that.
And then he's also on kind of like a forklift thing that was kind of went awry to drop. And his death is kind of similar to that kid's.
Oh, which kid?
Ian's death is similar to that being smushed. How the kid gets flattened by the
the glass thing.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that, and that happens later on.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah. It also kind of the scene of them in the field where the festival happens in the third act of this movie reminds me of the field in the second one. Whenever Jude got sliced with the fence.
Oh
and
yeah,
all that,
yeah.
kind of those.
Yes, where it was just like back to back to back. Shit's hitting the fan. Yeah.
But
it's like we got a lot of deaths to knock out right now.
We do, and so. They're at work. They call each other Pip and something else. I don't know.
Pip and Zip, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't actually write
over
it down.
Over the walkies.
But I was like, what?
Yeah. And so we have Wendy scaring.
Oh,
Wendy
and she says,
scaring.
She says, these pinhead customers can't put anything back. And I was like, ooh, girl, you're about to be the pinhead.
You are. Oh, that's true. And so we do have Wendy and Kevin showing up. It is. And she scares Miss Erin. And she then calls over McKinley because she's like, you got to listen to this. And
he's like fucking with the lights. So at first we're like, oh no, God, what's happening? And then he's like, ooh. And I was like, fuck you, dude.
And so they won't listen. Essentially, they both are kind of thinking it's bullshit.
Saying like, oh yeah, actually, because they're trying to ask them like who was sitting behind them. And so they were like, it was this man in a cloak. And they actually confiscated his scythe or his little sword thing kind of thing. So like basically saying it was like the Reaper, death behind them. And, they're just being assholes. And then basically they're saying that like death is a force. It's a transferred energy kind of thing. And then all the while we're seeing wind blow the chimes, but nothing is, there should be no wind in the store.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Nothing's really happening.
Yeah.
But then as Ian is up on the forklift thing, Wendy starts putting two and two together. She sees a similar flag type of a banner that was behind him, which said the way it said skill.
Yeah.
In the
but
photo,
it looked like kill.
But it looked like kill. And then it's like on those little, I don't know, it gave very Renaissance Festival kind of banner pennants. And then that's when they're like kind of like, oh God, and they freak him out.
Yeah.
And he like kind of low-key crashes the
because
forklift.
Kevin was saying something like, be
watch
careful
out for those boxes.
Yeah. And he's like, why would I watch out for those boxes? They weren't doing anything. He's like, they were about to fall. And so they're essentially trying to get across that like, y'all are making yourselves crazy. Like nothing's even after us. There's nothing after us. You're just whatever, cuckoo.
Yeah.
Because I guess that they're, like we said, physics nerds, they're all about logic, so they're just like, this is a bunch of hoopla.
Yeah.
And they're also saying like, we're organisms, we were meant to die, we will die, and like it'll happen to all of us.
Yeah.
And so while this is happening, another forklift accidentally gets like turned on.
Yeah, because while he's up there, some nails fall, and then Erin picks him up with the little magnet thing that gets all the nails up, and she puts it down, but then it accidentally connects to one of the chains that are on like a pulley system, and the chain goes down, and then it just like perfectly sets like this chain of events in motion, which makes the other forklift start driving.
That's right.
And then of course now Ian is operating a skill saw, which felt very much a tie into the skill of the photo with the kill. And so then, because while we were watching this, Andrew was like, how the fuck do they not hear that? And I was like, I was thinking that too, but with that skill saw going, you probably can't hear shit. But then the skill saw does eventually stop. And so I'm like, y'all gotta hear this motherfucker just like driving over all this merchandise.
Literally. Like if it wasn't death, they would like be fired the next morning. And so essentially, that's whenever we do have it setting off like all those, what are those, windshield wiper fluid? I don't know what it is. Stuff starts getting like squished and like liquid getting all over the place, until it bumps all the way across to the next like aisle, whatever it is, those things called. Yeah, an aisle. Cabinet, files. Well, because the aisle is what you walk through.
Yeah,
what's the stuff? The shelving?
The end cap?
The end cap of all the shelving and stuff. And so it then becomes like a domino effect because all those stakes fall off the top.
Yeah.
Kevin does save Ian, and he like jumps at him and they go right next to it, but then everything else starts falling over, and it's just like basically avoiding everything falling off of the top shelves.
Because it's a lot of shit coming
literally
down.
For like literally 4 sections.
Yeah.
And then
you're getting just sheets and sheets of
sheetrock, I think, falling on them and stuff.
Or plywood, and then those stakes, everything's coming down. Not things you want to land on you.
But they end up being okay, but then it ends up getting all the way to Erin, and then Erin slips and then falls backwards to where she knocks her head up against to where the nail gun was, and her head just starts getting ding, 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 ding.
And her hand is like on stuck to her face, and I love this scene.
Oh yeah, I know you said that. Yeah.
That she makes,
and then they're all just like screaming and looking at her, and I never remembered it being so graphic.
Yeah,
maybe because I've only seen this on, maybe I'd seen it on TV before, I don't know, so they cut away pretty fast.
Oh yeah, they could have.
It lingers so much on her face.
It really shows you. Yeah. That's what, every time I pick up a nail gun, I think of the scene, or like a staple gun,
like you
anything.
Put it through your own face and see what that's like.
Kind of.
Yeah.
And then all before this too, I feel like this kind of, well, like before the chain of events happens, basically Ian saying that the action we take may have an opposite reaction and thwarts death plan. Like basically saying like the law of motion, every like action has an equal and opposite reaction. And he says, so maybe if we just, the last in line should kill themselves, and then, we won't really have any of this to happen, so we already kind of get this like bad grudge from Ian to Wendy.
Towards Wendy.
Yeah.
And I like how that ties in this one where they're like, well, if the last one kills themselves, everything is set up, like fixes itself. This is how we defeat death. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because now we've just skipped all of those deaths.
And in every movie, there's some like, in the first one, it was like, if you save someone, it does this and that. I don't know. And then the second one, it was like, Kimberly, what if there was new life, if a baby was born, which obviously it never fixes anything, but there's always some kind of something where they, throughout the movie, believe if we do this, we'll escape it.
Yeah. It's like a little thread of hope that is not real.
Yeah.
And so basically, then we flash to them getting out of
the police station.
Yeah. And rightly so, because I would probably
be
questioning
to every
these
murder
twins or this couple of
death,
people as well. And then
I do like how they didn't like really hone in on it too much though. Like in the first one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I felt like it gave more air to breathe for us to follow along the main characters as opposed to like having to spend time like in a jail cell, in a this, and like having to explain what's going on, even though we know that these people won't believe. And I think even though like, we've done it twice before, nobody's going to believe them.
Yeah.
So why waste any time on them?
Yeah. We know no one believes them.
Because we did infer them
They don't even believe themselves, really.
Yeah, and then the cops come showing up later on anyways in the third act, and it doesn't even have to be mentioned, but we already know like they're looking for Wendy because they think like there's some suspicious shit going on. Yeah.
And she's showing up.
She's suspect number one.
Exactly. And then so basically as they're saying their little goodbyes because
they have to separate for a few hours.
Yeah, and she's like, I'm not going to be able to rest anyways. I'm going to be just so nervous until I know you're okay. kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then he was like, it's only a few hours. And I was like, y'all just talked about how only a few hours the next people could be dead.
Yeah.
But then he brings up why we don't even like each other, because
Little
that was
joke.
a little
Yeah.
line that she had said to him earlier. But we see Ian sitting in his van in the parking lot.
He's being weird.
Yep. And
being
he's
sus.
watching her.
Yeah. She ends up being asleep at home, like falling asleep at the computer. Julie comes in to like try to talk to her, but she ends up seeing that she's asleep, so she takes her bracelet and leaves. And her sister wakes up, Miss Wendy, and that's when she gets on the computer and she notices that in one of the pictures that had the one that she took where someone did the hand in front of the camera, she zooms in and she notices that it's
the same charm bracelet.
The same charm bracelet. So the person that they've been trying to find out who has been behind Frankie, behind Ian and what's her face, was her sister the whole time.
Yep. And then likely one of her, Amber or Penny, were probably with her.
Yeah.
And then she goes to her photo and she's on the phone with Kevin, basically like saying,
trying to explain.
Yeah. And she says, my photo's just black. It has Jay's face. And then she was like, but there's just a black backdrop. But then she goes, well, my shirt says McKinley, aka Ian.
Yeah.
And then
his clue for his picture is that it's like overexposed with his face, like as if a firework went off in his face.
Yeah. And he's like kind of grimacing a bit. And then so she's driving to the
festival
thing.
It is,
yeah. Tricentennial thing. And then we get our classic song that's got to let you know when things are going bad. It's our John Denver.
Yeah.
And it's such a fucking creepy song.
The one that someone's behind you.
There is someone walking behind you. Turn around. Look at me.
I didn't even know that was John Denver as well.
Well, I don't think it is John Denver.
Oh, but it's like what's this version of this? Yeah. I get you.
But it's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
And it kind of also reminded me of Urban Legends with the turn around.
Oh yeah.
Every now and then, and basically it's telling you to turn around.
Yeah.
Because her radio haywires.
Yeah.
She looks in her rearview mirror. Ian is tailing her.
Yeah.
Rather aggressively. And it's a fucking creepy song. She almost hits a black wolf.
She does, which is
was
weird.
like, what? Okay.
It's kind of like an extra, like, what? But yeah.
It's like just throwing a, it's like, oh, this is a bad sign.
Yeah, maybe like a bad omen.
Yeah.
And so we do have Julie arriving to the festival. Ian sees her, and so he's trying to like also be vigilant, like around himself, because he's like trying not to like get die, and he's like trying to stop people from doing the like sparklers too close. What?
I just came up with the most bizarre theory.
Okay.
What if this is all tied to Bagul?
Oh.
Because remember, there was like a snake, the scorpion,
and a wolf,
and a black dog that symbolized Bagul, and this is all taking place through photos.
Oh yeah. If they only had the scorpion and the
they could have been little hidden gems.
That's true.
It's not all tied to Bagul, but that's when my brain was like,
that'd be
Bagul
cool.
is here.
He's in everything. And so please don't bring up Bagul.
I know, I'm sorry.
And so we have them, he's trying to be vigilant and like making sure that nobody's doing something stupid to cause a stupid accident to happen, like those little kids and all that stuff.
Fireworks. And then Ben Franklin's like, now let us hope for some lightning. And he's like, fuck you, Ben Franklin.
Yeah. And he tries to talk to Julie, but she's like not paying attention to him, and she's trying to flirt with these boys, and he tries to like put his hands on her to like get her attention, like, you're coming with me, and she ends up running away from him.
Yeah, so dramatic.
Yeah,
and
but she has to try to follow her. He like pushes some boys out of the way.
And we also saw like this cannonball that kind of goes rolling, because basically these two guys, they're like, okay, well, we need to get away from the fireworks as well. So they kind of dip. They leave the cannon unattended, which doesn't seem super safe.
No.
But the little thingy that goes inside the cannon hole like fell over, knocks one of the cannonballs over, goes rolling, knocking the cart props over. So we already see that one of the carts holding the fireworks is completely unstable.
Yeah. And at this point, we do see the cop showed up, and it seems like they're looking for Wendy.
Yeah.
And Wendy is searching for her sister. And the crowd is like kind of mixing up. And at this point, like the lights dim, and like it's showtime, and like they're about to do the whole fireworks show. So everybody's kind of like gathering around. And Kevin is still trying to find or trying to get to Julie. And we do have these little like dickheads, basically. I said the dick scared the horse with like these little what are they called?
Firecrackers.
Firecrackers, yeah.
And we had already, like, this horse was, like, clearly spooked already.
Yeah.
And
the horse shouldn't be here if there's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, it shouldn't. And then they just set the fucking firecrackers off, like, right next to the horse's feet.
And so it scares and it starts taking off and it starts hitting people immediately.
Yeah, it really does. And it breaks free. And, like, it was tied to the ground with this, like, wooden stake, but it yanks that stake right out of the ground.
Yeah.
And so this horse is, like, charging full speed with this, you know, probably
Stake.
20 feet of rope behind it with this giant wooden stake on it. Very
dangerous.
Perfect death trap.
Yeah, for anybody, not just them, but especially for them. And so as soon as Kevin can get up, like, Julie's attention, he finally fucking stops and she's like, I'm trying to save your life, essentially. The horse comes, he pushes her out the way, but not enough because the rope with the stake comes and wraps around her neck and starts dragging her.
Yep. Which is just, ooh.
Yeah, which is pretty brutal. She's just getting drugged, like, through the mud, essentially, literally.
While having a rope tied around her throat.
So she's getting strangled.
Yeah.
Which used to happen. Yeah. To people getting killed like that. It's horrible. Not a good way to go. And so she ends up essentially getting saved by Kevin once again because he gets a knife,
close.
right? Or a blade, something.
He has it.
He cuts
right
the
before
rope.
it gets to whatever that. It's some sort of farming
That
tool.
it tills the dirt and
got
stuff.
a fuck ton of spikes in it, and her head was about to go through it.
Yeah, so
But
he saves her
cuts
just
it
in
just in time.
And that's whenever
They're
Wendy,
basically yelling at her like, "Who is sitting next to you? Who is sitting next to you?" And they were like, "What?
And it just kind of looks at Penny or Julie. We don't know, or Penny or whatever, Amber. But one of them gets up, and we're like, "Oh, it was her!" And a stake goes through her.
Yeah, because one of the a skewer hit the propane when the horse was running by, like hit the propane like fuse, and basically it explodes, and then that's what sent that through her. Yep, and then now we get Ian showing up.
We do.
And he's kind of stalking them. And they're like, just, you stay away. Like, we already, we saved someone, so it skipped you, like, these people. And so now it's my turn. And, like, if you just stay away, then we can skip this all.
You'll save my life. And he's being a dick. And he's just, like, yelling.
Do I cause your death?
Yeah.
Just like you cause Aaron's?
Yeah.
And I was like,
he's being really cynical. And he's basically saying, well, I don't have to worry about anything because it skipped me and I survived.
I'm not dying.
I
Famous
can do
last
anything.
words.
Yeah. And we do have these fireworks that end up going off and they shoot like right past him, just enough for him to be like, ha ha ha. And it's another Lewis moment where he's like escaped it. But then the sign gets like let loose on top of him and it comes down crushing him just like it did to the boy.
Yeah, but this time cuts him in half.
Yeah.
And you get a nice little like
shot
twitching of his body
all there. They just watch them all like being severed.
And then it fades to white as they're covered in blood again. And it 5 months later
movie.
On the subway.
And that's
right.
how it ends.
Roll the
Happily ever
credits.
after.
Yep.
No, but it's 5 months later, and we have Wendy on the train. She's obviously talking to some new friends, and that's whenever we have them. They're gonna go to this next stop, but we have the song getting played. There's someone behind you, and so she's getting all these weird feelings. She ends up
She
seeing
gets the wind on the subway, like
where there's not supposed to be wind. She ends up seeing there. It was train cart like 081
081 was the subway car.
It gets reflected in the mirror and it's train 180
in the mirror.
And she sees all the ads that are on the train
and it's basically for all the deaths that
where
happened.
the people died at.
Tanning beds, the hardware store, everything.
And so we do have Tony
no escaping death and taxes.
Yeah. And there's Tony Todd's voice coming on over again, and it's the same stuff that was said over the Devil's
Flight. Next stop is the end of the line, basically. And then she's like, I could use some air. Let's get off at Booth, which I wonder if it's Booth like John Wilkes Booth. Yeah.
Because of Lincoln?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Just to tie that in. And so that's whenever she wants to get off, but her sister ends up coming onto the train. So Kawinka Dink, I don't think.
Nope.
It
sure doesn't. Because, of course she can't get off. And the guys who blocked her from getting off dropped this candy bar, and then the little rat comes to get the candy bar which is gonna set everything in motion.
Yep.
And then it was like, oh, good, they're both here, killing both of them in one stroke.
Yeah, shit, Julie's here, and so she wants to introduce Julie and to her friends. And as soon as she goes to introduce her to her friends, that's whenever she notices that Kevin's on the fucking train.
Yep, because she was saying like her sister was trying to calm her down, saying like you don't have to really worry about anything until
we went over it.
Like Kevin, like I just saw Kevin, he was fine. You know, you don't really have to worry about anything until he's like dead too.
Yeah.
Basically, and then cue Kevin sitting there,
and it's
too perfect,
orchestrated even as well, because the sister was like, "Yeah, Dad's car died out of nowhere, and so I just ended up taking a train." So it's kind of like all these other things happen too to get them in the same spot.
Yeah, to put them there all at the same time, and then we basically see the track switches because of the rat eating the candy bar. It like does something,
it's like
makes
a 1, 2,
it haywire,
3. Yeah,
and derails the train.
Yeah.
Julie,
because we have everybody dying. Julie gets fucking murdered by
some flying shrapnel.
Yeah, just
takes
getting
her
thrown.
out.
Yeah, and then we have Kevin dying, like going sucked out of the train cart, and then we have Miss what's her face, Wendy. She's like an only survivor, but then there's another train coming, almost like Kimberly with that other truck semi coming, and then she comes out and it's another fucking vision.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh my gosh, not again.
It felt like it would have been the ending, because it like you see her sitting there like she can't get up, she has a broken leg, like bone sticking through the leg probably, and she's completely stuck, and just goes nice bright white light, and then we're back, and she's talking to Kevin again,
and she's got a tear in her eye,
and she says it's like that night,
and he's like, oh my god, and they're like, not again, and then it just fades to black, and you just hear like a car, like the screeching and the accident happening. So
you see them trying to stop the train, and then it all goes black, and then I loved that the ending credits were the Love Train song, like people around the world join hands.
That's true.
Love Train.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, they were very clever with their music choice throughout all of it. I love it though. It's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, it was pretty good. Solid ending.
What would you give this film? How many boos, rather? Not just
how many boos would I give? Final Destination 3. I give Final Destination 3 3.3 boos.
Really? Why is that?
3.3 boos. 3.3. I gave the second one 4.5, right? I want to say it was 4 or 4.5.
Yes, you gave it a 3.5, and then you had originally given the first one a 4.5, and then you bumped it, or a 4. And then you bumped it up to a 4.5.
I need to start writing these down. At 3.5. This one didn't have me as wrapped around as the other two, I would say. Some of maybe I didn't care as much about these characters as I did in the other films. They weren't as fleshed out, I feel like. The movie was very fast. And it really was centered heavily. Well, the other one was centered heavily with Kimberly and the other dude too. And this one has these two, and the other one has Alex. And I don't know. I think the formula in this one, there was something about it that kind of felt what's the word? Like the other two movies, maybe it was the cast, felt more grown up. And this one felt a little bit more juvenile in a sense, if that makes any type of sense. But so for me, it kind of, I guess, made the stakes not as like high. Maybe because it's also the third one that I'm like, okay, I know what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen. Yeah. But I mean, it was pretty creative in the deaths.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty good storyline. I liked Wendy. The tanning bed was probably like the coolest death. I feel like maybe some of these deaths weren't as brutal, like too quick. Like even Lewis, like that, just the head squish and that's it.
I think I liked that about it though. So as if we listen back to 2, I had an issue with about how some of the deaths looked. Especially with the special / practical effects. This one I felt like did a really great job of
effect-wise
doing it. And it also kind of reminds me of the first one, where there wasn't as much gore actually shown. However, this one does still give you plenty of gore, but they did it in a like tasteful way, in my opinion, that didn't it didn't look as cheap as I think maybe some of the deaths did in the second one. Now, were those deaths super awesome in the second one? Yes. I just wish that they could have been like
fleshed out better,
looked a little bit better. Yeah. But that's, I really think I did enjoy the deaths in this one. That tanning bed scene, obviously it stuck with me. This one, of course, is my like nostalgic of the three, because I did play with that DVD pick your own ending so many times. I loved it. I totally was a fan of that bit. And it's just really cool. And so all of these deaths stuck with me. The nail gun, like I said, every time I pick up a nail gun, I think of through the head.
The tanning bed one and the nail gun one were the only ones I remembered. Everyone else is like the other ones I didn't remember.
Yeah, I definitely remembered the motor through the head as well, because like,
I didn't remember that one at all.
Anytime someo's going too fast behind me, that's what I think. I'm like, oh God, if we crash it, that's what's gonna happen to me.
Gotcha.
Especially because like my car is so little into the ground, and 18-wheelers love to
be right.
Yeah, not see me.
Oh, okay.
I've been
yeah.
literally bumped by an 18-wheeler before in a turn.
That's scary.
It just like turned right into me, and I was like, I'm right here. But so that scene comes into my head a lot. And then I remembered every death, I think, from this film. None of them were very surprising to me.
Yeah.
But again,
like I said, I feel like every time I watched it before, I feel like I watched an edited version, because everything seemed more gruesome. Maybe that's why I remember the deaths before, because they were like chopped, cut, fade away.
Yeah.
Couldn't
really show you. Yeah, and that would make perfect sense. I liked the characters in this one. I thought they were pretty well done. Wendy at times seemed a little overacted to me.
Oh gosh, whenever she was talking to Julie in the room, and she was like, she was saying some word, and she was like, I don't know. Her acting was a little bit over the board.
It was like, okay. But overall, I mean, I still liked this film. I liked I liked how the opening sequence was different. Obviously, I love roller coasters. So this was kind of fun, because it then just put another fear into my head. I also do love flying on planes. I love going to the airport, and I also love driving
going places. But planes, I do get nervous on planes.
Yeah. I mean, I do once if there's some turbulence, but otherwise I'm like, woohoo, airplane, let's go. There's something like, even driving home at early in the morning or something, it always makes me feel like I'm going to the airport with just like the winding roads and then like all the lights on. And I love that feeling, even if it's like at the ass crack of dawn and you're just like, I am
feel
so
like
tired.
My flights are always like early.
It's because they're cheapest. No one wants to get up that early.
Yeah. And nobody's there. Yeah.
Yep. And that's why I love it. But yeah, I feel like I would give this film, I believe I gave Final Destination 1 a 4.5. And I think I want to keep this one at a 4.5 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3.5.
I was honestly surprised. Like, I liked the first one more than I remembered going back and watching it through that lens. And then now I have a greater appreciation for this series. And I do want to go ahead and watch 4 and 5. You should watch 4. Yeah.
I feel like you should watch 4. Well, 4 and 5. Yeah. 5, I told you what happened a little bit in that one.
I forgot already. Don't worry.
About
death
comes up with a new way of telling them like how to survive.
Oh, yeah. Which I'd be excited to watch them into like preparation for the 6th one coming out. And so maybe we can cover 4, 5, 6 at a later date.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun.
If the 6th one does, when it comes.
Yeah, if and when. But yeah, so that's it. That's Final Destination 3, 2006, a 3.5 and a 4.5, making it a 4.
Yeah.
From your boo bays.
Your favorite boos.
Yeah. And so we were at RogueCon this past weekend.
We were.
And
it was fun.
It was fun. And you'll probably maybe get that little episode as a like bonus
content.
Yeah. Sometime later. It was a good time.
Yeah.
We got to just chat about our favorite horror films.
We
favorite
did. We
horror
both
movies.
gave our top 5 favorite
from what we've covered thus far.
Yeah. Movie
like
moments.
Scenes.
Yes.
So it was kind of cool. And we realized that now this, I believe, is our 88th episode, this one that's coming out.
That's a lot.
So we're getting close to 100. We should maybe plan something special for 100.
Tricentennial. What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Tricentennial. It happens
three times a century? Yeah.
Isn't that just annually? Right? And then just like once
Isn't a century 10 years?
A century is 100 years.
And then a decade is 10 years.
Once every 100 years.
Tricentennial, though, I think it would happen 3 times a century. So every something. I don't know.
25 years.
That would be 4, though.
I don't know how that works. I'll Google it. All right. Well, again, and as always, we are in our lovely Rogue Media Network studios.
That's right.
Studio.
They take great care of us.
They do. You can listen to our podcast and a lot of other podcasts on their website.
And that is?
At RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And you can also listen to us on a slew of podcasting platforms, biggest 2 being
Spotify
and Apple. And wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that is the only way we can get ahead in this world. And then if you would like to reach out to us and let us know your thoughts on Final Destination 3, which one of the 5 is your favorite?
Which one? And
then... Or let us know your favorite scary movie.
Or let us know your favorite kill, your favorite memory or nostalgic memory with these movies if you have one. Yeah.
Because it clearly it has an effect on everyone. Like I said, Andrew's having nightmares, like Final Destination nightmares where just everything was going wrong after it.
Yeah.
And I told him, I was like,
it's because of that movie.
Just get ready because, you're going to be paranoid after watching this. And sure enough.
That's why I'm after watching the second one all the time.
Yeah, it makes you...
Especially because of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's scary. But you can reach out to us on our one social media platform, and that is Instagram at
Boobays Podcast, and that's BOOBAES because we're your boobays, not your boo babes.
That's right. And then this week we will also have a listener request coming out.
We will be.
I believe we're covering signs. That's right.
That's for our listener, Andrew.
Shout
out to Andrew. What?
He sponsors this podcast.
He does, with his love and affection.
That's right. He bought Final Destination 3 for us to watch.
Cute.
Or rented it.
I watched it on TV for free, but there's ads, so...
I wasn't in the mood for ads, so...
Yeah, I feel that.
But the ads are kind of nice because you can catch up on your notes in that
That's what I find.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I have the ads
I'm like,
come up.
okay, I can type all my notes out really fast and finish my
fix the
sentence.
typos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they're always
all over the
littered
place
with typos. And I'm like, half the time I read the notes and I have no clue what the fuck I've said. But yeah, so we'll be covering signs. We got a few new listener requests after this weekend. And we had also gotten another one previously this week as well from a brand new listener named Phil.
Nice, Phil. Thank you, Phil, for all your input.
Andrew's best friend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he started listening and he was like,
that's awesome.
He was like, this is pretty good.
Aww.
And was talking to Andrew about it. So, yeah, so that's very sweet. And he gave us 2 films to watch.
Ooh, I see.
So
I'm looking at it now.
I think I only wrote down one of them.
Okay, the Haunted Asylum one?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I really want to watch that movie.
Ooh.
It is in Korean. So, but it's
There's
good.
a lot of movies
and it's also
that I
found
wanna watch.
footage.
Cool.
But I'm excited.
Oh,
yeah.
great.
I know.
Fucking hell. All right, Phil.
He said that and
Don't
I was
listen
like,
to us anymore.
I was like, I have to convince Josh. I was like, not only is this film found footage, but it's also in a foreign language. So I know that those aren't your favorite for watching while taking notes.
But it's okay. I'll do it. For Phil. Only for Phil.
Only for Phil. But yeah, so until next time, you guys.
Bye, bays.
Bye, bays.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Have you heard? Nell Jackson. She fights like a demon.
I'm here to protect you. You're going to die, Nellie Jackson.
Well, I was never going to die in bed. Had enough?
Nellie Jackson.
Have a go. See what good it does you.
Renegade Nell, now streaming on Disney+.
Pepperidge Farm Milano certainly are worthy of your fancy plates. The rich, dark chocolate, those delicate biscuits. The question is, will they even make it to the plate? Don't be ridiculous. Pepperidge Farm. Have a little taste.
Boobies.
Hi.
And hello.
And welcome.
Welcome to
Boobies.
Boobies. That's right. We're your hosts.
I'm Joshua.
And I'm Caitlin. And we're here to talk to you about some scary, spooky stuff that gave Andrew nightmares after we watched it.
Yep.
Sweet baby.
Well, I have nightmares after watching all of the scary movies, apparently. 'Cause I had nightmares last night as well. But this actually ties into like one of my biggest fears, because roller coasters.
You're afraid of roller coasters?
Roller coaster. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't like them.
Oh, I am a front seat kind of gal.
Ugh,
I love them.
I like physically, like even just the thought of a roller coaster makes me want to vomit.
It also, yeah, I mean, making sense
turning knots.
that you're, sensitive to motion.
I mean, my motion sickness is kind of maybe maybe that is all it is, but maybe
no, I feel like it's probably a part of it, but I think the phobia that comes along with it is probably very different.
Well, because there was like one time a few years ago, 2016 or 17, I don't remember, my friends wanted to go to the Six Flags, and I actually went, and I was like, I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna go, because I'm just thinking I'm just gonna be standing there the whole time, which I was, but finally I was like, all right.
They got a lot of carnivals games.
It's the thing too about like people who like roller coasters, they want other people to like roller coasters and get on the roller coasters.
That's true.
And I feel like, and not in a bad way, but most people who like roller coasters think they're going to be the one to like turn the person who doesn't like roller coasters. And so they were like, and so finally I'm like, all right, I'll get on. And it was the Batman. And first time I was like, I was like,
flips you upside down.
Yeah,
so
it's like
times.
a loop-de-loop and it goes fast. And I was just like, all right, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to do it. And so I did it. And honestly, while I was on it, I was freaking out a bit, but I was telling myself, you know what, you're on it. Try to have fun. Just have fun. I think I was literally just like gritting to my teeth, just like, this is fun. This is so much fun. This is fun. Just screaming. And then finally we get into the thing and they're like, there was no other else in line to get on. So they were like, do y'all want to go again? And my friends were just like, yeah. And I'm like, oh Lord. And then they're like, we can let, they were about to be like, you can get off if you want. But I was like, I'm not going to be a little bitch. And so then I went through it one more time. And when I got off of it, I was so sick from the motion sickness that I literally the rest of the time, and they were there for probably 3 more hours, I was laying on a park bench with like one of the, like my friend's mom, because she was just chilling with me. And I was just like, I was vomiting. I couldn't. Yeah.
Some of them I have to always take ibuprofen, even when I was younger.
I should have took
because
some.
my head gets knocked around, especially on ones like that circle you around like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'll mess your head up. And the last time I was at Arlington, actually first and only time I've been to Arlington, because my father lives in San Antonio, and so we went to the San Antonio Six Flags.
That's
and then obviously I'm
Six
from
Flags of choice.
Yeah. And obviously I'm from the Houston area, so I grew up on Astroworld.
Gotcha.
Let's do this.
Salida interview, take 1. Mark.
Listen, I am going to do it with a Caymanian accent or sometime a New York accent. It depends on the wine. Oh my God, my ankle's killing me. Come on, Valentino. I'm not even walking in them. Ah, the sacrifices for fashion. Hey, y'all.
Solita. What up? What up?
Look what the sea washed up.
Hello.
What's going on?
So are you from Greater Cayman?
Cayman has always been home for me, but throughout my childhood, I also grew up in New York, and when I was 17, I was scouted as a model. Never did I think that I would become a Victoria's Secret angel. I had no idea what I was doing, but I said, I'm gonna fake it till I make it. I remember back in the day, my cousin screaming on the phone, "Girl, you know when you Google your name, Cayman pops up?" And I was like, what?
Give your skin what it's asking for with Billy Body Wash. Like a bright glow, soothing comfort, bouncy moisture, or a purifying detox. New at Walmart and mybilly.com.
And so, but
is Astroworld another Six Flags one?
Yes.
Okay.
But
gotcha.
it was demolished to be a parking lot.
Oh no.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Really sad. Astroworld was fucking best. So
cute.
But
because they're all different names, if I'm not mistaken, right?
yeah, there's Fiesta, Texas, Six Flags Over Texas,
Which is the Dallas or Arlington one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then Astroworld, which was Houston.
Cute.
And but so the biggest one there, I believe it's the Giant, the Texas Giant or something. Not the wooden one. That one might be the Texas Giant.
That's the wooden one. Is the Giant?
Okay.
The Giant. But
Then
there's a Titan.
The Titan. Yes. That ride.
That's huge.
Mwah, amazing.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, love it.
Sorry.
And Patrick and I rode it Patrick and I both love roller coasters, and because my father did too. So
I
like
remember
we'd
looking
always
at
go.
it.
And I think Brett also does. I don't want to say my middle brother doesn't.
The way that I'm getting like I honestly feel like a panic attack coming on. No, not really, but
Well,
like just thinking of like that. But you know what else I
That
do to
drop is
myself?
so good.
I watched YouTube videos of POV shots of people on roller coasters. Sometimes because I feel like this will ease my this will like make me like them, and no, it's just like a trigger.
Well, half the time it looks like your head's gonna hit something, and especially on wooden roller coasters, every time I raise my arms up, I'm like, oh god, one's gonna get chopped off.
And then they're like all creaky.
Yes, yeah. There were parts on the Texas Giant while we were waiting in line. I was like, I don't know if that part's supposed to have sparks. But it is.
That's scary. They're so tall, they're so big, they go so fast. They are controlled essentially by like a hydraulic system that
could malfunction.
Yeah, there's or someone at the little button station could pass out and die in the moment of, and
then everyone's hitting each other,
and then everyone dies.
I think there's some more safety effects put in, but
I don't think so. No.
When we were getting on the Titan, though, we rode it 3 times because the first time we went on it, we were like, oh my God, that was fucking amazing. We waited to be in the front line or front seat.
And those lines take forever.
They do. And then we noticed that the line was not that long again, like maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And so we were like,
so let's hop back in.
Yeah, we got back on immediately. And then we went and did some other roller coasters. And then we were like, we're going to end the night with this. And so we got all the way up, and then some motherfucker cut us, and we were about to get on. And then some bitch with a boot comes on. And I'm like, oh, man, I looked at Patrick. I said, we should have broke my leg.
Oh, because we got to let her go on first.
Yeah.
So it's a nice thing to do.
And I was like, God damn it.
Fuck her.
I know.
She should have gone there sooner.
She should have.
Her boot don't make her special.
But then after they shut the ride down. They're like, hey, there's some technical difficulties.
Saved your life.
We were right at the right at the gate, so it was supposed to be our turn next. So then we had to end up waiting even more. I think someone had I don't know if it was there or maybe, I think it was one of the rides there though. Somebody pulled out a camera and they stopped the ride, and we were stopped on the tracks.
Yeah.
For 25 minutes because this person wouldn't put away their phone. And it was just put your fucking phone up. So whenever Frankie pulls out that camera again, I was like, fuck you, Frankie.
Yeah.
But they did a test run and everything, one empty cart, and it looked good to go. So then we were the
next group,
and we were riding front seat. again.
Oh my god!
Because we were like, we're gonna end it with a bang.
Yeah.
And then so the moment that was, will say probably one of the few times that I got on a roller coaster
And you
was
were
like
nervous.
Yeah, shit. I was
This
like,
could
fuck,
be the
should I
time.
get off? I was like, this is. I swear to God, if this is Final
I watched
Destination
the
3,
movie.
I'm gonna die. And thankfully, we got off fine. Obviously,
here.
But that was one of the
That's
few
scary.
times where I was like, shit, we could die.
Great segue though, because
right.
what are we talking about?
Final Destination 3. If
Final
you
Destination
haven't
3. Read the title
picked
of
it up.
this podcast. Yes. So 2006.
2006.
Is directed by James Wong.
That's true. He
Who
directed.
did the first one? Didn't do
Yes.
the second one.
Oh, he wasn't on the second one.
No. I think he might have had something in the producers spectrum of it, maybe. But
Oh yeah, David R. Ellis directed it.
But he actually directed and was a part of writing the screenplay for this one.
Nice.
And the first one.
I really liked this one a lot.
It's your favorite, right?
It is, just because it has a lot of sentimental value for me. So we were talking about how the interactive features on the DVD.
Oh yeah, and you could choose what would happen.
Yeah, and so I was reading through some of the like fun facts about it, and this is one of the films that the director and the DVD collaborated from the film's inception to its DVD release. The film was shot with the DVD interactive features in mind, therefore several scenes were filmed several times with varying outcomes.
Gotcha.
So you could pick your own ending.
That's smart.
Yeah, and I was like, that's really cool. And
They thought about that from the get-go.
yeah, they did.
Mhm.
And then the cast members on the roller coaster had to write it 26 times on the
my
same night in
Yeah.
order to shoot the film's like main premonition scene. 26
That's,
times.
no, couldn't
You're
be
like,
me.
no, I would have been
Body double.
someone out. I got off the.
I would have to not be, if they handed me if they said you got the part, and then I'm like, okay, now what's the script? And they're like roller coaster. I'm like, ooh, I'm fired.
this shit, I'm
yeah.
out.
Break the contract. Yeah, no, I couldn't. That's 26 times. That's too many times.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I think even for like an enthusiast, but maybe at that point they're like, it's whatever. They're just getting on it. You know what I mean? Like autopilot.
Yeah.
Almost. I don't know. But I wonder if any of the actors actually had like fears of the roller coaster, because kudos to them for conquering that. Is there some other weird fun fact?
There is. So at around 26 minutes, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, who plays Wendy, can't drive, so a stand-in had to be used when she pulled out of the school parking lot.
Oh, interesting. She can't drive? That's sad. I'm sorry.
I know. I was like,
you can't take yourself out.
That's kind of funny. I mean, they actually did use an actual home improvement store.
Oh, okay.
For the shots, and that basically they were only allowed in at night, and once the store was closed, and they had to leave the store the exact same way they found it. While different parts of the scenes were being filmed, other crew members were often putting objects back on the shelves. In addition,
like whenever all those saline or whatever bottles were like exploded.
I know.
and
I was
the
like,
tubes
were
falling.
those?
There was so much
those
stuff.
had to be props, because I was like, unless they just, I guess, purchased all this stuff, they were like, okay,
They
we're gonna
ruined
buy
it,
all
yeah.
this, because they just ran over those.
And then like all those
buckets
steaks that they had
or bottles.
falling, and like there was a lot of mess they created to have to clean
I
up.
know. I read that fact before watching it again,
Mhm.
and then I was watching it with that in mind, and I was just like,
Bunch of shit.
how in the
Had to
world?
clean.
I was
Yeah.
like, y'all must have had to buy all this,
Yeah.
or I don't know. Like, yeah, someone was.
Maybe it was a
cleaning
part
up
of the
the whole
fee,
time.
like in purchasing time to be there. I don't know.
Yeah, I
we
guess
could do what we
so.
want.
And-
Essentially, I don't know.
Let's see. The scene taking place in the tanning booth was a closed set. Only the camera operators were in the same room with
The girls.
the
Ashleys.
girls, and black curtains were draped to keep onlookers out since both actresses were nude.
Mm-hmm.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Liberty, 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 liberty.
But yeah, it was the Corkscrew. Most of the roller coaster footage was filmed on Corkscrew at Playland, part of Pacific National Exhibition in Vancouver, British Columbia.
In Canada. Everything's filmed in Canada.
Yeah, no. The actual ride is much tamer and slower, it says, and only contains a double corkscrew inversion compared to Devil's Flight, which contains multiple vertical loops and multiple corkscrew sections.
Yeah.
So
we'll get into it, but that roller coaster was something else.
whoa. Ashley Tisdale auditioned for the role of Erin, but lost. Vanessa Hudgens auditioned for the role of Julie, but lost to Amanda Crew.
That's interesting. Wait, which one was Erin? Her friend, right?
Erin was the nail gun.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
You're right.
And then Julie was her younger sister.
Rip off Haley. She gives me, oh my gosh, Haley from Paramore.
Oh, Haley Williams?
Yeah.
Julie does?
No.
Oh, the girl who played Erin.
The girl, the redhead. Yeah. Hill Country Fair version.
A very, no one can be as perfect as her.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but we have it starting, right? We got the opening credits, just like any other good Final Destination movie.
Same music.
And it's kind of giving me like American Horror Story season 4, where it was like the circus freak show like type of opening vibe.
We weren't in a bedroom.
Not in a bedroom this
creepy,
time. Yeah,
like shots of the person's room.
Mm-hmm.
We were just getting unsettling shots of a carnival.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. It's shaking it up a little bit. And then at this point, we do get our opening crew. We have Elizabeth Winstead's character, right? Who is playing Wendy.
Yes.
And she's with her friends. I forget her boyfriend, Jason, right?
Jason,
Jay. And then her friend. And
Carrie
then
and Kevin.
Yeah. And we do have a picture of her taking a picture of the high dive thing.
Yeah.
But
she, I guess, she's afraid of roller coasters, not a fan of them.
Yeah.
And so she was on the ground while the three of them were riding this dropping
That's right. Yeah.
sensation roller coaster.
It's like the Superman.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. I love rides like that.
There's one like that at the fair that they do every here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like I love roller coasters.
Don't go on fair rides.
Don't go. I did get stuck upside down this was at the Chemo Boardwalk. We got like stuck upside down on one of the rides there.
Gotcha.
And this was, I think, also before they like really made it nice.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to like come get us off. So
that's scary.
Yeah.
And yet you still love roller coasters.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's because those are carny rides.
Yeah. So I don't go
different.
on a lot of carnival rides.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I also don't go to a lot of carnivals.
That's true.
So.
And so they are, she's waiting for them. And so she ends up trying to capture a picture of it. And the sign ends up saying the high die, right? Because the V is like off on the photo, but it's on in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's like,
so it's already like, wait, what? That's weird.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we were kind of getting, so that's like our first hint that these photos are going to be kind of telling and progressing the narrative.
That's true.
Because that's very different from the previous films. The photos weren't as big of an indicator as to what was going to happen.
It was like a seating chart, and then it was a just recollection of what had happened on Kimberly's vision, you know, from like who died first, but it was going last, like backwards anyways.
And then also she kept getting extra premonitions.
Yeah, that's true. Hers were different.
There was only the like singular premonition really
in the first
this one.
Oh, and in this one, yeah. You're right.
I mean, they got a few like little hints at like the bus in the window and stuff in the first.
That's true. You're right.
But
this one, there was no other like stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was.
But all of the hints were given to them in the photos, which was cool. I liked that.
It's a different take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems maybe a little more believable.
And at this point, they are trying not to repeat everything that they've done in the previous 2 installments.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I mean, it's essentially
a healthy twist.
And in every movie, it's essentially we're getting the same thing. It's the same formula. People escape death. They start to die in weird, various ways while trying to avoid
Very gruesome ways.
Yeah. And it's so it's smart.
Yeah.
And it's like to where it's not necessarily switching it so far out of the way where we're like, well, this is taking us out of the Final Destination, you know, element.
Yeah. It did. I thought it did a really great job.
Yeah. Did you notice that Kevin was, I don't know if you noticed, he is an actor from a lot of Disney Channel original movies.
Yes.
The Luck of the Irish.
Yeah. I did recognize him.
Smart House.
Yeah.
Those are some good ones.
I'm still scared of my nest sometimes.
They can take over. They will
I'm like,
one day.
oh God, it's going to get me.
She's learning everything about you.
I know.
They, them. Sorry.
They, them. And I have so much like technology things now, like with the cat's feeder and they're like
they're all communicating.
And I have my little cameras that I watch the cats through. Basically all the technologies. My cats have a water filter. I didn't until
we rely so much on technology though.
Saturday.
So much. Like even just like if we were to not have Wi-Fi, like an internet connection, like our
new Final Destination
society would collapse.
Wi-Fi explosion. We all die.
And so we have them getting off the ride. They're all talking and what they're
getting like some food, I guess,
Yeah.
before they have to go make their reservation for the Devil's Flight, because basically we also kind of figure out that it's a like carnival night for their high school, and I believe for the seniors.
Yeah.
So it's like senior night kind of thing. But
and Wendy's getting like really weird vibes throughout the whole time. There's just little things happening and you can tell she's given this whole like, what's going on?
yeah, she's on edge.
Yeah.
she's just
That's
like
right. She's high anxiety alert.
looking over
Yeah.
her shoulder every 2 seconds.
Which could tie into like because she's afraid of the roller coasters, and throughout the whole movie it's kind of they always tie in that she's such a control freak, which I know is another part of like why people are afraid of roller coasters, because you can't control what's going on.
Yeah. And so they're going to eat some dinner. I guess dinner. It's definitely dark. But fucking Kevin
Breakfast.
takes a picture of that girl's skirt.
Yeah.
And like right next to his girlfriend. And
Yeah, I
was
thought
like,
that was weird.
I would be pissed if my boyfriend like pulled some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like it's
high
also
school
like
or not.
06 vibes.
That's true.
I don't know. I
It's
feel
very-
like times are very telling and different of like how
Yeah.
people react to things.
Because she was like, and then eventually she was like, I was gonna break up with him. I'm just waiting until after graduation. I
She
wanted
ends up
to
telling
do
Wendy
it.
that.
Yeah.
Which kind of doesn't come into play later, but like we get
his side of the story.
his side of how he was feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
And kudos, like kind of like.
Get matched with a local tax expert and hand off your taxes with TurboTax Live Full Service. Plus, you can choose to stay with the same expert next year. Get the app now.
Give it to Wendy for not even mentioning it, because like what's the point? It would only like make him maybe feel worse than what he's been feeling. So yeah,
I know my bitch ass would have been like, she was gonna break up with you.
Literally. But yeah, so they end up talking the girls, and then we get the guys coming back with the food, and then at this point I think on my note, what can Kevin get? I don't even know.
Can Kevin?
Oh, because her friend, she's like, I'm so sorry. Kevin can get a little out of control sometimes or whatever. I'm like, what? No. But anyways.
A little out of control.
And so he's just being a skis and a little bit of a dick.
Then we basically get this montage of Wendy going through, taking photos of all the... She's basically collecting the photos that
Of
are
all
going
the
to come in
seniors.
to play later and basically show us how everyone's going to die.
Yeah, but what she knows so far is that these are just, I guess she's probably, she's part of the journalism, the yearbook. Yeah, there we go.
And so she had her little camera.
Yeah.
She takes pictures of Ashley, the Ashleys.
Yeah.
I put Ashley and other girl. I couldn't
But
remember.
they're both
They're both
Ashleys,
Ashley.
yeah.
Okay. Winning the prize. Then she runs into her sister, Julie, and she's like, "You're not a senior." And then this comeback that Miss Cutest Couples, rah, rah. I was like, what? That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, her character throughout the whole movie kind of annoyed me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess that's what little sisters are supposed to do. I don't know.
I guess. Never had one.
Me either. And so that's whenever we have, and Caitlin is not an only child. Riddle. Caitlin's never had a little sister, but she's not an only child. So what does that mean?
What does that make her?
And so we have her having that whole interaction with her sister. Her sister flips her off. She gets a picture of her doing that, which also comes into play later. Those girls, Ashley's, they were playing that little water clown game and winning a prize. We'd have the dude, what's his name? Lewis. She goes to Lewis, and he's at what are those things called? Where the test your strength, right? The little
where you like
hammer
hit the
bell,
hammer
and
to the
goes
bell,
up.
and he knocks it the
right
head
off
of
the
that thing,
yeah,
clean off, bling.
Sure does. And that's whenever you can tell that a lot of these pictures that she's taken too, even she's noticing there's something off about them or something, or the vibe's weird.
Something feels a little ominous.
And then we get her going towards the Devil's Ride, right?
Yep. And this is where we get Tony Todd in the film.
He's the voiceover.
He is the voice at here and on the subway at the end. So
which I did, but I did miss him physically.
I did too.
Yeah,
but I'm glad that they didn't just ditch him completely. And
they still found a way to get him in there. Yeah,
without them just like now 6 years later going to the same morgue.
Yeah,
and thing like that. Because also we were in a completely different area.
Location.
Yeah, we weren't in New York, so it would have been weird. Well, but he is supposed to be like the embodiment of death, so he could be anywhere. That's true.
But it was cool. It was different. It was nice. He gets to be this big old devil monster
saying very ominous things like
as they're
this is
walking
the beginning of the end, blah blah blah. That you're gonna die.
Which would not encourage me to keep going. But
No.
yeah.
And it did not encourage her to keep going. She
No,
almost
that's true.
backed out.
Her friends though are very insistent on like, you're gonna be okay. You're just scared. You're such a control freak. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And so she's just telling her Jason, she's like, I've got deja vu, and he's just like, you're just freaking out essentially.
I've got some deja vu for something that hasn't even happened yet, but this feels like wrong. Something feels off. Basically.
And we got our skis, Mr. What's his name?
Frankie. God.
Trying to like, he's just videotaping the girls, which he's been doing the whole time. And then he's got his little necklace of like this female that he's like licking and like trying to like make moves on them.
Frankie Cheeks.
Yeah.
And then as we're going up through the line too, we're kind of meeting everyone. We run into Aaron and Ian as well.
McKinley.
And they're basically saying the odds are like 1 of 250 million. Like it's really rare.
Of people dying on a roller coaster accident.
Yeah. And I guess they're also like major physics nerds because they kept dropping like physics shit every like from the get. And then they drop it again in the
later on
hardware store. Yeah. And so I guess they like physics.
They're smart. They're nerds.
Wasn't my favorite class.
Yeah. I don't even think I've ever taken a physics class.
I loved chemistry. But
I did take one of those.
I
caught stuff on fire.
Nice. Love it. But yeah, Frankie Cheeks sitting there licking that, licking the little mud flap girl. Yeah. And it's just like, ew.
What
and they
is
were
it?
clearly, it's like mud. She's on the mud flap.
Flaps. Yeah, on trucks.
Yeah, on trucks. Yeah.
I get you.
One of those little girls,
Gotcha.
sitting with her knees up, and she got real perky boobies. Perky boobs. But yeah, really gross. And then we flash back to our main people, and they're trying to send them to the first stall. And well, she's having none of that.
She doesn't want to go in the first stall or first whatever it's called. Yeah, stall, cart. But anyways, because she's like, I'm not going to sit at the front. And so that's whenever she wants to sit in the back. And so the boyfriend wants to sit back there with her, but he can't because he's already in the ride, right?
Well, he wanted, so basically, like, Kevin tried to send Carrie back there, and Carrie was like, I'm going to Brown. I want to celebrate. I want to sit in the front seat. And then Kevin was like, okay, let's settle this like men, and did a coin flip. And he called heads in the air, and I guess it was tails.
That's right.
So then Jay went and sat up with Carrie, and Kevin went back there with her. And I was just like, why not just go with your fucking girlfriend?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was a little bit like, okay. But also, I mean, I don't think
1 in 8 people have worked at a McDonald's.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's.
That's a lot of people who know things like teamwork, people skills, and surprising moments. Our experiences you'll always have.
If my partner didn't want to go in the front stall, no, I would go with them. And then I'd say, wait, I'm going to write it again.
But I'm going to go in the front.
Yeah.
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 You were being chivalrous.
Yeah. But I also wouldn't make my partner like write it in the first place. Unless it was something like, if they like honestly felt comfortable with it. Because I've been to an amusement park where I just was like, okay, well, I'm going to go get in line. And I would wait. And so I mean, I don't expect everyone to like roller coasters like I do. They're definitely not for everyone.
Well, it's just if you don't like roller coasters, why even go to a roller coaster adjacent area? Like, why go somewhere where there will be roller coasters?
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to people who like roller coasters. Just don't.
I typically only try to invite people. Like, that's why Patrick and I go together a lot. Is because we both like them. And then there's 2 of us, so we can just.
Yeah. Man,
seating situation.
I want to be
solid.
one so bad, but I don't know if it'll happen. But we do have everyone. What were we at?
They get sent to lane 6.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Which also
and there
fills...
was little kids waiting in the little seat.
Yeah,
and
they
have to
like
get
cut
kicked off. Yeah,
they could like cut them in line, and then they're like, "Wow, get out of here!"
Yeah.
And Frankie was sitting there like fucking weird, and then like hopped into the seat behind the Ashleys, and that was why then they had to like. That's why the little kids were there too. I don't know. It was very confusing, but then they get on and boyfriend says, meet you at the end kind of thing. And like, then all of a sudden everyone's kind of pulling out loose objects. He's getting like, Kevin's getting stuck to gum.
Yeah.
All these things that just, shouldn't be on a roller coaster.
Little signs.
Yeah.
We have them trying to fix Lewis's what are those called? Seatbelt, but not
Yeah.
seatbelt. Arm,
The
the straps.
Yeah, the shoulder rest.
Shoulder rests, yeah.
Shoulder
Y'all
pads.
know those things that they pull over people on the roller coasters because
Lap bar. No,
it
that's not
won't-
a lap bar.
Because those are the ones that are down here.
Yeah.
But anyways, the cage of death is being put on him more securely, and then essentially we have
Which
them-
you would want.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want
Yeah.
to be wiggling around.
No,
I
I've
have
been in a roller coaster before where I've gone up and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like that.
I've been on a few whenever I was like little,
Mhm.
and I was like just barely the height, and I was definitely like still way too
Yeah.
small. And so then like
You
every
in
time,
reality weren't big enough.
No, we'd go upside down, and then there's like still this big like
Gap.
5-inch
Yeah.
gap or
So you're
something,
like-
and so I'd be like,
Yeah.
fall to the armrest, and then plop back down into my seat.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
And then also it really made you feel like you're gonna die.
Yeah, that's scary.
I love it,
especially because of the like how fast everything's going as well. You're feeling all that G-force.
G-force.
And so we have gay force. So we have them essentially getting sent off to their doom. The ride takes off. It's going up like any other roller coaster does. It's very slow. They're climbing up to the ascent.
Frankie has his fucking camera
Frankie
out.
has his camera out.
Which
We
I don't
do
even
see
get
that.
why. Like he's not going to be able to get
It's going to be
their
blurry.
boobs.
Yeah, it's blurry as well because everything's going fast. But
Yeah.
we have them, this little, we're seeing like the tracks, like there's like a hydraulic line or something, some fluid that's coming
Yeah.
out and a little screw that's like come undone or something at some point.
Things that you probably don't want to see on a roller coaster. Fluid leaking, stuff like that.
Yeah, and then we get
No
a really
bueno.
good view of the entire roller coaster as they're going up. It's huge and it's massive. I'm
Mhm.
like, oh, I would not want to be on this roller coaster.
I was like, looks like fun.
But at this point, they're going up, and then once the roller coaster gets all the way to the top, we see that it like comes off of a chain or something, or the chain stops.
That's
the train to
normal.
track. That's normal.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
okay. I
so
didn't know
basically
that.
the chain pulls you up and then it releases you
And then
down, and then it's just the like force of everything coming down from that height and the like weight of the coaster
Uh-huh.
that pulls you through, and then so it's like a push and pull of like velocity, and then
That's horrible.
every time, like whenever you're going up to another big hill, it'll like catch you on another chain, pull you up really fast, drop you down again. The
there
first
are
drop
chains
is
throughout though.
Yeah,
and they'll
occasionally.
catch you.
Yeah.
Got you to
Um,
slow it down or something. Because I'm thinking even too, as this was, I was like, oh my god, they're off the chain, because when they were like going through it, I'm like, I feel like this roller coaster is like going more fast than it probably should be going or
Yeah.
something. It felt like it was going absurdly fast. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're there to probably slow you down a bit, just so that way you're not hitting like ungodly levels of G's.
And then just like,
but then
speed
also,
off.
yeah, to like help you make sure that the rest of it doesn't slow down again, because it has to get you up high enough. That's why the first drop is always the biggest.
Yeah.
So that way you get
all
lot
that
of
force behind you, all the energy. Yeah,
and
yeah,
then it'll pull you up again to get you through the rest of the ride.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's so scary.
I love it.
And so they're on it. They're going down. And this roller coaster is fast. I'm
It
telling you,
is.
I put, holy shit, this thing is going fast. We're kind of catching everybody's, it's their reaction of them going on a roller coaster. Like, woo, yay, screaming. And like, and terrifying. And like, we do
Everyone's
have,
having a good time though, except for Wendy.
What's his face? Frankie's got that camera. He's like trying to record everything. He's yelling at the girls at one point, yeah, show us your titties.
Yeah.
And he ends up dropping the camera,
Like
and it
a
ends
fucking
up
idiot.
wrapping around the roller coaster, like the rail,
Mhm.
right? The track below them. And so they're coming on this loop and going down, and they end up hitting that camera, and everything just kind of essentially takes off from here.
Basically derails everything. The front half goes first. They basically just
We kidnapped a vampire.
like go bye-bye.
Yeet
and
off.
then the second half, so like Jason, Carrie, gone.
Yeah.
And then the second half, so like Lewis and back basically, or the twins, not twins, the girls and back, Ashley's and back, is what's now still going through.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just getting, as they're going through,
Brutal
like
deaths.
it's not slowing down
No.
at all. Basically, they're coming into this corkscrew thing, and that's when like Lewis gets fucking like
Yeeted off.
stabbed.
Yeah, because he gets thrown